In the province of Kainan, within the city of Spring, lies the Kainan Police Academy. In one of the classrooms, this lesson marks the final chapter of your journey as Police Academy students. Following tomorrow's graduation ceremony, you shall embark on your respective paths, shouldering the solemn duty of safeguarding societal tranquility. As a police officer, loyalty is the essence of your being. Every action you take reflects the image of the police force. At the podium, teacher Bai Yun spoke with a resonant authority, addressing the Sunto graduates. Students seated in the front row could almost feel the saliva flying, yet they seemed accustomed to it. Despite their inner dissatisfaction, they quietly wiped away the drool from their cheeks. The reason was simple. Bai Yun was not only their instructor, but also the director of the academy. Who would dare voice dissent? Below the podium, the students sat upright, fully engaged in teacher Bai Yun's admonitions. Of course, exceptions exist in all scenarios, even in a police academy with its many rules. Our protagonist, Lin Heng, was dozing off, his posture impeccably straight, yet his eyes were tightly shut. Beside him, Zhou Hao wore an expression of disbelief. It was the last class, and Lin Heng was actually sleeping. Although they were all well aware of the content of Bai Yun's lecture, it was still important to show him some respect. If it were any other teacher, sleeping might be permissible, but Bai Yun was no ordinary instructor. He was the notorious cold-faced director of the academy. Zhou Hao could no longer tolerate the sight and gently nudged Lin Heng's leg beneath the table. Lin Heng opened his eyes, gazing at Zhou Hao in bewilderment, and said, "You better have a good reason today." Faced with Lin Heng's fierce stare, Zhou Hao instinctively swallowed hard. Their relationship was generally quite amicable, but Lin Heng despised being disturbed while asleep. Even Zhou Hao was not exempt from this disdain. "Old Lin, could you possibly refrain from sleeping and show some respect to old Bai?" Lin Heng replied, "You have two choices. Either join me in slumber or remain silent." Zhou Hao. With that, Lin Heng slowly closed his eyes again, leaving Zhou Hao in a state of shock. Bai Yun noticed the exchange between Lin Heng and Zhou Hao and shook his head gently. He had long since observed Lin Heng's slumber if he couldn't notice that what had his decades of police service amounted to. However, since this was the final class, he decided to turn a blind eye. The primary reason for his leniency was Lin Heng's exceptional talent. During his time at the academy, he had become an undercover agent, aiding the police in dismantling a criminal gang operating in the southwestern border region. Moreover, he had earned a third-class personal merit award. Some officers might never receive such an accolade in their entire careers. Yet Lin Heng had achieved this before even graduating from the police academy. This made him a rare gem within the police force. Having produced such an outstanding student, Bai Yun had much to be proud of, did he not? Just as Lin Heng was on the verge of drifting back to sleep, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system. The beginner task is now being issued." Selecting beginner task, Lin Heng felt a tremor of excitement and abruptly opened his eyes, the drowsiness vanishing in an instant, replaced by a look of sheer exhilaration and anticipation. System, he thought, elated. This was akin to the coveted golden finger often depicted in online novels. Having read numerous web novels, Lin Heng understood the significance of a system's emergence. Cultivation, splitting the heavens with a sword, the rise of a young hero. Just the thought that such fantastical elements would now be his reality filled him with enthusiasm. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, tilting his neck as his joints cracked audibly. Though he was yet unaware of the nature of the tasks the system would assign him, he was already eager for the extraordinary life that awaited him. "I wonder how many stages of combat energy I will possess?" Lin Heng murmured softly. After a moment, the system's voice resounded once more. "Beginner task selection completed. Please confess your feelings to a member of the opposite sex within 30 seconds to complete the task and receive a novice reward. Note: failure to complete the task will result in the host being replaced. Countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Lin Heng, huh? A large, bewildered expression appeared above his head. What was happening? This beginner task seemed rather peculiar. This system, it was nothing like he had envisioned. Replace the host? Was this system some sort of treacherous servant? No matter. There was no time to ponder whether it was a treacherous servant. The priority was to complete the task. After all, having a system was certainly better than not having one at all. Regret over confessing might last a moment, but regret over never confessing could last a lifetime. Yet it was unfortunate that he had remained chaste throughout his life, and now he was expected to confess to someone at random. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and time was swiftly passing. Lin Heng had no time to waste weighing the pros and cons. He slowly rose and began scanning the room for his target. Upon identifying his target, Lin Heng quickly approached her with a few swift strides. This scene captured the attention of all his classmates. Zhou Hao stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Old Lin. Even Bai Yun, who had planned to overlook the situation, was left utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to slam his hand on the desk in inquiry, a voice inside him reminded, "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. This is your prize student. 98765." In the next moment, with the gaze of the entire class upon him, Lin Heng slowly spoke. "Classmate Yi Yao, I like you. Would you be my girlfriend?" Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner task, earning the advanced skill black and white eyes. Although he had completed the systems task, Lin Heng felt no joy at that moment. His voice had not been loud, yet reverberated throughout the vast classroom, causing the atmosphere to freeze instantaneously. "By you?" The entire class? At that moment, Lin Heng had become the center of attention, with all eyes fixated upon him and Yi Yao. However, what he received in return was not the voice of the system, but the icy response of Yi Yao. "Why you like me?" Lin Heng found himself at a loss for words. He had only intended to fulfill the system's task, without a thought for anything else, let alone how to answer such a question. His choice to confess to Yi Yao stemmed from her reputation as the renowned, aloof police flower of the academy. Not only did she excel academically, but she also exuded an aura that kept others at bay, leading most to avoid excessive interaction with her. Most notably, Yi Yao's father was the chief of the municipal bureau. Her father is the chief. Lin Heng pondered, yet his mouth betrayed him as he blurted out, "Because your dad is the chief." How was he to know why he liked her? Lin Heng was acutely aware that Yi Yao was the least likely person to accept his confession. He himself was quite accomplished and well-liked within the academy. What if he confessed to someone else? What if they agreed? Yi Yao was different. She was famously frigid, and there were hardly any men around her. Surely, someone like her would be indifferent to men, right? As long as Yi Yao did not accept his confession, everything would be manageable. He could simply find an opportunity to apologize later. However, what came next from Yi Yao was utterly unexpected. She smiled gently and said, "I accept." Chapter 2. Blocked at the door, I promise you. Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, the entire class erupted in cheers, only to fall silent at the sight of Lao Bai's menacing glare. His expression had darkened to an extreme, teetering on the brink of an explosion. Even Lin Heng stood frozen in disbelief, nervously checking his ears as if to confirm he had not misheard. "What did you say?" Yet, before Yi Yao could respond, Lao Bai had already approached Lin Heng. Amidst the sympathetic gazes of the entire class, he seized Lin Heng by the ear and dragged him out of the classroom. Bai Yun pulled Lin Heng away, leaving behind a light remark. "You all study." Yi Yao observed Lin Heng's retreating figure, a barely noticeable smile gracing her lips. On the other side, after being taken to the office by Bai Yun, Lin Heng stood rigidly to the side, too afraid to move. Smack! In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed through the silent office. "Lin Heng, have you lost your mind? Do you think that just because you excel academically, you can act with impunity and to confess in front of everyone? Do you consider the classroom your home?" Confronted with Lao Bai's barrage of questions, Lin Heng remained upright, his posture impeccably straight. To those in the know, he was merely receiving training. To others, it might have appeared as if he had accomplished something grand and was basking in praise. Lao Bai trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Heng. Embodying a mix of disappointment and frustration, in the past, when Lin Heng occasionally dozed off in class, Lao Bai had turned a blind eye. However, today's incident was of a different nature. It was a blatant disrespect towards an authority figure. And, to put it more bluntly, an affront to school regulations. This was no ordinary school. It was a police academy. While there was no explicit rule against romantic relationships, confessing publicly and disregarding a teacher's authority was indeed excessive. "Lao Bai, let me explain." Director Bai?" Lin Heng mentally chastised himself for slipping into a casual address he was accustomed to. "This is merely a misunderstanding." His mind raced, searching for a way to clarify the situation. But he knew he could not disclose the existence of the system. He wondered what kind of reward it might offer him. Would it enhance his combat prowess? With that thought, Lin Heng decided to embrace the situation, boldly stating, "The reason is that I like classmate Yi Yao." What? Bai's face flushed red. He had been waiting for a reasonable explanation, yet after all this time, Lin Heng had offered him such a line? Bai's mouth twitched as he raised a cup of water to calm his nerves, but upon reflecting on Lin Heng's words, he felt his anger boil over and shattered the cup in frustration. "Get out! Just leave!" Lin Heng dared not linger, scurrying out of the office in disgrace. Regardless of the outcome, he had survived this confrontation with Lao Bai. Now all that remained was to find an opportunity to apologize to Yi Yao. Although she appeared cold and aloof, she was rather easy to communicate with. Surely, she would forgive him, right? Lin Heng's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the system's rewards when he instinctively called out to it in his mind. 3 surnames: family slave, few, system, activate beginner rewards activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring advanced skill, black and white eyes. The combat prowess he had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, he received an unfamiliar skill. Black and white eyes? What on earth is that? Where's my combat prowess? Lin Heng scoured his mind for information, and realizing there was no combat prowess to be found, he turned his attention to black and white eyes. Next to the skill, a series of attributes unfolded before him. Black and white eyes. Advanced skill. When activated, the host can view the personal information of individuals within a 200-meter radius, automatically marking criminals. Seeing the details about black and white eyes, Lin Heng felt a surge of elation. While he might not have gained the ability to conquer the world with unmatched power, this skill would certainly aid him in solving cases and upholding justice. Having grasped the function of black and white eyes, Lin Heng continued to explore the system interface. He discovered a large spinning wheel with accompanying text. 1,000 points to participate in 1 skill lottery. 10,000 points for 10 skill lotteries. From the system's hints, Lin Heng discerned the method to acquire skills through point-based lotteries. Capturing criminals was now his sole means of earning points. Realizing this, Lin Heng smirked mischievously, murmuring, "Next, it's time for Lin the detective to make his entrance." After this class, Lin Heng found himself cornered by Yi Yao in the classroom. Indeed, Lin Heng was blocked at the door, confronted by Yi Yao, who stood with arms crossed and a frosty demeanor. He involuntarily shivered. The calmness he had displayed before Lao Bai vanished, replaced by anxiety and trepidation. After all, she was the daughter of the department head. "Why Yi Yao? This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Before Lin Heng could finish, Yi Yao raised her hand to interrupt him. She placed her hands behind her back, circling Lin Heng, who stood at attention, and slowly remarked, "What misunderstanding? You just confessed to me, and I heard it. That if I heard it, it's not a misunderstanding." But, before Lin Heng could protest, Yi Yao again raised her hand to silence him. "There's no buts. I already accepted your confession in front of the whole class. Do you wish to embarrass me?" No one would have anticipated that Lin Heng, usually at the top of his class and unafraid of anything, would be so thoroughly chastised by a woman. Like a meek little wife. "Classmate Yi Yao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What is wrong with mutual consent? What is inappropriate about that? Mutual consent? You didn't give me a chance to refuse." Lin Heng felt a pang of frustration. He had thought Yi Yao was the least likely to accept his confession, but he had clearly miscalculated. Moreover, Yi Yao's demeanor suggested she was taking charge. Seeing Lin Heng fall silent, Yi Yao deemed it an appropriate moment to conclude. "All right, time's up. Let us take a break." The moment her words fell, Lin Heng collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. After class, he had been cornered by Yi Yao for 2 whole hours in military posture. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Yao approached him again, her expression unyielding. "From now on, don't call me classmate Yi Yao. Just call me by my name, understood, boyfriend." With that, Yi Yao turned on her heel and left, leaving Lin Heng in a daze within the classroom. Boyfriend? What kind of predicament is this? After Yi Yao departed, a large hand holding a phone slowly retreated from the window. After waiting for a long time without seeing Lin Heng return, Zhou Hao decided to check the classroom. To his surprise, he stumbled upon Yi Yao reprimanding Lin Heng, who stood there like a well-behaved child. Faced with such a comical scene, Zhou Hao, as Lin Heng's friend, couldn't resist capturing it on video, preparing to replay it frame by frame later on. Chapter 3. The serial murder case. Days later, Lin Hang arrived early at the city's criminal investigation unit to report for duty. Among his peers, many exceptional students had been assigned to various precincts for training, while it was rather rare for someone like Lin Hang to be directly allocated to the city bureau. As for Yi Yao, she had been assigned to a criminal investigation team in a county-level city within the jurisdiction of Kainan Province. Initially, she was also slated for the city bureau. But due to her father's influence, Yi Yao had proactively requested a transfer elsewhere. Upon entering the city bureau, Lin Hang noticed the hustle and bustle of personnel, indicating a high level of activity. He casually approached a third-level officer, politely inquiring, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the criminal investigation unit?" The officer gestured nonchalantly. "Upstairs, take a left." Lin Hang glanced in the indicated direction and was about to thank him when he realized the officer had already departed. He made his way to the office of the unit chief, straightening his uniform before announcing, "Reporting in, Intern Officer Lin Hang is here to register." The door swung open swiftly, revealing a man in his 30s. Lin Hang's eyes caught the insignia on the man's shoulder. First-level police inspector. In an instant, he understood the man's identity. "Report." Lin Hang began, but the man raised his hand to interrupt him. The man, namely Ming, was the chief of the Spring City Police Department's Criminal Investigation Unit. He regarded the young man before him with a slight smile. "You must be Lin Hang. Director Yi is waiting for you. Please head to his office first, and then come back to report to me." "Director Yi? Waiting for me?" Lin Hang was taken aback. Li Ming offered no further explanation, simply gesturing for him to leave. Lin Hang, not wanting to ask more questions, saluted respectfully and proceeded toward the director's office. Inside the office, a middle-aged man in his 50s, adorned with the olive branch insignia and two four-pointed stars, sat at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. The office door was ajar. In the next moment, a booming voice resonated at the entrance. "Report. Intern Officer Lin Hang has arrived." Yi Nan, who did not look up but merely cast a glance at Lin Hang standing at the door, saying, "Come in." Trembling slightly, Lin Hang stepped into the office, meeting Yi Nan, whose piercing gaze and his commanding presence. Coupled with the latter's rank of second-class police supervisor, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Yi Nan, who rose and approached Lin Hang, scanning him with a discerning eye, then calmly instructed, "Take a seat." The atmosphere felt unbearably heavy to Lin Hang, yet he had no choice but to sit down. Yi Nan, who turned and personally prepared a cup of tea for Lin Hang, startling the latter into standing and receiving it with both hands. A slight smile graced Yi Nan, whose face, and he gestured for Lin Hang to sit again. Once seated, he casually remarked, "I hear you confessed your feelings to Yi Yao in front of the entire class?" Lin Hang's heart jolted. It was as he feared. The moment had indeed arrived. "Director Yi, it's actually a misunderstanding." Yi Nan, who waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in Lin Hang's explanation. Taking a sip of tea, he continued, "Lin Hang, you are the most outstanding graduate in this year's police academy. I exerted considerable effort to recruit you." Surprised that Yi Nan, who did not dwell on his affair with Yi Yao, Lin Hang felt a rush of relief. Hearing the praise, he instinctively straightened his posture. Noticing this, Yi Nan, who continued, "Although your performance in the academy was commendable, and you even received a third-class merit, the academy is one thing, and the reality of casework is another. Though you understand?" "Understood. I shall remain humble and seek guidance from my seniors," Lin Hang replied earnestly. Yi Nan, who nodded slowly, then shifted the topic, stating, "Regarding your situation with Yi Yao," as Lin Hang prepared to explain, Yi Nan, who raised his hand to interrupt, "I won't meddle in the affairs of you young people, but gaining my approval will not be easy. You must also be aware of the recent series of murders in our city, which has garnered significant attention. If you can solve this case, I will acknowledge you as my son-in-law." Upon hearing about the case, Lin Hang's spirits lifted, and he no longer felt preoccupied with his relationship with Yi Yao. After all, that girl had likely mistaken him for someone else. If worst came to worst, he could make do. Yi Yao was not only beautiful and well-proportioned, but she also had a powerful father as the director. In any case, he would not be at a loss, with the added advantage of his system. Solving the case would be a piece of cake. Even without the system, he was quite capable. Now that he had it, it was merely the icing on the cake. Lin Hang stood up, resolutely stating, "Rest assured, Director Yi, I guarantee that I will resolve this case within 24 hours. Hearing this, Yi Nan, who smiled with satisfaction but cautioned, "Do not make grand claims. This case has stumped Xiao Li and the others for nearly a month, and they have yet to find a clue." Lin Heng remained undeterred, confidently patting his chest. That is because I was not involved. Ha ha ha, now I finally understand why Yi Yao likes you. Yinan Hu laughed heartily. Lin Heng scratched his head, appearing befuddled. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the office door. Standing at the entrance was none other than Li Ming. Without waiting for Yinan Hu to speak, Li Ming strode in. Director Yi, you called for me? Yinan Hu paid little heed and introduced Lin Heng to Li Ming. This is Lin Heng, the one I mentioned to you. He will be working under your guidance from now on. He then waved Lin Heng over. Xiao Lin, this is Li Ming, the head of our city's criminal investigation team. Although they had met before, Lin Heng still saluted Li Ming and greeted him, Officer Li. Li Ming reciprocated the gesture and extended his hand to shake Lin Heng's, saying, We've met. No need for such formality, ahem. Yinan, who cleared his throat and continued, You two spare me the camaraderie. Li Ming, go back and brief Xiao Lin on the serial murder case. We need to resolve it swiftly. You've been complaining about needing more hands. Well, now you have one. If you fail to crack this case, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Understood. After introducing the two, Yinan Hu waved them off on their way back to the criminal investigation office. Li Ming briefly outlined the case details to Lin Heng. The victims are all affluent youths from Chun City. According to our investigation, the four of them gathered at a high-end club named Yunxi before the incident. Among those present, 2 have already been murdered, and the other 2 are under police protection. Due to the severe repercussions and the victims' notable backgrounds, the authorities are taking this incident very seriously. It has been nearly a month since the incident, and if we do not resolve it soon, I might have to hang up my badge. Li Ming sighed deeply. Lin Heng understood the gravity of the situation. If the case remained unsolved, not only would Li Ming face repercussions, but Yinan Hu could also be dismissed. Chapter 4. Finding a breakthrough. Are there no valuable clues left at the crime scene? Lin Heng immediately dove into the task at hand. As a police officer, safeguarding societal safety was his duty. The recent series of murders had incited public panic, especially since the victims were well-known scions. Their affluent fathers collectively pressured the authorities, naturally shifting the burden onto them. Li Ming shook his head, replying helplessly, No. The first victim was Qian Yang, the son of Qian Kaihua from the Qian group. He was murdered at the club that night, but we found no clues at the scene, and the surveillance was under maintenance, providing us with no leads. Li Ming shared the identities of the 2 victims with Lin Heng. The second victim was Yang Xiaofei, the son of the Yang group. He and Qian Yang had been friends since childhood. They attended the Yunxi club together that night, and Yang Xiaofei was murdered 7 days later. The killer struck again after a period of time, which is why we classify it as a serial murder case. Both were present at that gathering. The other 2, Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao, are also prominent figures in Chun City. They are under police protection, so they haven't encountered any issues. Lin Heng attentively examined the case files and autopsy reports, noting that both Qian Yang and Yang Xiaofei had been slain by a sharp blade. Both victims died from a single stab wound, and the autopsy reports indicated that the wounds were of similar size. If nothing else, it should be the same weapon. After perusing the files for a while, Li Ming stood silently by his side, observing. The other officers were utterly astonished, all pondering who this individual could be. Given the insignia on his shoulder, it was evident he was merely an intern officer. Was it typical for an ordinary intern officer to receive such treatment from their team leader? Finally, a second-class police officer, intrigued, ventured to ask, Officer Li, who was this? Upon hearing the question, Li Ming slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to introduce Lin Heng. Everyone, please pause. Allow me to introduce our new colleague, Lin Heng. Please welcome him. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire office erupted in applause. Lin Heng stood up, saluting his colleagues. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Heng. I look forward to your guidance. Once the brief introductions concluded, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Only the second-class police officer who had spoken earlier regarded Lin Heng with curiosity. Meeting his inquisitive gaze, Lin Heng offered a faint smile. The officer merely nodded in acknowledgement. Refraining from further conversation, Lin Heng approached Li Ming, a serious expression on his face, stating, Officer Li, since we currently lack any useful leads, I believe we should seek a breakthrough from Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Heng would pinpoint the issue so swiftly. They had been attempting to find a breakthrough through Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao for some time, investigating if they had any enemies, even going so far as to look into their fathers, yet they found no useful leads. that moment, an officer who had overheard the conversation spoke up. Did you think we hadn't considered that? We've been questioning Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao regularly, but we've yet to yield any clues. The officer rebutting Lin Hang was named He Xing, who had been responsible for seeking breakthroughs from Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao during this period. Frustrated by the lack of results, he reacted strongly to Lin Hang's suggestion. Li Ming raised his hand to interrupt He Xing, then turned to Lin Hang, asking, "Are you suggesting we meet Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao?" Lin Hang nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is clearly an act of vengeance against the four of them." Based on the scene investigation, the murderer did not take away any valuable possessions after the crime, which essentially eliminates the possibility of a robbery. Li Ming stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "Well, we need to summon them for questioning anyway, so it matters not when they arrive." After speaking, he turned to the second-level police officer from earlier and said, "Lu Zhe, please call Team Chun and have them bring Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao back." Lu Zhe acknowledged with a nod and promptly turned to make the call. Before long, two police cars nearly simultaneously pulled into the municipal police station. Lin Hang and Li Ming made their way downstairs, accompanied by Lu Zhe and He Xing. Four plainclothes detectives approached with two extravagantly dressed young men, the leader of whom appeared to be of similar age to Li Ming. Upon reaching Li Ming, the young man casually saluted him and inquired, "Li Ji, I thought we were bringing them back tomorrow for questioning. Why have they come today?" Lu Zhe had only informed him to bring the individuals back without specifying the purpose. Li Ming did not answer his question but instead turned to Lin Hang and said, "This is our team's captain, Chen Weihang." He then introduced Lin Hang, a new officer, Lin Hang. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Hello, Captain Chun." Chen Weihang waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "We need not bother with such formalities. Salutes are reserved for higher officials." Chen Weihang, "What nonsense are you spouting now?" The crowd turned to see Yi Nanhu, who had come down at some point, standing behind them and observing. However, Chen Weihang and the others could not see him due to the obstruction. Chen Weihang joked, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Look, the higher-up has arrived." Lin Hang smiled awkwardly, realizing that these colleagues were rather amicable. Yi Nanhu had heard commotion upstairs and noticed that Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao had been brought back. So he came down to inquire about the situation, coincidentally encountering this scene. The group made way, and Yi Nanhu positioned himself between Li Ming and Lin Hang, asking, "Why have those two been brought back again?" Seeing the two individuals, Yi Nanhu felt a headache coming on. Neither of them was easy to deal with. They often refused to cooperate with the police, relying on their father's influence, and had proven to be unyielding during previous interrogations, which was one of the main reasons they had yet to find a breakthrough with them. Lin Hang expressed a desire to meet the two. Yi Nanhu turned to look at Lin Hang, who promptly stated, "Director Yi, I wish to try and see if I can find a breakthrough with them." Yi Nanhu nodded, but did not express any expectation in his eyes. After all, Li Ming and the others had questioned them no less than 10 times. And if Lin Hang could easily extract information from them, it would render their decades of experience as detectives meaningless. "I'll be observing from the adjacent room," he added. Lin Hang nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Chen Weihang turned to the detectives behind him, instructing, "Take them to the interrogation room." The detectives immediately escorted Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao toward the interrogation room. As they passed by Lin Hang, his black and white pupils activated, instantly revealing glaring black text beside the two men. Jin Bin, sin value 209 points, suspected of intentional injury, sexual assault, abuse, and provoking trouble, leading to the victim's suicide. Wang Yuanhao, sin value 130 points, suspected of sexual assault, leading to the victim's suicide. Chapter 5. Speak a half-truth and bear the consequences. Observing the striking black text, Lin Hang felt a surge of elation, allowing a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips. His suspicions had been confirmed. These two indeed harbored issues, and to be precise, all four of them were problematic. If it weren't for his unique advantage, this case might not have been so easily solvable. "Let's separate them for interrogation. I doubt they'll be leaving today," Lin Hang declared. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with bemusement. They had summoned these individuals for questioning, yet this young man was suggesting they be taken to the interrogation room? The detectives escorting Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao halted, glancing towards Yi Nanhu for guidance. Yi Nanhu had not anticipated Lin Hang's sudden directive, but upon meeting Lin Hang's confident gaze, he nodded in approval. With the director's consent, the The detectives promptly led Jean Bin and Wang Yuanhao toward the interrogation room. At that moment, Jean Bin protested, "I am here to cooperate with you. I am not a criminal. On what grounds do you take me to the interrogation room? I will file a complaint against you." The others remained silent, their gaze fixed on Lin Heng. Li Ming inquired, "You don't suspect that Jean Bin and Wang Yuanhao are the culprits, do you?" Lin Heng was unsure how to explain, merely offering a faint smile. "You'll know soon enough." Nanhu waved his hand, choosing to trust Lin Heng's judgment. After all, this was the person his beloved daughter had taken an interest in. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of Lin Heng, recognizing that he had invested considerable effort in bringing him on board. Before long, Li Ming and Lin Heng arrived at the interrogation room, while Nanhu quietly observed from the adjacent observation room. Jean Bin sat in a chair opposite them, displaying an expression of disdain. "Let me remind you, my father is a member of the Political Consultative Conference. Do you know the consequences of bringing me to the interrogation room?" Lin Heng and Li Ming remained unfazed, each engrossed in their respective documents, completely disregarding Jean Bin. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Heng set down his materials, leaned against the table, crossed his arms, and slowly began. "Will you confess voluntarily, or shall we proceed with our inquiries?" Jean Bin remained calm, replying nonchalantly, "Confess to what? I've said all I can. Why have you brought us here instead of apprehending the real culprit?" This individual truly seemed impervious to the gravity of the situation, perhaps excessively confident in their methods, believing the police would never connect the dots to them. Lin Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "Naturally, we wish to hear your account of the events leading to the victim's suicide. Did you truly believe we would be unable to uncover the truth?" This statement not only caught Jean Bin off guard but also momentarily stunned Li Ming. However, they quickly regained their composure. Neither of them knew how Lin Heng had acquired this information, but they shared a common objective: to maintain a facade of normalcy. Jean Bin aimed to appear unaffected to avoid raising suspicion with the police, while Li Ming sought to conceal from Jean Bin that they were attempting to extract a confession. "What violation? What suicide? I have no idea what you're talking about." Jean Bin's fleeting moment of surprise had not gone unnoticed by Lin Heng, who wished there were a skill to discern his thoughts. Lin Heng mused silently, "Do you believe that by remaining silent, we lack evidence? If we had no evidence, would we have invited you here today?" Jean Bin, having only briefly faltered, now radiated unwavering confidence, firmly convinced that the police possessed no tangible proof. "Since you claim to have evidence, where is it? Present it. Without evidence, you are merely slandering me, and I will lodge a complaint against you." "File a complaint. Perhaps you should wait until you're released to do so." In the adjacent observation room, Nanhu had keenly observed Jean Bin's earlier micro-expression shift. He was uncertain how Lin Heng had acquired such information, but his instinct told him that the revelation of the truth was imminent. Could this young man truly solve the case within 24 hours? Nanhu murmured softly. Beside him, Chun Wei-hang could not help but inquire, "Director Yi, who is this young man?" Jean Bin clearly displayed a moment of surprise just now. "There must be something amiss. A former classmate recommended him to me, claiming he is a rare talent in criminal investigation." Nanhu replied, taking another sip of water, "I sense that this case holds promise. Perhaps we might crack it today." Upon hearing this, the doubts harbored by the others were swiftly dispelled. Even He Xing, who had previously questioned Lin Heng's capabilities, found himself reassessing the young man's potential. Time quickly passed into the afternoon. Jean Bin remained obstinate, having withstood an entire afternoon without yielding. However, Lin Heng and Li Ming had devised a strategy. They stepped out of the interrogation room and into the adjoining space. Nanhu had been seated there all morning, waiting for Lin Heng and his team to break through Jean Bin's defenses. To his dismay, the young man's resilience had rendered them unable to even take a lunch break. Upon their entrance, Nanhu quickly asked, "Lin Heng, are you certain this young man is involved?" "Absolutely certain. Did you not see his expression just now? It was unmistakable," Lin Heng affirmed. Nanhu nodded in agreement and added, "After a busy morning, let us go for lunch." Lin Heng nodded, and the group proceeded to enjoy their meal. Afterward, Lin Heng and Li Ming headed directly to the interrogation room where Wang Yuanhao was being held. This individual lacked the mental fortitude of Jean Bin and, having been left alone all morning, was already fidgeting with anxiety. Upon entering, Lin Heng and Li Ming did not take a seat. Instead, they addressed the officer guarding him, saying, "Take him away. Jean Bin has already confessed to their crimes. Ye Nanhua, observing from the monitoring room, smiled faintly, indicating his approval of this course of action. As expected, upon hearing this, Wang Yuanhao appeared visibly flustered. Before Lin Hang and Li Ming reached the doorway, he hurriedly inquired. "Wait, officers, what did Jin Bin say?" Lin Hang and Li Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with delight at the prospect of having hooked their prey. "He has detailed your acts of violation, which even led to the victim's suicide. He also claims you are the mastermind behind it all. You can expect to spend a decade or more in prison." With that, Lin Hang turned to the nearby officer and added, "Take him away." "Wait, wait," Wang Yuanhao exclaimed anxiously. "I am not the mastermind. Jin Bin is. He forced us into this." Lin Hang, feigning disbelief, replied, "He claims you are the mastermind, while you assert he is. Whom should we believe?" "Trust me, I speak the truth. I can recount the entire ordeal," Wang Yuanhao pleaded. Hearing this, Lin Hang and Li Ming pretended to show interest before settling into chairs. "We will grant you an opportunity. But if a single word is false, you shall bear the consequences." Chapter 6. The elder's revenge for his daughter. "We will grant you an opportunity, but if a single word is false, you shall bear the consequences." Lin Hang and Li Ming simultaneously regarded Wang Yuanhao, while the officer nearby prepared to take notes. 3 months ago, we dined at Yunxi Club, the same venue where Qian Yang met his fate. As Wang Yuanhao narrated, another undisclosed case began to surface. The four of them had visited Yunxi Club 3 months prior, where Jin Bin had taken a fancy to a female server, named Zhang Xiaoya. She refused his advances and, in a moment of defiance, slapped him. Fueled by liquor, Jin Bin then proceeded to strip her clothing and assaulted her. Despite Wang Yuanhao and the others' attempts to dissuade him, Jin Bin remained unfazed, insisting they partake in the violation of Zhang Xiaoya. Initially, they resisted, but under the threat of Jin Bin, who boasted of his father's political connections, they reluctantly acquiesced. Later, Jin Bin bribed the club owner to erase all surveillance footage. Overcome by humiliation, Zhang Xiaoya chose to leap to her death. Witnessing Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao being taken away, Li Ming couldn't help but curse, "These brutes, believing their wealth grants them license to act as they please. I would not feel remorse were they to be killed 100 times. Ye Nanhua patted his shoulder, signaling him to temper his words. Though he too felt these men deserved punishment, especially Jin Bin, he understood they were law enforcement officers. Their duty was to apprehend, not to act on impulse. The judgment would rest with the law. Lin Hang fell into contemplation, unable to fathom the fury he would feel if his own daughter or girlfriend were subjected to such indignity. The thought of Yi Yao involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Was that merely an illusion? He shook his head, striving to dismiss the thought. While the cases involving Jin Bin and his cohorts were resolved, a far more sinister serial murder case awaited their investigation. Though Qian Yang and Yang Xiaofei were indeed deserving of punishment, capturing criminals was their responsibility as police officers. All right, you must investigate Zhang Xiaoya's social connections. Let us hope this leads to a valuable clue. Upon receiving Yi Nanhua's directive, Li Ming took the lead in visiting Zhang Xiaoya's residence. Watching them depart, Yi Nanhua felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the case was not yet fully resolved, he had come to genuinely regard Lin Hang. Everyone was in agreement regarding Lin Hang's commendable performance that day. Meanwhile, Li Ming and his team swiftly arrived at Zhang Xiaoya's home, located in an old neighborhood in the southern part of the city. Once downstairs, Li Ming instructed the others, "You all wait here. Lin Hang and I will proceed upstairs." With that, he and Lin Hang ascended to the floor where Zhang Xiaoya resided. Upon reaching the door, they knocked, which was promptly answered by an elderly man with graying hair, appearing weathered and weary. Upon seeing the two uniformed officers, Zhang Jun sighed inwardly. "Hello, is this Zhang Xiaoya's residence?" Li Ming inquired. "Yes, come in," Zhang Jun replied without hesitation. The two entered, where Zhang Jun continued to busy himself in the kitchen without uttering a word. Li Ming stood outside the kitchen, engaging him in conversation while inquiring about Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Jun remained tight-lipped, focusing on his meal preparation. The modest home comprised a living room and 2 bedrooms. One was empty, likely Zhang Xiaoya's former room, while the other contained a middle-aged woman, presumably Zhang Jun's wife, who appeared to be in her 50s. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Jun brought the finished meal to his wife's bedside. Under the astonished gaze of Lin Hang and Li Ming, he propped her up and began feeding her. Noticing their attentiveness, Zhang Jun slowly remarked, My wife has been paralyzed for many years. At his words, Lin Hang and Li Ming felt a pang of sadness wash over them. However, they quickly regained their composure. Li Ming signaled to Lin Hang, indicating he should continue the conversation. Yet, Lin Hang pointed to Li Ming's insignia, suggesting that he, as the leader, should take the lead. Li Ming, momentarily at a loss for words, noted the irony of the situation. Now that he recognized he was in charge, he had been rendered speechless during the interrogation. Nevertheless, Lin Hang was indeed quite capable. Finally, Li Ming spoke softly, "Uncle, we have apprehended the individuals responsible for the assault on Zhang Xiaoya." At this, Zhang Jun paused in his task, and tears began to stream down his face uncontrollably. After Zhang Xiaoya's assault, they had attempted to file a report. The police had investigated but ultimately dropped the case due to lack of evidence. Now, learning that the perpetrators had finally been caught, Zhang Jun was overcome with emotion, unable to discern whether he was crying from joy or sorrow. It's good they were caught. It's good they were caught. He uttered, his words encapsulating the profound sorrow and helplessness of a father. After a moment, having finished feeding his wife, Zhang Jun rose to face Lin Hang and Li Ming. "Let us go. I will accompany you back to the station." Li Ming was taken aback, momentarily unable to process the situation. They had merely come to gather information. There was no need for him to follow them back. However, Lin Hang seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation and quietly exited the room. Before Li Ming could voice his concerns, Zhang Jun interjected, "I am the one who killed them." The revelation struck Li Ming like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief as he stared at the elderly man before him. Although Zhang Jun was of similar age to Yi Nanhua, the toll of years of hard labor made him appear older. Seeing Li Ming's astonishment, Zhang Jun continued, "Qian Yang and Yang Xiaofei are both dead by my hand." After confirming the statement, Li Ming glanced outside to Lin Hang, who nodded slowly. Upon entering, he had activated his black and white vision. Next to Zhang Jun, black text appeared. Zhang Jun, sin value, 534 points, suspected of intentional homicide. Seeing Lin Hang's affirmation, Li Ming now believed it. Yet, this was the scenario they most wished to avoid. While Jin Bin and his companions were indeed deserving of punishment, Zhang Jun's actions were far too impulsive. Even though Jin Bin and the others were implicated in the assault and indirectly responsible for Zhang Xiaoya's suicide, their crimes did not warrant death. Zhang Jun, however, was implicated in intentional homicide, despite their sympathy for him. The law was unyielding. With heavy hearts, the two officers took Zhang Jun into custody, assuring him that someone would care for his wife. Zhang Jun also disclosed the location of the murder weapon, which Lin Hang retrieved before they left with him. As they departed, Zhang Jun cast a lingering glance back toward his home. He understood that this might be a journey from which he would never return. Having lost his only daughter, there was little left to hold him back. His only concern now rested upon his paralyzed wife. Chapter 7. Unlocking new skills. By the time the interrogation of Zhang Jun concluded, it was already 11:30 p.m. With the evidence chain now complete and Zhang Jun having confessed to his crimes, the truth behind this grievous serial murder case was finally revealed. Despite the resolution of the case, none of the officers felt any inclination to celebrate. They sat in the office, silent and despondent, as if their souls had been drained. Ultimately, it was Yi Nanhua's arrival that shattered the stillness. He entered holding a water cup in one hand and a large cardboard box in the other. Upon his entrance, the officers immediately stood, with Li Ming rushing forward. "Director Yi." Yi Nanhua remained silent, scanning the room as if searching for someone. "Where is that Lin Hang?" Li Ming pointed to a corner of the office. And Yi Nanhua followed his gaze. There sat Lin Hang, engrossed in his thoughts, chain-smoking in solitude. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yi Nanhua called out, then shifted his tone to address everyone present. "What is the matter? Why do you all appear so glum even after the case has been solved? Come, let us celebrate. Everyone, please applaud." After a brief moment of hesitation, the crowd, under Li Ming's guidance, began to clap. Yi Nanhua understood the weight of their emotions. However, as law enforcement officers, their duty was to bring criminals to justice. Regardless of the reasons behind their crimes, those who transgressed the law must face its consequences. Once the applause subsided, Yi Nanhua's smile faded, and he stated, "I have another matter to address." He patted the cardboard box beside him and continued, "Donations. Though Zhang Jun is a criminal, his wife is innocent. Whether the contribution is large or small, It is a reflection of our collective goodwill. With that, Yinanhua pulled several crisp bills from his wallet and placed them into the box. Li Ming followed suit, retrieving a few notes from his pocket. And soon others began to express their own sentiments of support. After everyone had contributed, Lin Heng finally approached. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he produced 500 yuan from his pocket and added it to the collection. Having completed the donations, Lin Heng turned to Yinanhua and inquired, "What about Ma Ying? What will happen to her now?" Ma Ying was Zhang Jun's wife. Yinanhua waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave with the box. Observing his retreating figure, Li Ming slowly spoke. "The city bureau has arranged a nursing home for her, and all expenses will be covered by the bureau." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Yinanhua, having reached the door, paused and called out to Lin Heng, "You, come here." Confused, Lin Heng jogged over. Outside, he heard Yinanhua exclaim with frustration, "That girl Yi Yao has even called me. Asking why you haven't returned her calls. I told her you were on a mission. Now that the task is complete, make sure to return her call." After saying this, Yinanhua turned to leave, while Lin Heng stepped aside to find a moment of privacy to call Yi Yao back. Regardless of the circumstances, the aloof police officer was now his girlfriend. Yinanhua glanced back at Lin Heng, who was on the phone, a faint smile playing on his lips. This kid truly had a knack for handling things. Yinanhua whispered to himself, marveling at Lin Heng's ability to crack the case within 24 hours. From the time Lin Heng reported to the police station at around 8 in the morning until now, only about 15 hours had passed. "Do you understand how worried I was about you?" When the call connected, Lin Heng was immediately met with a barrage of reproaches from Yao. To be fair, he truly had not realized he was now in a relationship, and he genuinely had not had the time to return her call. Before Lin Heng could respond, Yao, still incensed, demanded, "You need to apologize right this instant." "Huh? Apologize?" The insistence in her tone brooked no argument. Although Lin Heng was quite astute in his professional duties, he was rather dense when it came to matters of the heart. Suddenly, he recalled a short video he had seen on Douyin, which advised, "When your girlfriend is upset, don't dwell on who is right or wrong. Just apologize." Though he did not fully grasp the necessity of the apology, given the current situation, he hesitantly uttered, "I was wrong." Yao's voice flared with indignation at his tone of uncertainty. "You dare question my authority?" Lin Heng immediately corrected himself. "I was wrong. I was wronged," on the other end of the line. Yao's lips curved into a delicate smile, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons, utterly enchanting. Had Lin Heng witnessed this softer side of the icy police officer, he might have been utterly captivated. Yao was not genuinely angry, she merely sought to tease Lin Heng. Once her objective was achieved, her tone softened. "All right, you've worked hard all day. Make sure to rest early, and you should also rest early." "Yes, good night, good night." After ending the call, Lin Heng exchanged a few words with Li Ming and the others before departing the police station, making his way to his rented apartment. Upon returning home, he quickly showered and collapsed onto his bed. While reflecting on the day's events, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully apprehended a criminal and earned 1346 points. 1346? Lin Heng was puzzled. The combined points for Jin Bin and Wang Yuanhao barely exceeded 300. And with Zhang Jun, it amounted to just over 800. How had he suddenly accrued over 1,300 points? The club owner Duan Youfa has been arrested for aiding and abetting, while Jin Jingong has been apprehended for aiding and abetting bribery and accepting bribes. Lin Heng slapped his forehead, realizing he had completely overlooked these two individuals. Duan Youfa, the club owner, had indeed concealed the criminal activities of Jin Bin and others for monetary gain. Wang Yuanhao had promptly revealed this information, leading to his swift capture as for Jin Jingong. There was no need to elaborate. He was not only a business tycoon in Chunqing, but also a member of the Political Consultative Conference. Without his protection, Jin Bin and the others would have faced justice long ago. Thus, the subsequent vendetta by Zhang Jun would never have occurred. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Examining the system interface, Lin Heng noted that each individual had a clear record of their crimes. Jin Jingong's infamy was nearing that of Zhang Jun. From Lin Heng's understanding, any individual apprehended due to his involvement in a case would yield points, regardless of whether he personally made the arrest. This revelation made accumulating points significantly easier. Gazing at the 1,300 plus points on the system panel, Lin Heng promptly decided to try his luck with the skill lottery. After all, possessing only the black and white pupils was somewhat inadequate. System. Activate the skill lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mid-level skill, Firearms Mastery. In an instant, an array of information about various firearms flooded Lin Heng's mind, including those he had never encountered before. He now comprehended their operation with clarity. However, Lin Heng remained somewhat perplexed. He was not engaged in warfare, and such weapons were unnecessary for his routine of apprehending criminals. Despite his dissatisfaction with the skill, he acknowledged that it was better to possess it than to lack it entirely. Having completed the lottery, Lin Heng finally succumbed to sleep, content with his newfound abilities. Days swiftly passed, and before he knew it, early August had arrived. The criminal investigation team often found themselves busy, sometimes unable to rest for 10 days to 2 weeks, though during quieter times, they enjoyed a more leisurely pace. Recently, Li Ming had assigned Lin Heng to a detective team, allowing him to tackle a few theft cases as practice. The detective team consisted of 3 members, including Lin Heng, with Lu Zhe and a young man freshly transferred from the traffic police team, named Fan Shen, also a second-level officer. Amusingly, Li Ming had appointed Lin Heng as the team leader, despite both Lu Zhe and Fan Shen surpassing him in rank and experience. That said, Lu Zhe did not exhibit any signs of resentment, having witnessed Lin Heng's capabilities firsthand. Initially, Fan Shen was somewhat skeptical, but after they successfully apprehended 2 thieves, he began to reassess Lin Heng, the intern officer. For the past few days, they had been investigating a theft case involving a high-ranking executive from a pharmaceutical company, whose home had been burglarized, resulting in the loss of 2 million yuan in cash intended for employee bonuses. Over 2 days, Lin Heng and his team interviewed all the executive's close relatives and colleagues. Yet they had come up empty-handed. At that moment, the team was enjoying a meal at a noodle shop when Lin Heng's phone suddenly rang. Checking the number, he answered casually, "Hello, who is this?" A raspy voice responded from the other end. "Officer Lin, this is Yin Kaishun." Yin Kaishun was the financial manager of Shandong Pharmaceutical Research and Development Company, and the 2 million yuan had been stolen from his residence. "Mr. Yin, what can I do for you?" Lin Heng inquired while continuing to eat. On the other end, Yin Kaishun spoke urgently, "Officer Lin, you need to solve this case quickly. Our boss is returning in a few days, and if we can't recover the lost money by then, I'll be in serious trouble." Lin Heng felt his patience waning. Yin Kaishun had provided them with over 40 suspects, even naming his competitors. After investigating these individuals with no leads, Lin Heng suspected that Yin Kaishun was merely using the police to exact revenge on those he held grudges against. "Mr. Yin, you've given us so many suspects. We have to investigate them one by one. Rest assured, we will crack the case, but it will take some time." With that, Lin Heng hung up, not allowing Yin Kaishun a chance to respond. Lu Zhe, sitting nearby, could not help but comment that Yin Kaishun, "I suspect he might be the culprit, orchestrating this whole charade to confuse us." Facing Lu Zhe, Fan Shen sipped his noodle soup and remarked nonchalantly, "Lin team leader has already stated he is not the perpetrator. Are you questioning his judgment?" Lin Heng smiled faintly, while Lu Zhe clicked his tongue in disdain. "Oh, you were just doubting Lin Gu before. How come you're so convinced now?" Fan Shen offered an awkward smile. Indeed, when he first arrived, he held a certain disdain for Lin Heng, the newly graduated intern officer from the police academy. However, his perspective had since shifted, for Lin Heng's capabilities were astonishing. He could ascertain a person's guilt or innocence with merely a glance. Sensing the tension, Lin Heng swiftly intervened, saying, "All right, let's finish our meal and hasten to investigate the case. And you, Lu Zhe, being older than I, it may not be fitting for you to call me brother, don't you think?" Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, replying, "In our police force, age is of no consequence. Only skill matters." With that, the group erupted into laughter. After settling the bill, they resumed their pursuit of justice. As they drove towards their destination, they received an urgent call from Li Ming. On the other end, Li Ming's voice was laced with anxiety. "Lin Heng, there's been a homicide at the Wanda building. You must bring your team there immediately." Upon hearing the word homicide, Lin Heng's spirits lifted instantly. The days spent investigating thefts had left him feeling stifled. "Understood," he replied, promptly turning the vehicle towards the Wanda building. His phone was on speaker, allowing Lu Zhe and Fan Shen to hear Li Ming's voice as well. The mention of a homicide piqued both Lu Zhe's and Fan Shen's interest, especially the latter. Soon, they arrived at the base of the Wanda building. Upon disembarking, they prepared to take the elevator upstairs. Along the way, they learned that the incident had occurred at the Shandong Pharmaceutical Research Company. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 32nd floor, and as they exited, they were met with a throng of people filling the hallway, alongside several officers maintaining order. The 30th to 35th floors housed Shandong Pharmaceutical, and most individuals present were employees of the company. Lin Heng activated his black and white vision, scanning the crowd and noting that nearly all individuals were marked with white text, indicating that the perpetrator was not among them. Upon reaching the crime scene, Lin Heng was taken aback upon recognizing the victim. "Isn't that Yin Kaishun?" Lu Zhe exclaimed, equally astonished, unable to fathom that the very person who had called Lin Heng moments ago was now a victim. What could have driven the murderer? Who would dare to commit such an act in a corporate office? A myriad of questions flooded Lin Heng's mind. They meticulously examined the scene but found no useful clues. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the tension. "Oh, you all arrived rather swiftly?" Turning towards the sound, Lin Heng discovered it was Li Ming. "Any leads?" Lin Heng inquired. He shook his head, replying, "We just got here, at that moment." The forensic expert who had arrived before them completed her preliminary autopsy. Removing her mask, she approached Li Ming, stating, "Li, based on our initial assessment, the victim died from poisoning, with a time of death estimated between 2 to 3 hours ago. The specific toxin will require further examination." At this, Lin Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked the forensic expert, 3 hours? Could there be an error? The forensic expert shot him a disgruntled look. As if she wished to devour him with her gaze, Li Ming quickly intervened. "Dr. Ding is the finest forensic expert in the department. She wouldn't make a mistake." Yet Lin Heng retorted, "But Yin Kaishun called me just an hour ago." "What?" The collective gasp from the group echoed in the air. Even the typically composed Li Ming couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He doubted neither the forensic expert's accuracy nor Lin Heng's credibility, but still questioned, "Are you certain he called you an hour ago?" Noticing their skepticism, Lin Heng promptly retrieved his phone, locating the call history with Yin Kaishun. The call log revealed a conversation just 56 minutes prior. Not even an hour. The revelation left everyone visibly shaken. Chapter 9. All thanks to Brother Lin's teachings. Upon seeing the call record, expressions of horror lit up the faces of those present. Even the forensic expert began to second-guess her initial findings. Li Ming, still unconvinced, used Lin Heng's phone to dial Yin Saishuan's number. The phone rang, and after a few seconds, the sound echoed from Yin Saishuan's briefcase. At that moment, Yin Kaishun lay slumped in his chair, his briefcase resting on his lap, presumably preparing to leave before succumbing to the poison. Lu Zhe took the phone, which displayed Officer Lin in bold letters. The group gasped again, and the forensic expert's expression shifted as she approached Li Ming, saying, "Li, I request that we take the body back to the precinct for further examination." Li Ming glanced at Lin Heng. Seemingly seeking his approval, Dr. Ding was puzzled, unable to understand why a division captain would consult an intern officer's opinion. Yet, it appeared even the two seasoned officers were inclined to heed Lin Heng's words. Meeting Li Ming's gaze, Lin Heng nodded and replied, "Take it away. We've already examined the scene and found no valuable leads." Li Ming's inquiry of Lin Heng stemmed from the fact that he had arrived first and had been part of the scene investigation. Upon receiving Lin Heng's affirmation, Li Ming nodded at Dr. Ding. Just as they were about to transfer the body, Lin Heng suddenly recalled something and called out to her, "Dr. Ding, I found this in the victim's briefcase. Please take it back for testing." He handed her a small bottle labeled mouthwash. She examined the bottle, puzzled. "This is merely ordinary mouthwash. Please, test it. We cannot overlook any leads," Lin Heng insisted. Dr. Ding nodded in agreement. He was right. In criminal investigations, every thread of evidence must be pursued relentlessly. After Dr. Ding and her team departed, Lin Heng summoned Yin Saishuan's assistant. The first to discover the body and report it was this assistant, Yuan Li, who still seemed shaken. He had intended to report to Yin Kaishun when he stumbled upon the grim scene. "You found the body?" Had anyone entered Manager Yan's office prior to that? Lin Heng asked, noting Yuan Li's anxious glances towards Yin Saishuan's desk. "Please, don't be alarmed. We are merely conducting a standard inquiry. Share whatever you know," Lin Heng reassured him. Yuan Li exhaled deeply, stammering, "Why yes, I was the first to find the body and called the police immediately. This morning Manager Yin arrived at the office and remained there. We usually don't go in unless necessary." Lin Heng continued, "So, you haven't seen him leave? If you did, when was that?" Yuanli pondered carefully before affirmatively stating, "He did come out, and I went in once today." Through Yuanli's account, Lin Hang and his team quickly pieced together the timeline. Yin Kaishun arrived at the office around 9 that morning and stayed inside until around 10 when he went to the restroom. He then returned to his office, and around 11:30, Yuanli delivered a takeout order he had placed. After discarding some trash, Yin Kaishun did not emerge again. Li Ming promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the takeout order, while Yuanli was escorted to the precinct for a statement. Despite the absence of suspicion towards Yuanli regarding the poisoning, protocol demanded this course of action. Before long, another team returned from verifying Yin Saishuan's call records, confirming the call was made from the Wanda building, even identifying the specific floor, with no discrepancies found. The investigation stalled, now awaiting the autopsy report and the results concerning the takeout order. Shortly thereafter, the officers who had checked with the takeout company returned, reporting no findings. They scrutinized the vendor and the delivery person, even tracing the origins of the packaging, but uncovered nothing amiss. The delivery person asserted that the food had never left his site and was personally handed to Yuanli upon arrival. The corridor surveillance footage corroborated this. Now, all suspicions fell upon Yuanli, as he was the only individual who had interacted with the meal. Fan Chun voiced his conclusions, though even he found them hard to believe. Yet, given that all evidence pointed to Yuanli, an investigation was necessary. Lin Hang shook his head, stating earnestly, "It's not him." From the moment he received the food to when he delivered it to Yin Kaishun, he was under constant surveillance. He had no opportunity to poison it. "What, then? Should we not investigate Yuanli?" Lu Zhe interjected. Li Ming, reclining with his legs crossed, supported his chin thoughtfully, responding, "We will investigate, but we cannot place undue emphasis on him." After speaking, Li Ming turned to Lin Hang and asked, "Lin Hang, what are your thoughts?" Lin Hang nodded. Rising to approach the blackboard, he declared, "We can virtually eliminate Yuanli's suspicion. He has already been scrutinized with the black and white pupil technique, revealing that all his information is in white text, devoid of any hint of darkness. Furthermore, we investigated for an entire afternoon and found that Yuanli had no possible time to commit the crime." As he spoke, he erased Yuanli's name from the board and continued, "I am no longer interested in how Yin Kaishun met his demise. My sole focus is on the time of his death and that phone call." Upon hearing this, the group became intrigued, all eyes turning toward Lin Hang. With a slight smile, he further elaborated, "Let us hypothesize. If the preliminary autopsy reveals no issues, and he died before calling me, then who could have made that call? The murderer." The group responded in unison. Lin Hang remarked, "If it was indeed the murderer, what motive could there be for them to go through the trouble of calling me? A provocation, perhaps?" The crowd was left perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Lin Hang shifted his gaze to Lu Zhe and Fan Shan, both of whom looked bewildered, unsure of his meaning. However, Lu Zhe quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting this is connected to the 2 million that was stolen?" Lin Hang slowly nodded, prompting Li Ming to praise Lu Zhe, saying, "Well done, you've made progress." Lu Zhe scratched his head, bashfully replying, "That's all thanks to Brother Lin's guidance." Chapter 10. This case is not so simple. All thanks to Brother Lin? Li Ming lightly patted Lu Zhe's head, commenting, "Lin Hang is younger than you. Why do you call him brother?" This remark immediately elicited laughter from everyone. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The group turned to see a first-class constable in uniform, sporting short hair, standing at the entrance. Despite the many eyes on her, Ding Wanjiao maintained her impassive demeanor, approaching Li Ming to say, "Li Ji, the autopsy report is in. He indeed died from poisoning, and the time of death was conclusively between 2 to 3 hours ago." Not exceeding 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang quickly moved to Li Ming's side, who handed the autopsy report to him after a brief glance. The moment Lin Hang appeared, Ding Wanjiao's previously expressionless face showed signs of anger. She then handed Lin Hang a small vial, stating, "We tested this as well. It is certainly not an oral freshener, but contains nothing but potassium cyanide." Lin Hang accepted the vial, contemplating its contents. As Ding Wanjiao prepared to leave, she paused at the door, and Lin Hang suddenly said, Thank you." Ding Wanjiao turned back, her expression still neutral, and replied, "I don't go by that. My name is Ding Wanjiao." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Hang nodded, realizing his earlier mistake in questioning her professional expertise. After Ding Wanjiao departed, Li Ming, observing Lin Hang's sheepish demeanor, teased, Now you know better than to provoke women, especially those who are attractive." The group erupted in laughter once more. Moments later, Li Ming continued, "By the way, don't you know her?" Lin Heng displayed a puzzled expression, and Li Ming recognized that he likely didn't know her at all. "Didn't you graduate from the Kainan Police Academy?" Ding Wanjiao did too. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng's mouth twitched as he replied, "She is significantly older than me. How could I possibly know her? You should be around 22, right? Ding Wanjiao is only about 27. That's not too old, is it? A 27-year-old first-class constable?" Lin Heng exclaimed, astonished. "That's quite a rapid promotion." Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "It's not too fast. She is exceptionally talented. Moreover, forensic experts in our region are quite scarce. And she has assisted us in solving numerous cases, so her promotion is entirely reasonable." While many have come to accept the role of forensic scientists, female forensic experts remain quite rare, especially exceptional ones, making her swift advancement understandable. Noticing Lin Heng's incredulous expression, Li Ming patted his shoulder, encouraging, "Keep striving, young man. You might advance even faster than her." Lin Heng found this sentiment agreeable, particularly since he had the advantage of a system backing him. Noticing Lu Zhe's earnest eavesdropping, he jested, "Lu Zhe, you're not harboring feelings for Dr. Ding, are you?" Upon this remark, everyone turned their gaze towards the door, as if something dreadful were lurking there. "Brother Lin, you mustn't say such things. If Dr. Ding hears you, we'd be in big trouble." "Is it really that serious?" Lu Zhe countered. "Dr. Ding is known in our department as the Frosty Beauty. Who am I to covet her?" Lin Heng shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that while Ding Wanjiao was indeed attractive, she paled in comparison to his own aloof police flower. "Huh? My own?" For reasons unknown, whenever he thought of a girlfriend or other women, the image of Yi Yao would unconsciously surface in his mind. Li Ming rapped the table, solemnly declaring, "All right, enough idling. Let us get back to work." Lu Zhe interjected, "Wasn't it you who started this conversation?" After a brief interlude, the group resumed analyzing the case. Now that it was confirmed that Yin Kaishun had indeed died from poisoning, with the time of death between 2 to 3 hours, the priority was to identify who had made the call to Lin Heng and through what means. They also needed to determine whether the 2 million in cash that had vanished was related to Yin Kaishun's death. "I suspect there may be more than just cash missing. There must be other items as well," Lin Heng concluded after reviewing the entire case. "If the motive were solely the 2 million in cash, there would be no need to kill Yin Kaishun or make a call to the police." Li Ming pondered for a moment before turning to Qin Weihang, who was behind him, instructing Old Chen, "Take your team to investigate whether Shandong Pharmaceutical has had any significant leaks of confidential information recently. Shandong Pharmaceutical is not merely an ordinary drug development company. It is one of the top authorities in the field of withdrawal medications. 50% of the withdrawal drugs available on the market originate from Shandong Pharmaceutical." "Understood." Qin Weihang promptly took his team out. Although it was already late at night, they had to act swiftly, as the golden window for solving a homicide case is within 24 hours. Shortly after, Qin Weihang's phone call came through. They had located a professor from a pharmaceutical research institute who claimed that their company had developed a new withdrawal drug, more effective than any currently available on the market. The professor had handed a USB drive containing the formula to Yin Kaishun for him to pass on to the owner. The professor was uncertain if the USB drive was still in existence. Losing it was a minor issue, but the concern lay in it falling into the hands of criminals. This explained everything. The murderer was undoubtedly after that USB drive. Professor Young stated that if the formula were exploited by criminals, it could potentially transform into a new type of drug. Upon hearing this, the group realized the gravity of their situation. They were not merely dealing with an ordinary homicide. After receiving this information, Yi Nanhua promptly reported to the provincial office. Everyone sprang into action, except for Lin Heng, who seemed somewhat distracted. "What is the matter?" Li Ming inquired with curiosity. Lin Heng shook his head, expressing, "I just have this nagging feeling that something is amiss." "This case is more complicated than it appears." Li Ming shared the same sentiment, yet neither could articulate what felt off. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Heng slammed the table and asserted, "I believe we need to meet Gao Shengdong. Gao Shengdong is the owner of Shandong Pharmaceutical." Li Ming wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, given the gravity of the situation, we must meet with this owner." Afterward, Li Ming had someone call to notify Gao Shengdong. The following midday, upon his return to Chun City, Gao Shengdong was promptly summoned by the police to the municipal office. Faced with this accomplished entrepreneur in his 40s, Li Ming felt a quiet admiration. The moment Lin Heng laid eyes on him, he activated his black and white pupil technique. Gao Shengdong, sin value, 1002 points, crime. Long-term collusion with drug traffickers, selling experimental off-spec products. Chapter 11. Border trade. Upon seeing the black text beside him, Lin Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that this matter would be linked to Gao Shengdong. Their initial intention was merely to summon him for inquiries. Instead, they had inadvertently stumbled upon the true culprit. Lin Heng remained discreet, allowing Li Ming to escort him to the interrogation room. Once everything was prepared, Li Ming began to speak. Mr. Gao, your company has experienced such a serious leak. Why did you not return immediately? As they entered, Li Ming kindly had someone prepare a cup of tea for Gao Shengdong. The latter leisurely took a sip of tea before finally speaking. In the past few days, I have been negotiating with collaborators. It was only last night when Professor Yang called me that I learned the formula might have been lost, prompting my hurried return. Are you not aware that your company's financial manager, Yin Kaishun, was murdered? A homicide occurred at the company, so why did you not rush back immediately to assist the police investigation? Gao Shengdong leaned back on the sofa, disdain evident as he gazed at the paper cup in his hand, slowly replying, I have already stated that I was engaged in crucial negotiations. Moreover, did I not send my personal assistant back promptly to cooperate with you? Li Ming felt somewhat speechless. Gao Shengdong was indeed a difficult opponent. Are you not at all concerned about the loss of 2 million in cash? Upon hearing this, Gao Shengdong chuckled nonchalantly, responding, given the size of my company, do you think I would be bothered by a mere 2 million? My primary concern is whether the formula has actually been lost. Li Ming paused, realizing that this was indeed the case. Shangdong Pharmaceutical Company generates profits of tens of millions each month. How could they possibly be troubled by such a paltry sum? Just as Li Ming pondered how to proceed, Lin Heng stood up and spoke slowly. You may not care about the 2 million, considering the profits you earn from colluding with drug traffickers could sustain your company for decades. At this statement, both Li Ming and Gao Shengdong were taken aback. The latter quickly regained his composure, yet the shift in his expression had been too pronounced to escape the notice of Lin Heng and Li Ming. Confusion filled him. How could the other party possibly know about his affairs? All transactions were conducted through his trusted confidants, and he had never personally shown his face. How could this young officer be aware? Gao Shengdong's mind was consumed with a singular thought. This young officer must be attempting to deceive him. Yes, he was certainly trying to con him. With this realization, Gao Shengdong quickly calmed his emotions. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Lin Heng replied coolly, rising and approaching Gao Shengdong, saying softly, do you not understand? You hacked into Yin Saishuan's phone, remotely controlling it to call me. I am correct. Am I not? At this revelation, both Li Ming and Gao Shengdong were momentarily stunned, incredulity flashing in their eyes. In the next moment, Lin Heng continued, in fact, the USB drive was stolen by you, correct? You were indeed not in Chunqing. But you were negotiating, and the theft of the USB drive was carried out by your accomplices. I do not understand what you are saying, Li Ming echoed. I am equally perplexed by your words. Seeing Gao Shengdong still in denial, Lin Heng patted his shoulder, startling him. With a slight smirk, Lin Heng went on, I suspect your accomplice is number 2, do I not? By this point, Gao Shengdong was beginning to feel anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seizing the moment, Lin Heng pressed on with unyielding certainty. The complexity of your scheme is merely to create the illusion that the USB drive has been lost. Is it not? And that seemingly unnecessary phone call was actually a test to see if we had uncovered the whereabouts of the USB drive and the 2 million in cash, allowing you to safely sell that formula to the drug traffickers. Am I not correct, Mr. Gao? As Lin Heng laid bare their criminal activities, Gao Shengdong could no longer contain the sweat pouring from his brow. He wiped his forehead repeatedly, rendered speechless. Observing Gao Shengdong's reaction, Li Ming instantly recognized that Lin Heng was indeed right. How he had come to this knowledge was now of little consequence. Lu Zhe, take Mr. Gao to a different location, to the interrogation room. After instructing Lu Zhe to escort Gao Shengdong away, Li Ming turned to Lin Heng, his face alight with excitement. Little Lin Heng, my brother, please tell me how you came to know all of this. Lin Heng anticipated that Li Ming would have myriad questions, so he handed over his phone and explained, upon learning of Yin Saishuan's time of death last night, I immediately contacted a friend in the capital. A computer expert, I asked him to investigate, and he just informed me that the call indeed originated from Yin Saishuan's phone, albeit remotely controlled. Li Ming nodded thoughtfully. He no longer resembled a captain, but rather a curious student. You have friends in the capital? Lin Heng took a sip of water, his throat parched from speaking so long. I met them during training in the capital while at police academy. Just as Li Ming intended to pursue further inquiries, Lin Heng interrupted. The most pressing matter now is to ascertain the whereabouts of his two accomplices. I suspect they may soon engage in dealings with the drug traffickers. The two then entered the interrogation room, and upon entry, they found Gao Shengdong wiping away tears. Before either could speak, Gao Shengdong proactively stated, "No need to ask. I will tell you everything I knew I would eventually be discovered." Li Ming and Lin Heng exchanged glances, while the nearby officer prepared to take notes. "Do you have a cigarette?" Gao Shengdong inquired. Lin Heng produced a cigarette, lighting it before handing it over. Gao Shengdong inhaled deeply before slowly stating, "My collaboration with Chawan began 3 years ago. Back when my company was still quite small." Through Gao Shengdong's confession, his criminal activities were fully revealed. Chawan was a drug trafficker from the Golden Triangle region, and he and Gao Shengdong secretly collaborated to process substandard products from the Pharmaceutical Research Institute into new drugs. The new withdrawal medication developed by Shengdong Pharmaceutical, while effective for detoxification, could easily transform into a new type of drug with a mere alteration in dosage. Gao Shengdong had not immediately engaged in transactions, as he claimed to still possess a shred of conscience. However, after the police located him, he arranged a transaction time with Chawan, intending to leave the mainland of Huagua after the deal and never return. Little did he expect to fall into the hands of a mere intern officer at the Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing that the transaction was scheduled for that evening, Lin Heng and Li Ming immediately inquired about the location before heading to Yinanhua. Conducting a drug transaction at the border? Chapter 12. Finally coming into use. Conducting a drug transaction at the border. Yinanhua expressed disbelief, wondering how a murder case suddenly entangled with drug trafficking. Seeing the confusion on Yinanhua's face, Lin Heng quickly explained, "It is not about drugs, but about withdrawal medication. However, if it falls into the hands of traffickers, it could easily become a new type of drug." Only then did Yinanhua understand. Being a seasoned detective, he was well aware of the implications surrounding withdrawal medication. "I will contact the Zishuangbana Bureau immediately and request their cooperation." After saying this, Yinanhua picked up his phone and dialed. A middle-aged man's voice soon came through on the other end. "Director Yi, what a rare visit. Old Zhou, spare me the pleasantries. I have a case that requires your assistance." Yinanhua briefed Director Zhou Bingchong of the specific situation. Zhou agreed to dispatch their narcotics and special police teams to assist in the apprehension, and there was a possibility of mobilizing the armed police as well. After all, the location of the drug transaction was at the border, and Jingyong County in Zishuangbana was the closest area to the Golden Triangle. If they allowed the traffickers to complete the transaction and escape into the Golden Triangle, retrieving the formula would become even more challenging. The Golden Triangle is a hell for ordinary people, but a paradise for drug traffickers. Li Ming and Lin Heng promptly made their way to the Chunqing Special Police Brigade, boarding a police helicopter bound for Jingyong County in Zishuangbana. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Heng and Li Ming arrived at Jingyong County. Upon reaching the county sub-bureau, it was already past 6 in the evening. Based on Gao Shengdong's testimony, the drug traffickers were expected to conduct the transaction around 10 o'clock. Time was of the essence. The border area was rife with mountains and forests. Although Gao Shengdong provided a specific location, searching for 2 individuals in the sprawling mountains spanning dozens of kilometers would be no easy task. Upon entering the county bureau, they found Director Zhou waiting for them. Li Ming and Lin Heng immediately approached and saluted, fully aware that having a second-level police monitor in a white shirt waiting for them was a considerable honor. "Good evening, Director Zhou." After returning the greeting, Zhou Bingchong slowly inquired, "You must be Li Ming." Li Ming confirmed, and Zhou Bingchong began introducing the individuals behind him. "I was concerned about insufficient personnel, so I brought along detectives from the narcotics and special police teams." He proceeded to introduce each person in turn. "This is our deputy head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Deputy Head Jiao Tai. This is Feng Guohua from the narcotics team. Our special police unit has already ventured into the mountains, gradually searching along the coordinates you provided." Li Ming greeted each of them. Aside from Zhou Bingchong, the others were of equal rank to him. As for Jiao Tai, being the deputy squad leader, his rank is even slightly inferior to Li Ming's. When it was Lin Heng's turn to greet him, Zhao Tai's eyes suddenly brightened. Lin Hang? It's truly you, my young friend. Lin Hang scrutinized the man before him and exclaimed, Captain Zhao. It turned out to be Zhao Tai, who had previously embarked on missions alongside him. During his time at the police academy, Lin Hang had become an undercover agent, assisting in dismantling a money laundering syndicate along the border. Zhao Tai had been involved in that operation as well. Although he was then the head of the criminal investigation unit, little did Lin Hang expect him to have ascended to deputy squad leader now. Realizing this, Lin Hang hurriedly corrected himself, saying, Deputy Captain Zhao. After exchanging a few brief words, everyone boarded their vehicles and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Since vehicles could not ascend further, they were compelled to make the trek on foot. As night fell, the police commenced their search of the mountainous terrain. In a certain section of the forest, two young men strolled leisurely, the surroundings eerily tranquil. The youth wearing a baseball cap was panting heavily and, after taking only a few steps, plopped down onto the ground, complaining, Changgu, why on earth did we have to set the transaction location in this vast mountain? The other man, robust and clad in camouflage, immediately rebuked him. Hurry up. The young man in the cap was named Xiebli, a hacker who had accessed Yin Saishuan's phone to contact Lin Hang. The reason Lin Hang couldn't recognize him was that they had employed Yin Saishuan's voice changer. Unfazed by Xiang Daqiang's reprimand, Xiebli merely paused, leading the former to relent and stop as well. Xiebli continued, Do you think Zhou Zong is all right? We haven't been able to reach him for such a long time. They possessed a satellite phone, but their attempts to call Zhou Shengdong before entering the mountain had gone unanswered. Xiebli couldn't help but worry about Zhou Shengdong, while Xiang Daqiang appeared indifferent. I told him to run away, yet he insisted on returning to cooperate with the police investigation. I fear his fate is grim. Xiang Daqiang also sat down for a moment, taking a sip from his water bottle before adding, Before he sells us out, we should sell this thing and take the money and run. He glanced at the USB drive in his hand. Xiebli then asked, So, we just abandoned Zhou Zong? No wonder a group of individuals is meandering so leisurely. It turns out they have grand plans in motion. At that moment, Zhao Tai approached Li Ming and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Let us ensnare them like fish in a barrel. Meanwhile, Xiebli and Xiang Daqiang were less than a kilometer from the border. Lin Hang had also taken a detour through a narrow path to position himself ahead of them. As they drew closer, Lin Hang silently activated his black and white eyes. Xiebli, Sin value, 1167 points, suspected of intentional homicide, theft, and trafficking of commercial secrets. Xiang Daqiang, Sin value, 1308 points, professional assassin. Seeing such high sin values sent a shiver down Lin Hang's spine, especially upon noticing the words professional assassin associated with Xiang Daqiang. However, Lin Hang was not to be trifled with. He immediately drew his handgun, intent on neutralizing Xiang Daqiang first. As for Xiebli, capturing him alive would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, eliminating him would suffice. Bang! In the next moment, the gunshot rang out, and Xiang Daqiang collapsed to the ground. Xiebli quickly reacted, drawing a dark pistol from his waistband. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hang felt a surge of alarm. He had assumed Xiebli was unarmed, only to discover this fellow had concealed a significant weapon. After drawing his gun, Xiebli promptly aimed and fired in Lin Hang's direction. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire caused Li Ming, who was trailing behind, to become anxious. The first gunshot was unmistakably their police-issued 92 handgun. However, the subsequent shots were from a Glock. Before Li Ming could utter a word, Su Mingyu interjected, Quick, call for backup. Simultaneously, Cha Wan and his associates, who had been waiting near the border, also heard the gunfire. He discarded his flask onto the ground, slowly chambered his firearm, and declared, Let us charge forth and reclaim our goods. Chapter 14. The fish are hooked, Lin Hang is shot. With Cha Wen's command, all the drug traffickers clutched their AKs and crossed the border. Little did they anticipate that the special police unit of the Huaguo authorities had been waiting for them for quite some time. Once they had all crossed the border, a head slowly emerged from behind a nearby clump of grass. A special police officer adjusted his earpiece and reported, Captain, the fish have taken the bait. Upon receiving the news that the traffickers had crossed into the country, Su Mingyu's expression shifted, and he replied, Understood. Let them come in a bit further. Received. At this juncture, Lin Hang's skirmish came to an end. Although Xiebli was armed, his skills paled in comparison to Lin Hang's. Within moments, he was shot dead. Lin Hang approached his lifeless body and swiftly kicked the handgun aside. just as he was about to report the situation to Li Ming. He suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to investigate, he saw a group of armed traffickers several hundred meters away. Thanks to his eagle-eye skill, he could clearly see them, but they were oblivious to his presence. Lin Heng quickly retrieved the Glock from the ground and stowed away his 92. He then rushed to Xiang Daqiang's body to locate the USB drive, took it, and concealed himself. Shortly thereafter, Chao Wan and his group arrived at the bodies of Xieli and Xiang Daqiang. He quickly recognized the two individuals lying before him and began searching their corpses. After a lengthy search yielded no USB drive, he had yet to process the situation when a red flare ascended into the sky. Bang! In the next moment, the bald man who had been shadowing Chao Wan was shot in the head. The assailant was none other than Lin Heng. We've walked into an ambush, retreat, back to the border. In an instant, all the traffickers scattered in a panic, and Chao Wan led his men in the direction of the border. Observing this, Lin Heng immediately pursued, firing as he ran, quickly taking down several traffickers. At that moment, Li Ming and his team arrived. Witnessing Lin Heng single-handedly chasing after more than 20 traffickers, Li Ming's heart raced, and he hurriedly dashed toward him. Bang, 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 banged. At that moment, a series of gunshots erupted behind the group of traffickers. The special police unit that had been lying in wait finally sprang into action, causing the traffickers to panic. "Boss, we're surrounded," a man exclaimed in alarm to Chao Wan. Before he could finish his sentence, he was shot dead by a police sniper. Realizing their escape route had been blocked, Chao Wan could only lead his men in another direction, leaving some behind to hold off the special police unit. Seeing them split up, Lin Heng immediately pursued Chao Wan. The latter's group, desperate to survive, ran frantically toward the other side of the border, fully aware that their only chance of survival lay in escaping the border, as remaining here would surely lead to their annihilation by the Huagua police. Seeing that he could not keep up, Lin Heng swiftly veered into the dense forest beside them, hoping to intercept them ahead of time and prevent their escape across the border. He soon vanished into the thicket, and Chao Wan's group, noticing Lin Heng's disappearance, breathed a sigh of relief. Although they felt temporarily safe, the police were still engaged in combat with their remaining members. Chao Wan understood that the group he had left behind to cover their retreat was unlikely to survive. If all went as expected, they would be entirely wiped out by the police. Soon after, the gunfire ceased. Chao Wan's men were all killed, while the police sustained only 2 minor injuries. Upon arrival, Li Ming immediately began searching for Lin Heng, but after scanning the area, he found no trace of him. Growing anxious, he called out, "Has anyone seen a young man?" An armed special police officer pointed in the direction Lin Heng had pursued the traffickers, saying, "I think I saw a young man chasing after them." Just then, gunfire erupted again from another direction in the forest. The group rushed toward the sound. At that moment, Lin Heng had intercepted Chao Wan and his men, confronting them without a hint of fear. Even as he faced 7 or 8 traffickers in no time, he had taken down 4 of them. With the advantage of his eagle-eye skill, Lin Heng navigated the darkness with ease, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. In contrast, the traffickers could only hear the gunfire. By the time they aimed in the direction of the shots, Lin Heng had already repositioned. Before long, the remaining traffickers by Chao Wan's side had all been eliminated. Enraged, Chao Wan vented his fury in Lin Heng's direction, emptying his firearm and then standing there shouting, "You get out here. I will kill you myself." With that, he discarded his empty weapon and drew a dagger from his thigh. "Come out now!" Chao Wan shouted into the void, his composure crumbling. He recognized that leaving this place alive was no longer an option. In the next moment, a clear and crisp voice echoed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Chao Wan whipped around to find a young man in his 20s pointing a gun at him. His pupils constricted as he grabbed the dagger and charged at Lin Heng. Shouting, "I will kill you!" Lin Heng stood his ground, expressionless, as he squeezed the trigger. Banged out. A bullet accurately pierced through Chao Wan's wrist. Bang! The gun fired again, this time striking Chao Wan's knee. With 2 shots, he collapsed to the ground. Still shouting, "I will kill you!" Lin Heng stepped forward and forcefully stomped down on Chao Wan's other leg. Crack! The sound of breaking bone filled the air, and Chao Wan began to wail in agony on the ground. Lin Heng then kicked his knee, shattering it instantly. Despite his injuries, Chao Wan glared at Lin Heng with fierce determination, still shouting, "If you have the guts, kill me." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng promptly delivered another kick, this time landing on Chao Wan's other hand, resulting in another crisp sound of bones breaking. Having suffered gunshot wounds to his hands and feet, Chawan now resembled a dog stripped of its limbs, lying helplessly on the ground, only able to curse incessantly. After a lengthy tirade, Lin Heng calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't understand Myanmar." The next instant, Li Ming and his team appeared before Lin Heng. Li Ming glanced at the lively Lin Heng and then surveyed the bodies of the drug traffickers scattered around, as well as the incapacitated Chawan, exclaiming in astonishment, "Did you do all this by yourself?" Lin Heng straightened his posture, a proud expression on his face, and replied, "Do you think there are any others here?" Just as his words fell, Lin Heng suddenly collapsed toward Li Ming. Chapter 15. The other side of the cold police flower. Upon witnessing this, Li Ming hurriedly rushed forward to catch him, but Lin Heng had already lost consciousness. After a thorough examination, Li Ming discovered that Lin Heng's abdomen was bleeding. During the recent gunfight with the traffickers, he had sustained a gunshot wound to his abdomen. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had gritted his teeth and continued to fight. Now that Li Ming and the others had arrived, he finally felt a sense of relief. Zhao Tai, seeing Lin Heng unconscious, became extremely anxious and urged, "Quick, get him to the hospital." Li Ming hoisted Lin Heng onto his back and swiftly made his way down the mountain. Although they had an ambulance accompanying them for their mission, descending the mountain still required a considerable amount of time. After Li Ming left with Lin Heng, the captain of the special police ambush team, who had been lying in wait near the border, approached Su Mingyu and inquired, "Suji, who was that person?" He was referring to Lin Heng, to which Su Mingyu shook his head slowly and replied, "I don't know. All I know is that he is from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Spring City Bureau." Observing the captain's incredulous expression, Su Mingyu asked again, "What is the matter?" Zhao Dong pointed to the corpse of the drug dealer on the ground and said flatly, "All shots were to the head, and in pitch darkness, he didn't even have night vision goggles. Even with night vision, we could hardly achieve such precision. It's terrifying." After stating this, he shook his head thoughtfully. At that moment, Su Mingyu also noticed that Lin Heng indeed seemed to lack night vision equipment. How had he managed to accomplish such a feat? The following day, at the first hospital of Xishuang City, Lin Heng slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he awoke, he discovered a short-haired woman resting motionless beside his hospital bed. She appeared exhausted to the point of sleep, leaving Lin Heng somewhat bewildered as to her identity. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. How could it be her? His hand lay beneath the woman's head, and while he had felt nothing during his unconsciousness, he now sensed a slight numbness. Lin Heng gently moved his hand, and though his motion was delicate, it still stirred the woman awake. She raised her head slowly, and upon meeting his gaze with her icy eyes, Lin Heng's suspicions were confirmed. Wai Yao, disregarding her disheveled hair, exclaimed excitedly upon realizing Lin Heng was awake. "You re-awake?" Lin Heng did not respond verbally, instead struggling to sit up. Wai Yao immediately stopped him and walked to the end of the bed, adjusting it to a more upright position. Once Lin Heng was sitting up properly, he finally spoke. "What brings you here?" At his words, a flicker of anger crossed Yao's otherwise composed face. Upon learning of Lin Heng's injury the previous night, she had rushed from Baili City without delay. Arriving at the hospital after the surgery had concluded, she felt relieved only when she confirmed he was safe. "How can you ask me that? What happened to you?" Yao pointed at the wound on Lin Heng's abdomen, her tone accusatory yet devoid of true anger, only concern. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Yao, exasperated, thought to herself, "Do you have any idea what you're saying? If that bullet had been off by even a little, your life could have been lost." Suddenly, the very next moment, Yao, who had been feigning anger, abruptly threw herself into Lin Heng's embrace. He was taken aback. Although they were already in a relationship, they had yet to hold hands, and her unexpected hug startled him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Yao's voice, tinged with grievance, whisper in his ear, "I thought you wouldn't wake up. I was terrified last night." At her words, Lin Heng was momentarily stunned. Throughout his life, aside from his mother, no one had ever shown such concern for him. The warmth surged within him, and just as he had intended to push Yao away, he found himself gently embracing her instead. He softly patted her back, offering comfort. "It's all right. See, I'm fine now." The more Lin Heng downplayed his situation, the more heartache it caused Yao. When she had arrived at the hospital to find Lin Heng just off the operating table, His bloodshot eyes had shocked her. After consulting with the doctor, who could not explain the cause of his condition, she had been on edge until she saw him awake and his eyes returned to normal. Lin Heng himself was unaware that the bloodshot eyes were a consequence of overexertion from using his eagle vision. Though he was unharmed, it was indeed a frightening sight. Had he known of such side effects, he would have likely berated the system thoroughly. Not only did he lack fighting spirit and a sword to conquer the heavens, but even his skills came with repercussions. After a moment, Yao reluctantly released Lin Heng. Noticing tears at the corners of her eyes, she quickly turned away to wipe them. Lin Heng observed this scene, and a flurry of thoughts flooded his mind. Can even a cold, aloof policewoman cry? What would she look like when she does? As soon as these thoughts crossed his mind, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing the peculiar notions. Although he knew he should comfort Yao, he could not resist the urge to tease her. He slowly raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder, saying nonchalantly, "You're not crying, are you? Turn around and let me see your smile." Yao hastily wiped her eyes and, after regaining her composure, turned back to face him. She brushed his hand aside and replied, expressionless, "Me cry? Ridiculous. It would be better if you were dead." Seeing Yi Yao's irritation, Lin Heng decided against further teasing and quickly took her hand, reassuring her, "Are you upset? I was just playing around." Yi Yao shot him a glare, feeling utterly speechless. She bore no real anger towards him. In fact, their banter resembled that of an ordinary couple playfully teasing each other. Upon hearing the news of Lin Heng's injury the previous night, her immediate thought had been to request a transfer for him to a department with a lower risk factor. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that this notion not only depended on Lin Heng's agreement, but also challenged the very meaning of their commitment to law enforcement. After all, did they not choose this path to combat crime? Was Lin Heng not engaged in precisely that endeavor? While sacrifices were inevitable, if their sacrifices could bring happiness to countless others, then it would all be worthwhile. There is no such thing as a peaceful existence without someone bearing the weight of hardship for us. As Lin Heng held Yi Yao's hand, they exchanged silent glances, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yi Yao embraced him once more, and this time Lin Heng quickly reciprocated. "You must promise not to get hurt again," she gently admonished, her tone softening, before adding, "If you do, I'll bite you to death." Lin Heng nodded slowly, his expression akin to that of a bewildered horse. It dawned on him moments later, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. "Wait, bite me to death." Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open abruptly, and before either Lin Heng or Yi Yao could react, Li Ming entered, looking weary from his travels. Upon seeing the two of them in an embrace, he immediately regretted his intrusion, turning away and muttering, "I must not look. I must not look." Realizing someone had entered, Yi Yao quickly released Lin Heng and tidied her hair, reverting to her composed, icy demeanor. Only after confirming they had separated did Li Ming turn back around. He refrained from mentioning the earlier incident and instead excitedly approached Lin Heng, asking, "Lin Heng, you're awake?" Chapter 16. The big shot comes to visit Lin Heng. "You re-awake?" Lin Heng. Yi Yao. Seriously, buddy? If you can't speak, you don't have to. It was so obvious he was awake. Could he be pretending to be dead? Li Ming seemed to realize his blunder and quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Ahem, the leaders have come to see you." At this, Lin Heng perked up, and Yi Yao stood to say, "I'll step out to get you something. I'll be back soon." Lin Heng nodded, watching as she turned to leave. Li Ming also glanced at her departing figure, sighing, "Youth is truly a blessing." "Li Ji, you're not old either." Li Ming. Outside the door, Yi Yao encountered Yi Nanhua and two other associates in white shirts. She offered a perfunctory greeting, then expressionlessly walked past Yi Nanhua. He seemed about to say something, but upon noticing her indifference, he refrained. At that moment, an older gentleman in a white shirt spoke up. "Old Yi, it seems your daughter doesn't think much of you." Yi Nanhua chuckled helplessly. "It's just that Lin Heng got injured. This girl is holding a grudge against me." His comment elicited laughter from another white shirt associate. Who would have thought that a city bureau chief and second-level police inspector could also be a doting father? Soon, the group arrived at Lin Heng's hospital room. As the door swung open, Lin Heng's gaze was drawn to the entrance, curious to see which leaders had come to visit him. The first to step in was Yi Nanhua, and upon seeing him, Lin Heng exclaimed excitedly, "Director Yi, what brings you here? Why wouldn't I come?" Lin Heng initially thought it was a high-ranking official visiting him. only to discover it was Yinan Hu. However, he didn't anticipate that Yinan Hu would travel all the way from Chun City to Xishuang City specifically to see him. I thought it was a significant leader, but it turns out to be you, Lin Heng remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Hearing this, Yinan Hu's temper flared instantly, and he replied sternly, "What? Am I not a leader? Can't I come to see my future son-in-law?" At this unexpected revelation, Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback and then felt a bit embarrassed. Why Yinan Hu, not intending to tease him further, shifted the conversation, stating, "In fact, I'm not the only leader. There are other high-ranking officials who want to meet you." Lin Heng's curiosity piqued, and soon the door to the hospital room swung open once more. This time, it was Zhou Bingchang from the Xishuang City Bureau who entered. Lin Heng instinctively sat up straight to greet him. "Hello, Bureau Chief Zhou." However, in the next moment, he was promptly pushed back down by Li Ming. Zhou Bingchang waved his hand, grinning, "Don't be so excited. I'm not a significant leader." Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a white shirt appeared at the door. Lin Heng instinctively glanced at the man's epaulets and noticed the olive flower insignia along with 3 four-pointed stars. "Goodness, a first-class police inspector!" Lin Heng straightened up again, hurriedly saying, "Greetings, Chief." The middle-aged man quickly raised his hand to interrupt him, but it was Yinan Hu who stepped forward to press him back down. "You still have injuries. Just lie down and rest." After saying this, Yinan Hu turned to Qi Jun and began to introduce Lin Heng, saying, "This is Director Qi from our provincial department. He insisted on coming to see you in person after hearing about your injury." Upon realizing the man's identity, Lin Heng saluted Qi Jun again. "Director Qi." Qi Jun waved his hand and approached Lin Heng, scrutinizing him carefully. When their eyes met, Lin Heng felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. It was impossible to deny the anxiety. This man was undoubtedly a heavyweight. The aura of authority he exuded seemed even more formidable than that of Yinan Hu. "Well done, young man," Qi Jun exclaimed, patting Lin Heng on the shoulder, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was Lin Heng's first encounter with such a high-ranking official, and he was at a loss for words. "Ever since you cracked the 711 serial murder case, I've wanted to meet you. Director Yi never misses an opportunity to boast about having a detective prodigy on his team. Now that I see you in person, it truly lives up to the reputation." The 711 serial murder case was indeed the one where Zhang Jun avenged his daughter. It had perplexed the police for nearly a month, yet Lin Heng managed to solve it in less than a day after his arrival. Yinan Hu had a great relationship with Qi Jun, and whenever he attended meetings at the provincial department, he would boast about having a young detective genius under his command. All credit goes to Director Yi and Leader Li for their guidance. Lin Heng humbly replied. Qi Jun chuckled at this, then continued, "The arrest of that Chawan last night is of great significance to our police force. Although we couldn't dismantle the drug trafficking organization led by Chawan in one fell swoop, capturing the leader has dealt them a significant blow. They won't be stirring up much trouble for a while." Lin Heng nodded slowly, responding, "It's what we ought to do." After a brief and casual exchange, about 10 minutes later, Qi Jun patted Lin Heng's shoulder and said, "All right, Comrade Lin, I have a meeting to attend. Focus on your recovery, and once you're well, I will personally present you with a merit medal." With that, Qi Jun gently patted Lin Heng's shoulder again. Lin Heng nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes." Qi Jun and Zhou Bingchang turned to leave, and Yinan Hu approached Lin Heng, advising, "Take good care of yourself. Let Yao stay here to look after you for a while." Before Lin Heng could respond, Yinan Hu's figure had already vanished from the hospital room. The elevator. Yinan Hu and the others ran into Yi Yao, who had just returned from shopping. Why, Yinan Hu quickly pulled her aside, cautiously asking, "What stage have you and Lin Heng progressed to?" Yi Yao glanced at Qi Jun, who had already entered the elevator, then turned to look at Yinan Hu. She understood her father's intentions. He was clearly approving of Lin Heng as a son-in-law, hoping he would solve more cases. Yi Yao rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "None of your business." With that, she turned on her heel and left without looking back, leaving Yinan Hu stunned in place. After Yi Yao departed, hearty laughter echoed from within the elevator as Qi Jun remarked, "Ha ha ha, old Yi, your daughter is just like you were in your youth." Yinan Hu could only shake his head in resignation. His daughter had grown up and was no longer his little girl. Upon returning to the hospital room, Yi Yao found Lin Heng and Li Ming engaged in cheerful conversation. Expressionless, she placed the items she had bought on the table and then turned to Li Ming, stating flatly, "Has your bureau chief left? Aren't you going too?" Li Ming, somewhat taken aback, replied with a smile, I have nothing pressing. I'm heading back to Chun City this afternoon. The next moment, he caught sight of Yi Yao's intensely cold gaze. Chapter 17. The main theme is rebellion. Under Yi Yao's frosty stare, Li Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. Quickly, he turned to Lin Hang and said, I just remembered there's something I need to attend to in the division. I'll head back first. With that, Li Ming grabbed his police cap and left without lingering. Take care, Li. Lin Hang called out hurriedly. Li Ming had already exited the room, but as if recalling something, he poked his head back into the doorway, saying, make sure to rest well. Come back to the team once you're healed. Lin Hang acknowledged him, only to find that Li Ming had already disappeared. Isn't it odd? A division chief afraid of an intern? Lin Hang pondered, while Yi Yao had already opened the meal she had bought and offered it to him. Lin Hang instinctively opened his mouth, and Yi Yao took a spoonful and fed it to him. After several bites, she suddenly seemed to realize something, shoved the bowl into Lin Hang's hands, and said angrily, your hands are fine, right? Why should I be feeding you? He stared blankly at her, then glanced down at the food in his hands. With a quiet sigh, he began to eat on his own. A few moments later, Yi Yao reached over to take the bowl back and resumed feeding him bite by bite. Lin Hang was taken aback by her actions. He wanted to ask her why, but his instincts told him that it was best not to say anything at that moment. And no matter what Yi Yao did, he simply focused on eating. After finishing the meal, Yi Yao went downstairs to take out the trash, while Lin Hang began his leisurely recovery routine. After eating, it was time for a nap. Once his eyes were closed, Lin Hang summoned the system interface in his mind. He started to tally his gains from this mission and, upon checking the system, he was astonished to find that his points had already soared above 8,000. Upon closer inspection, he noted that both Xiebli and Xiang Daqiang had over 1,000 points. During last night's operation, he had taken down around 10 drug traffickers, nearly half of whom he had dispatched himself. Among them, Chan's sin value was an astonishing 3,800. Based on Lin Hang's understanding, ordinary people's sin values are typically below 50. These values usually reflect minor misdeeds, such as verbal altercations or actions that, while not illegal, violate societal norms, like spitting in public or littering. Such behaviors hardly warrant criticism, let alone legal repercussions. Values between 50 and 100 could lead to detention and fines, while anything above 100 often results in imprisonment. A sin value like Chan's, exceeding 3,800, would likely warrant 10 death sentences. Lin Hang was tempted to try his luck with a draw, hoping to obtain some extraordinary combat skills or a powerful weapon. However, recalling that he would soon have 10,000 points, he decided against it. Waiting until he reached 10,000 points to make a 10 draw would surely be more rewarding. He closed the system interface, preparing to sleep. But suddenly an idea struck him. Lin Hang quickly called out to the system in his mind, System, is there no discount for a 10 draw? No special offers? He vaguely remembered the system mentioning that a single draw costs 1,000 points, while a 10 draw costs 10,000 points. Such a 5 or 10 draw should surely come with some discount, right? However, the system's unexpected reply came swiftly. No. What then is the difference between a single draw and a 10 draw? No difference, Lin Hang. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He shouldn't have asked. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to call out to the system again. System, let's do a 3 draw. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the intermediate skill, Extraordinary Physique. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the ultimate skill, Mind Reading. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the intermediate skill, Combat Mastery. As the system's announcements concluded, Lin Hang felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body. This sensation was beyond description, yet it was incredibly pleasant. Once the warmth subsided, Lin Hang turned his attention to the 3 skills he had just obtained. Extraordinary Physique, the host's physical abilities, strength, and speed are enhanced, and the healing speed is accelerated even when injured. Mind Reading, when the host locks eyes with others, he can glean their psychological thoughts. Upon reading the annotation for mind reading, Lin Hang was momentarily taken aback. This skill seemed almost invincible. Wouldn't it simplify the interrogation of criminals in the future? He could directly discern their psychological thoughts. In the next moment, a bold idea suddenly surged in Lin Hang's mind. With this skill, wouldn't he be able to understand what Yi Yao was thinking? As soon as this thought emerged, Lin Hang quickly shook his head, murmuring softly, "No, this skill is not meant to be used that way." After reviewing all the skill annotations, Lin Heng understood that mastery in combat, as the name suggests, encompasses all fighting techniques. With this skill, his close-quarters combat prowess was significantly elevated. He then familiarized himself with the distinctions between intermediate and advanced skills, finally comprehending the tiered nature of all skills, which range from low to high, with the ultimate skills being the most formidable. Beyond skills, the lottery also offered skill upgrade cards and skill duration cards. Akin to experience cards, after grasping all the attributes of the skills, Lin Heng finally drifted into a satisfied slumber. Several days later, under Yi Yao's meticulous care and the enhancement of his extraordinary physique, Lin Heng's body had nearly fully recovered. After Yi Yao completed the discharge procedures for him, the two returned together to Chun City. Upon arriving at the apartment Lin Heng had rented, Yi Yao tidied up a bit before returning to Baili City. After all, she was a police officer and could not afford to wait until Lin Heng was completely healed to resume her duties. Before leaving, Yi Yao specifically admonished Lin Heng to rest for a few days until his injuries were fully healed before reporting back to the team. Lin Heng earnestly promised her. However, the moment Yi Yao departed, he promptly headed to the city bureau to report back. His rebellious spirit took precedence. Upon arriving at the bureau, Lin Heng immediately made his way to Li Ming's office. At that moment, the latter was engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon noticing Lin Heng at the door, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Lin Heng, how did you come back?" Li Ming asked incredulously. Lin Heng stepped forward and leisurely walked into Li Ming's office. "I came back because I'm healed," Lin Heng replied with a smile. He had grown quite familiar with Li Ming, as they had experienced life and death together. The trepidation and unease that subordinates often feel in the presence of their superiors had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of ease and composure. Rather than mere composure, it could be described as a newfound nonchalance. Lin Heng casually seated himself at Li Ming's desk, who did not look up but tossed him a pack of cigarettes. Lin Heng picked one up, recalling Yi Yao's admonition, "Don't smoke until you've healed." He shook his head, dismissing her warning from his mind. After lighting a cigarette, Lin Heng slowly spoke, oldly, "What are you looking at?" Case Analysis, Chapter 18. This is not a suicide, but a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Upon hearing Li Ming's response, Lin Heng turned to glance at the brothers outside. Upon entering the bureau, he had noticed everyone was bustling about. Now, hearing Li Ming mention a case analysis, he realized there must be a case at hand. "What case?" Lin Heng asked excitedly. Li Ming set down the document and pulled out a cigarette for himself. "It's a suicide case." "A suicide case? What a trivial matter." "What?" Li Ming looked at him in bewilderment, utterly confused by Lin Heng's words. "What trivial matter? Nothing," Lin Heng quickly replied. Li Ming did not press further and instead recounted the details of the case to Lin Heng. After listening, Lin Heng felt that something was amiss. The suicide case had occurred 3 days prior. The girl who took her own life was named Li Na, a third-year student at Chun City University. After the incident, Li Na's parents reported it to the police immediately, and Li Ming promptly led a team to the scene. There were no suspicious clues at the scene, and all investigation results pointed to suicide. However, Li Na's parents refused to believe that their daughter had committed suicide, leading to the case remaining unresolved until now. Later, through Li Ming's inquiries, it was revealed that Li Na was an outstanding student from a well-off family and had excellent relationships with her teachers and classmates. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng also felt something was off. Why would a high-achieving, well-off girl with such good relationships suddenly take her own life without reason? As they were pondering this, there was a sudden knock at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor was Qin Weihang, dressed in his police uniform, the insignia prominently displayed, giving him a radiant appearance. Lig, he greeted Li Ming, then turned to Lin Heng and said, "Lin Heng, Director Yi heard you were back and asked you to go to her office." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng hurriedly bid farewell to Li Ming and promptly made his way to Yi Nanhua's office. Once he left, Li Ming called out to the departing Qin Weihang, "Old Chen? Regarding the suicide case of the university student, I just discussed it with Lin Heng and believe there are still many unanswered questions. Please investigate thoroughly." Qin Weihang nodded and then left the office. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Lin Heng stood upright before the desk, where a phone lay propped up. The screen faced Lin Heng, displaying the exquisite visage of Yi Yao. "Stand up straight," came Yi Yao's icy voice from the video call. Moments earlier, when Lin Heng had entered Yi Nanhua's office, he had encountered the latter wearing a mischievous grin as he approached. Before Lin Heng could utter a word, Yi Yao's cold voice emanated from Yi Nanhua's phone. "Lin Heng,
I knew you were born rebellious. While Lin Heng found this somewhat amusing, hearing it from Yi Yao's lips, he could not muster a smile. Thus, he stood at attention, with Yi Yao observing him through the screen. At that moment, Yi Nanhua sat at his desk, continuously writing with a pen, his smile unwavering. After a few more minutes, Yi Nanhua finally put down his pen and composed his expression before slowly saying, "Yao Yao, that's enough. Lin Heng is still injured." Upon finishing, Yi Nanhua nearly burst into laughter, suppressing his amusement with great difficulty. The next second, Yi Yao's voice pierced through the phone once more, "And you? Yi Nanhua, I haven't finished with you. Did you not let Lin Heng rest adequately while he was injured? Do you think the Bureau can function without him? Yi Nanhua, how did this become his fault? Why was he being implicated?" Lin Heng, standing to the side, dared not utter a word. While Yi Nanhua cast Lin Heng a resentful look that it was all because of this brat that he had been unjustly reprimanded. After a while, Yi Yao seemed to have something urgent and ended the video call. Once the call was disconnected, Lin Heng and Yi Nanhua sat on the couch in the office. The latter glared at Lin Heng, his expression filled with indignation, as if warning him, "You better not spill what happened today." Knock, knock, knock. Before Yi Nanhua could speak, Li Ming had already entered. The two stared at him in confusion, and the next moment, Li Ming hurriedly exclaimed, "Something's happened." Lin Heng and Yi Nanhua sprang up from the couch in unison, exclaiming, "What happened?" Li Ming glanced at Yi Nanhua, then at Lin Heng, perplexed. "Which one of you is the leader here?" Yi Nanhua shot Lin Heng a glance, and a thought struck him: if this brat truly became his son-in-law, his status in the family would plummet. Lin Heng entertained a similar thought. Since Yi Nanhua feared Yi Yao so much, wouldn't he have to fear Yi Nanhua anymore? With Yi Yao backing him, he could hold his ground. The two simultaneously shook their heads, dismissing such chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. "What happened?" Yi Nanhua asked first. Li Ming shook his phone and slowly said, "I sent old Chen to investigate the suicide case, and he just called me to report that another student has committed suicide." Yi Nanhua and Lin Heng exchanged glances, and after a moment, the former spoke slowly, "Two students committing suicide. This is too coincidental. Investigate thoroughly. Director Yi, Lin Heng and I will head to the scene now," Li Ming said as he walked out. Lin Heng, in perfect sync, had already begun striding toward the exit before he could even respond. Yi Nanhua nodded, and then belatedly remarked, "Lin Heng, are your injuries all right?" Without turning back, Lin Heng continued walking, waving his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, Director Yi, I'm not dying yet." By the time Yi Nanhua turned to look, Lin Heng and Li Ming had already vanished from the office. Soon, Lin Heng and Li Ming arrived at Chun City University. Chun Weihang's team was already waiting at the school entrance, and as they proceeded toward the girls' dormitory, a police officer briefed them on the situation. Initially, Chun Weihang had planned to investigate Li Na's cause of death, but since Li Na had rented an apartment off campus, he first went to her rental property instead of the school. After the investigation concluded, they came to the school to inquire about the situation from classmates close to Liane Da. To their astonishment, the moment they arrived, a homicide had occurred, prompting Chen Weihan to immediately notify Li Ming. The officer named Shin Hongjie produced his phone and presented it to Li Ming and Lin Heng, stating, "The school forum has gone viral, claiming this is not a suicide, but rather a malevolent spirit claiming lives." Chapter 19. You can't truly believe in ghosts, can you? This is not a suicide. It is a malevolent spirit claiming lives. Both Li Ming and Lin Heng glanced at the phone in Shin Hongjie's hand, which displayed an array of content. However, the most sensational post was the one alleging the presence of a vengeful spirit. What utter nonsense. If there were truly a ghost, perhaps that would be preferable. Lin Heng, of course, did not subscribe to superstitions. If ghosts did exist, wouldn't it be splendid to live again in another form after death? Nonetheless, his disbelief did not extend to others. The post's readership had already surpassed 10,000. And that was merely within the campus forum. Given the current momentum, it seemed the post had begun to spread across various social media platforms. If this continued unchecked, it could incite public panic. With this thought in mind, Li Ming promptly declared, "Contact the relevant departments immediately and have them remove all content related to this post." With that, for a fleeting moment, he found it difficult to believe. Rising to his feet with a trembling voice as he inquired, "Are you saying my daughter did not succumb to heart disease? That she was murdered?" Luo Bin's body and hands trembled slightly, prompting Lin Heng to rise and steady him. urging him to calm down. Once Luo Bin settled back into his seat, Lin Heng slowly began to speak. We are currently only speculating. We have not yet gathered any evidence. Then you must investigate quickly, Luo Bin exclaimed, his agitation palpable, rendering him incapable of cooperating with the authorities. Lin Heng attempted to console him, striving to restore his composure. Joe believed that his daughter had passed away due to a heart condition. Only to be informed by the police one day that she had been killed is a revelation that would be difficult for anyone to accept. After a few minutes, Luo Bin's emotions gradually stabilized. Allowing Lin Heng to continue, we are conducting an investigation, which is why we are inquiring if your daughter had any enemies or close friends. The inquiry about enemies stemmed from Lin Heng's belief that if Luo Jiayu had indeed been harmed, it was likely the work of a foe. Capitalizing on her pre-existing heart condition, they could have orchestrated a way to induce a heart episode, thereby achieving their goal while eliminating any suspicion of themselves. The question regarding friends arose from the fact that Luo Bin had only one daughter, with no siblings. Although Lin Heng had entertained suspicions about Luo Bin, he had quickly discerned upon entering that he was not the perpetrator. It seemed that he genuinely believed his daughter had died from an unexpected heart attack, given that Luo Jiayu's congenital heart disease was hereditary. Luo Bin was now quite cooperative and promptly listed several friends who shared a close relationship with his daughter. As for enemies, he asserted that their daughter had always been well-liked and had no adversaries. With this information in hand, Lin Heng and Fan Shin departed from Luo Bin's residence. They reached the ground floor and settled into their vehicle. Lin Heng received a call from Yi Nanhui. Hello, Chief Yi. The authoritative voice of Yi Nanhui echoed through the phone. Lin Heng, you must come to the provincial office immediately. I am waiting for you. Lin Heng felt perplexed. He was in the midst of an investigation. What could the provincial office require of him? Before he could voice his confusion, Yi Nanhui added with a hint of excitement. Hurry up, Chief Chi is waiting for you. The mention of Chief Chi dispelled all of Lin Heng's doubts, and he understood he had to rush over without delay. After hanging up, he turned to Fan Shin and instructed, please look into these individuals and see how many are still in Chunqing. Fan Shin, somewhat bewildered, was unaware of the contents of Yi Nanhui's call. Observing Fan Shin's puzzled expression, Lin Heng elaborated, Chief Yi has asked me to go to the provincial office. Upon hearing this, Fan Shin nodded slowly, then exited the vehicle. Once he stepped out, Lin Heng pressed the accelerator and sped towards the provincial office. After Lin Heng's car had vanished from sight, Fan Shin belatedly realized, how am I supposed to investigate? I have no transportation. Am I meant to walk? Given that Chunqing itself was the capital of Kainan province, it wasn't long before Lin Heng arrived at the provincial office. After parking, he took the elevator to the designated floor as instructed by Yi Nanhui. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Heng immediately spotted Yi Nanhui, who had been waiting eagerly. Noticing the excitement on Yi Nanhui's face, Lin Heng inquired, what is it, Chief Yi? Have you been promoted? Yi Nanhui led the way, with Lin Heng following closely behind, and replied, someone has been promoted, but it isn't me. At first, Lin Heng was taken aback. But he quickly recalled that Chief Chi had mentioned awarding him a merit medal once he had recovered from his injuries. Lin Heng felt a surge of excitement. Had he truly achieved recognition so soon after joining the force? Surely, an award for third-class merit was within reach. As he pondered, he followed Yi Nanhui to a conference room door. Yi Nanhui knocked and then entered. Upon stepping inside, Lin Heng found the room filled with officers, several of whom were high-ranking officials in white shirts. However, aside from Qi Jun and Yi Nanhui, he did not recognize anyone else. Suddenly, Lin Heng recognized a familiar face. Zhou Bingchang from Xishuang City Police Bureau was present. However, Lin Heng refrained from approaching him, as it seemed more appropriate to greet the chief before addressing the bureau chief. Just then, Qi Jun approached Lin Heng, and upon reaching him, Lin Heng stood at attention and saluted. Good day. Chief Qi. Qi Jun returned the gesture. Then, after lowering his hands, began. Comrade Lin Heng, do you know why you have been summoned here today? Lin Heng shook his head. Seeing this, Qi Jun smiled and said, I mentioned that once you recovered, I would personally award you a merit medal. Initially, Lin Heng had merely speculated. With Qi Jun's confirmation, he realized that he indeed had been called in for the award ceremony. Chapter 21. Awarding the merit medal and exceptional promotion to first-class police officer before long. Yi Nanhui produced 2 document envelopes from nearby. He handed one to Qi Jun and proudly asked, Shall I go first, or will you? Qi Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Since it's your personnel, You may go ahead. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Nanhui extracted a document from the first envelope and read aloud. Comrade Lin Hang has demonstrated exceptional performance in the 7-Eleven serial murder case, aiding the police in apprehending the perpetrator and unveiling another concealed case of severe assault. Following a joint meeting of the Chongqing Criminal Investigation Team and the Chongqing Police Bureau, it has been decided to grant Comrade Lin Hang a third-class merit award for encouragement. As the announcement concluded, the conference room erupted with thunderous applause. Lin Hang stepped forward, standing at attention. Yi Nanhui placed the document aside, retrieved a third-class merit medal from a red box, and personally pinned it on Lin Hang. Handing him the commendation letter with his own hands, "You rascal." After the ceremony, Yi Nanhui affectionately patted Lin Hang on the shoulder. Lin Hang smiled faintly and then saluted the assembly once more. After this, he softly remarked, "Chief Yi, may I leave now? There is a case awaiting my attention." Laughter erupted from both Qi Jun and Yi Nanhui at his words. Qi Jun, holding another document, approached Lin Hang with a smile and asked, "Why the rush? Are you busier than I am?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Hang chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed been preoccupied with that suicide case. Qi Jun waved the document in his hand and stated casually, "I have another matter to discuss as well." Lin Hang, puzzled, wondered if there was more. Qi Jun retrieved a document from the envelope and began reading. Comrade Lin Hang has exhibited outstanding performance in the 803 theft case, drug trafficking operations, and border pursuits, demonstrating bravery in the face of ruthless drug traffickers, sustaining injuries while successfully neutralizing and apprehending over 20 traffickers led by Chao Wan, thereby enhancing our nation's prestige and setting a standard for police conduct. Following deliberation by the Chongqing Police Bureau, the matter was submitted to the provincial office for consideration, and it has been decided to award Comrade Lin Hang a second-class merit award and to promote him exceptionally to the rank of first-class police officer for encouragement. The conference room once again reverberated with resounding applause. Qi Jun personally pinned the second-class merit medal on Lin Hang, who momentarily found himself at a loss for words. A second-class merit award? First-class police officer? What an astonishing start to his career. Having only joined the force for about a month, and excluding the 2 weeks spent recovering in the hospital, it had barely been a month since he started. To achieve both a second-class and a third-class merit award in such a brief span was an extraordinary feat, likely unmatched across the nation. Regaining his composure, Lin Hang promptly stood at attention, while Yi Nanhui struggled to contain his laughter. After bestowing the merit medal, Qi Jun presented Lin Hang with the shoulder insignia for his new rank. Once donned, Lin Hang again saluted Qi Jun, who responded with a serious demeanor. After the formalities, Lin Hang gazed at the insignia and the 3 four-pointed stars adorning his shoulder. He realized that his administrative rank must now be at least that of a deputy section chief. Qi Jun, sensing Lin Hang's astonishment, casually remarked, "Don't dwell on it. You now hold the status equivalent to that of a full section chief." Lin Hang found this hard to believe, straightening up and exclaiming, "Yes, sir." He had thought that being a first-class police officer was remarkable, only to discover that his administrative rank was also assuredly at the level of a full section chief. Some individuals spend their entire careers striving to attain the rank of deputy section chief. Yet here he was, achieving full section chief status at such a young age and in such a short time. While Lin Hang reveled in his triumph, Qi Jun approached Yi Nanhui. Truth be told, he was genuinely interested in bringing Lin Hang to the provincial office, but he knew that Yi Nanhui would not relinquish him. Moreover, Lin Hang was still young, and it would be beneficial for him to gain experience at the grassroots level for a while longer. Yi Nanhui, perceiving Qi Jun's thoughts, quickly interjected, "Chief Qi, I will not let Lin Hang go. Don't even think about it. It was no joke." Yi Nanhui was counting on Lin Hang to help him progress. Despite their close personal relationship, they were in a public setting, so Yi Nanhui spoke in hushed tones. Upon hearing this, Qi Jun's mind went blank. He had yet to voice his thoughts, yet Yi Nanhui had already discerned what lay within his heart. Soon, Qi Jun donned a new facade, smiling as he remarked, "Rest assured, I certainly will not poach him. However, would it not be permissible to borrow him for a while?" Yi Nanhui's expression was one of a forced smile. "Borrowing? If one keeps borrowing, will he not ultimately become yours?" He promptly shook his head, rejecting Qi Jun's request. The latter's countenance shifted immediately, and he spoke with earnestness, "Old Yi, when I say I wish to borrow him, I genuinely mean to borrow him, if I truly intended to poach Lin Hang, would not your municipal bureau be obliged to deliver him to me? Yinan Hu's lips twitched. He momentarily forgot that the other party was indeed his superior. He quickly sought another excuse, stating slowly, "It is not that I am unwilling to lend him, but Lin Hang is currently engrossed in a case and lacks the time. There is no rush. We can discuss it when he is available." Qi Jun waved his hand dismissively. Why Yinan Hu was left speechless. If you are not in a hurry, why insist on borrowing Lin Hang? After bestowing Lin Hang with a commendation, their meeting was set to commence, while Lin Hang needed to return to continue investigating the suicide case. Why Yinan Hu personally escorted Lin Hang to the door, whereupon the latter, wearing a hint of confusion, inquired, "Director Yi, have our brothers in the criminal investigation team not achieved any merits?" The 7-11 serial homicide case had been under the purview of Li Ming and Chen Weihuan prior to him. Although there had been little progress, there was merit in their efforts. If all accolades were to be attributed solely to Lin Hang, would he not become a target of public ire? Furthermore, regarding the 803 theft case and the drug trafficking case, Li Ming had also gone to the border and participated in fierce confrontations with drug traffickers. Sensing Lin Hang's concerns, Yinan Hu patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry. The brothers in our bureau are not so petty. The criminal investigation team has collectively received a third-class merit award." Lin Hang nodded, reassured, and his worried expression transformed into one of joy. Observing this, Yinan Hu continued, "From this moment forth, you shall serve as the deputy captain of the first team, while Chen Weihuan will take on the role of deputy head of the criminal investigation team and captain of the first team. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult Li Ming and Chen Weihuan. They are seasoned investigators." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang beamed with happiness once more and stood at attention, replying, "Yes." No wonder Chen was radiating such joy today. It turned out he had been promoted, Lin Hang jested. Yinan Hu patted his shoulder, clarifying, Chen's promotion to deputy head was long overdue. The bureau had been searching for a suitable candidate to take over the first team, which had caused the delay. Lin Hang nodded in realization. So, in name, he was the deputy captain, yet he was to undertake the responsibilities of the captain. Chapter 22. Yaya Yao and the rebellious little Linzi. After departing from the provincial bureau, Lin Hang called Fan Chen. Upon learning that the latter had returned to the municipal bureau, he drove towards it. By the time Lin Hang arrived at the bureau, it was already past 7 in the evening, and everyone was gathered in the large office discussing the case. As Lin Hang entered, all eyes turned towards him. Li Ming stood up and approached Lin Hang, scrutinizing him closely, and remarked, "Well, look at you. A 1-3. You seem quite spirited." At that moment, Chen Weihuan and Lu Zhe joined Lin Hang, surrounding him and examining him as if he were an exhibit in a zoo. Lu Zhe and Fan Chen expressed their envy simultaneously, saying, "Wow, a first-class constable, Brother Lin. You've surpassed us in the blink of an eye." Lu Zhe and Fan Chen had been in the police force for at least 4 to 5 years, and despite their time, they had only managed to attain the rank of second-class constables. They were astonished that Lin Hang had so swiftly overtaken them. However, they could not deny their admiration for Lin Hang's rank. Setting aside his methods of solving cases, the incident in the jungle where he pursued drug traffickers was something Li Ming had recounted to them. Each of those commendations and honors had been earned through perilous endeavors. Chen Weihuan lifted Lin Hang's commendation medal for a closer look, teasing, "If you ask me, a first-class merit would be more straightforward." This. Everyone erupted into laughter. A first-class merit. That was something one could only dare to dream of. In Huagua, there exists a saying, third-class merit is earned standing up, second-class merit while lying down, and first-class merit is for the family. At this moment, Lin Hang slowly spoke, "Captain Chan, or rather, I should now call you Deputy Head Chen. I was wondering why you looked so radiant today. Turns out you've been promoted to Deputy Head. So, when are you treating us to a meal?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Weihuan, who readily replied, "No problem. Once we crack this case, I'll treat everyone to a feast." The office immediately filled with cheers. However, Li Ming soon interrupted, and contrary to expectations that he would dampen the mood, he wore a mischievous grin and declared, "Let me clarify. Old Chen's radiance is not due to his promotion, but because he has finally found a partner. He went on a blind date yesterday." At this revelation, Chen Weihuan's expression turned dark, while the others laughed even harder. Both Chen Weihuan and Li Ming were nearing their 40s and yet remained single. It was not just them. Many officers in the criminal investigation team were still unmarried. With their demanding work schedules, they could hardly attend to their homes, let alone seek a partner. Only Lin Heng, having just graduated from the police academy, had managed to win over a cool and aloof police flower. Chen Wei-Huan endured the teasing from his colleagues, but amidst the jesting, they genuinely felt happy for him. "Captain Chun, do tell us, what does your girlfriend do? How old is she?" "Yes, Deputy Chen, please enlighten us, so we can glean some wisdom." Questions poured in one after another, leaving Chen Wei-Huan feeling somewhat bashful. Although he was a man in his 30s, he was still a blank slate when it came to matters of romance. Lin Heng watched with a smile, and whenever the topic of relationships arose, he could not help but think of Yi Yao. Observing that Chen Wei-Huan was only now entering a relationship at over 30, while Li Ming was still single at the same age, Lin Heng felt incredibly fortunate. With that thought, he promptly opened his chat interface with Yao.as. Soon as he did, he saw a flurry of messages from her. "Yaya Yao, I've arrived at the bureau. Yaya Yao, your injury isn't healed yet. Don't keep thinking about executing tasks, take more rest. Yaya Yao, may I inquire if not replying to messages means you're on a mission?" Animated expression, death smile, "Yaya Yao, you're in trouble, Yaya Yao." And about Yinan Hu, Lin Heng's brow furrowed slightly upon reading this, realizing he might be in for another bout of military standing. However, that thought was swiftly replaced by a warm sensation. Although Yi Yao's tone suggested she was upset, it was clear that her concern for Lin Heng outweighed it. A faint smile crept across Lin Heng's lips as he began to respond to her messages. "Rebellious little Lindsay. Which dog dared to report me? Rebellious little Lindsay. It's merely a suicide case. I will be sure to rest properly." Lin Heng even took the time to respond to the message about her being in trouble. "Rebellious little Lindsay." Animated expression, kneeling on the keyboard. Meanwhile, at the Bai Li Municipal Bureau, although it was categorized as a municipal bureau, Bai Li was a county-level city, comparable in scale to an ordinary county police station. Yi Yao checked her phone the moment she received the message, and upon seeing it was from Lin Heng, a smile crept onto her face. Rebellious little Lindsay was the nickname Yi Yao had assigned to Lin Heng. While Yaya Yao was her online moniker, Lin Heng did not have the habit of assigning nicknames to others, so he had yet to do so for Yi Yao. However, the absence of a nickname was inconsequential. Knowing it was from him was sufficient. "Yaya Yao, I heard you got promoted? A first-class constable?" Upon reading this message, Lin Heng instinctively glanced at his shoulder insignia. The two exchanged a few more casual messages, and Yi Yao reminded Lin Heng to take care of himself and rest more before concluding their chat. Clap, clap, clapped. At that moment, Li Ming suddenly clapped his hands, and everyone turned serious. All right, we still have a case to solve. Let us discuss the trivial matters after we crack it." Upon hearing this, everyone returned to their work, and Li Ming, Lin Heng, and the others gathered to continue discussing the case. Li Ming was the first to speak, while Lin Heng observed from the side, as it was Fan Chen who was investigating Luo Jiayu's interpersonal relationships, not him. Li Ming approached the small blackboard, pointing at the two victims, and slowly began. "Old Chen and I have separately investigated Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, and we also inquired at Huang Jia's home." Li Ming recounted the specific circumstances to Lin Heng and the others. From their inquiries, it was found that both Xia Shuangyan and Huang Jia were locals of Chun City, while Li Na was from Shu Province. Li Na had opted to take on a part-time job during the summer and thus did not return to Shu Province. After Li Na's suicide, her parents had tried to contact her but were unable to reach her, prompting them to travel to Chun City to find her. Upon arrival, they discovered Li Na had already died in her rental apartment, and her parents promptly reported the incident to the police. Currently, her parents were assisting the police with their investigation and had not returned to Shu Province. Meanwhile, Xia Shuangyan was also a Chun City native. The reason she did not go home during the break was that her parents were engaged in business elsewhere. Returning home would have left her alone, and many students preparing for postgraduate examinations chose to remain on campus, prompting Xia Shuangyan to do the same. Through Li Ming and Chen Wei-Huan's investigations, it became evident that both Xia Shuangyan and Li Na shared a common characteristic. It appears that the two individuals maintain exceptionally cordial relationships with their classmates, whether they be fellow students or teachers. The initial impression they leave on others is one of kindness and a willingness to assist. During her sophomore year, Xia Shuangyan even held the position of vice president of the student council, earning the admiration of students in her second and third years. As for Huang Jia, she claimed to have a good rapport with both Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, albeit limited to their time at school. As they seldom kept in touch after leaving, Li Ming also examined the chat records between Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, discovering that they had scarcely communicated since the summer break. Logically, one would expect close friends who were inseparable at school to maintain contact even after graduation. The lack of communication, particularly when they reside in the same city, raises questions. Could it be that their friendship is not as genuine as it appears? Lu Zhe inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Having listened to their discussion, Lin Hang began to piece together the situation. In response to Lu Zhe's puzzlement, he slowly shook his head and stated, "No, I believe their relationship was never particularly strong. They merely feigned closeness." Lu Zhe felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he asked, "What difference does that make?" "There is indeed a difference," Lin Hang replied earnestly, under the curious gazes of the group. He continued, "The crux of the matter lies not in the nature of their relationship, but rather in the reason behind their pretense. It is normal for even elementary students to form cliques when they do not get along. Such behavior is commonplace and should not be surprising. If their relationship is indeed weak, why would they go to such lengths to appear close?" Upon hearing Lin Hang's reasoning, the group suddenly grasped the implications. In essence, their actual relationship was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the motivation for their fade. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ming and Chen Weihang simultaneously arrived at a conclusion, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that there is an unspeakable secret between them?" Lin Hang firmly asserted, precisely that it is for this reason that they feel compelled to disguise their true relationship, to safeguard a secret known only to them. The others quickly understood that Xia Shuangyan, Li Na, and Huang Jie were not as close as they pretended to be in front of their peers and teachers. The reason for this charade was to conceal a secret only they were privy to. Chen Weihang remained puzzled, wondering what this secret could be, a sentiment echoed by Li Ming. The group was left speculating the nature of the hidden truth. Observing their expressions, Lin Hang smiled slightly and stood up, stating, "Have you forgotten that there is a fourth person in this dormitory?" Li Ming and Chen Weihang slapped their foreheads, realizing they had overlooked Luo Jiayu. Yes, Luo Jiayu's death must have a deeper cause, they exclaimed in unison. Lin Hang then turned his gaze to Fan Chen, who stood up to report on Luo Jiayu's situation. Following Brother Lin's directions, I conducted interviews with several of Luo Jiayu's friends. Luo Bin provided a list of 4 individuals, consisting of Luo Jiayu's close friends and admirers from high school. Admirers. According to Luo Bin, their daughter had always enjoyed sharing her experiences with them. Even during high school, when she had suitors, Luo Jiayu would candidly inform her parents. Luo Bin and his wife were quite open-minded and did not overly interfere in their daughter's romantic affairs. It is worth noting that Luo Jiayu did not accept any of her male classmates' advances. Of the 4 individuals, only 2 resided in Chun City: Luo Jiayu's high school best friend, Tang Huihui, and her admirer, Pan Lei. Fan Chen first approached Tang Huihui for information. She expressed that they had a strong bond, and although they had not attended the same university, they maintained regular contact. Tang Huihui lamented Luo Jiayu's unfortunate fate. Fan Chen's instincts told him that Tang Huihui was unaware of the underlying circumstances. While they were close, their friendship had not reached the level where revenge would be considered. As for Pan Lei, he initially struck Fan Chen as a well-behaved student, the epitome of a model pupil. A brief inquiry revealed that he was unlikely to be the perpetrator. However, mere hearsay was insufficient to draw any conclusions, and it would be prudent to have them all visit the precinct the following day. After listening to Fan Chen's report, Lin Hang spoke slowly. He was not questioning Fan Chen's credibility, but rather wished to meet Huang Jie, Tang Huihui, and Pan Lei in person. After all, nothing is more persuasive than first-hand observation. The truth regarding their guilt or innocence would soon be revealed. Upon hearing Lin Hang's words, Fan Chen nodded, stating, "I've already informed them to come to the station tomorrow, and they have agreed to cooperate." After conducting an analysis of the case, Li Ming presented 2 documents to Lin Hang, saying, "These are the autopsy reports for Xia Shuangyan and Li Na. The results indicate no signs of foul play or poisoning." Lin Hang scrutinized the autopsy report, noting that Ding Wanjiao's examination was meticulous, leaving no procedural oversight. Sensing Lin Hang's confusion, Li Ming explained, originally, Ding Wanjiao intended to perform an autopsy, but the family objected due to the absence of any indications of homicide. To the onlookers, the scene felt somewhat peculiar, resembling a team leader reporting to a deputy. Nevertheless, they all had immense faith in Lin Hang's capabilities, confident that following his lead would yield results. Lin Hang set down the autopsy report and approached the small blackboard. stating, "Currently, we have limited information. Although we have identified several anomalies, we lack concrete evidence. All we have are mere speculations." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, while their investigative processes often relied on conjecture and reasoning, tangible evidence was still essential. After a moment of silence, Li Ming rose and said, "I will do my utmost to persuade the family to agree to an autopsy. If we wish to uncover how the perpetrator executed the crime, we must seek clues from the body." With that, he gestured for the others to rest, adding, "All right, it's time to return and recharge. We need to be alert and ready to tackle this case, as its implications on society are quite severe." "Yes," the group responded in unison. When the incident first occurred, rumors circulated about vengeful spirits claiming lives. Although the police promptly removed all related content, fragments of the information still spread, proliferating among the students of Chun City University. If the police failed to resolve this case, many students would likely refrain from returning to school when the term began. Despite Li Ming's instructions for everyone to rest, none of them departed their posts. At this juncture, Lu Zhe had finished reviewing all the surveillance footage and approached Lin Hang, saying, "Captain Lin, I examined the surveillance videos from Chun City University, but found nothing of note, including around Li Na's rental apartment." Lin Hang then moved to Lu Zhe's computer, and under the latter's astonished gaze, activated his eagle eye skill, rapidly reviewing the surveillance footage at 8 times the normal speed. Lu Zhe was taken aback. Wondering if such a pace would allow for clarity as Lin Hang's speed increased, Lu Zhe could no longer contain his bewilderment, asking, "Captain Lin, are you even human?" Lin Hang remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the monitors for any suspicious individuals in the vicinity of the school, pondering whether someone might have influenced the victims to take their own lives. Fan Shin approached as well, and as Lin Hang completed his review of the footage, he turned to find both Lu Zhe and Fan Shin staring in disbelief. To alleviate any misconceptions, Lin Hang hastily clarified, "I do not doubt you. I just wanted to take another look myself." Lu Zhe shook his head, his expression blank as he replied, "You don't doubt me. You merely wanted to show off your skills." Lin Hang was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend Lu Zhe's peculiar reasoning. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. After Lu Zhe had reviewed the footage, Lin Hang took another look himself, finding no issues. This skill was indeed quite useful. Before long, Li Ming returned, though his demeanor suggested he was not in high spirits. Lin Hang approached him, and Li Ming slowly began. "I contacted the families of Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, but they still refused to consent to an autopsy." The former nodded, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. "It appears we must seek clues elsewhere." Lin Hang stated calmly. Li Ming took a sip of water and sighed. "Yet the leads are woefully scarce. All signs point to Li Na and Xia Shuangyan having committed suicide. Could it be that we are mistaken? Perhaps they truly did take their own lives?" Li Ming expressed a hint of self-doubt. Lin Hang shook his head once more, confident in his assessment. Why would two individuals, without any apparent cause, choose to end their lives? This thought triggered another realization in Lin Hang. He inquired, "Li Ji, how are things with Huang Jie?" In an instant, Li Ming grasped his intent and replied, "Rest assured, our people are monitoring his residence." Lin Hang was concerned that Huang Jie might also be in danger. After all, they might still need her to uncover clues. If the three of them held any secrets, only Huang Jie would know them now. The following morning, Tang Hui and Pan Lei arrived at the municipal bureau in succession. Lin Hang promptly employed his black and white eye skill to assess both individuals, discovering that they were both marked in white, indicating they were not the culprits, since the perpetrator was not among them. Lin Hang deemed it unnecessary to question them personally, delegating the subsequent interrogation to Lu Zhe and Fan Shin. Lin Hang immediately savored the exhilaration of leadership. After organizing the questioning of Tang Hui and Pan Lei, he proceeded to Yi Nanhua's office. Upon reaching the door, he overheard Yi Nanhua's furious voice emanating from within. "Initially, it was agreed upon that we would receive funding and new vehicles. Why are you now reneging on your promise?" Yi Nanhua was on the phone with Qi Jun on the day Lin Hang was to receive a commendation from the provincial department. Qi Jun had suggested borrowing Lin Hang, and Yi Nanhua had seized the opportunity to request some benefits. Although they had reached an agreement, Qi Jun was now backtracking. Lin Hang approached the door without knocking, and Yi Nanhua gestured for him to enter. Once inside, he remained silent, simply waiting. "Without these resources, I cannot lend you anyone." Yi Nanhua's tone remained highly agitated. After a moment, the previously irate Yi Nanhua abruptly shifted his demeanor. "Qi Hall, let's speak amicably. How about this? I will forego the funding, but you could at least provide us with a new batch of vehicles? It was then that Lin Hang realized Yi Nanhua was negotiating with Qi Jun over funding and vehicles. Upon reflection, the vehicles at the bureau indeed appeared rather dilapidated. When these cars were driven around, those in the know recognized them as police vehicles, while others might mistake them for second-hand car dealers. Although Lin Hang understood Yi Nanhua's quest for funding and vehicles, he still found the situation perplexing. Why had Yi Nanhua, who had been so brash, suddenly adopted a different attitude? Contemplating this, Lin Hang activated his mind-reading ability, eager to test its efficacy. Soon, a cascade of Yi Nanhua's thoughts flooded Lin Hang's mind. That Qi scoundrel, if he refuses to provide funds, then so be it. He even threatened to transfer Lin Hang away. Fine, I'll abandon the funding. Surely he can at least change our vehicles? He still wants to borrow Lin Hang? I'll have to find an excuse to refuse Lin Hang. So? It turns out you were using me as a bargaining chip and cursing your superior behind his back? After discerning Yi Nanhua's inner thoughts, Lin Hang could not help but suppress a chuckle. Once the call ended, Yi Nanhua's mouth was agape, his laughter unceasing. Lin Hang needed no mind-reading to ascertain that he had secured what he desired. Observing Yi Nanhua lost in his private mirth, Lin Hang interjected, "Director Yi, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Yi Nanhua seemed to finally notice Lin Hang, promptly suppressing his smile, and replied, "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to inquire how your case investigation is progressing. We're still investigating. Currently, there are no leads to this." Yi Nanhua shook his head and continued, "Since there are no leads, could it possibly be a suicide? Perhaps we should close the case for now. We cannot have the entire criminal investigation team tied up on this matter." Hearing the suggestion to close the case ignited Lin Hang's temper. He immediately interrupted Yi Nanhua, asserting, "Director Yi, we cannot close the case. Although we lack evidence, this case harbors numerous ambiguities, and where there are ambiguities, there must be investigation." Yi Nanhua nodded in agreement. Having served as a police officer for decades, he understood this principle well. However, their bureau was indeed short-staffed, and not everyone could remain tied to a single case. Just then, Lin Hang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Li Ming, who had gone to re-examine the cause of Luo Jiayu's death 2 years prior. Although it had initially been attributed to a heart attack, given the current connections to other cases, they needed to investigate once more. Lin Hang anticipated a lead and excitedly asked, "Li Ji, any breakthroughs?" However, the voice on the other end was grave. "Something has happened. Huang Jie has committed suicide at home." These words, Lin Hang sprang up from the sofa, startling Yi Nanhua. After Li Ming briefed Lin Hang on the specifics, he ended the call. Once the call was terminated, Yi Nanhua slowly inquired, "What is going on? Why the sudden commotion?" "Huang Jie has committed suicide." Yi Nanhua appeared puzzled, asking, "Who?" "The last student from that dormitory has taken her life." Chapter 25. Complicated relationships, jealousy at play. The last student from that dormitory has taken her life. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanhua nearly dropped his teacup. In that moment, he recognized how misguided his earlier suggestion to close the case had been. He promptly approached Lin Hang, speaking with gravity, "You must investigate thoroughly. Whether it is suicide or homicide, we must uncover the reason." Lin Hang immediately stood at attention, responding, "Understood." Afterward, he exited the office and hurried to the hospital. Li Ming had just informed him that Huang Jie had attempted suicide, but her parents discovered her in time, and she was currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. Lin Hang arrived at the hospital without delay, where the doctors were swiftly concluding their efforts to save Huang Jie. Her parents rushed forward, grasping the physician's hands anxiously, asking, "Doctor, how is our daughter?" The doctor sighed deeply and replied, "She is alive, but due to excessive blood loss, her brain has suffered severe damage. She may very well become a vegetative state." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fen collapsed to the ground, while her husband, Huang Quanhui, clung to the last vestiges of composure, pressing for answers. "Is there truly no other way to save my daughter?" The doctor shook his head, gently brushing aside Huang Chuanhui's hand, and replied calmly, "We have done all we can. Whether she awakens now depends on her own fate." With that, the doctor departed, and Huang Jie was soon wheeled out. Jiang Fen rushed over, tears and snot streaming down her face. Huang Quanhui, however, stood frozen in place. Lin Hang approached, introducing himself. "Hello, we are from the Spring City Criminal Investigation Team. Last night, My colleagues visited your home to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing this, Huang Quanhui wiped away his tears and Lin Heng offered him a cigarette. After taking a drag, Huang Quanhui slowly began, I remember. You reminded us to pay close attention to our daughter. We never expected Li Ming and Qin Wei Huan had been the ones to visit Huang Jie's home, and at that time, her family had been quite cooperative. Before leaving, Li Ming had urged Jiang Fan and Huang Quanhui to keep a close eye on Huang Jie for any unusual behavior. However, they had dismissed the warning, believing their daughter to be perfectly fine. Indeed, when Li Ming had encountered Huang Jie, she appeared no different from an ordinary person, certainly not someone likely to take her own life. Furthermore, Huang Quanhui was the owner of a small company and doted on his only daughter. Growing up in such a nurturing environment, how could she possibly entertain thoughts of suicide? When did you discover she had taken her life? Around 5 this morning. Huang Quanhui then recounted the details. Last night, around 11, we all retired to our respective rooms to sleep. At about 1 or 2. I got up to use the restroom and heard a noise coming from Huang Jie's room. Like a television show. Given her habit of binge-watching late at night, I thought nothing of it. As I returned to my room, I even told her to sleep early, and she responded, it wasn't until around 5 this morning. When I again got up to use the restroom, that I groggily noticed blood seeping out from under her door, which startled me. After knocking several times with no response, I kicked her door open. When it swung open, I found Huang Jie lying beside her bed, blood pooling all around. They rushed her to the hospital without delay. After Huang Quanhui finished speaking, Lin Heng asked slowly, "Did you hear any specific sounds?" Huang Quanhui shook his head, uncertain, and replied, "Our house has excellent soundproofing. I heard noises, but I can't say for certain if it was my daughter's voice." Lin Heng nodded thoughtfully. Just then his phone rang. Checking the call upon hearing these words, Lin Heng felt a wave of despondency wash over him. With the emergence of a third victim, their investigation had yet to yield any progress. Initially, he had anticipated that this round of questioning would similarly bear no fruit. However, the next moment, he heard Lu Zhe continue. Although there are no issues with Pan Lei and the others, we have gleaned an important clue from Pan Lei. Huang Jie and Luo Jiayu attended the same high school and were even classmates. Lin Heng let out a resigned smile and scolded Lu Zhe on the other end of the line. Isn't this something we already knew? What makes this an important clue? They had already investigated the high school of these individuals during their inquiries and were naturally aware that the two were alumni. Yet, in the following moment, Lu Zhe delivered yet another piece of news. Pan Lei mentioned that Huang Jie had pursued him during high school. Oh, what if she did? It's perfectly normal for high school students to date, isn't it? At first, Lin Heng did not sense anything amiss, but soon he caught on. Wait, are you saying Huang Jie pursued Pan Lei? Lu Zhe's affirmative voice came through the phone. Indeed. Lin Heng pressed further. And then Pan Lei pursued Luo Jiayu? Lu Zhe nodded while exclaiming, yes, wow, this relationship is getting complicated. Subsequently, Lu Zhe and Lin Heng continued their conversation, and after hanging up, he relayed the details to Li Ming, who exhibited a look of shock upon hearing the information. If this were indeed the case, it made sense. Huang Jie, fueled by jealousy towards Luo Jiayu, knowing that Luo Jiayu had a heart condition, could have taken measures that led to Luo Jiayu's heart ailment. At that moment, Lin Heng, Li Ming, and Qin Wei Hang were analyzing the case inside the car park downstairs. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Lin Heng took a drag from his cigarette and continued, Deputy Chun, I recall that you were in charge of Luo Jiayu's case back then. Do you remember what caused her sudden heart condition? Qin Wei Hang pondered for a moment. Although he had handled the case, the passage of time made it difficult to recall every detail clearly. Soon, he seemed to recollect something and slowly began. I remember that she collapsed from a heart condition on stage during the freshman gala. The autopsy results suggested it was due to excessive exertion and possibly having ingested something. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Qin Wei Hang continued, do you both think I made a mistake in my investigation? Let me clarify, that substance was not consumed solely by Luo Jiayu. Everyone in her class who participated in the gala had it. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng and Li Ming exchanged looks of realization. Do you remember what it was? Lin Heng inquired. Qin Wei Hang thought for a moment, wearing a look of helplessness, and replied, I only recall it was some sort of beverage, but I can't recall the specifics. Initially, Li Ming thought that Qin Wei Hang had overlooked a clue, which had led to the conclusion that Luo Jiayu's case was an accident. However, with the new information, it indeed appeared to be an unfortunate accident. After all, even if it were deemed a homicide, the police had found no evidence. The beverage in question was not targeted at Luo Jiayu alone but was meant for all participating students. Even if it had been intentionally provided, the others could argue ignorance regarding Luo Jiayu's heart condition and the dietary restrictions it imposed. After all, if Luo Jiayu herself was unaware, how could others be expected to know? Observing Lin Hang's silence, Li Ming cautiously asked, "Shall we continue the investigation?" Chen Weiying also lifted his gaze to Lin Hang, understanding that while Luo Jiayu's death might not have been an accident, pursuing the case further would likely lead to a dead end, devoid of any evidence. No one could definitively prove whether it was ignorance or intent unless the suspect confessed, leaving them powerless. Deputy Chen, if I'm not mistaken, the ones responsible for purchasing the beverages were likely the girls from Huang Jia's dormitory, correct? Chen Weihang nodded slowly, confirming that the case files contained explicit records indicating that the drinks consumed during the performance were procured by the 4 girls from her dormitory. Ultimately, the nature of this case was classified as an accident. Luo Jiayu unknowingly consumed a beverage that could trigger a heart condition and subsequently collapsed from excessive exertion while performing on stage. The school, facing scrutiny for its negligence in allowing a heart patient to perform, ultimately provided a degree of humanitarian compensation. Suddenly, Chen Weihang's phone emitted a notification sound. He had asked someone to check the case files to determine what beverage was involved. As he opened his phone and glanced at it, he then passed it to Lin Hang and Li Ming, revealing it to be merely ordinary electrolyte water. The 3 of them conducted a brief search, discovering that electrolyte drinks contain sodium, which can increase bodily strain, leading to heightened cardiac load and elevated blood pressure. Consumption of such drinks poses a greater risk to those with heart conditions. Excessive intake of electrolytes, combined with overexertion, ultimately resulted in Luo Jiayu's heart condition manifesting on stage. Upon learning the truth, Lin Hang sat in the back seat, his head bowed, appearing dejected. Li Ming, seated in the passenger seat, remained silent while Chen Weihang drove. Noticing the silence between the two, Chen Weihang tentatively inquired, "Where to next? Should we continue investigating Luo Jiayu's case?" With a sigh, Li Ming replied slowly, "Let us set it aside for now and check the surveillance footage near Huang Jia's home." Chen Weihang nodded in agreement, pressing the accelerator towards Huang Jia's neighborhood. Although Lin Hang felt a sense of frustration, he recognized their lack of options. Even if he suspected Huang Jia of retaliating against Luo Jiayu, they had no concrete evidence. There was nothing to prove that Huang Jia had knowingly allowed Luo Jiayu to consume electrolyte water, aware of its risks for someone with a heart condition. Moreover, it was likely that Huang Jia had become a vegetable, and the other 2 individuals who might have had knowledge of the situation were now deceased. Their focus shifted to investigating the perpetrators responsible for the deaths of Xia Shuangyan and Li Na. Despite the absence of any evidence, the sequence of 3 suicides seemed far too coincidental, and they could hardly dismiss the notion of a vengeful spirit at play. Upon arriving at the residential complex where Huang Jia lived, Lin Hang and his companions quickly located the surveillance room and began to scrutinize the footage. Lin Hang approached the computer, and to the astonishment of his colleagues, he accelerated the video speed to 8 times normal and began watching. This spectacle left both Li Ming and Chen Weihang dumbfounded. Yet this was only the beginning. Lin Hang proceeded to open several additional surveillance feeds, minimizing the screens and watching them simultaneously at the same 8-fold speed. Initially, they believed that watching at 8 times speed was Lin Hang's limit, yet he astonishingly opened 4 surveillance feeds, simultaneously viewing them at that rapid pace. Chen Weihang leaned closer to Li Ming, whispering, "Do you think he can actually see anything?" Li Ming shook his head, uncertain if Lin Hang could discern any details. Moments later, Lin Hang abruptly paused one of the screens, then closed the other 3 feeds, enlarging the paused surveillance image. The scene depicted the exterior of the complex, where a girl in a white dress stood, appearing to deliberately evade the cameras. All the footage captured only her back. Obscuring her face, a closer examination revealed that the girl held a phone in her hand, seemingly engaged in a call. Li Ming and Chen Weihang exchanged puzzled glances and simultaneously asked, "What is going on? Is there something unusual about this person?" Lin Hang contemplated for a moment, carefully recalling, before confidently stating, "I reviewed the surveillance footage near Spring City University and around Li Na's rental, and I believe this girl was also present in those clips." Intrigued, Li Ming and Chen Weihang leaned in closer to the screen for a better look. After a few seconds, Li Ming cautiously inquired, "Are you certain it's the same person?" Lin Hang nodded emphatically, asserting, "Absolutely. Though her attire differs, it's clearly the same individual." Li Ming clapped his hands together, and they proceeded to copy the surveillance footage from the complex, intending to compare it with the footage from near Spring City University and Li Na's rental to determine if it was indeed the same person. Once the footage was copied, the trio promptly returned to the police station, enlisting Lu Zhe to notify Tang Huihui and Pan Lei, requesting their return to the precinct to see if they could recognize the figure in the video. If this person was someone they knew well, they might be able to identify her even from just a silhouette. Back at the station, Lin Hang retrieved the surveillance footage from Spring City University and the vicinity of Li Na's home. He quickly found the segment featuring the girl, and after comparison with Li Ming and Qin Weihang, it became evident that the girl was indeed the same individual, albeit dressed differently in the footage near Li Na's residence. She wore a black dress, while near Spring City University, she donned a red one. In the recent footage from near Huang Jie's home, she appeared in a white dress. Upon closer inspection, they noted that she consistently held her phone, as though she were engaged in a conversation across all three surveillance videos. Observing this, Li Ming urgently asked Lu Zhe, "Didn't we ask you to investigate the deceased's mobile phone? How is that coming along?" At the very moment the incident occurred, Li Ming instructed them to examine the communication records of Xia Shuangyan and Li Na before and after their deaths. Lu Zhe slowly shook his head and replied in a subdued tone, "There are no useful clues whatsoever." Chapter 27. Could it truly be a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? There are no useful clues. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang immediately requested that the mobile phones of Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, as well as Huang Jie's phone, be brought forth. Lin Hang, Li Ming, and Qin Weihuan each took one phone and simultaneously opened the call logs. Lin Hang held Huang Jie's phone and, after accessing the call records, noticed numerous missed calls. Instead of examining those missed calls, he focused on the call history from the period just prior to Huang Jie's suicide. Since Huang Quanhui mentioned that they returned to their room to sleep around 11 o'clock, Lin Hang began his search from that hour. Given that it was nighttime, the number of calls was quite sparse. Lin Hang's gaze quickly settled on a single missed call, which occurred around 1 o'clock. This aligned closely with Huang Chuanhui's account. He had previously stated that he woke up to use the restroom around 1 to 2 o'clock and heard sounds from Huang Jie's room, mistakenly believing she was watching television. Thus he did not inquire further. What puzzled Lin Hang was that this was the only missed call during that time frame. Setting Huang Jie's phone aside, he then approached Li Ming and Chen Weihuan. The two were also engrossed in the call logs of Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, discovering that both had missed calls just before their tragic fates. Although the phone numbers differed, it raised their suspicions. They then compared the call times with the surveillance footage, discovering that the three missed calls coincided with the times the girls appeared in the footage. Li Ming looked at Lin Hang with a hint of confusion before slowly asking, "Are you suspecting these three calls are significant?" Lin Hang nodded slowly and replied, "The reason we cannot find any signs of homicide may very well be due to the perpetrator's methods." Upon seeing Li Ming's look of incomprehension, Lin Hang elaborated, "Phone hypnosis." At this, Li Ming's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. After reflecting on it, he felt a surge of anger and pointed an accusing finger at Lu Zhe, exclaiming, "How did you conduct your investigation? Did you not say there were no useful clues?" Lu Zhe looked innocent. He had indeed noticed these numbers, but they were all missed calls, so he hadn't considered their relevance. After all, in this day and age, receiving a few telemarketing calls is quite normal. Sensing Li Ming's wrath, Qin Weihuan quickly intervened, saying, "All right, Lao Li, Lu Zhe and the others did not act with malice, and who would have thought they would pertain to missed calls?" Li Ming was unwilling to let Lu Zhe off the hook, remembering that they had been responsible for checking the call logs, as well as the surveillance footage near the school and Li Na's residence. Yet they had failed to notice that the same girl appeared in both locations. "Write a report for me. I want to see it on my desk before you leave today," Li Ming said angrily to Lu Zhe. At that moment, Lin Hang rose and gently patted Li Ming's shoulder, saying, "Let it go. Li Ji. I too have reviewed those two surveillance clips and initially did not detect anything unusual until I examined the footage near Huang Jie's home. We still need to verify whether it is indeed the same person, don't we?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe cast a grateful glance at Lin Hang. After considering Lin Hang's words, Li Ming found them reasonable. "Lu Zhe, immediately contact the telecommunications company and have them investigate the registration details of these three numbers. If you mess this up, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Lu Zhe hurriedly noted down the three phone numbers and dashed out. That moment, Fanchen rushed in, flustered, with two individuals, one male and one female, standing outside at Lig. Tang Huihui and Pan Lei have arrived. Upon hearing this, Li Ming promptly instructed Fanchen to bring them in. Once inside, Lin Heng immediately played the 3 segments of surveillance footage. Tang Huihui and Pan Lei observed intently, initially showing no reaction. However, when the second segment played, a flicker of panic crossed Tang Huihui's previously calm face. Her eyes filled with terror. Pointing at the screen, she stammered, This is Luo Jiayu. This revelation. Everyone collectively gasped, with Li Ming and Chen Weihuan instinctively swallowing hard. Lin Heng, quick on the uptake, swiftly switched to the third video, which depicted the area near Huang Jie's home. Upon seeing the girl in white, Pan Lei exhibited an expression of fear akin to Tang Huihui's. After a moment, he too trembled and said, Indeed, it looks remarkably like Luo Jiayu. With this statement, Li Ming and Chen Weihuan's eyes widened in disbelief. They had meticulously scrutinized the surveillance footage, and there was no possibility of tampering. If the girl in the video was indeed Luo Jiayu, could it truly be that a vengeful spirit was seeking retribution? Having been police officers for over a decade, they could not fathom the existence of ghosts. Yet, witnessing this firsthand and hearing Luo Jiayu's friends validate the sighting sent shivers down their spines. The reason they had summoned Tang Huihui and Pan Lei, rather than seeking out Luo Jiayu's father, Luo Bin, was due to concerns that he might be too emotionally invested to make an accurate assessment. Hence, they sought the perspective of those who were closer to Luo Jiayu. They had not anticipated such startling revelations from the two. Yet their demeanor suggested sincerity. Li Ming was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. At this juncture, Lin Heng, who had remained silent until now, spoke slowly, No, it is not Luo Jiayu. Everyone turned their curious eyes toward him, and Li Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. Under their inquisitive gaze, Lin Heng continued, It is not Luo Jiayu. She merely bears some resemblance in build, but she is slightly shorter. Upon hearing this, Tang Huihui and Pan Lei, mustering their courage, glanced back at the video footage. They then shook their heads, unable to identify the girl. Lin Heng did not blame them. After all, such situations were quite normal. If a person stood before you, it might be easy to discern their height and weight, but when viewed on video, it became significantly more challenging. The footage could be influenced by angles and various factors, making it difficult for an ordinary person to accurately gauge height. However, Lin Heng was different. As a police officer, he had studied these aspects in police school. Furthermore, with his enhanced vision skills, he was even less likely to make a mistake. Seeing the group wear confused expressions, Lin Heng slowly stated, I visited Luo Jiayu's home yesterday and reviewed some photographs of her while she was alive. Although the physique is similar, the height is distinctly different. This girl is clearly shorter. Li Ming and Chen Weihuan exhaled deeply in relief. It could not possibly be a vengeful spirit after all. Chapter 28. She is a deaf-mute. Now that the case was largely clarified, if their analysis held true, the perpetrator was likely the girl in the video. However, both Tang Huihui and Pan Lei claimed not to recognize her. Lin Heng captured still images of the girl from the 3 videos and sent them to Luo Bin for further identification. He quickly responded, stating he did not recognize her and that Luo Jiayu did not have a friend by that name. His initial reaction was to think that the girl in the video was his daughter. Lin Heng was left speechless. How could a father misidentify his own daughter? Li Ming handed Lin Heng a cigarette, finally breaking the silence. Since they say they do not recognize her, who then is this girl? Lin Heng shot him an incredulous glance. You ask me? Where would I know? Such words would never escape his lips. Instead, he maintained a stoic expression and replied, For now, we can only hope that the 3 calls yield some leads. Barely had he finished speaking when Lu Zhe rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, We found something. We found something. Li Ming and Lin Heng's faces lit up with excitement as they eagerly inquired, What did you discover? Lu Zhe gulped down the water in a cup on the table before speaking. The first 2 numbers have been deactivated, but the telecommunications company could still retrieve the identity information of the registrants. The registrant's name is Peng Anji, 48 years old. She has a daughter who is approximately the same age as Luo Jiayu. The 3rd phone number, the one that called Huang Jie, belongs to her daughter, Peng Ziki. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng slapped his thigh. The identity of the perpetrator was likely established. Although there was no concrete evidence, who in their right mind would possess so many SIM cards? Especially when they had all contacted 3 victims? Upon receiving this revelation, Li Ming immediately urged Lu Zhe, investigate Peng Ziki and determine her relationship with Luo Jiayu. In addition to his excitement, Li Ming felt a profound shock. He could not comprehend the nature of the relationship between Pang Ziki and Luo Jiayu that would drive a girl of such youthful beauty to seek revenge on her behalf. As soon as Li Ming's words fell, Lu Zhe answered his query. I looked into it. Pang Ziki is a third-year psychology student at Kainan Normal University. As for her relationship with Luo Jiayu, I suppose that can only be answered by her. Li Ming, upon hearing this, nodded excitedly once more and emphatically patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder, saying, "That's the spirit. In the future, approach your tasks with more seriousness." Haven't those 3 phone cases been resolved already? Lu Zhe, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied softly, "I understand. The elements of telephone hypnosis, psychology, and the registered information linked to the victims' homes and the school vicinity all aligned perfectly." As soon as all the clues matched, Li Ming immediately took his team to capture the perpetrator at Pang Ziki's residence. Throughout the journey, Lin Heng appeared preoccupied. As they neared their destination, Li Ming slowly inquired, "What's bothering you? Shouldn't you be happy that the case is about to be solved?" Lin Heng took a drag of his cigarette and let out a deep sigh before responding, "I'm contemplating how to handle the case of Luo Jiayu." Li Ming paused momentarily at this remark. Although they believed Luo Jiayu to be a victim rather than a case of sudden cardiac arrest, they lacked any substantial evidence. Furthermore, with Xia Shuangyan and Li Na already deceased, and Huang Jie likely to end up in a vegetative state, the case had reached an impasse. Li Ming sighed, expressing his resignation. "We can only leave it to fate. If Huang Jie awakens, perhaps the truth of this case may come to light. If not, there is little we can do." Lin Heng nodded in agreement, equally disheartened. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a floral shop, owned by Pang Ziki's mother, Pang Anji. Upon entering the shop, Lin Heng's gaze locked onto a girl. Though he could only see her back, he immediately recognized her as the girl from the surveillance footage. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached them, and upon noticing the officers in uniform, she hurriedly asked, "Are you gentlemen here to buy flowers?" Li Ming's attention shifted to Pang Ziki in the back. He took out his identification from his pocket and calmly stated, "We are from the Criminal Investigation Division of Chunqing City, and we need to speak with your daughter regarding a case." Though his voice was loud, Pang Ziki continued to tend to the flowers, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Seeing this, Pang Anji urgently interjected, "My daughter? She's deaf and mute. How could she know anything? You can ask me whatever you need." This revelation left Li Ming and his colleagues momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that the suspect they had been pursuing was, in fact, a deaf-mute individual. Li Ming glanced back at Lin Heng, his eyes questioning whether they had made an error. Lin Heng, however, remained silent and approached Pang Anji, asserting, "We are indeed looking for your daughter. If you obstruct us, you will be hindering our official duties." With that, he turned and walked back to the car. Upon seeing Pang Ziki, he activated his black and white vision. Pang Ziki, guilt value 508 points, used hypnosis to induce Xia Shuangyan and Li Na to commit suicide. Suspected of intentional homicide. Seeing the determination in Lin Heng's eyes, Li Ming was resolute, proceeding to forcibly take Pang Ziki into custody. Despite Pang Anji's frantic attempts to intervene, weeping profusely, Li Ming showed no leniency. Although Pang Ziki was deaf and mute, her ability to attend university indicated that her mental faculties were intact, granting her the capacity to discern right from wrong and control her actions. Given these abilities, if she had committed a crime, they were obligated to apprehend her according to the law. The matter of her prosecution would fall to the judicial authorities. Pang Ziki did not resist as she was taken away. She was aware of her actions and had anticipated this day from the very beginning. Upon returning to the police station, Pang Ziki was escorted first to the interrogation room, while Li Ming and Lin Heng stepped outside for a smoke. After finishing a cigarette, Li Ming slowly remarked, "I never imagined the perpetrator would turn out to be a deaf-mute." Both men felt a whirlwind of emotions at that moment. Just then, Yi Nanhua unexpectedly appeared behind them, startling both with a pat on their shoulders. "I heard you've cracked the suicide case?" Li Ming and Lin Heng nodded, their expressions laden with concern. Observing their demeanor, Yi Nanhua continued, "What's the matter with you two? Why the long faces every day?" Lin Heng remained silent, pulling out another cigarette, prompting Yi Nanhua to snatch it away, exclaiming, "Aren't you still healing? Why are you smoking? If Yi Yao finds out, she'll," seemingly recalling something. Yi Nanhua refrained from finishing his sentence. He then gave Li Ming a gentle nudge, prompting the latter to finally speak. "We've apprehended the suspect, but she is a deaf-mute. Chapter 29. The sole friend the suspect has been caught. Yet she is a deaf-mute. Yi Nanhua paused, then calmly stated. Regardless of who they are, anyone who commits a crime must face the law. That is our duty as police officers. Li Ming and Lin Heng nodded in agreement. Yi Nanhua continued. In my decades of criminal investigation, I have encountered various offenders. Sometimes, I do feel sympathy for them, but does that mean we cease our work? We must fulfill our responsibilities, understood? Without hesitation. Both replied in unison, understood. They then turned to head toward the interrogation room, coincidentally crossing paths with Ding Wanxiao, who approached them. Both wore perplexed expressions, and before they could speak, Ding Wanxiao offered, let me join you. I understand sign language and can translate for you. Lin Heng was somewhat incredulous, while Li Ming turned to glance at Yi Nanhua, who nodded in affirmation. Consequently, the three proceeded to the interrogation room together. At that moment, Pang Ziki sat in the center of the interrogation room, her head bowed, showing no signs of anxiety or unease. Li Ming tapped the shoulder of the officer responsible for recording at the computer, signaling for him to step out. He then took a seat at the computer, ready to document the interrogation. Ding Wanxiao and Lin Heng exchanged glances, with the latter initiating the questioning. Pang Ziki? On August 20th at 1:30 a.m., where were you? August 20th was the day Huang Jie committed suicide, while Li Na's suicide occurred on August 15th, a time when Lin Heng was recuperating in Zishuangbana. As Lin Heng spoke, Ding Wanxiao translated into sign language for Pang Ziki. After a moment, she responded in sign, I was sleeping at home. Ding Wanxiao conveyed Pang Ziki's words to Lin Heng, who furrowed his brow at the unexpected defiance. Immediately, Lin Heng activated his mind-reading ability, and a torrent of Pang Ziki's thoughts flooded his mind. Impossible. I've concealed my actions well. There's no way I could have been captured on surveillance. Even if I were, it would only be my silhouette. They cannot possibly identify me as the culprit based solely on that. If I remain silent, they will have no evidence to convict me. Understanding her inner thoughts, Lin Heng smiled slightly and replied, You indeed concealed yourself well. The surveillance footage only captured your back. However, you overlooked one critical detail. Phone numbers are linked to your identity information. Did you think that by manipulating the call records to show as missed calls, we would be unable to trace you? Ding Wanxiao meticulously translated Lin Heng's statement to Pang Ziki. The latter appeared momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. Responding in sign language, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Heng, undeterred, activated his mind-reading ability once more. Her thoughts raced. Impossible. How could he know what I am thinking? The calls made to Huang Jie and the others should show as missed calls. How did they trace it back to me? Once again, Lin Heng gleaned the contents of her mind. Taking a sip of water, he continued. Your methods are indeed sophisticated. The calls to Huang Jie and the others do show as missed. But you neglected one crucial point. Who in their right mind would call someone in the middle of the night? Pang Ziki froze upon hearing Ding Wanxiao's translation. How could this person possibly know her thoughts? Before she could respond, Lin Heng pressed on. Our technical team is currently recovering the deleted files from your phone. Once they are restored, even if you remain silent, we can still convict you. The reason we are questioning you now is to give you a chance. Ding Wanxiao translated Lin Heng's words verbatim for Pang Ziki. After reading, she hesitated for about a minute before succumbing to her emotions, collapsing onto the table in tears. Lin Heng and the others remained silent, patiently allowing her to vent her feelings. They understood that this was a precursor to her confession. Soon, Pang Ziki composed herself and began recounting her criminal actions. According to her confession, she had utilized hypnosis to induce Huang Jie and the others to commit suicide. She had prepared a recording in advance, then called Huang Jie and the others to play the recording over the phone. The reason their phones displayed missed calls was that she had remotely implanted a virus into their devices. According to Pang Ziki's account, this virus was purchased by her. The reason it consistently manifests near the victims' homes is due to its distance limitation. Once beyond that range, it becomes ineffective. Pang Ziki also recounted her relationship with Luo Jiayu, detailing how they met. The two became acquainted 3 years ago when they both enrolled in an extracurricular tutoring class, where their friendship blossomed. Due to Pang Ziki's physical shortcomings, she had few friends throughout her life, often being bullied by classmates who mocked her inability to speak. It was only during their time at the tutoring class that Luo Jiayu showed her kindness, even taking the effort to learn some basic sign language for her. Gradually, they became close friends, albeit only during their tutoring sessions at that time. Both were still in high school, and Pang Ziqi's mother had not provided her with a mobile phone, leaving her without Luo Jiayu's contact information. This explains why the police could not find any clues on Luo Jiayu's phone. Later, through Luo Bin's recollections, he recalled that Luo Jiayu had indeed mentioned having a good friend at the tutoring class, who was deaf-mute. Luo Jiayu often brought food from home to share with Pang Ziqi during their classes. Who could have foreseen that a friendship confined to the tutoring class would inspire such fervent vengeance on behalf of Luo Jiayu? Soon, the deleted files from Pang Ziqi's phone were successfully recovered by the police. Lin Hang was the first to access the recordings, which featured a girl's voice that sounded like singing, albeit with an unsettling tone. After Chun Weihuan's examination, it was confirmed that this was indeed the song Luo Jiayu had performed at the freshman gala. Their performance included not just dance, but also self-sung accompaniment. Besides the eerie music, there were faint sounds intermingled that were barely discernible. Days had passed since the suicide case involving the Spring University students, yet the atmosphere remained somber. On one hand, people felt sympathy for the deaf-mute perpetrator and her tragic history. On the other hand, there was the unresolved cause of Luo Jiayu's death. Although Pang Ziqi had declared her a victim, the police lacked any evidence to substantiate this claim, and no one could prove whether the drinks were intentionally purchased or acquired unknowingly. Additionally, with Xia Shuangyan and Li Na already deceased, the only witness, Huang Jie, lay in a coma in the hospital. In the director's office, Yi Nanhua was seated, smoking a cigarette, while outside, Li Ming and Lin Hang exchanged glances. The two simultaneously knocked on the door, prompting Yi Nanhua's authoritative voice to call out, "Enter." Upon entering and recognizing Li Ming and Lin Hang, Yi Nanhua gestured for them to take a seat. Once settled, Yi Nanhua slowly inquired, "So, has the Pang Ziqi case been resolved?" Li Ming lit a cigarette and replied, "It's all been taken care of." Chapter 30. The truth from 2 years ago, it's all been taken care of. Yi Nanhua nodded slowly, and Li Ming suddenly sighed, exclaiming, "I never imagined that despite their brief acquaintance, Pang Ziqi would go to such lengths for revenge on behalf of Luo Jiayu." According to Pang Ziqi, their friendship lasted no more than 6 months, and their interactions were primarily confined to the tutoring class, with their actual time together amounting to less than a month. Lin Hang extinguished his cigarette and calmly remarked to Li Ming, "That's to be expected." The two exchanged puzzled glances, prompting Lin Hang to elaborate. If you have a physical disability and are constantly ridiculed by peers, and suddenly someone appears who not only accepts you but also wishes to be your friend, how would you react? Upon hearing this, both Li Ming and Yi Nanhua nodded in agreement. After a moment, Yi Nanhua resumed, "By the way, you mentioned earlier that Luo Jiayu was a victim. Have any leads emerged?" Li Ming and Lin Hang shook their heads in unison. After a few seconds, Lin Hang added, "There's no evidence, and the only witness is now likely to be a vegetable according to the doctors." Yi Nanhua fell silent for a moment, then rose and patted Lin Hang's shoulder, saying, "Though we are police officers, we must adhere to the principles of evidence when solving cases. Sometimes, we may know who the perpetrator is, but without evidence, we cannot convict them. For police officers, evidence is far more crucial than merely apprehending suspects. In the case of Luo Jiayu's murder, although Pang Ziqi claimed she was killed by Huang Jie, the police currently possess no evidence to verify this." Lin Hang seemed to grasp the situation, nodding helplessly. Yi Nanhua returned to his desk and produced a document, stating, "Director Qi mentioned that once you wrap up this case, you should visit the provincial office to assist with another case. Take a look at this." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang was about to respond when Qin Weihuan rushed in, flustered and without knocking. Good news, he exclaimed. "What is the rush?" Yi Nanhua admonished. Qin Weihuan collected himself and said, "Huang Jie has woken up." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang placed the document on Yi Nanhua's desk and dashed out without looking back. Li Ming seemed a bit slow to react, taking a few seconds before following suit. In an instant, the office was left with only Yi Nanhua, who shook his head in resignation, recalling Lin Hang's fervor for the case, reminiscent of his younger days. Once downstairs, the three promptly drove to the hospital. This was indeed promising news. Huang Jie's awakening offered hope for uncovering the truth of the past. Regardless, they owed an explanation to Luo Bin and his wife, especially since Luo's mother had nearly lost her sanity over her daughter's plight. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Hang immediately activated his black and white ocular device. The last time they were there, it was during Huang Jie's suicide attempt, and he had forgotten to use the device to assess her condition. By the time he remembered, it was too late, and they learned she might become a vegetable. This time, Lin Hang was determined to use the device to ascertain whether there was a connection between Luo Jiayu's death and Huang Jie. Upon entering the ward, they found a group gathered around Huang Jie. Leading the group was the doctor from the operating room, conducting a checkup. Huang Quanhui and Jiang Fan stood by, waiting anxiously. Lin Hang and his companions stood at the door. Patiently waiting for the examination to conclude, Lin Hang quickly activated his black and white ocular device to scan Huang Jie. Huang Jie, sin value, 289 points, out of jealousy towards others, intentionally made them consume a drink that caused a heart attack, resulting in their death. Upon reading the ominous text beside Huang Jie, Lin Hang fell silent for a moment before a slight smile crept upon his lips. Noticing Lin Hang's expression, Li Ming patted Qin Weihuan on the shoulder. The two quickly shared a knowing smile, feeling a sense of relief. Once the doctors departed, only Huang Quanhui, Jiang Fan, and Huang Jie remained in the room. Lin Hang and the others then entered, and Huang Quanhui, having noticed their presence, hurriedly approached, saying, "Li, you're here?" Li Ming nodded, quickly shifting his gaze to Huang Jie. She seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, letting out a deep sigh. Her health had improved significantly. Aside from some weakness, she appeared much like any other person. She glanced at Huang Quanhui and Jiang Fan before speaking softly, "Dad, Mom, could you please step outside? I need to discuss something with these officers." During this period, police officers had been stationed outside Huang Jie's ward, and her parents suspected their daughter might have been involved in some illegal activities. Although reluctant, Huang Quanhui slowly rose. Jiang Fan, tearfully shaking her head, clung to Huang Jie. Huang Quanhui supported her as they exited the room. Lin Hang and the others recognized Huang Jie's intent to confess, thus refraining from speaking, instead quietly activating their recording devices. With Qin Weihuan readying his notebook for notes. Why was Lin Hang, the one with the lowest rank, responsible for recording? After a moment of silence, Huang Jie raised her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she said, "I feel as though I've just woken from a long, long dream, during which I saw Luo Jiayu, as well as Xia Shuangyan and Lianida." As Huang Jie recounted her story, the truth behind Luo Jiayu's death gradually came to light. It was the beginning of their freshman year, and both Luo Jiayu and Huang Jie were first-year students. At the freshman gala, everyone was welcome to perform on stage, and since Luo Jiayu and Huang Jie were acquainted, they invited two others from their dormitory, Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, to join them on the evening of the freshman gala. The four of them practiced their dance tirelessly throughout the day, preparing for their final performance later that night. In an effort to foster good relations with their classmates, Huang Jie generously treated the entire class to beverages and extended an invitation for everyone to witness their performance. Having researched beforehand, she was aware of what heart patients should avoid, hence she deliberately purchased electrolyte drinks containing sodium. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Jiayu consumed the drink before taking the stage, consequently, under the influence of the beverage. Combined with the physical exertion of performing, she tragically suffered a heart attack and passed away. As for Xia Shuangyan and Li Na, they later learned that it was the electrolyte drink that led to Luo Jiayu's demise. Initially, they contemplated reporting the incident, but were deterred by Huang Jie's threats. After all, they had accompanied her to purchase the drinks, and both were apprehensive about being implicated, thus choosing to conceal the truth for Huang Jie. Chapter 31. The crucial intelligence provided by Chao when the case was finally cracked, and Lin Hang could finally afford himself a moment of respite. Upon his discharge from the hospital, although his injuries had yet to heal completely, he had endured several days of intense work while still nursing his wounds. Fortunately, bolstered by his extraordinary physique, he had managed to survive the ordeal. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Hang settled onto the couch and initiated a video call with Yi Yao. Their conversation flowed smoothly until, unexpectedly, Yi Yao shifted the topic and commanded, "Take off your clothes." "Ah?" Lin Hang was taken aback and quickly responded, "No, I'm not selling my body. Ugh, I don't even sell my art." Despite Yi Yao having cared for him during his hospital stay and sometimes being present while he had his dressings changed, this sudden request during a video call startled him. Yi Yao rolled her eyes and calmly stated, "Let me see your wound." Realizing that Yi Yao merely wished to inspect his healing injuries, Lin Hang's surprise turned to understanding. "Wait, is that what you want to see? What are you waiting for? Hurry up." The next moment, Yi Yao's icy voice came through the phone again. With a resigned sigh, Lin Hang began to slowly remove his shirt. In that instant, his well-defined muscles became evident. The contours of his abdominal muscles were distinct. His chest was robust and full of vitality, and his powerful arms showcased smooth muscle lines. Lin Heng felt stronger than before, a testament to his extraordinary physique. Upon seeing him, Yao quickly turned her head away, blushing before cautiously glancing back at his wound. Almost immediately, a noticeable flush crept onto her face. Noticing this, Lin Heng gently inquired, "Why is your face red?" In response, Yao hastily covered the camera and stammered, It's probably just too hot." Lin Heng chuckled softly, fully aware of her embarrassment. After a brief moment, Yao's face reappeared on the screen, looking less flushed than before. Observing Lin Heng's mischievous grin, she remarked, "Put your shirt back on. It seems your wound is healing well. You can endure some punishment now." After donning his shirt, Lin Heng stood at attention, while Yi Yao observed him through the screen. As he maintained his stance, he accessed the system interface. From this case, he had accrued approximately 800 points, and with the remaining balance of over 5,000, he now possessed around 6,000 points in total. His skills had become nearly invincible, with little need for additional abilities. However, the thought of upgrading his skills excited him immensely. He immediately summoned the system, eager to try his luck at a lottery draw in hopes of obtaining a skill upgrade card. System, initiate a lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-level skill, Disguise Technique. Upon receiving this skill, Lin Heng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially aimed for a skill upgrade card to enhance his extraordinary physique. Yet instead, he acquired a new skill. The next moment, a description of the new skill echoed in his mind. Disguise Technique, commonly known as face change, allows the host to transform into any person from their memory. Limited to 3 uses per day, each lasting 3 hours. As he processed this information, Lin Heng's initial disdain transformed into intrigue. Face change? The ability to assume the appearance of anyone from memory. System? Does this involve makeup? The host has acquired a high-level skill that allows for direct transformation. At this revelation, Lin Heng couldn't help but laugh. No need for makeup. He could change at will. How extraordinary. A daring thought surfaced in his mind. If he transformed into Yinanhu's likeness, wouldn't Yi Yao call him dad? However, he quickly shook his head, musing, no, Yinanhu lacks that familial authority. Although he hadn't secured a skill upgrade card, Lin Heng remained pleased with this newfound ability. Yi Yao, noticing the change in his expression, furrowed her brow and questioned, "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Heng was jolted back to reality by her comment. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, leading to an awkward silence. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he inquired in his mind, why is there a time limitation? How can I eliminate it? Upgrade to the ultimate skill to remove the restrictions on usage and duration. After receiving this response, Lin Heng nodded thoughtfully. He had already spent 1,000 points, leaving him with just over 5,000, making it imprudent to gamble on acquiring a skill upgrade card. What if he needed those points for something else later? A few moments later, he vented, "Your system needs improvement. Skill upgrade cards can't be exchanged. And I have to rely on lotteries. 10,000 points for a designated exchange once." At this, Lin Heng's lips twitched, and he chose to ignore the system. Unlike other novels where systems allow for direct exchanges, his seemed to rely solely on drawn lots. Days later, in the provincial department of Kainan, within the conference room, several figures in white shirts sat facing each other. The leading figure among them was Qi-jun, who periodically glanced at his wristwatch, seemingly awaiting someone. Knock, knock, knocked. A moment later, a series of knocks echoed as the door opened, and a white-shirt figure entered, accompanied by a first-level police officer. As Lin Heng stepped into the conference room, he surveyed the surroundings and was taken aback. To his astonishment, the room was filled with white-shirt officials, and he stood alone as the first-level officer. Yinanhu brought Lin Heng before Qi-jun, who then saluted Qi-jun and slowly stated, "Director Qi, I've brought the person you requested." Lin Heng straightened his posture and saluted, saying, "Good day, Director Qi." Qi-jun waved his hand, signaling them to relax, and then scrutinized Lin Heng before speaking, "Good lad. Your injuries have barely healed, yet you've cracked such a significant case. We truly did not misjudge you." Lin Heng, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head as Qi-jun referred to the 8/15 case, the suicide incident involving students from Spring City University. This case not only led to the swift apprehension of the perpetrator, but also uncovered the true cause of Luo Jiayu's death from 2 years prior. Qi Jun gestured for Yi Nanhu and Lin Hang to take a seat before continuing. Comrade Lin Hang, I've summoned you here primarily to assign you a task. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang immediately stood and said, Please, give your orders. Qi Jun motioned for him to sit down, and once he complied, Qi Jun slowly elaborated. Do you recall the border trafficking case from some time ago? The Chawan you captured has provided us with crucial intelligence. Chapter 32. Face-to-face with drug traffickers. I shall exercise restraint. The moment Qi Jun spoke, Lin Hang's brow furrowed in confusion. In his understanding, criminals like Chawan, even if not shot on sight, would likely be rewarded with peanuts after capture. How could he possibly provide intelligence? Qi Jun noticed Lin Hang's puzzled expression but chose not to divulge any further details, continuing, according to the information provided by Chawan, in our province's Zishuangbana city, there are numerous locations where drug traffickers meet, and in recent years, those lawless areas have become increasingly rampant with drug activity. As Qi Jun spoke, he slammed his hand on the table. After a brief pause, he continued, with the year coming to a close, the department has decided to conduct a cleanup operation in those lawless areas, and our provincial anti-drug team will be in charge of this initiative. While speaking, Qi Jun glanced at a second-level police officer sitting nearby. Among those present, the lowest rank was a third-level police officer, and Lin Hang stood out as the sole first-level officer, appearing somewhat like a rookie. However, aside from Qi Jun, Yi Nanhu, and Zhou Bingchong, he did not recognize anyone else. Lin Hang felt perplexed. If this was an anti-drug operation, what was his role as a criminal investigator? Before long, he voiced his inner question. Director Qi, since this is an anti-drug operation, what does it have to do with me? I excel at solving cases, but I'm not equipped for drug enforcement. www.joygdude.com Pumpkin Novel Network. Upon hearing this, Qi Jun smiled faintly and spoke slowly. It is as follows. I have personally witnessed your investigative methods, and although drug enforcement differs from criminal investigations, it still necessitates intelligence analysis and a series of investigative processes. In terms of investigation, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Lin Hang nodded slowly in response. Subsequently, Qi Jun picked up a remote control from the table and soon, the large screen behind them displayed various content. The visuals depicted tragic cases where individuals had been torn apart by addiction to drugs, resulting in broken families and shattered lives. Lin Hang was deeply shocked after viewing them. Before long, the screen transitioned to showcase photographs of police officers. Though Lin Hang was a criminal investigator, he had some understanding of the work carried out by narcotics officers. The identities of undercover narcotics officers were strictly confidential, as they feared retaliation from drug traffickers. Often, their identities were only revealed posthumously. Just as Lin Hang was pondering this, Qi Jun spoke softly. These are the narcotics officers we lost in the past year. They were brutally killed by drug traffickers after their undercover status was compromised. The atmosphere in the conference room became exceptionally somber, mirroring Lin Hang's own sentiments. The methods employed by drug traffickers were exceedingly brutal, and once an undercover agent was discovered, death was almost certain. Even the slightest hint of abnormality could lead to a merciless demise at the hands of those traffickers, who would rather mistakenly kill an innocent than let a potential threat slip away. Qi Jun switched to another PowerPoint slide, revealing several young officers who appeared only slightly older than Lin Hang. These are the undercover agents we dispatched based on intelligence provided by Chawan after his capture. 3 individuals in total, 2 of whom have already fallen, while the whereabouts of the third remain unknown. As Lin Hang gazed at these photographs, he clenched his fists. After a moment, he spoke with determination. Director Qi, what do you need me to do? Qi Jun approached Lin Hang's side and replied calmly. We will be sending undercover agents into the field. Your mission is to collaborate with the narcotics control team, utilizing the intelligence provided by the undercover agents to trace and uproot drug trafficking dens within our province. Lin Hang stood upright and responded affirmatively. Understood, however, he soon added, Director Qi, I request to infiltrate the drug traffickers' ranks. Qi Jun paused momentarily. He had initially considered assigning Lin Hang to an undercover role but was concerned that Lin Hang's previous assignments might expose him. He did not expect Lin Hang to voluntarily propose such a risky endeavor. Before Qi Jun could voice his thoughts, Yi Nanhu was the first to speak up. No, Yi Nanhu harbored a personal stake in Lin Hang's safety, as the latter was her future son-in-law. Even without this connection, Lin Hang was one of her subordinates, and she naturally wished to protect him from such perilous tasks. Lin Heng smiled and said, "Director Yi, whether I take on this role or not, someone else will. However, I firmly believe I can perform better than anyone else." Seeing Qi Jun still hesitating, Lin Heng continued, "Director Qi, I have previously undertaken undercover missions, and the finest investigations often involve facing drug traffickers directly." Yi Nanhu intended to interject, but Qi Jun raised a hand to silence her. He then spoke slowly, "To be honest, my initial thought was to assign you to this undercover role. Then why hesitate?" Lin Heng inquired. Qi Jun sighed gently and explained, "I worry that someone might recognize you due to your prior assignments." Lin Heng grinned, realizing the utility of his face-changing skill. That it appeared the system had foreseen future events and had prepared everything accordingly. "Rest assured, Director Qi, I have my methods," Lin Heng stated calmly. Although Qi Jun remained uncertain, when he met Lin Heng's resolute gaze, he slapped the table and declared, "Very well, you shall undertake the undercover mission. Upon its successful completion, I will personally commend you to the department." "Yes," Lin Heng saluted sharply. In truth, accolades were not of paramount importance to him. His genuine desire was to combat crime and uphold societal safety. Furthermore, with the system at his disposal, this task was ideally suited for him. Sending someone else might lead to inevitable sacrifices, but entrusting Lin Heng with the mission would mitigate such risks. Yi Nanhu sighed helplessly beside them. Knowing she would inevitably face a scolding from Yi Yao, Qi Jun approached the two gentlemen in white shirts nearby to introduce Lin Heng. He first pointed to Zhou Bingchong and said, "This is Director Zhou Bingchong from the Zishuangbana Municipal Bureau. You are acquainted, and most of your forthcoming tasks will be within his jurisdiction, so he will be entirely responsible for your coordination." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng immediately stood at attention and saluted. Zhou Bingchong responded warmly, "Comrade Lin, this is our second collaboration. I hope this partnership will also yield successful results." "It will," Lin Heng replied with unwavering confidence. Qi Jun then turned to a second-level police supervisor beside him and said, "This is Captain Xiadian from our province's narcotics control team. He will be your point of contact moving forward, and you will liaise with him directly." Lin Heng straightened once more, saluting, "Captain Xia." Xiadian returned the salute before smiling and saying, "Comrade Lin, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." Likewise, after introducing the two, Qi Jun reiterated his instructions to Lin Heng. He approached Lin Heng's side, scrutinized him, and then spoke. "This undercover operation differs significantly from your previous infiltration of a money laundering syndicate. Exercise utmost caution." Lin Heng smiled and assured, "You can count on me, Director Qi. I will be more discreet." Chapter 33. The value of spending 3,000 points. After the meeting concluded, Yi Nanhu led Lin Heng aside and hesitantly suggested, "Why not give Yi Yao a call?" He understood that Lin Heng's mission was fraught with danger and recognized his daughter's feelings for Lin Heng. Although aware that the task was classified, Yi Nanhu still hoped Lin Heng could inform Yi Yao, if only to alleviate her concerns. Lin Heng chuckled softly and replied, "Better not. It doesn't comply with regulations, and telling her would only amplify her worries." The two did not return to the municipal bureau, but instead proceeded to Yi Nanhu's car downstairs. The latter had already arranged for plainclothes attire in advance, and Lin Heng removed his police uniform inside the vehicle. He neatly folded his uniform and handed it to Yi Nanhu, saying, "Director Yi, please hold on to my uniform for now." Yi Nanhu accepted the uniform and placed it on the back seat, then turned to Lin Heng and scolded, "You little rascal, is this how you pass your uniform? It's bad luck, you know?" Lin Heng grinned and replied, "Don't worry, Director Yi. We post 00s don't believe in such superstitions." Observing Lin Heng's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Nanhu regarded him thoughtfully and stated, "I will completely seal your identity information, and all online records will be erased. From this moment on, there will be no trace of you within our police database. All your actions will only require reporting to Xiadian." www.jigdu.com Pumpkin Novel Network. Lin Heng nodded in acknowledgement. And Yi Nanhu continued, "Once you arrive in Zishuangbana, Captain Xia will send you the contact address." After finalizing all details, Lin Heng hailed a taxi to the high-speed train station, preparing to board a train to Zishuangbana. Yi Nanhu watched the slowly departing vehicle with a heavy heart and saluted in that direction before returning to the municipal bureau. On the high-speed train, Lin Heng was resting with his eyes closed. Though his mind was consumed with thoughts of the impending mission and whether he would return alive. Would the system falter at a crucial moment? What would happen to Yi Yao if he did not return? Lin Heng shook his head, chastising himself for such strange thoughts. Yet, thinking of the system, the desire to draw for rewards arose. After all, with uncertainty surrounding his survival, he might as well utilize his remaining points. What if he drew something like the Heavenly Sword or Fighting Chi? Wouldn't that make the mission considerably easier? With this thought in mind, Lin Heng promptly called upon the system in his mind. System, initiate 3 draws. He initially intended to wager all his points at once, but then reconsidered and decided to save some for critical moments. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate skill, immunity to all poisons. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill upgrade card. Congratulations, host. You have gained an intermediate skill, linguistic proficiency. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled. Spending those 3,000 points was indeed worthwhile. An ultimate skill, a skill upgrade card, and linguistic proficiency. With these acquisitions, wouldn't this mission be a walk in the park? Although he had longed for the skill upgrade card, what he sought to upgrade now was not the extraordinary physique, but the disguise art. After all, this undercover mission heavily relied on the disguise art, and the current version had limitations on both usage and duration. What if he accidentally exposed himself? System, utilize the skill upgrade card to enhance disguise art. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the skill upgrade card, upgrading disguise art to an ultimate skill. After completing all these tasks, Lin Heng finally closed his eyes and sank into a deep slumber. A few hours later, the high-speed train that Lin Heng was on arrived at Xishuang City. Upon reaching Xishuang City, he took a vehicle to Jingyong County. Just as he disembarked, a text message arrived on his phone. Although the number was unfamiliar, Lin Heng immediately surmised that it was sent by Xia Diyuan. He swiftly made his way to the address mentioned in the message. It was an old residential complex. And after arriving at the designated floor, he knocked on the door. The door opened promptly, revealing an array of equipment inside. The room was occupied by a dozen individuals, with all the windows tightly covered. Xia Diyuan led Lin Heng into another room and slowly began to speak. From this moment forth, your mission commences. As he spoke, he handed Lin Heng a tablet. Jingyong County is rife with KTVs and bars. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, those drug traffickers often frequent these establishments. Your task is to approach them and trace their routes to uncover their hideouts. Lin Heng examined the tablet, and Xia Diyuan continued, feel free to voice any requests. We shall accommodate what we can. Lin Heng pondered for a moment before responding, I require weapons, preferably foreign ones, and I hope you can provide me with an identity that has some notoriety in the southwest region. Xia Diyuan nodded lightly and replied, weapons are manageable. As he spoke, he slid the tablet a few times. Soon, a man in his 30s with a scruffy beard appeared on the screen. His name was Zhao Sisui. Nicknamed Fourth Master, he was a drug dealer from the southwest region, recently captured by our people in Guangdong province, but the news was suppressed, and no one is aware of his capture. You can assume this identity. He's somewhat unattractive, but it will suffice, Xia Diyuan. What does his attractiveness matter to you? Are you planning to transform into someone else's likeness? Xia Diyuan then called for someone, and shortly after, that person brought in 2 phone cards. He placed the cards in front of Lin Heng and said, replace your card. Henceforth, we will communicate using these 2. Lin Heng glanced at the cards, seemingly contemplating something, while Xia Diyuan, noticing his uncertainty, smiled and assured him. Rest assured, these cards are secure. Lin Heng smiled faintly, indeed concerned about the possibility of the traffickers discovering anything about these cards. After all, those traffickers are ruthless, and one must be wary of every potential eventuality. Xia Diyuan retrieved all the information on Zhao Sisui, and Lin Heng activated his eagle eye skill to begin reviewing it. In no time, all of Zhao Sisui's details were ingrained in Lin Heng's mind. Xia Diyuan, somewhat incredulous, inquired, finished? You better pay close attention. One slip-up and your life could be forfeit. Lin Heng smiled nonchalantly and replied, don't worry, Director Xia, I've memorized everything. While speaking, he pointed to his head. Then, under Xia Diyuan's astonished gaze, Lin Heng entered the bathroom. When he emerged again, Xia Diyuan was so surprised he nearly drew his sidearm. Lin Heng had completely transformed. Xia Diyuan could hardly believe it when he took the tablet to examine closely. The current Lin Heng bore no distinction from Zhao Sisui, even the scar on his face was perfectly replicated. Chapter 34. Is the blade swifter than the gun? How on earth did you accomplish this? Xia Diyuan stammered in disbelief, utterly astonished. Lin Heng merely smiled, choosing not to respond. for this was a phenomenon he could hardly explain himself. Though one might attribute it to cosmetics, there were no traces of makeup visible on his face. Nevertheless, Xiaoyun believed Lin Heng had employed makeup techniques. It was implausible that he could genuinely take on another's appearance. Just as he reached out to touch Lin Heng, the latter pushed him away. "Not so fast, Director Xia. I have no interest in men, Xiaoyun." This marked the second instance of Lin Heng rendering Xiaoyun speechless, the first being when he commented on Zhao Sishui's unattractiveness. Just moments ago, Xiaoyun had been jesting. "Can you truly change your face?" Little did he expect Lin Heng to actually do so, and so convincingly at that. Noticing Xiaoyun still in a daze, Lin Heng calmly stated, "Director Xia, I am ready to commence my mission. Are my weapons prepared?" Upon regaining his composure, Xiaoyun promptly instructed someone to bring in the prepared weapons. As before, it was a familiar Glock handgun, which Lin Heng secured at his waist. Xiaoyun cautioned, "We are still within the borders. Do not draw your weapon unless absolutely necessary, and be careful not to harm any civilians." "Understood," Lin Heng replied, gathering his belongings before departing the room. Meanwhile, the police officers' computers displayed Lin Heng's real-time location. Nightfall swiftly approached, and Lin Heng began his operation. Although Jingyong County is a border town, it is indeed home to numerous bars and KTVs. On the surface, all appears tranquil, yet due to its proximity to the border, incidents of crime are frequent, particularly smuggling, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. This moment, Lin Heng donned a pair of sunglasses, holding a cigar. And with his fierce countenance, pedestrians instinctively kept their distance. His gaze quickly fixated on a bar named Moonlight. Typically, bars and KTVs operate during the night, yet this establishment had its doors firmly shut. Lin Heng approached the entrance and peered inside, noticing people within, but the doors remained closed to patrons. He raised his hand to knock and called out, "Open up! Open up!" Inside the bar, 3 burly men approached him. All 3 were bald, their arms adorned with tattoos. Upon opening the door, one of the bald men glared menacingly at Lin Heng. Before he could speak, Lin Heng seized his collar and declared, "Bring me some drinks. I demand to drink." The moment the door opened, Lin Heng activated his black and white eyes. Wang Jie, crime value, 206 points, suspected of instigating trouble, brawling. Ma Daming, crime value, 198 points, suspected of instigating trouble, brawling. Yu Fei, crime value, 149 points. Upon discerning their crime values, Lin Heng instantly recognized that this bar held dubious dealings. The individual whose collar he grasped was Ma Daming, who was eager to retaliate but was restrained by Wang Jie behind him. Wang Jie pulled him aside and stepped forward to address Lin Heng. "Boss, if you want a drink, you can go to another bar. We are not operating tonight." However, Lin Heng had come looking for trouble and had no intention of leaving so easily. He audaciously slapped Wang Jie across the face, taunting, "If you're closed, why even call it a bar? I'm not going anywhere. I'm drinking here." Nearby, Ma Daming seized Lin Heng's hand, but Lin Heng responded without hesitation, delivering a kick that sent Ma Daming sprawling 5 meters away. Wang Jie's expression shifted to one of terror. Meanwhile, Yu Fei, not yet grasping the severity of the situation, charged forward upon witnessing his companion being struck down. In an instant, he too lay beside Ma Daming, having been sent flying by Lin Heng's punch. Wang Jie recognized that they had encountered a formidable opponent, prompting his 2 lackeys to hurriedly retreat to report back. At that moment, within a private room of the bar, 2 middle-aged men sat facing each other across a table, which held 2 boxes. One box contained cash, while the other held a white powdery substance. Surrounding them were a dozen henchmen. One man lifted a glass from the table and said slowly, "Mr. Zhu, here's to a fruitful partnership." The man, named Zheng Yu, was the owner of this bar, a favored gathering spot for ice users. Opposite him sat the man referred to as Mr. Zhu, a drug trafficker. Tonight, they were conducting a transaction in his bar, with Zhang Yu purchasing a batch of goods from Mr. Zhu. The man raised his glass in response, proclaiming, "To a successful collaboration, Boss Zheng." Just as he finished speaking, a lackey burst through the door. "Be brother." Zhang Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him, his good spirits evaporating in an instant. Suppressing his anger, he set down his glass and approached the lackey with a fierce expression, demanding, "Did I not instruct you to guard the entrance and only enter if necessary?" The lackey, trembling, stammered, "Brother, there's been a situation. Someone has barged in." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yu's expression darkened, and Mr. Zhu hastily grabbed a box of cash, preparing to leave. Zheng Yu did not intervene, but instead directed his men to escort Mr. Zhu out through the back door. Just as they exited, Lin Heng burst into the private room. Along his path, he had scrutinized everyone with his black and white eyes, discovering that nearly every individual possessed a crime value exceeding 100. After Zheng Yu saw off Mr. Zhu and had just stashed away the box of white powder, a lackey came flying into the room. Following the sound, he beheld a man in sunglasses and a black leather jacket entering, while his lackey stood trembling nearby, too afraid to step forward. Lin Heng approached Zheng Yu, whose hand was resting on his lower back at that moment. In the next instant, Zheng Yu drew a handgun from his waist. Quick as a flash, Lin Heng seized his hand and with a forceful grip, shattered the bone in his wrist. Zheng Yu let out a cry of agony. Zheng Yu, sin value, 1307 points, suspected of drug trafficking, intentional homicide, providing locations for drug use, and illegal operations. The moment the black and white eyes activated, all of Zheng Yu's information flooded into Lin Heng's mind. Faced with such a beast, Lin Heng had no need to show mercy. He could have easily killed him, but for now, he still had his uses. Witnessing his boss incapacitated, Wang Jie quickly retrieved a dagger from his waist. Without wasting words, Lin Heng pulled out his gun and pointed it at Wang Jie, asking which is faster, the knife or the gun? Chapter 35. The first step of the undercover, recruiting a sidekick. Upon seeing Lin Heng draw his gun, everyone was stunned. They never expected this man to be not only a skilled fighter but also armed. Wang Jie cautiously placed the dagger on the ground and replied carefully, "The gun is faster." To be honest, he was merely there for the money and had no intention of risking his life. After intimidating all the underlings, Lin Heng turned his attention to the disheveled Zheng Yu, who lay helplessly on the ground, clutching his injured right hand. Lin Heng rested his foot on one of Zheng Yu's legs and slowly said, "Don't you welcome guests in your bar? Who taught you how to run a business like this?" Zheng Yu stammered, "Isn't it just for a drink? You barged in here just for that?" Initially, Zheng Yu thought Lin Heng was a hitman sent by a rival, only to realize that he simply desired a drink. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed, "Brother, we have drinks. I'll have them fetch some right now. Let us talk this over." Turning to Wang Jie by the door, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go get the drinks." Just as Wang Jie turned to leave, Lin Heng called out, "Wait, I've changed my mind. I don't want to drink anymore." Zheng Yu's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly said, "Big brother, if we're not drinking, we can do something else. We have plenty of beautiful women here." And also Lin Heng interrupted him, revealing a decidedly arrogant expression. After taking a deep breath, he stated, "That's all uninteresting. I believe I can smell the scent of white powder in this room." Zheng Yu's face changed at those words. Unaware of Lin Heng's true identity, he hesitated to affirm it, shaking his head and attempting to argue. "Big brother, we operate legally. How could there be such things here?" Lin Heng smirked slightly, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he spoke with disdain. "Operating legally? Carrying a gun for that?" Zheng Yu wanted to continue explaining, but Lin Heng interjected, "Big brother, the gun is for self-defense." Lin Heng, uninterested in further banter, activated his mind-reading ability. As the skill activated, Zheng Yu's thoughts materialized in Lin Heng's mind, revealing the location of a box of drugs. Moments later, he pointed at Wang Jie by the door and commanded, "You, go fetch something for me from your boss's office safe." Wang Jie hesitated, glancing at the fallen Zheng Yu, who shook his head, signaling, "I don't know the password." Wang Jie stammered. Lin Heng chuckled lightly, "It's just a password. Isn't it simple?" He activated his mind-reading ability once more, quickly acquiring the password from Zheng Yu's thoughts. Additionally, he learned crucial information regarding Mr. Zhu, who had just been involved in the transaction. Through his ability, Lin Heng discovered that Zheng Yu knew little about Mr. Zhu. Not even his name seemed more clues would require Lin Heng to seek out on his own, as Zheng Yu was unreliable. In a moment, under Zheng Yu's astonished gaze, Lin Heng slowly relayed the password to Wang Jie. Just as Wang Jie prepared to retrieve the box, Zheng Yu suddenly yelled at him, "Wang Jie, you traitorous scoundrel. If you dare to go, you'll regret it." Before Zheng Yu could finish, Lin Heng swiftly slashed his throat. Blood gushed forth, leaving Wang Jie paralyzed in shock, unsure of how to react. Lin Heng picked up Zheng Yu's fallen handgun and approached Wang Jie, hooking an arm around his shoulder, whispering, "Let us go. I'll accompany you." Wang Jie, drenched in cold sweat from fear, dared not utter a word, obediently following Lin Heng into Zheng Yu's office. They were merely enforcers for Zheng Yu, intimidating petty criminals in the bar, but had never dared to kill. However, the man before them was different. He was not only formidable, but also ruthless. A mere disagreement had led him to slice Zheng Yu's throat. If Wang Jie dared to disobey, he would be next. Upon entering Zheng Yu's office, Lin Heng quickly located the safe. He had already given Wang Jie the password and did not intend to open it himself, opting instead to let Wang Jie do so. After all, what if there were a bomb inside? Though the likelihood was slim, one must always be cautious. Wang Jie entered the password, and the safe opened to reveal a black suitcase and stacks of red bills, along with some $. Wang Jie handed the suitcase to Lin Heng, who opened it to find it filled with white powder. He closed the suitcase and retrieved all the cash from the safe. Seated on the office sofa, Lin Heng faced Wang Jie, who stood before him. After lighting a cigarette, he gestured toward the black suitcase and asked slowly, "Did your boss bring these to sell at the bar?" Wang Jie nodded, stammering, "Yes, when we have stock, we send out advance notices. The addicts come to the bar, but our boss never allows them to take anything out. It's all consumed here." Lin Heng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Zheng Yu had some sense. Preventing them from taking anything out was a way to avoid being traced back to his establishment. He then approached Wang Jie, holding out a bundle of cash, saying, "Your boss is gone now. If you're willing to work with me, this money is yours." With that, he offered Wang Jie the cash. Lin Heng had already observed with his black and white eyes that despite their numerous misdeeds, Wang Jie's group had yet to take a life. Now, with the task at hand, he needed a crew to assist him, and recruiting this group could serve as a means of redemption for their past actions. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jie slowly reached out to accept the cash, not out of greed, but from fear that if he refused, Lin Heng might eliminate them all. After all, they had witnessed Lin Heng murder someone right before their eyes. Seeing Wang Jie accept the money, Lin Heng smiled in satisfaction and continued, "From now on, you are the owner of this bar." Pointing at the remaining cash on the table, he added, "Distribute that among your brothers and have them dispose of the body." Wang Jie's spirits lifted at this, and he immediately called for others to come in, instructing them to take the money and deal with the corpse. At that moment, his wariness of Lin Heng diminished. He understood that as long as he complied, Lin Heng would not harm him. Lin Heng pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casually offering one to Wang Jie as he said, "From now on, you can call me Fourth Master. Whatever your boss gave you, I'll double it." Wang Jie nodded eagerly, like an obedient dog. "Yes, Fourth Master. From today on, my brothers and I will follow you." Lin Heng smiled slightly, patting his shoulder and saying softly, "Rest assured, my connections far exceed you. As long as you all obey, I guarantee you'll make a fortune." Fearing that they might doubt him, Lin Heng added, "If you're worried about my reliability, feel free to inquire about me. In the southwest region, I hold some influence." Wang Jie nodded, half convinced, realizing that he had no choice but to comply. After all, their boss had been taken out, and they had been offered a substantial sum of money. Who would turn down such an opportunity? Chapter 36. Strike first. After arranging everything, Lin Heng finally left the Moonlight Bar. It was already past 11 at night when he reached a secluded area. He immediately dialed a number for Xia Yuan. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, Mr. Xia." The voice on the other end was filled with urgency. "How did it go? Was everything smooth?" "Rest assured, everything went smoothly. I've located a bar where they distribute their goods and am preparing to investigate further." Xia Yuan's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Good job. Progressing so quickly, Director Qi truly did not misjudge you." Lin Heng loathed the formalities of such praise. If they were going to commend him, they might as well do so straightforwardly, without dragging Director Qi into it. Lin Heng silently mocked within himself before speaking in a nonchalant tone, "Mr. Xia, I require your assistance with a favor." Prior to his departure, Wang Jie's subordinates had informed him of the location for disposing of the body, which Lin Heng proceeded to relay to Xia Yuan, requesting that he send someone to handle the corpse, preferably by incineration. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback, astonished as he inquired, "You brat? And it's only the first day, and you've already taken a life? Who was this individual? Was he deserving of such a fate?" Lin Heng glanced around, took a slow drag from his cigarette, and replied, "Rest assured, he was deserving of a death sentence several times over. The individual was the owner of the bar, named Zheng Yu, and now this bar belongs to me." After finishing, Lin Heng suddenly recalled something and continued. By the way, I discovered over 2 million in cash in his office, which shall serve as my operational funds for the time being. Upon hearing that Lin Heng had usurped the bar, Xia Diyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He was momentarily puzzled as to whether Lin Heng was executing a mission or had ventured into the realm of organized crime. After a brief silence, Xia Diyuan slowly responded, "Very well. As long as we can uncover the hideout of their backers, I assure you that not only 2 million, but even more can be arranged." After hanging up the phone, Lin Heng returned to the bar, which had been left in disarray but was now tidied up by Wang Jie's subordinates. He called Wang Jie aside, who had by now somewhat accepted Lin Heng as the new boss. After all, it was all about the money. Who one associated with was merely a matter of convenience. "Wang Jie, the bar will operate normally tomorrow, but for the time being, refrain from selling any products," Lin Heng stated while smoking. Wang Jie stood respectfully to the side, but upon hearing that no goods would be sold, he became visibly anxious. "Sir, not selling goods means this bar's regular income cannot sustain so many brothers." Perceiving Wang Jie's inner resistance, Lin Heng rose and approached him, preparing to give him a stern talking to. After all, he was a police officer. Despite being on a mission, he could not truly engage in the trade of illicit substances. Could he? Lin Heng patted Wang Jie's shoulder and said in a grave tone, "Do you believe that merely selling this small amount of goods can sustain those brothers? The customers we attract are merely small fry. If we are to engage, we must pursue substantial business." After saying this, Lin Heng returned to the sofa, while Wang Jie remained momentarily stunned, perplexed as he replied, "But sir, we lack a source of supply. Relying on this meager amount cannot facilitate a significant operation." Lin Heng reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs confidently, and remarked, "Are you not thinking clearly? If we lack a source, we shall find one." He beckoned Wang Jie closer, who promptly approached him. "Investigate who Zheng Yu was trading with. By identifying his contacts, we can uncover a source of supply, can't we?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jie nodded in partial understanding. At that moment, in a clubhouse in Jinyong County, a large office housed a man seated at his desk. Standing before him was a subordinate, one of Wang Jie's men. The middle-aged man, leaning back in his chair in silence, finally spoke, "Are you implying that Zheng Yu has been killed and the bar has been seized?" The man slowly rose and approached the subordinate, his imposing aura causing the latter to tremble. The subordinate nodded slowly. Stuttering, "Yes, a middle-aged man in his 30s, he seemed quite fierce, and he asked us to call him Sir." Ma Kuan scratched his head, murmuring, "Sir?" Ma Kuan was the owner of this clubhouse and also an intermediary for drug traffickers, responsible for liaising between bars in need of supplies. However, he only facilitated connections and was not involved in the transactions themselves. After a moment, Ma Kuan appeared to have an epiphany, muttering to himself, "Sir, could it be him?" Noticing Ma Kuan's reaction, the subordinate hurriedly inquired, "Kuan Gu, do you know him?" Ma Kuan waved his hand dismissively, refraining from answering the question, instead stating, "Return for now, and report any developments to me immediately. Regardless of who he is, we cannot afford to lose the Moonlight Bar. Tomorrow night, I will bring people to reclaim the bar." Though these individuals appeared unrelated, they were interconnected, akin to a string of firecrackers. The misfortune of one could spell disaster for all. To ensure the subordinate was willing to serve him loyally, Ma Kuan painted a rosy picture, saying, "Once we reclaim the bar, you shall be the boss." The subordinate beamed with excitement, bowing repeatedly and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Kuan Gu." After the subordinate departed, Ma Kuan sank into contemplation in his chair. Who exactly was this, sir? Was it Zhao Sishui? Hadn't he perished? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed them. The following day, Lin Heng emerged from his room to find Wang Jie waiting at the door. Not in a hurry. Lin Heng lit a cigarette and casually asked, "Have you found anything?" Wang Jie remained silent, but gestured for his subordinate to bring someone in. The individual brought forth was none other than the subordinate who had sought Ma Kuan the previous night. Now unconscious from Wang Jie's beating, Lin Heng frowned in confusion, asking, "What is going on?" Wang Jie promptly began to explain, "This fellow sneaked out last night, so I had someone follow him. Unexpectedly, he ended up at the Yongdu clubhouse." With Wang Jie's explanation, Lin Heng finally grasped the situation. It turned out this fellow had sold out his own, leading Wang Jie to catch him and beat him for information regarding Ma Kuan's intent to seize the bar. Once the details were laid bare, Lin Heng ordered for the man to be taken away, and Wang Jie slowly continued, "Sir, after our investigation, we found that Ma Kuan at the Yongdu clubhouse is merely an intermediary for those drug traffickers. Anyone needing supplies contacts him first, and he negotiates the prices and the time and place for transactions." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng thoughtfully stroked his scruffy beard. Moments later, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Since he wishes to seize our bar, I shall strike first and seize his clubhouse." Chapter 37. Lin Taigong Fishing. Those willing shall hook on with the initiative in mind to seize the clubhouse. Wang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Lin Heng to be so audacious. After a few seconds, he cautiously replied, "Sir, Ma Kuan has numerous subordinates, and I've heard he has a bodyguard. Hired from Myanmar, rumored to be a retired Special Forces soldier." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng became intrigued. The more subordinates and the stronger the bodyguard, the more significant the threat posed by Ma Kuan. Capturing Ma Kuan could potentially unravel the entire network of drug traffickers. He smirked wickedly, tilting his head towards Wang Jie and asked, "Do you think I'm easy to provoke?" Seeing Lin Heng's expression, Wang Jie realized arguing would be futile. At that moment, he pondered to whom he might next seek refuge. Just yesterday, one boss had died, and today another seemed destined to meet the same fate. He truly was a harbinger of doom. Before long, noon arrived. After lunch, Lin Heng directly brought Wang Jie to the Yongdu clubhouse. Indeed, he had brought only Wang Jie along. Although Wang Jie was a burly man, he was now trembling with fear. As they walked, he stammered, "Sir, are you certain it's just the two of us?" Approaching the clubhouse entrance, Wang Jie's anxiety intensified. Lin Heng patted him on the shoulder, startling him, to which Lin Heng chuckled, "Who said it's just the two of us?" Wang Jie's heart leaped with joy. "So you have reinforcements?" The next moment, Lin Heng's words struck him like a heavy blow. He had thought Lin Heng was orchestrating something grand, only to find he was going in alone. However, the relief washed over him as he realized he wouldn't have to enter the fray himself. Upon arriving at the clubhouse entrance, he pretended to offer Lin Heng caution. "Sir, please be careful." Lin Heng patted Wang Jie's shoulder, smiling, "Don't worry. You just wait here, and soon this clubhouse will belong to us." Wang Jie nodded with a smile, inwardly plotting his escape route. As he watched Lin Heng step into the clubhouse, he let out a deep sigh. He couldn't comprehend why, despite his warnings about Ma Kuan's skilled subordinates, Lin Heng still chose to walk into danger. As the clubhouse door closed behind Lin Heng, the air was soon filled with cries of distress. The moment Lin Heng entered, his unique skill activated, revealing a plethora of black text before his eyes. Without wasting words, he swiftly took action, dispatching Ma Kuan's subordinates with remarkable efficiency. Once he had dealt with the subordinates in the hall, Lin Heng clapped his hands and approached one of the remaining individuals, asking slowly, "Where is Ma Kuan? Bring him out to see me." The crowd was momentarily speechless. He hadn't indicated he was seeking Ma Kuan before launching into an attack. Lin Heng was well aware of the character of these individuals. If he were to state his desire to meet Ma Kuan, they would undoubtedly retort with remarks suggesting that Master Ma was not someone one could meet at will. Thus, he decided to forego such formalities, finding it far more straightforward to confront them directly. Moreover, these individuals were all guilty of various crimes, having oppressed the common folk on numerous occasions. It was only fitting that he deliver a righteous lesson to them. As long as he did not kill them, there would be little consequence. Before those on the ground could respond, a man clad in a suit appeared on the second floor, accompanied by a burly figure. The former was unmistakably not of Huagua descent, but rather bore the features of a Myanmarese. Lin Heng immediately deduced their identities. The man in the suit was Ma Kuan, and the imposing figure behind him was the bodyguard mentioned by Wang Jie. Upon seeing him, Lin Heng casually remarked, "Ma Kuan, it truly is no easy feat to meet you." Even before Wang Jie had finished reporting on Ma Kuan, Lin Heng's mind had recalled all relevant information pertaining to Zhao Si Shui, including details about Ma Kuyuan. As Ma Kuan descended the stairs and scrutinized the man before him, disbelief washed over him as he uttered, "Zhao Si, how can it be you? Aren't you?" Lin Heng retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one and slowly replied, "What do you mean, aren't I? Did you think I was dead?" Upon hearing this, Ma Kuan forced a smile to ease the tension and quickly changed the subject. He was taken aback to discover that this Si was indeed Zhao Si Shui. "Si, I heard from those in the underworld that you perished in Yu province, did I not? Lin Heng chuckled at this, then proceeded to berate them. You sons of bitches, your mouths are always flapping without a care. Witnessing Ma Kuan being scolded in such a manner, the hulking figure behind him was about to step forward to teach Lin Heng a lesson. However, before he could act, Ma Kuan raised a hand to stop him. Not one to let the moment pass, Lin Heng continued with a sardonic tone, it's admirable for a dog to guard its master, but biting a guest is quite another matter. Your master would be most displeased. With that, Lin Heng draped his arm over Ma Kuan's shoulder while the towering figure, Nua Ding, glared at him with evident fury. Ma Kuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, gestured for Nua Ding to withdraw. After all, he was familiar with Zhao Sishui and understood that the man before him was not yet at the point of wanting to kill him. Little did he know, the Zhao Sishui standing before him was, in fact, a policeman in disguise. After the two entered a private room, Lin Heng plopped down on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. This series of actions would convince even himself that he was not merely a drug dealer. After pouring Lin Heng a glass of liquor, Ma Kuan cautiously inquired, I wonder, see, what brings you to seek me out? Lin Heng raised his glass, took a sip, and replied nonchalantly, what else could I want from you but to make money together? Ma Kuan chuckled, do you still need to partner with me for that? Everyone knows your capabilities. Lin Heng then moved closer to Ma Kuan, placing his arm around the latter's shoulder, and whispered, to speak frankly, I recently traveled to Yu province and discovered a route that can facilitate selling goods to the Americas. Upon hearing this, Ma Kuan's expression shifted. Lin Heng noticed the change and continued, I know you have the means to procure the goods. If we collaborate to sell them in the Americas, the profits would far exceed anything we could earn in this wretched place. At first, Ma Kuan's face paled, and he promptly denied, see, you flatter me. I possess no means to acquire the goods. Lin Heng remained unperturbed, choosing instead to maintain a silence that lingered for a moment, his gaze fixated on Ma Kuan with an intensity that suggested he might take the latter's life in an instant. Ma Kuan felt an unsettling chill, fully aware of who Zhao Sishui was, someone who could kill without a second thought. What he failed to realize was that the Zhao Sishui before him was far more formidable than he could imagine. After a few minutes, Lin Heng's demeanor shifted to one of menace as he approached Ma Kuan, lightly patting his shoulder before slowly speaking, Ma Kuan, I am here to discuss this with you as a sign of respect. I hear you wish to reclaim your bar. Understanding that Ma Kuan would not acquiesce easily, he decided to apply some pressure. Noticing Ma Kuan's silence, Lin Heng added with a teasing tone, with so many bars under Jing Yang's ownership, why do you think I specifically targeted Zheng Yu's? And why did I choose to strike on the very night of his transaction? With that, Lin Heng made to leave but paused to turn back to Ma Kuan, saying, give it some thought. My business is substantial, and the goods I require are plentiful. The profit from selling to the Americas is equivalent to what you would earn here in this miserable place over a lifetime. Ma Kuan understood precisely what Lin Heng meant by the Americas, acknowledging that the profits there would indeed be significantly higher. A flicker of interest ignited within him, though he quickly tempered it. As an intermediary, Ma Kuan had connections with the drug traffickers behind the scenes. However, at that moment, he did not trust Lin Heng, even though he recognized him as Zhao Sishui. Lin Heng, too, remained patient, fully aware that good things come to those who wait. His intent was to bait Ma Kuan and await his gradual acceptance. Once outside the private room, Lin Heng unexpectedly encountered the menacing Nua Ding. He whistled at the latter with an arrogant demeanor, akin to teasing a dog. Nua Ding, though seething with anger, dared not retaliate, knowing that had Ma Kuan not intervened, he would have already taken action against Lin Heng. Lin Heng mentally noted this individual, recognizing that the man's sinful deeds were ample enough for him to level up several skills. After leaving the club, Lin Heng was surprised to find Wang Jie waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Wang Jie's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Lin Heng activated his mind-reading ability to discern Wang Jie's thoughts. He hasn't died. He actually managed to seize the club. Upon realizing these two thoughts, Lin Heng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Die? Why would I die? Before he could ponder further, Wang Jie rushed forward, anxious to inquire, "See, are you all right? Did you really manage to take the club? What about that retired Special Forces soldier? You didn't eliminate him, did you?" Hearing these questions, Lin Heng's lips twitched. It turned out that Wang Jie feared he had been killed by Nua Ding. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No, I did not seize it. I ran into an acquaintance and had a chat." Wang Jie paused, then pressed on, "Acquaintance? You mean you know Ma Kuan?" Lin Heng nodded, and upon realizing this, Wang Jie's worried expression vanished. Initially concerned that Lin Heng might not prevail and that Ma Kuan might take their bar, he was now reassured, as long as the bar remained theirs, he would still be the boss of those under him. And they would continue to have money to spend. Lin Heng clapped Wang Jie on the shoulder and casually remarked, "You should head back. I have some matters to attend to on my own." Wang Jie nodded, standing still as he watched Lin Heng depart. Once Lin Heng reached a secluded area near the club, he promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Xia Diyuan. The call connected swiftly. And Xia's excited voice came through, "How did it go?" "Any progress?" Lin Heng grinned, replying coolly, "Quite well. I suspect Ma Kuan will soon become restless. If luck is on my side, this task may wrap up ahead of schedule." On the other end, Xia Diyuan laughed heartily, astonished that after their prolonged investigation yielded no results, Lin Heng had made such swift progress in just one day. He finally understood why Qi Jun had waited for Lin Heng to recover before taking action. With his remarkable disguise skills, Lin Heng could rival the most adept beautification techniques seen in live streaming videos, perhaps even surpassing the so-called #1 sorcery in Asia. Moreover, Lin Heng's methods had opened their eyes, as if they had stepped into a new world. While others infiltrated by starting as subordinates and gradually working their way up, he had boldly taken over a bar and declared himself the boss. Lin Heng's audacity shattered their preconceived notions of undercover operations. "You must exercise caution. While our people will protect you from the shadows, if the drug dealers decide to act against you, we may not be able to assist in time." Lin Heng's gaze remained fixed on the club, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied, "I understand." After ending the call, Lin Heng waited for approximately 10 minutes near the club. At last, Ma Kuan emerged, departing in a black sedan. Lin Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. He had anticipated that Ma Kuan would soon seek out the drug dealers lurking behind the scenes. Lowering his head, he transformed his appearance once more. This disguise technique proved invaluable. Subsequently, Lin Heng hailed a passing car and followed Ma Kuan's vehicle. After about an hour of travel, they left the county town and headed toward the countryside. Soon, they arrived at a villa in a rural area. This villa, situated on the border, was originally constructed to provide convenience for tourists. Lin Heng, unfazed by the potential exposure of his identity, boldly followed Ma Kuan into the villa, posing as a visitor. Given his current visage, it is likely that no one would recognize him upon arrival. After entering the hall, Lin Heng took a moment to sit on the sofa and wait. Once he discerned the floor where Ma Kuan's elevator had paused, he rose and made his way towards it. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, he was confronted by 2 men clad in black. "What is your purpose here?" At the sight of the two, Lin Heng's black and white pupil ability activated instantly. The striking black letters beside the men materialized before him. Realizing that the individuals in the corridor were likely part of a drug dealer's lair, he quickly devised a plan and inquired, "Isn't this the 6th floor?" The black-clad man shoved Lin Heng back into the elevator, sternly admonishing, "This is the 5th floor, which is not open to the public." "My apologies, I pressed the wrong button," Lin Heng promptly replied, closing the elevator doors and ascending to the 6th floor. Based on his earlier observations, it was evident that the 5th floor could be one of the drug dealers' hideouts. However, it was improbable that this was the only location, as their capability to monopolize the drug trade along the southwestern border could not hinge solely on a single floor. If there were not genuine visitors present, Lin Heng would have every reason to suspect that this mountain villa was indeed their stronghold. On the 5th floor, within a particular room, Ma Kuan stood respectfully in front of a middle-aged man sporting a large pompadour. Behind the man stood 2 subordinates, while the young man beside him was Mr. Zhu, who had come to negotiate with Zheng Yu a few days prior. After hearing Ma Kuan's account, the man set down his cigar and spoke slowly. "Zhao Si Shui, that calamity again." The man's name was Zhu Jinyu, a drug dealer operating in the southwestern region. The young man beside him was his son, Zhu Zheng. Upon hearing the name Zhao Si Shui, Zhu Jinyu felt an urge to overturn the table. He had been holding back his fury in the southwestern region. Their business had been largely disrupted by Zhao, compelling them to flee to Guangdong province. Yet he dared to return now. Zhu Jinyu cursed vehemently. Observing Zhu Jinyu's ire, Ma Kuan quickly realized that any cooperation was out of the question. He had indeed been tempted. Selling goods to America could allow him to retire comfortably after a few transactions. However, witnessing Zhu Jinyo's furious demeanor, one that suggested he would relish devouring Zhao Sishui alive, Ma Kuan understood that collaboration was hopeless. His mind raced as he tentatively asked, "Then, shall we consider?" As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Zhu Jinyu immediately interrupted, his tone grave. Although Zhao Sishui is detestable, he is indeed a shrewd businessman, and he possesses some skills of his own. He is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Ma Kuan recognized that there might still be a glimmer of hope for cooperation. "So, are we to pursue a partnership with him?" he inquired cautiously. Zhu Jinyu turned away, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. "Here's the deal. I will supply you with goods, and you can attempt a transaction with him. This." Zhu Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as he urged, "Father, we do not yet know his background. What if he is a police informant?" Hearing his son's words, Zhu Jinyu regained his composure. Ever since Cha Wen's arrest, their business in the southwestern region had become increasingly arduous. They not only had to find ways to sell their goods, but also had to remain vigilant against the police. Chapter 39. Securing a major deal. The fish is hooked. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinyu merely waved his hand dismissively and began to speak nonchalantly. "I have had dealings with this individual. He cannot possibly be a police informant." Seeing his father's unwavering confidence, Zhu Zhang chose not to argue further. Shortly thereafter, Ma Kuan departed from the mountain villa, while Lin Hang remained to continue his investigation for a while longer. Following Lin Hang's meticulous examination, he found that aside from the 5th floor, there were no other issues with the villa. Upon returning to the clubhouse, Ma Kuan began planning his initial collaboration with Zhao Sishui. The moment he arrived, he dispatched someone to the Moonlight Bar to inform Lin Hang. When Lin Hang returned to the bar, Wang Jie quickly relayed Ma Kuan's desire to collaborate. Lin Hang smiled slightly at this news. Surprised that the fish had bitten so quickly, he did not linger. Instead, heading directly to Ma Kuan's clubhouse en route, he took a moment to call Xiaoyun. As soon as the call connected, Xia Yuan's irritated voice came through. "What is the matter with you? Why are you calling again within a single day? Didn't we agree to minimize our contact?" Lin Hang paid little heed to this, as he had indeed mentioned that if all was well, 1 call per day sufficed. The next moment, with a hint of excitement in his voice, Lin Hang said, "The fish is hooked. Ma Kuan is willing to collaborate with me, and I am on my way to the clubhouse now." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuan's expression transformed with excitement, the earlier irritation dissipating, replaced by fervor. "The fish is hooked? What is the plan? Are we taking action tonight?" Lin Hang swiftly interrupted his naive enthusiasm, calmly stating, "Not yet. I believe what we've caught so far are merely small fish. The real big ones are still to come. What do you need me to do?" Xia Yuan inquired. Lin Hang had already formulated a strategy in his mind, fully aware that the initial collaboration was likely a test. Therefore, they needed to execute it flawlessly, ensuring the safe transport of the goods without any complications. After sharing his thoughts with Xia Yuan, the latter readily agreed. Although it might consume some time, eliminating this gang of drug dealers was well worth the effort. After ending the call, Lin Hang arrived at the clubhouse, where darkness had begun to settle in. This time, Ma Kuan personally greeted Lin Hang at the door. Upon their meeting, Ma Kuan approached Lin Hang with utmost respect, saying, "Fourth Master, I sincerely apologize for the actions of my subordinates earlier. I hope you can overlook it." Lin Hang waved his hand dismissively, then lit a cigarette before slowly replying, "It was also I who struck your man. Besides, do I strike you as the petty sort?" Ma Kuan smiled nervously, knowing that his powerful backer had agreed to collaborate with him. If he continued to seek conflict, he would appear foolish. Moreover, who would turn away from money? After a brief discussion, they confirmed Ma Kuan's intention to initially test the waters with a batch of goods. Lin Hang hesitated for a moment, then used the excuse of high costs to decline the smaller order. This urgency swiftly shifted to Ma Kuan, who promptly adjusted the quantity. Only then did Lin Hang half-heartedly agree. This back and forth created the impression that Ma Kuan was the one pleading for Lin Hang's collaboration. Once all the goods were prepared, Lin Hang set off with Zhu Zhang 3 days later. This collaboration aimed to gauge Lin Hang's capabilities, with Zhu Jinyu sending his son Zhu Zheng along. Throughout the journey, Xia Yuan and Qi Jun had ensured that everything was in order, with all inspections proceeding without a hitch. After a journey of approximately 20 hours, their vehicle finally crossed into Guangdong province. where police personnel had been waiting at the port. Upon receiving the payment, Zhu Zhang and his associates' suspicions about Lin Heng dissipated. To Lin Heng's surprise, this operation had also brought him to Guangdong province. Upon returning to Jingyong County, Lin Heng met Zhu Jinyu once again. The location remained the same, the mountain villa, marking Lin Heng's second visit to the 5th floor, albeit he had not entered it during his first visit. Upon their initial meeting, Lin Heng activated his black and white pupil ability. Zhu Jinyu, sin value 2904 points, suspected of drug manufacturing and trafficking, intentional homicide. Zhu Jinyu, however, did not greet Lin Heng warmly. More accurately, he addressed Lin Heng's assumed identity. Zhaoxi Shui. You, Zhaoxi Shui, previously offended everyone in this area and fled to Guangdong because you could not survive. Now you return seeking cooperation? Zhu Jinyu clearly had extensive dealings with Zhaoxi Shui. Immediately referencing past grievances, Lin Heng, unfazed, smiled disdainfully and retorted, I did not flee. Rather, I sought new opportunities. Now that I have found them, I am back to help you all earn money. Zhu Jinyu, equally dismissive, remarked, You are here because you lack goods. Aren't you? If you had goods, would you really bring us in for a share? Lin Heng replied calmly, Indeed. It is because I lack goods, and the quality of goods elsewhere cannot compare to yours. Throughout his conversation with Zhu Jinyu, Lin Heng utilized his mind-reading ability to probe Zhu Jinyu's thoughts, attempting to uncover the location of their drug production site. However, Zhu Jinyu's cunning was profound, and Lin Heng was unable to discern anything. After all, he was not truly Zhaoxi Shui, and he feared that lingering too long would reveal his true identity. Thus, after a brief stay, he bid farewell to Zhu Jinyu and his associates and returned to the bar. Lin Heng refrained from directly inquiring about Zhu Jinyu's associates, as such questions could raise suspicion. The most prudent course of action was to wait for them to approach him voluntarily. Approximately half a month later, Zhu Jinyu could no longer contain himself. One day, he personally arrived at Lin Heng's bar. Inside the private room, Lin Heng and Zhu Jinyu sat facing each other, with Zhu Zhang standing vigilantly beside him. Everyone who knew them recognized the familial connection, while those unaware might mistake Zhu Zhang for a bodyguard. Zhu Jinyu did not engage in idle chatter, but rather got straight to the point, saying, Brother Zhao, we have been involved in small trades lately. When shall we embark on a significant venture? The fish has taken the bait. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng smiled faintly and replied slowly, A significant venture. I too aspire to that, but do you not trust me, my old brother? To mask his own embarrassment, Zhu Jinyu hurriedly laughed and remarked, Not at all. It's just that the police have been cracking down lately, and our supplies are dwindling. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng merely chuckled to himself, choosing not to speak. This old fox is indeed cautious. I believe the police are vigilant, but their claim of lacking supplies is utterly implausible. It is merely a pretext to guard against my inquiries, Lin Heng mused silently. At this moment, Zhu Jinyu suddenly spoke again, Brother Zhao. I heard from our big boss that there is a batch of goods available that boasts exceptionally high purity and substantial quantity. I wonder if you might be interested? Upon receiving this news, Lin Heng felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained an air of calm. Chapter 40. Live to act, die as a consequence. Hearing those words, Lin Heng inwardly rejoiced. Finally, the bait has been taken. However, he could not display his elation. Instead, he responded with measured composure, That would depend on whether your big boss trusts me. If he believes in me, I would certainly be interested. The moment those words left his lips, Zhu Jinyu slapped his thigh in excitement and exclaimed, Great! I will take you to meet our big boss tomorrow night. He wishes to speak with you personally. Lin Heng did not outwardly exhibit any joy but simply replied, Sounds good. Observing his reaction, Zhu Jinyu appeared somewhat perplexed. After a moment, he hesitantly inquired, Aren't you curious about the location? Lin Heng merely smiled faintly. Feigning indifference, Did you not say you would take me there? I will just follow you. Zhu Jinyu burst into hearty laughter, saying, Ha ha, yes, you can just follow me. Lin Heng nodded, while Zhu Jinyu remained blissfully unaware of Lin Heng's undercover identity, still quite pleased. Once Zhu Jinyu and his companions departed, Lin Heng immediately notified Xia Yan. The latter, upon hearing the news, was extremely thrilled and assured that he would prepare the police force in advance for tomorrow night's operation. At that moment, Lin Heng was still oblivious to the whereabouts of their big boss. The police could only rely on Lin Heng's mobile phone's location to follow him. That night, Lin Heng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming operation. Would he survive? What if he were to sacrifice himself? Does this system truly possess the skill of fighting spirit? After much contemplation, Lin Heng ultimately concluded, live to act, die as a consequence. Time swiftly advanced to the following evening, and Lin Heng followed Zhu Jinyu's vehicle to a small border town in Jing'ong County, the closest town to the Myanmar border. Zhu Jinyu brought Lin Heng to a farmhouse situated on the outskirts of the town, which was generally quite desolate. Upon entering, Lin Heng activated his black and white eye skill. Although all the faces were of Chinese descent, each individual bore black characters, making it evident that this was a den for drug traffickers. Meanwhile, the anti-drug squad and police from Zishuangbana were approaching Lin Heng's location, with the objective of eradicating this gang that had long dominated the southwestern border. After waiting for approximately half an hour at the farmhouse, a black SUV slowly drove in. Upon noticing this, Zhu Jinyu quickly rose and approached the vehicle. As the door swung open, a man of Myanmar descent stepped out. At that very moment, Lin Heng activated his black and white eye skill. Sang Biao. Sin value 3896 points, suspected of drug production and trafficking, intentional murder. Lin Heng secretly smiled, noting that Sang Biao's sin value was comparable to Cha Wen's. The moment Zhu Jinyu and Sang Biao met, they exchanged greetings in Myanmar language. Fortunately, Lin Heng possessed the skill of language proficiency. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed his identity tonight. Zhu Jinyu, familiar with Zhao Sishui, naturally knew that the other party spoke Myanmar. Thus, he did not switch to Chinese, but directly introduced Lin Heng in Myanmar language. Boss, this is Zhao Sishui, the individual I mentioned who previously conducted business in the southwestern region. The business they referred to was, of course, the drug trade. For these individuals, no business was more lucrative than trafficking drugs. Sang Biao approached Lin Heng and scrutinized him before speaking. Hello, Boss Xiao. I hope we can have a fruitful collaboration. Lin Heng extended his hand and replied nonchalantly, Hello, Boss Sang. May our partnership be fruitful. Accompanying Sang Biao were a dozen or so subordinates, along with Zhu Jinyu's men, totaling approximately 30 individuals, most of whom were armed. Lin Heng seized the opportunity to relay this information to Xia Yan, who was equally astonished by the number of individuals present. He promptly reported the situation to the provincial department, and upon learning of it, Qi Jun immediately contacted the armed police force to mobilize them for the operation. Meanwhile, within the farmhouse, Lin Heng continued his discussion with Sang Biao and others regarding the transportation of goods. Their collaboration entailed Lin Heng overseeing the transportation, while Sang Biao and his group provided the goods. Lin Heng wondered how much product Sang Biao intended to deliver this time. Sang Biao slowly extended 5 fingers and stated calmly, 500 kilograms. Lin Heng paused momentarily, taken aback by Sang Biao's capacity to produce such a large quantity. He had suspected that the previous skirmishes were merely minor distractions, and he was fortunate not to have rushed to apprehend them. Once Sang Biao made this declaration, even Zhu Jinyu was left dumbfounded. Their drug production sites were dispersed, not centralized in one location. While manufacturing such an amount was not particularly challenging, they had never attempted to transport so much within the borders of China. Should they be apprehended by the police, it would likely lead to numerous death sentences. Lin Heng, seeing this, did not respond immediately, but instead took a moment to ponder before slowly replying, When do you plan to ship the goods? I will arrange the vehicles in advance. Seeing Lin Heng's prompt agreement, Sang Biao smiled with satisfaction. Recently, they had collaborated with Lin Heng for a period, successfully transporting some goods and earning a profit. Naturally, they had no reason to doubt Lin Heng's reliability. Rather, they held him in high regard. Little did they know that every individual they dealt with was a police officer in disguise. The goods will be shipped in 3 days, Sang Biao stated slowly. Lin Heng nodded and replied coolly, No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Sang Biao lifted his glass, and Lin Heng followed suit. After clinking their glasses, the group downed their drinks. Half an hour later, Lin Heng feigned the need to use the restroom and made his way to the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity, he sent a text message to Xia Yan. We can act. The target is Sang Biao, a Myanmar national. Try to capture him alive if possible. After dispatching the message to Xia Yan, he reverted to his original appearance. Outside the farmhouse, the surrounding civilians had all been evacuated by the police, leaving only personnel from the anti-drug unit, special police, and armed forces. Upon receiving the information, Xia Yan immediately turned to a junior officer from the armed police and ordered, Captain Wu, commenced the operation in 5 minutes. The Capta www.com, he managed a bitter smile, and a wave of sorrow washed over him as he recalled how his father had abandoned him in his moment of peril with a heavy heart. Zhu Zheng slowly raised his pistol to his jaw. Lin Hang, witnessing this, offered a faint smile before gently pulling the trigger, the bullet swiftly finding its mark at the back of Zhu Zheng's head. As he observed the fallen Zhu Zheng, Lin Hang revealed a cold smirk, murmuring, "If you wish to die, I shall assist you. I had no intention of capturing you alive." With that, he promptly accelerated his vehicle in pursuit of Zhu Jinyu's fleeing direction. Soon catching up with Zhu Jinyu, who was attempting to escape into the thicket, Lin Hang did not halt. Instead, he fired 2 quick shots, each bullet striking Zhu Jinyu's left and right legs, respectively. Without lingering, he cast a fleeting glance at the motionless Zhu Jinyu before pursuing the direction in which Sang Biao had fled, mentally chiding himself for allowing so many to let Sang Biao slip away. Empowered by the eagle-eye skill, Lin Hang quickly spotted a narrow path leading into the mountains and drove in hot pursuit. The others, including Xiaodian, who had followed behind, wasted no time in following suit. After approximately 10 minutes, the path soon reached its end. Lin Hang's keen eyes, aided by the eagle-eye skill, quickly located Sang Biao and his companions, who had sought refuge in the woods. Realizing their intention to escape the borders, he swiftly veered onto a smaller trail in pursuit. Not long after, Xiaodian's group arrived at the scene. Upon spotting the vehicles parked by the roadside, everyone understood that they had entered the forest. Alarmed, Xiaodian felt a wave of anxiety for Lin Hang's safety. "Quick, provide support," he urged, and the group immediately dashed towards Sang Biao's fleeing direction. At this moment, Lin Hang had already taken an alternate route, positioning himself ahead of Sang Biao and his men. With the aid of the eagle-eye skill and his extraordinary physique, Lin Hang navigated effortlessly through the night, his vision sharpened and speed enhanced, allowing him to easily catch up with Sang Biao and his entourage. Perched atop a large tree, he observed Sang Biao and his men, who were less than 200 meters away. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. After checking his equipment, he realized that his pistol contained only 5 bullets, while his adversaries numbered 6. How fortuitous. I shall eliminate the other 5 and capture Sang Biao alive. Soon, Sang Biao and his 5 lackeys arrived beneath the tree where Lin Hang was concealed. Leaping down, Lin Hang swiftly dispatched 2 of the lackeys with a powerful kick. As Sang Biao regained his wits, Lin Hang was already before him, snatching the pistol from his grasp and sending him flying several meters, crashing violently against a tree. Immediately, Lin Hang aimed his weapon at Sang Biao's remaining subordinates. Bang, 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 bang. In a flurry of gunfire, he wasted no bullets, dispatching Sang Biao's lackeys before nonchalantly approaching Sang Biao. The latter, clearly injured from the fall and now unarmed save for a dagger, brandished his blade with a fierce expression. Lin Hang, observing this, slowly tucked his gun away at his waist. Although he still possessed Sang Biao's weapon, he had no intention of using it. He placed Sang Biao's gun on the ground, prompting the latter's gaze to shift towards Iti in the blink of an he immediately addressed the subordinate. Nuding, in Burmese, commanding, "He is a police officer. Kill him." Upon receiving Ma Kuan's order, Nuding nodded slightly and advanced towards Lin Hang with a fierce intent to kill Ma Kuan, however, made a hasty retreat without lingering. Lin Hang quickly found himself in combat with Nuding. Although the latter was indeed a formidable fighter, Lin Hang was, after all, a seasoned expert. After gauging his opponent's full strength, Lin Hang swiftly delivered a powerful punch that ended the confrontation. Witnessing Nuding collapse to the ground, the surrounding lackeys immediately scattered in terror. Some barely made it out the door before being apprehended by the police, who had been waiting outside for quite some time. Ma Kuan, attempting to escape through the back door, was not spared either, as he was soon captured by Xiaodian. Throughout Lin Hang's time as an undercover agent, the police had been discreetly monitoring their every move, making them intimately familiar with the surroundings. Observing the fallen Nuding, Lin Hang felt a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. The allure of the sin value was irresistibly enticing, rivaling that of Yi Yao. Shaking his head, he pondered the oddities of his thoughts. Nuding, sin value, 5,408 points. Retired Special Forces from Myanmar, mercenary, professional assassin. Soon after, Xiaodian and his team stormed in, meticulously searching the entire establishment. They uncovered a substantial amount of illicit funds and narcotics, apprehending over a dozen addicts in the process. Lin Heng's undercover mission was thus deemed a success, with the mastermind, Sang Biao, captured and numerous bars and KTVs shut down. That very night, Lin Heng accompanied Xiaodian to the Zhishuangbana City Bureau. Despite it being the dead of night, the bureau's director, Zhou Bingchong, personally awaited their arrival at the entrance. As Lin Heng stepped out of the car, Zhou Bingchong's authoritative voice resonated in his ears. "Salute." Everyone present saluted Lin Heng and his team, who promptly returned the gesture. Once the formalities concluded, Zhou Bingchong approached Lin Heng with a smile, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. I didn't expect you to complete the undercover mission so swiftly." Lin Heng grinned and replied, "I didn't think it was particularly quick. In fact, it felt somewhat slow." Zhou Bingchong erupted into hearty laughter before ushering them into the bureau. Lin Heng noted the presence of a first-class police inspector beside Zhou Bingchong, though he did not recognize him. Even Zhao Tai, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, could only silently follow behind. Upon entering the conference room, Zhou Bingchong introduced Xiaodian and Lin Heng to the attendees, then slowly began. "While we've apprehended Sang Biao, our cleanup operation cannot be considered fully concluded." Lin Heng understood this well. The drug traffickers' production sites were scattered and not confined to a single location. Even with Sang Biao captured, unless these production sites were thoroughly eradicated, individuals akin to Sang Biao would inevitably rise to organize them once more. This was precisely why the police aimed to capture Sang Biao alive. Though aware that they intended to use Sang Biao to uncover the hidden drug production sites, Lin Heng remained perplexed. Would someone like Sang Biao, facing an inevitable death sentence, truly cooperate with the police to dismantle those production sites? Soon enough, he voiced his inner doubts. Casting a glance at Zhou Bingchong and Xiaodian, he cautiously inquired, "Are you planning to use Sang Biao to identify those production sites? But would someone like him actually cooperate?" Zhou Bingchong and Xiaodian exchanged glances and shared a faint smile before calmly responding, "Comrade Lin Heng, your task here is complete. We have our methods. We are not concerned about whether Sang Biao will speak." Chapter 43. A week of leave to seek forgiveness from Yiyao. The following day, in Kaizhou Province, Chunqing City, Lin Heng disembarked from the high-speed train and promptly took a taxi to the city bureau, opting not to return home. His mission had concluded, and the subsequent cleanup was left to the Zhishuangbana Bureau and Xiaodian's narcotics team. In this operation, Lin Heng not only assisted the police in apprehending drug traffickers who had long plagued the southwestern border, but also successfully captured their leader, Sang Biao. Furthermore, Lin Heng had accrued over 18,000 points during this mission, which, when combined with the 2,000 points he had previously saved, brought his total to over 20,000 points. Gazing at the 20,000 plus points displayed on the system panel, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile. Although it seemed like a substantial sum, if he were to exchange them for skill upgrade cards, it would yield no more than 2 at most. The thought of this made Lin Heng feel as if his points were suddenly insufficient. He had no intention of participating in the lottery. His skills were already plentiful. He decided to save up for skill upgrade cards until the need arose. Soon, Lin Heng returned to the Chunqing City Bureau. He refrained from informing anyone of his return that day, and aside from Yi Nanhua, no one else knew what Lin Heng had been up to. While others might have guessed, they could not voice it. At that moment, Li Ming stood by the office window smoking a cigarette, and upon spotting the familiar figure below, he rushed out without a hint of his position as the captain. Chen Weihan, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, but soon followed suit without a second thought. Just as Lin Heng reached the elevator, preparing to ascend, he saw the adjacent elevator doors slowly open, and the next moment, 2 familiar figures lunged towards him. Hey, what are you doing?" Li Ming and Chen Weihan both simultaneously embraced Lin Heng, startling him. After a brief moment of excitement, Lin Heng pushed the 2 large men away. Li Ming patted his shoulder, feigning annoyance. "You rascal, you left without a word." Chen Weihan chimed in, "Yeah, do you have any idea how worried we were?" Although their acquaintance was relatively short, they had shared experiences as colleagues. Together, they had cracked several cases, and Li Ming had even participated in a border pursuit operation alongside Lin Heng. The bond between the 3 was undoubtedly strong. Lin Heng chuckled nonchalantly. It was a special mission. After all, and look, I returned safe and sound. As they entered the elevator, Li Ming took the opportunity to jest, "You little rascal, after making us worry for so long, you've got to treat us to a nice meal now that you're back." Lin Heng smiled, then shifted the topic to Chin Wei Han, casually stating, "If anyone's treating, it should be Deputy Chun. He promised to treat us last time, and I still haven't had the chance to eat." Upon hearing this, Li Ming recalled that Chin Wei Han did indeed owe them a meal. The latter did not hesitate and resolutely declared, "All right, I'll treat." Upon arriving at the Criminal Investigation Team's office, Lu Zhe and Fan Chen immediately spotted Lin Hang. They both dashed toward him, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back, urgently saying, "Hey, hold on, big men shouldn't hug without reason." Lu Zhe scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, "Hey, Lin Gu, it's just that we haven't seen you in a while. And we missed you." Lin Hang felt a wave of nausea at that remark, as he had yet to eat. He quickly interrupted, and at that moment, Fan Chen chimed in, "Yeah, Lin Captain, you have no idea. This guy has been talking about you every day while you were gone." As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted among the crowd. During missions, they maintained a superior-subordinate relationship, but in the absence of tasks. They were merely friends. Perhaps this was the finest aspect of camaraderie among comrades. Suddenly, two coughs interrupted from behind. Lin Hang instinctively turned to see Yi Nanhua standing behind him. He promptly approached, standing tall and saying, "Good day, Director Yi." Upon seeing Lin Hang, Yi Nanhua's face broke into a warm smile. He then summoned Lin Hang into his office. As soon as they entered, Yi Nanhua asked, "Have you called Yi Yao?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, nearly a month had passed from the beginning to the end of the mission, and he had not contacted Yi Yao upon his return. What a disaster that would be. Being scolded was one thing, but standing at attention would be another. The thought of it made Lin Hang's head throb. Yi Nanhua sighed, then excitedly remarked, "Well done, young man. I thought your undercover mission would last at least half a year. I didn't expect it to wrap up in less than a month." Lin Hang grinned. "What are you talking about? While others go undercover to be lackeys, I went in as the boss. How could that not be quick? Didn't I tell you? I would tone it down." At this, Yi Nanhua's mouth twitched. When Lin Hang went undercover, Chi Jun had cautioned him to be careful, only for Lin Hang to respond with, "I'll tone it down." Pouring Lin Hang a glass of water, Yi Nanhua slowly remarked, "You little rascal, you're about to earn another commendation. I suspect it will at least be a second-class honor, and a first-class one is entirely possible." The mention of another potential commendation instantly excited Lin Hang. Although he wasn't particularly interested in such accolades, it certainly didn't dampen his spirits. His mind raced, and he grinned widely. Noticing Lin Hang's expression, Yi Nanhua couldn't help but tease, "What are you scheming, you little rascal?" Lin Hang smiled faintly and casually said, "Director Yi, having accomplished such a significant feat, shouldn't I be entitled to a few days off? In the past fortnight, I have found myself in the constant company of drug dealers, with my nerves taut at every passing moment. Now that the mission has finally concluded, it is only natural that I should take a few days of leave to recuperate." Upon hearing this, Yi Nanhua burst into hearty laughter and remarked, "Ha ha ha, I thought you were holding in some secret. Turns out you were just asking for a vacation. Granted. Is a week sufficient?" Seeing Yi Nanhua's prompt agreement, Lin Hang immediately set down his cup and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, "That's enough. Thank you, leader." Just as he reached the entrance, Yi Nanhua called him back. "Wait a moment. You still have your police uniform with me. Take it back, and remember, even though it's a holiday, you must return to duty at a moment's notice should any case arise." Lin Hang turned back to retrieve his uniform, casually acknowledging before departing from Yi Nanhua's office. Understood that he then arrived at the Criminal Investigation Team to inform Li Ming and the others, and soon vanished from the Municipal Bureau. Instead of heading home immediately, Lin Hang boarded a high-speed train to Bailey City. After such a prolonged absence, he felt compelled to personally apologize to Yi Yao. This would also provide him the advantage of avoiding standing at attention for an extended period. When Lin Hang arrived in Bailey City, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He did not go to the bureau, but instead made his way directly to Yi Yao's residence. After all, by the time he would reach the bureau, it would be nearly closing time. It was far more practical to wait for her at home. During the journey, Lin Hang perused his chat history with Yi Yao, discovering an abundance of messages from her during his undercover period, filled with concern and care, yet devoid of any complaints regarding his silence about the mission. Soon, Lin Hang arrived at Yi Yao's residence. He chose not to inform her of his arrival and simply stood at the door. Waiting, after smoking a couple of cigarettes, he suddenly heard a commotion inside, reminiscent of something shattering. He hurried to the door to listen intently, and a thought struck him. If Yi Yao were home, would his wait be in vain? With that in mind, he knocked on the door. Almost immediately, a familiar voice called out, "Who is it?" Upon hearing that voice, Lin Heng felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He remained silent and knocked again. Yi Yao approached the door and peered through the peephole. Upon recognizing him, she excitedly opened the door. The moment the door swung open, she froze in place, while Lin Heng wore a subtle smile. Revealing his delight, Yi Yao managed a faint smile, but soon, tears began to stream down her cheeks. In the next instant, she threw herself into Lin Heng's embrace. Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback, but gradually wrapped his arms around her. As she nestled into his chest, her soft sobs echoed in his ears. Between her cries, she playfully thumped his chest, her voice laced with grievance. "You made me worry." Those simple 5 words, combined with Yi Yao's pitiful tone, instantly softened Lin Heng's heart. He tightened his embrace slightly, one hand gently stroking the back of her head as he murmured, "I was wrong, I promise. I will never make you worry again." He gently pushed Yi Yao back a little, cupping her face with both hands to tenderly wipe away her tears. Realizing her own emotional display, Yi Yao quickly turned her face away. Lin Heng chuckled helplessly, recognizing her determination to maintain her aloof policewoman persona at all times. After standing at the door for a few minutes, Yi Yao finally became aware and ushered Lin Heng inside. On the sofa, she fixated on him, making him feel slightly uncomfortable under her gaze. As Lin Heng's eyes darted, he stood to attention before she could speak. Yi Yao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile at his action. She then rose to stand opposite him, their gazes locking. She was half a head shorter than Lin Heng, forcing her to look up at him. After a moment, she softly inquired, "Are you injured?" Lin Heng slowly shook his head, but upon encountering her unwavering gaze, he nodded slightly. A cut adorned his left arm. While not severe, it was indeed an injury. Ironically, he had sustained no injuries while engaging with formidable opponents like Sang Biao and Nuo Deng, yet he was caught off guard by a mere lackey of Zheng Yu. A testament to his oversight, as he had underestimated that group. As soon as Yi Yao learned of Lin Heng's injury, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hurriedly examined his arm. "Let me see. Where are you hurt?" Lin Heng patted his arm casually, responding, "Just a scratch. It's nothing serious." Once Yi Yao had inspected the wound, her concern finally eased. She stared intently at Lin Heng, causing him to hold his breath. The next moment, she rose onto her toes and, before he could react, gently bit his lip. Lin Heng's first instinct was to register the bite, and after a moment, he realized where he had been nipped. He looked at Yi Yao, noticing the blush that had rapidly spread across her face. "I warned you. If you get hurt again, I'll bite you." Lin Heng chuckled. "Would you call this a punishment or a reward?" Yi Yao's expression turned sheepish. In the next instant, Lin Heng enveloped her in his arms, his gentle voice resonating near her ear. "I promise. I'll inform you of any missions beforehand." Upon hearing this, Yi Yao nodded softly and gradually wrapped her arms around Lin Heng. Together, they sank into their own tender moment. However, Lin Heng once again demonstrated the principle that one should refrain from unnecessary provocations. During their first embrace in the hospital, Lin Heng had sensed something soft brushing against him. The same sensation had returned when they hugged at the door, and now, he recognized what it was. Slowly, he extended his hand towards that softness, simultaneously asking, "What is this?" Yi Yao, aware of his intentions, swiftly swatted his hand away. "Get lost." Confronted with Yi Yao's reprimand, Lin Heng merely grinned mischievously. Observing his cheeky smile, Yi Yao unhesitatingly pushed him away, her expression stoic as she declared, "Stand for 2 hours." Though punished, Lin Heng's lips still curled into a happy smile. That night, he naturally shared a bed with Yi Yao. Throughout the evening, Lin Heng endeavored to explore every opportunity, and he indeed managed to touch that softness, but the final step eluded him due to an unexpected interruption. The following morning, Yi Yao awoke groggily, pushing away the large hand resting on her chest in exasperation. This motion roused Lin Heng, who, upon opening his eyes and seeing Yi Yao's bare form, was instantly reminded of the previous night's events. A sly smile crept across his face as he quipped, "Had I known, I would have gone undercover for a few more days instead of rushing to conclude my mission." Yi Yao shot him an incredulous glare, then flatly asked, "So, How many days of leave did Yi Nanhua grant you? Isn't it customary for you to address your father by name? Without much thought, Lin Heng blurted out, a week. Splendid. At that moment, an ominous premonition washed over Lin Heng. The next instant, he heard Yi Yao's unyielding voice, get up, tidy yourself, and accompany me shopping. You're footing the bill. What? Lin Heng looked utterly perplexed. What's the matter? Not pleased? Yi Yao questioned. Before Lin Heng could respond, she continued, her tone icy. What were you doing last night if you weren't pleased? With that, she cast a disinterested glance in his direction. Lin Heng lowered his head, pondering for a moment. After several seconds, he finally replied, it seems I need to start saving up for the betrothal gifts again. At that, Yi Yao couldn't suppress a laugh. Just as they were about to prepare to leave, Yi Yao's phone rang unexpectedly. She answered, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she read the screen. Upon recognizing the caller, her demeanor became serious. Hello, Team Leader Zhao. Upon hearing Yi Yao's formal address, Lin Heng quickly realized their plans for the day had been dashed. Yi Yao was evidently being summoned for duty. Sure enough, after picking up the phone, she frowned slightly, her large, grape-like eyes narrowing into slits. The next moment, she incredulously asked, you want Lin Heng to assist us with the case? P.S. Not even part of our bureau. Lin Heng, overhearing her, mirrored her expression of bewilderment. On the other end, Zhao Minghua patiently explained, whether or not he is from our bureau, we are all comrades within the same system. Director Ma has already coordinated with Director Yi. You both should come to the bureau right away. Yi Yao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and coldly retorted, what does it matter if Yi Nanhua agreed? I have yet to consent, Zhao Minghua. Lin Heng. Yi Nanhu truly has the misfortune of having such a daughter. After all, he is a bureau chief, a second-level police supervisor. Yet, here he is, being called by his full name in front of outsiders by his own daughter, Yi Yao finished speaking and abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Zhao Minghua no opportunity to respond. Lin Heng stared in disbelief at the scene before him, and after a long pause, cautiously inquired, is there something you need help with? Yi Yao did not answer. Instead, she angrily sat on the bed, sulking to herself. Observing this, Lin Heng approached her and gently took her delicate hand, offering comfort. We are all police officers. Solving cases is our duty. Shopping can be done anytime. Yi Yao shot him a glance, sighed in resignation, and replied flatly, let's go. Yi Yao moved to the wardrobe, preparing to change into her police uniform. Upon turning around, she found Lin Heng standing behind her, and she sharply commanded, get out. Lin Heng, wearing a mischievous grin, met her icy gaze and immediately scurried away. The events of the previous night felt like a mere dream. Although Lin Heng had brought his police uniform, he did not intend to wear it, as detectives rarely donned uniforms while working on cases. Upon arriving at the Bailey City Police Station, Lin Heng and Yi Yao made their way toward the conference room. Along the way, Yi Yao briefed Lin Heng on the case details. 3 months prior, near an abandoned reservoir on the outskirts of Bailey City, several men swimming discovered a headless corpse. After reporting to the authorities, the police promptly arrived at the scene. Upon investigation, it was revealed that not only had the victim's head been severed, but his heart had also been extracted. Following a swift investigation, the police quickly identified the suspect. The suspect, named Zhang Lang, was the younger brother of the deceased, Zhang Tao. Both were sons of the renowned entrepreneur Zhang Shaoquan in Bailey City, embodying the archetype of wealthy heirs. However, only one could inherit the family business. According to Zhang Lang's confession, he had personally killed his brother Zhang Tao and extracted his heart. His motive for murder was rather peculiar. It stemmed from a dispute over inheritance rights. Yet, this motive was not entirely implausible, as such occurrences had been documented before. When the police inquired why he had decapitated his brother and removed his heart, Zhang Lang's explanation seemed rather far-fetched, claiming he did so to avoid being recognized and that he intended to sell the heart to organ traffickers. This response left the investigating officers perplexed. Could a wealthy scion truly lack money? Despite Zhang Lang's admission of guilt, the police lacked concrete evidence to convict him. In police work, evidence takes precedence over all else. Even without a confession, a case could be solved with sufficient proof. However, if only a confession existed without supporting evidence, a conviction was impossible. Consequently, the case had remained unresolved until now. Lin Heng's expression turned to one of confusion as he absorbed the details. Who was the younger brother? And who was the elder? Yi Yao shot him a glance but did not respond to his query. Soon, they arrived at the conference room, where Yi Yao knocked on the door and entered. As Lin Heng stepped inside, he felt numerous gazes fixated upon him. The head of the room was a first-level police supervisor, who immediately rose to greet Lin Heng upon his entrance. Lin Heng observed that the man appeared slightly older than Li Ming, who held the same rank. If this individual were assigned to a local jurisdiction, he would undoubtedly be a county police chief. Given that Bailey City is a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Hainan Province's Bailey Prefecture, its administrative status is akin to that of a district or county. This man was likely the chief of the Bailey City Police Station. Yi Yao approached the chief and stood at attention, saluting before introducing Lin Heng. "Director Ma, this is Lin Heng." Ma Qinggang nodded and then approached Lin Heng. Although Lin Heng was not part of the Bailey City Police Station, Ma Qinggang was still a superior. Lin Heng straightened his posture and greeted. "Hello, Director Ma." Ma Qinggang returned the salute and smiled, saying, "Comrade Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is evident that you are indeed a promising talent." At these words, Lin Heng felt a rush of embarrassment. The flattery was overwhelming. He had gained notoriety within the Hainan police system, having solved numerous high-profile cases in a remarkably short span of time. Furthermore, he had been promoted to first-level police supervisor, enjoying the privileges of a departmental rank. Ma Qinggang had also heard about his significant contributions to the recent border-clearing operations, and it was likely that another promotion awaited him. Though his rank was higher than Lin Hong's, in the eyes of their superiors, Lin Hong's achievements might carry more weight. Lin Heng awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to respond. He was not adept at navigating such sycophantic exchanges. Observing his discomfort, Ma Qinggang reined in his jovial demeanor and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Yi Yao had already briefed him on the specifics of the case, and after a brief elaboration, Lin Heng was ready to take action. "Comrade Lin, we understand that you are on leave, but we find ourselves in a predicament, which is why we have come to you for assistance." "Not a problem. Solving cases is our duty as police officers, and as we are all part of the same system, it is only right that we support one another," Lin Heng replied. Ma Qinggang nodded in agreement and then summoned a nearby third-level police supervisor. He gestured toward him, saying, "This is our Bailey City Criminal Investigation Team leader, Zhao Minghua. You can consult him for any assistance you may need." Lin Heng nodded and greeted Zhao Minghua. "Hello, Team Leader Zhao." The latter extended his hand and replied, "Hello, Lin Team Leader." Chapter 46. Can the case be solved within a day? After the meeting concluded, the group proceeded to the Criminal Investigation Team's office. Zhao Minghua presented the case files and the autopsy report to Lin Heng. "This is the case file and the autopsy report. By the time the body was discovered, it had already undergone significant decomposition, making it difficult to ascertain the specifics of the weapon used." As Zhao Minghua explained the details, Lin Heng attentively reviewed the autopsy report. The other officers in the Criminal Investigation Team exchanged puzzled glances. What sort of person could command a third-level police supervisor in his 30s? Moreover, Lin Heng appeared remarkably youthful. What exceptional qualities did he possess? What astonished them further was that the icy-cold Yi Yao was seated beside him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Known as a beauty in the police academy, she remained a standout figure at the Bailey City Police Station. Aside from a few leaders, very few knew that her father also held the position of a bureau chief, and at a higher rank than theirs. At that moment, two young officers whispered among themselves, "Who is this person? Why does it seem like Zhao Team Leader is deferring to him? I heard he was summoned by the bureau chief specifically to investigate the Zhang Tao case." One young third-level police supervisor displayed a disdainful expression. "He looks younger than me. How could he possibly be an expert? That case has stumped Zhao Team Leader for so long without any leads. What could a mere rookie possibly uncover?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Heng turned his icy gaze toward him, startling the young officer. Noticing Lin Hong's piercing stare, Zhao Minghua could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Lin Heng replied with a neutral expression. By this point, he had completed his review of all the case files and the autopsy report, leaving Zhao Minghua astonished by his remarkable speed. Recognizing Zhao Minghua's puzzled expression, Lin Heng offered a slight smile and said, "Team Leader Zhao, the contents of the files and the autopsy report are essentially of no use." Zhao Minghua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his head. After 3 months of investigation, Lin Heng had dismissed their efforts with a single statement. Just then, the disgruntled third-level police supervisor interjected, We've been investigating for so long. On what grounds do you say it's useless? Lin Heng merely smiled faintly and casually responded, if it were useful, wouldn't this case have been resolved by now? You. The words struck the young officer speechless. Zhao Minghua shot the third-level supervisor a disapproving glance and gently said, Team Leader Lin, you are right. These materials are indeed of little value, or else this case wouldn't have remained stagnant. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Minghua concluded. Lin Heng set aside the files and the autopsy report, slowly rising to his feet. Give me 1 day, and I will help you solve this case. At this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. They had been investigating for over 3 months without any leads. And yet this individual claimed he could resolve it in a single day? Even Yi Yao gazed at him in disbelief, prompting Lin Heng to smile faintly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Minghua slammed the table and declared with solemnity, Very well, from this moment forth, everyone in the criminal investigation team, myself included, will heed Team Leader Lin's command. Upon hearing this, the team members immediately stood at attention and responded in unison. Observing this, Lin Heng did not hesitate. He turned to Zhao Minghua and said, Captain Zhao, where is Zhang Lang? I need to see him, Zhao Minghua replied. He is at the detention center. I will take you there right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Heng followed Zhao Minghua out of the criminal investigation team's office, with Yi Yao closely trailing behind. Walking beside Lin Heng, she could not help but inquire, Are you certain you can solve the case within a day? Do you have confidence? Lin Heng smiled softly and replied, Let us give it a try. For Lin Heng, directly meeting Zhang Lang was the simplest approach. After all, he was a skilled investigator. A mere glance would reveal whether Zhang Lang was the culprit. If Zhang Lang were innocent, they would need to shift their investigative focus rather than waste time on him. Conversely, if he were indeed the perpetrator, Lin Heng would only need to find the evidence. Although that would prove to be the most challenging aspect. Nonetheless, as a skilled investigator, once he confirmed Zhang Lang's guilt, gathering evidence would become relatively straightforward. Before long, they arrived at the detention center, where Zhao Minghua had already made arrangements. By the time they arrived, Zhang Lang had been waiting in the interrogation room for quite some time. Wai Yao did not enter the interrogation room but instead observed from the adjacent observation room. Upon entering the interrogation room, Lin Heng produced a cigarette and offered it to Zhao Minghua. The latter's eyes widened in surprise. Smoking was prohibited during interrogations, yet this young man brazenly handed him a cigarette. Lin Heng ignored the rule and turned his attention to Zhang Lang, who was slumped in a chair, unkempt and disheveled. Upon seeing Zhao Minghua, he exclaimed with agitation, Captain Zhao, I told you I am the murderer. Please convict me quickly. Every second I spend here is torture. Zhao Minghua remained silent, casting a glance at Lin Heng. Under Zhao Minghua's astonished gaze, Lin Heng lit his own cigarette. After taking a puff, he slowly spoke, Rest assured, Captain Zhao, today is not about interrogation. We are merely having a casual conversation. There is no need for formality. Zhao Minghua nodded in confusion, yet he refrained from lighting his own cigarette. Lin Heng approached Zhang Lang and nonchalantly offered him a cigarette, saying, Care for a smoke? Zhang Lang's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarette. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly accepted it from Lin Heng's hand. After lighting Zhang Lang's cigarette, Lin Heng then inquired, Zhang Lang, I just reviewed your file. You and your older brother are the only sons of your father. Now that your brother is deceased, you should be the one most likely to inherit the estate. Why are you so eager to confess? Both Zhang Lang and Zhao Minghua were momentarily taken aback by this question. Zhao Minghua was plunged into deep self-doubt. How had he overlooked such a straightforward inquiry? The reason was simple. He was so intent on solving the case that he had been consumed with finding evidence, neglecting to consider other possibilities. Regaining his composure, Zhang Lang responded with an air of calm. Officer, you are indeed correct, but you may not be aware that my brother has no children, whereas I do. If both my brother and I were to die, wouldn't the inheritance go to my son? Lin Heng nodded, acknowledging that he had considered this possibility but had merely sought to probe Zhang Lang's mindset. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhang Lang, Lin Heng had activated his ability to discern truth and deception. Zhang Lang, Sin Value 112, charged with complicity, suspected of concealing criminal facts. In truth, Lin Heng had long suspected that Zhang Lang was not the murderer. If he were, why would he be so desperate for the police to convict him? With his brother's death, he became the sole heir. Moreover, when Lin Heng posed that question, Zhang Lang had clearly hesitated. Even if the heir could be his son, Was this course of action truly worthwhile? Furthermore, the police had no evidence to prove his guilt. Why then was he so eager to confess? While it was clear that Zhang Lang was taking the fall for someone else, the question remained. Who was the true perpetrator? Who was the one for whom he was taking the blame? These were matters that would require careful investigation. Of course, Lin Heng had another strategy: to break Zhang Lang down and compel him to confess. This, too, would be a straightforward method for Lin Heng. With this thought in mind, he extinguished his cigarette and returned to his seat, saying slowly, "Zhang Lang, who are you taking the fall for?" As soon as these words left his mouth, both Xiao Minghua and Zhang Lang were struck dumb, and even Yi Yao in the observation room was momentarily stunned. She knew Lin Heng well enough to recognize the certainty in his tone. It did not sound like a mere bluff. Xiao Minghua was utterly bewildered. What kind of investigative technique was this? A few casual exchanges, and he could ascertain that Zhang Lang was not the murderer. Zhang Lang, still in shock, let ash from his cigarette fall onto the table. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered. What are you saying? What do you mean by taking the fall? I am the murderer." Lin Heng smiled wryly. Even Xiao Minghua could discern the significance of Zhang Lang's reaction. It indicated that Lin Heng's assertion was likely correct. Zhang Lang was indeed taking the fall for someone else. Lin Heng felt a growing admiration for his own intuition. He was unsure why he was so confident that Zhang Lang was merely a scapegoat. As Zhang Lang continued to protest, Lin Heng activated his mind-reading ability. Soon, an array of thoughts flooded his consciousness. It's impossible. He can't know it. We were so discreet. No one could possibly know why father should pass the inheritance to my son, right? Once I'm convicted, they should be in the clear, right? Upon encountering these thoughts, Lin Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this situation involve Zhang Lang's father, Zhang Xiaoquan? After a moment of astonishment, Lin Heng quickly regained his composure. Zhang Lang, our investigation into you has never ceased. While we know you are not the murderer, being complicit in a crime carries legal consequences. If the circumstances are severe, it could lead to charges of joint criminal liability. Think carefully. If you confess now, it might still be considered voluntary. Once we uncover the truth, you will have no chance left. Having spoken, Lin Heng exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Minghua, and the two rose to leave the interrogation room, leaving Zhang Lang in a contemplative silence. Upon reaching the observation room, Yao approached with a puzzled expression. Are you so certain that Zhang Lang is not the murderer? Lin Heng nodded, and Xiao Minghua, equally perplexed, asked, Team Leader Lin, what should we do next? Captain Zhao, I need you to gather a team to investigate Zhang Xiaoquan. Look into his recent whereabouts, particularly to see if he has any extramarital affairs. Lin Heng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Minghua's face was a tableau of confusion. Surely a father would not harm his own son? Though puzzled, he quickly departed the detention center to follow Lin Heng's instructions. Inside the detention center, only Lin Heng and Yi Yao remained, observing Zhang Lang's every move. Though Zhang Lang appeared outwardly composed, subtle signs indicated that he was on the brink of collapse. Yi Yao, lost in thought, regarded the man beside her, contemplating his motivations. After approximately 3 hours, Xiao Minghua rushed back in, breathless. Upon seeing them, he gasped, I found it. Zhang Xiaoquan bought an apartment in Wudong Community 6 years ago, and he has been frequenting that area recently. Our investigation revealed that a woman in her 30s resides there with a 6-year-old child, but we have yet to ascertain their relationship with Zhang Xiaoquan. Xiao Minghua spoke so rapidly that he seemed on the verge of suffocation. Lin Heng smiled faintly, while Yi Yao interjected, Are you suggesting that Zhang Xiaoquan murdered his own son? Lin Heng shook his head, still uncertain but convinced that Zhang Xiaoquan was involved in some capacity. Xiao Minghua's expression reflected disbelief as Lin Heng explained, I suspect Zhang Xiaoquan has some connection to this, but I doubt he acted alone. Yi Yao remained unconvinced and pressed, How does this relate to Zhang Xiaoquan possibly having an illegitimate child? In a spontaneous gesture, Lin Heng reached out to ruffle Yi Yao's hair, only to have his hand swatted away. Realizing they were not alone, he replied coolly, Whether it relates or not is irrelevant. What matters is that Zhang Lang becomes aware. Upon hearing this, Xiao Minghua's eyes lit up with understanding. You mean to say? We need Zhang Lang to reveal the true murderer? Lin Heng nodded with a smile, and the two returned to the interrogation room. For Lin Heng, conducting an interrogation was far simpler than hunting for a perpetrator. Having someone assist him in identifying the culprit was a much easier endeavor, especially when that person was well informed. Upon entering the interrogation room, Lin Heng wasted no time on pleasantries. So, Zhang Lang, after all this time, have you come to a decision? At that moment, although Zhang Lang maintained a facade of composure, he remained resolutely defiant. I fail to comprehend the meaning of your words. It was indeed I who ended Zhang Tao's life. If judgment is to be rendered, let it be swift. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng offered a slight smile and calmly remarked, do you truly believe that by taking the blame for Zhang Xiaoquan, he would bestow the inheritance rights upon your son? Have you ever considered whether he might have other children outside? Lin Heng paused momentarily, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, upon noticing Zhang Lang's expression, which was more sorrowful than that of a weeping person, he continued, what if that child is already 6 years old? The moment these words reached Zhang Lang's ears, he crumbled completely. He shook his head vigorously, repeatedly uttering, impossible, impossible. Witnessing his reaction, Lin Heng and Zhao Minghua instantly grasped that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Zhang Xiaoquan. Having confirmed his suspicions, Lin Heng seized the opportunity to press on, stating, do you not realize that everything you have done merely serves to clothe your yet-to-be-met brother in finery? You are nothing but a pawn. At this juncture, Zhang Lang was utterly devastated, crying out vehemently that it was impossible. Lin Heng then picked up a blank sheet of paper, preparing to dismantle Zhang Lang's psychological defenses entirely. He waved the paper in his hand and asserted resolutely, do you think we are deceiving you? This is the DNA verification report of your father and your brother. Chapter 48. Does a tiger not eat its young? Upon hearing the phrase DNA verification report, Zhang Lang's emotions, already on the brink of collapse, erupted entirely. He pounded the table furiously, crying out in anguish, impossible, impossible. You must be lying to me. Lin Heng cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Minghua, their eyes meeting in understanding without the need for words. Although Zhao Minghua was uncertain why Lin Heng was so confident that Zhang Lang was taking the fall for another, observing the latter's reaction confirmed Lin Heng's judgment. After a brief silence, Zhang Lang had descended into a torrent of tears. Noticing this, Lin Heng gradually spoke, believe it or not, you wished for us to convict you, did you not? We can fulfill that wish. And then you may observe from above whether your father will grant your son the inheritance rights. With that, Lin Heng turned and exited the interrogation room, followed closely by Zhao Minghua. At this moment, Zhang Lang was utterly broken, weeping uncontrollably in the interrogation room. Once they reached the adjacent observation room, Yao could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, why not capitalize on this moment and compel him to confess? Lin Heng took a sip of water and replied coolly, his current emotional state is unsuitable for interrogation. Let's allow him some time to regain his composure. Forcing an interrogation upon an individual during their emotional breakdown could provoke stronger resistance and oppositional sentiments. Thus, Lin Heng chose to step outside, granting Zhang Lang a moment to recover. Although it was still uncertain whether Zhang Xiaoquan was the perpetrator, it was undeniably connected to him. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Heng and Zhao Minghua returned to the interrogation room. By this time, Zhang Lang had managed to stabilize his emotions, sitting with his head bowed in the center of the room. Upon noticing Lin Heng and Zhao Minghua's entrance, he slowly lifted his gaze to glance at them before once more lowering his head. Lin Heng seized the moment to inquire, so, do you not plan to confess? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang raised his head once more, tentatively asking, if I confess now, will it be considered meritorious? Can I receive a lighter punishment? At this, Lin Heng and Zhao Minghua felt a surge of hope. It seemed the truth was poised to unveil itself. Zhao Minghua nodded affirmatively, stating with conviction, as long as you voluntarily confess, I can apply for a lighter sentence. Zhang Lang let out a deep sigh, murmuring softly, if he lacks compassion, then I shall not be bound by righteousness. The nearby officer prepared to take notes, and this time, Zhang Lang did not hesitate, promptly divulging all of Zhang Xiaoquan's criminal deeds. One night, 3 months prior, Zhang Lang returned home to retrieve something and unexpectedly stumbled upon Zhang Xiaoquan and others in the act of disposing of a corpse. Upon seeing Zhang Lang enter, Zhang Xiaoquan was momentarily stunned and began pleading with Zhang Lang not to disclose the incident. Ultimately, enticed by the promise of wealth, Zhang Lang chose to take the blame for his father. Zhang Xiaoquan had assured him that he would grant the inheritance rights to his son. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Lang, Zhang Xiaoquan secretly had an illegitimate child. After Zhang Lang recounted everything, Lin Heng, puzzled, inquired, And what of Zhang Tao's heart? Zhang Lang fell silent for a moment before continuing. When I returned home, several individuals in white coats were extracting my brother's heart. However, I truly do not know what it was for. You must ask my father. Lin Heng took a sip of water and pressed on. What evidence do you possess to prove it was your father and his associates who committed the murder? I have a recording at my wife's place. And one of the doctors in white coats is someone I know. My father's private physician, named Wang Fan, Zhang Lang asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Minghua immediately rose and left the interrogation room to retrieve the recording from Zhang Lang's wife and to apprehend Wang Fan. Just as he intended to return to the interrogation room, Lin Heng stepped out. They exchanged glances, and Lin Heng slowly stated, "File a report. Summon Zhang Xiaoquan. At present, their evidence was insufficient. Zhang Lang's singular testimony could not definitively establish Zhang Xiaoquan as the murderer. Therefore, they could only summon him rather than arrest him directly." Zhao Minghua acknowledged this and turned to call Ma Chengyang. Wei Yao also emerged at this moment, approaching Lin Heng with an expressionless demeanor and remarking, "Are you certain that the perpetrator is indeed Zhang Xiaoquan? Even a tiger does not eat its young." While the evidence remained incomplete, Lin Heng was already convinced that Zhang Lang's words were the unvarnished truth. As long as they acquired the recording and located Wang Fan, they could ascertain whether Zhang Xiaoquan was indeed culpable. As for the fate of the heart, Wang Fan might possess the knowledge. Once the evidence was complete, there would be no reason to fear Zhang Xiaoquan's denial. Lin Heng gently stroked Yao's head and replied softly, "At times, humans can be more vicious than tigers." Before long, Zhao Minghua received permission to summon Zhang Xiaoquan, and both Lin Heng and Yao escorted Zhang Lang back to the city bureau. Approximately an hour later, the individuals dispatched to retrieve the recording and apprehend Wang Fan returned in succession. The moment Lin Heng obtained the recording, he listened intently. It indeed captured all dialogues between Zhang Xiaoquan and Zhang Lang. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaoquan was also brought back to the city bureau. Upon seeing him, Lin Heng activated his black and white eye skill. Zhang Xiaoquan, sin value 576 points, suspected of intentional homicide, bribery, embezzlement of public funds. Upon discerning the glaring black letters, Lin Heng promptly directed Zhao Minghua and the others, "Take him directly to the interrogation room." Without hesitation, Zhao Minghua led Zhang Xiaoquan to the interrogation room. Zhang Xiaoquan appeared visibly displeased, convinced that his plan was flawless and that no one would discover it. Even if his son were to expose him, he believed the police would possess no evidence. In reality, this was indeed the case. Despite Zhao Minghua's extensive inquiries, they had uncovered no concrete evidence. Were it not for Lin Heng's exceptional breakthrough with Zhang Lang, they might have found themselves at an impasse with Zhang Xiaoquan. On their way to the interrogation room, Zhang Xiaoquan, filled with ire, shouted, "I am here to cooperate with your investigation, not to be treated as a criminal." "What right do you have to take me to the interrogation room?" Lin Heng remained silent, simply observing Guy in the face of someone capable of killing their own flesh and blood. Lin Heng felt no inclination to engage in conversation. He had no intention of interrogating Zhang Xiaoquan. After questioning Wang Fan, they could directly secure a conviction with sufficient evidence, without requiring a confession. With this thought in mind, Lin Heng proceeded to the interrogation room where Wang Fan awaited. Upon entering, he found Wang Fan anxiously glancing at him. Lin Heng swiftly activated his black and white eyes, and Wang Fan's information promptly appeared before him. Wang Fan, sin value 236 points, suspected of harboring illegal organ transplantation. Observing the mention of illegal organ transplantation, Lin Heng felt a surge of triumph. As he had suspected from the outset, he believed Zhang Tao's heart had undoubtedly been transplanted into another individual. After all, why else would such extensive effort be expended to extract his heart? Chapter 49. Heart transplant surgery. Upon sitting down in the interrogation room, Lin Heng refrained from speaking, instead opting to play the recording. As the contents of the recording reached Wang Fan's ears, his expression turned frantic. Once the recording concluded, before Lin Heng could utter a word, Wang Fan voluntarily declared, "Officer, I did not kill anyone. It was Zhang Xiaoquan who forced us to do it." Lin Heng smiled faintly. Upon entering and noting Wang Fan's anxious demeanor, he had anticipated that Wang Fan was of a timid disposition. Individuals who appeared nervous upon entering the police station were often unable to conceal their secrets and were relatively easy to break. In contrast, those like Zhang Xiaoquan, who seemed at home in the police station, proved to be far more challenging to interrogate. Extracting any information from them was akin to climbing a mountain. However, the police's preliminary interrogations were no mere idle pursuits. Especially considering Lin Hang's exceptional capabilities, Lin Hang casually inquired, "So why did you decide to kill Zhang Tao?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Fan immediately became anxious and hurriedly explained, "I did not kill anyone. It has nothing to do with me. I was coerced into this. I merely assisted General Manager Zhang in extracting his son's heart." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang exchanged a glance with Zhao Minghua beside him. "We never claimed you were the one who killed him. Was there another purpose behind the extraction of Zhang Tao's heart?" Wang Fan, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed and, after a moment of silence, seemed to have made a firm resolution as he spoke. "Yes? It was for a heart transplant surgery," Lin Hang continued to probe. "For whom was it intended?" Wang Fan fell silent, seemingly terrified of that individual. Observing this, Lin Hang immediately activated his mind-reading ability. Soon, a series of thoughts from Wang Fan flooded Lin Hang's mind. "That person is the second in command of Baili City. If I speak up, is there any hope for survival? Even General Manager Zhang is not someone I can provoke." After absorbing this information, Lin Hang frowned slightly. The second in command? Could it be he? With this thought, he felt that the case had suddenly become more complicated. However, they were police officers, and their duty was to investigate any homicide. Moreover, as he was not from the Baili City Bureau, there was no need for fear. Lin Hang approached Wang Fan, offering him a cigarette, and then spoke slowly. "You need not worry, whoever it may be. We will ensure they face justice, and you need not fear retaliation." Zhao Minghua had already noticed Wang Fan's change in expression, and upon hearing Lin Hang's assurance, an ominous premonition arose within him. Wang Fan took a few deep puffs of the cigarette before stammering. Yes, it was Mayor Du. Upon hearing this, Zhao Minghua instantly became unsettled, while Lin Hang had anticipated this answer. After a moment of silence, Lin Hang continued, "Where did the surgery take place?" This time, Wang Fan did not hesitate, promptly responding, "At the first hospital in the state. The lead surgeon was Yang Shun. Baili City is merely a county-level city. It could not possibly perform such a major surgery as a heart transplant. Was the head of Zhang Tao severed by you?" Lin Hang pressed further. Upon hearing this question, Wang Fan immediately grew panicked. Perhaps envisioning some gruesome imagery, he began to retch. Merely thinking about it was enough to overwhelm him, revealing his fragile constitution. Though he was a doctor, this was the first time he had witnessed a severed head in his life. After a brief adjustment of his composure, Wang Fan finally spoke. "Zhang Tao's head was personally severed by General Manager Zhang using our surgical knife, and it was discarded in a fish pond about 2 to 3 kilometers from the reservoir." Lin Hang sighed in relief. As long as Wang Fan's words were true, this case could be considered closed. The most pressing matter now was to locate Zhang Tao's head and apprehend the surgeon, Yang Shun, who performed the heart transplant for Du Lian. As for Du Lian, they currently had no authority to arrest him directly. Moreover, they needed to verify the authenticity of Wang Fan's account. Despite their instinctual trust in Wang Fan's honesty, the evidence remained insufficient. Only by finding Zhang Tao's head could they ascertain the truth of his statements. After exiting the interrogation room, Zhao Minghua personally led a team to the fish pond Wang Fan had mentioned to recover Zhang Tao's head. However, given the passage of time, it was likely that it had completely decomposed, especially with fish present in the pond. The deputy chief of the criminal investigation team, Guo Xing, took a team to the first hospital in the state to bring Yang Shun back for questioning. Lin Hang entered an adjacent observation room, where Ma Qinggang and Yao were present. He glanced at Yao before turning to Ma Qinggang and said, "Chief Ma, if Wang Fan's account is accurate, then we can consider this case solved." Ma Qinggang had stood up the moment Lin Hang entered and was currently grinning broadly. "Comrade Shaolin, you have truly assisted us greatly. Who would have thought that Zhang Tao was killed by Zhang Xiaoquan? That beast could even turn against his own flesh and blood." With a change of tone, Ma Qinggang sighed again. "However, I never expected this case to involve Mayor Du as well. What are we to do?" This posed a significant dilemma for Ma Qinggang, as Du Lian was his superior. Yet for Lin Hang, it was of little consequence. He casually remarked, "It's simple. Report Du Lian's case and allow the state's disciplinary inspection department to intervene." Ma Qinggang nodded lightly. It seemed that was the only course of action. After all, they had no authority to investigate a mayor. Even if it was a county-level city, he was still their superior. Ma Qinggang glanced at Zhang Xiaoquan in the other interrogation room and continued to inquire, "What about him? Aren't you going to interrogate him?" Lin Hang shook his head and replied indifferently, "What can you expect from someone who could kill his own son?" Once the evidence is complete, you can conduct a symbolic interrogation if you wish. At this, the officers nearby were taken aback. Lin Heng appeared quite young yet spoke to their chief with such authority. They all wondered about his background. Furthermore, it seemed he had a close relationship with the department's police flower, Yao, leading to speculation that they were in a romantic relationship. Soon, Deputy Chief Guoxing returned from the hospital with Yang Shun, while Zhao Minghua was still in the fish pond retrieving Zhang Tao's head. The pond was sizable and muddy, making the recovery of a head quite challenging. Upon seeing Yang Shun, Lin Heng immediately activated his black and white pupil skill. Yang Shun, sin value 166 points, suspected of illegally conducting organ transplant surgery, bribery. Upon reading these black characters, Lin Heng smiled slightly. Wang Fan had indeed spoken the truth. Now it was merely a matter of locating Zhang Tao's head. After Yang Shun was brought into the interrogation room, he quickly confessed to their criminal activities. Initially, the heart donor for Du Lian was unsuitable, but they had manipulated the situation. Just before the surgery, Zhang Xiaoquan delivered his son's heart, and Yang Shun, using his position as the lead surgeon, swapped the hearts. They had previously conducted a health check on Du Lian, confirming suitability, which emboldened them to use Zhang Tao's heart. Lin Heng did not participate in this interrogation, as the essential evidence was already in place, and Yang Shun had no reason to continue concealing the truth. As for the unsavory dealings between Zhang Xiaoquan and Du Lian, that was a matter for them to clarify. Meanwhile, Zhao Minghua's recovery efforts persisted until late at night, and it was just after 11 that they finally located Zhang Tao's head. Although the face was severely decomposed, DNA testing could still confirm his identity, though it would require some time. The remaining work was largely unrelated to Lin Heng, unless, of course, the head did not belong to Zhang Tao, if it were indeed someone else. They would need to search for evidence anew, as mere testimonies would not suffice. However, given the state of decomposition, forensic experts could roughly estimate the time of death, aligning with Zhang Tao's timeline. Ma Qinggang approached Lin Heng. Expressing his gratitude, it was astonishing that a case that had troubled them for 3 months was resolved by him in a single day. Although the case was not entirely closed, it was nearly so. Ma Qinggang spoke slowly. Comrade Lin Heng, I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, we might not have known when this case would be resolved. Lin Heng smiled broadly and replied, Chief Ma, you are too kind. This is all part of our duty. Afterward, Lin Heng's eyes flickered as he continued. Chief Ma, if there is nothing else, Yao and I shall take our leave. Once the DNA results are in, this case will essentially be solved. The accomplices who helped Zhang Xiaoquan murder and dispose of the body have already been apprehended, and the existing evidence and testimonies are sufficient to convict him. There is no need to worry about him not confessing. Upon hearing this, Ma Qinggang paused, then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent. Then you too may leave. I will report your contributions to the higher-ups. Lin Heng waved his hand dismissively, saying, the importance of contributions pales in comparison to the resolution of the case. Yao smiled in the background, and several officers widened their eyes in disbelief. Since Yao had joined the Baili City Bureau, no one had ever seen her smile. Moreover, based on Lin Heng's tone, their departure together clearly indicated a romantic relationship. Ma Qinggang chuckled and prepared to personally escort Lin Heng out, but Lin Heng stopped him, saying, Chief Ma, there's no need for that. If any issues arise concerning this case, feel free to contact me anytime. Ma Qinggang readily agreed. All right, then I want to see you off. It was a jest. Lin Heng had done so much to help them, and if they failed to solve the case, they might as well resign altogether. As soon as those words left his mouth, Lin Heng seized Yao's hand, and together they left the police station under the astonished gazes of everyone present. The DNA identification work of the forensic department naturally had to be conducted overnight, for this was a criminal case where every second mattered. Upon returning home, as soon as they stepped through the door, Lin Heng pushed Yao against the wall in a sudden display of affection. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Heng pressed his lips against hers. Yao's eyes widened momentarily, and after a brief pause, she returned the kiss with equal fervor. After several minutes, they reluctantly parted from one another. As Yao removed her coat, she coldly remarked, if your hands do not behave, you might as well have them chopped off. Indeed, during their kiss, Lin Heng's hands had once again wandered with precision. In response to Yao's warning, he merely chuckled dismissively. Wasn't it you who initiated the kiss yesterday? Yao shot him an icy glare, and Lin Heng, understanding her temperament, recognized that although her gaze was frigid, she was not genuinely angry. After a long day, the two tidied up briefly before succumbing to sleep. That night, Lin Hang was deprived of the privilege of sharing the bed with Yi Yao, and thus spent the night on the sofa. The following day, Ma Qingding also granted Yi Yao a day off, allowing her to go out with Lin Hang for a shopping excursion. Throughout the day, Lin Hang covered all expenses, nearly exhausting his recent salary and bonuses. Yet, he felt no regret. After all, Yi Yao was his girlfriend. His future Li Ming and Chen Weihang exchanged a glance, expressing their helplessness as they remarked. After the skeletal remains were returned yesterday, Ding Wanjiao extracted the DNA information from several bones for comparison, but none matched. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang shook his head in resignation. If even the DNA information could not be matched, this case would undoubtedly become more challenging. With the identities of the deceased still unknown, investigating such a case was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Apart from knowing the existence of several skeletal remains and the approximate time of death, they were left with nothing else. Even with DNA information, they could not ascertain the identities of the deceased. Lin Hang rose and addressed Li Ming. "Let us pay a visit to the forensic department. I wish to examine the skeletal remains." The latter, looking perplexed, inquired, "But you have no knowledge of forensic science. What purpose would it serve for you to look at the bones?" Lin Hang, upon hearing this, smiled wryly. Indeed, this system would not bestow skills without reason. All were undoubtedly useful. With this thought, Lin Hang chuckled lightly and replied, "Who says I do not understand? You, knowledgeable in forensic science." Both Li Ming and Chen Weihang retorted in unison. "A little, just a little." Lin Hang responded nonchalantly. The group was utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that this young man was not only adept at solving cases and conducting interrogations, but also possessed knowledge of forensic science. Upon entering the forensic department, the trio stepped inside together. The moment the door swung open, a chilling aura enveloped them. Inside the room, skeletal remains were neatly arranged. According to Li Ming, these bones had been painstakingly pieced together by Ding Wanjiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang could only imagine the immense workload involved. Next to the remains were tags documenting the time of death, approximate age, and gender among other details. At that moment, Ding Wanjiao emerged from another room. Her demeanor weary, clearly indicating a night devoid of sleep. Upon seeing Lin Hang and the others, she paused for a moment before coolly asking, "Why are you here instead of pursuing the murderer?" Lin Hang remained silent, his attention drawn to the room Ding Wanjiao had just exited, which appeared to house more skeletal remains. Li Ming spoke up. Lin Hang wished to view the bones to see if any clues might emerge. Ding Wanjiao scoffed lightly, her expression impassive as she replied, "Humph, the autopsy report I wrote is quite detailed, and I have supplemented it no less than 3 times. There are now no further leads." Lin Hang continued to observe without uttering a word, meticulously examining the skeletal remains. Most of the bones were still white, with only a few displaying a darker hue. The deeper the color, the longer the time since death. He approached one of the remains and examined the adjacent tag. The time of death was estimated to be around 20 years ago, a male adult, with a height ranging from approximately 175 to 180 centimeters, and an estimated age at death between 35 to 37 years. Lin Hang silently activated his proficiency in forensic science within his mind. Soon, a series of information regarding this particular skeleton appeared in his consciousness. All the details aligned closely with Ding Wanjiao's assessments. Based on the dental age and bite marks, Lin Hang concluded that the age of the skeleton was likely 36, nearly identical to Ding Wanjiao's estimation. Having been buried for 2 decades, the only discernible marks on the skeletal remains were clear lacerations on the throat, strongly indicating a fatal cut inflicted by the murderer, though the cause of death was established. Other leads were painfully scarce. Lin Hang continued to scrutinize the remaining bones, dedicating several minutes to each as he meticulously analyzed details such as age, gender, and time of death. After an exhaustive hour and a half, he had examined all 22 skeletal remains. The one with the least time since death had been deceased for over a year, while the oldest had been dead for around 24 years. With each skeleton sharing a common feature, evident lacerations on the throat, confirming that the cause of death was a clean cut from a sharp blade. Beyond that, there were no signs of poisoning, fractures, or signs of beating and abuse. After completing his examination of all the remains, Lin Hang approached Ding Wanjiao and said slowly, "Ding, You are quite proficient. Ding Wanjiao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Hang. Taking note of the single stripe on his shoulder, she was aware of Lin Hang's exceptional promotion due to his achievements, as a portion of those cases also bore her influence. Their forensic department had been credited with a third-class merit as well. Have all the DNA samples been extracted from these remains? Lin Hang inquired further. Ding Wanjiao shook her head and replied, a few remain. I am rather overwhelmed on my own. Since the skeletal remains had been returned yesterday, they had been tirelessly piecing the bones together and extracting DNA. Although a few assistants aided her, the bulk of the work was still her responsibility. Lin Hang nodded in understanding, since only a few remained. His assistance was unnecessary. After a brief pause, he added, once the DNA extraction is complete, proceed with data comparison immediately, prioritizing missing persons from the past 30 years. The thought of this time frame made Lin Hang feel a twinge of discomfort. 30 years ago, he was still oblivious to such matters. Now, he was tasked with investigating a case older than himself. It was a daunting thought. Ding Wanjiao, her expression unchanging, assured him, do not worry. I will conduct the comparison as soon as it is extracted. Though it will require some time, I can assist you, Lin Hang offered slowly. Upon hearing this, Ding Wanjiao displayed a look of confusion. You, a criminal investigator, undertaking forensic work? Although perplexed, she did not decline the offer. After all, having assistance was preferable to managing everything alone. Over the following period, Ding Wanjiao focused on extracting DNA from the remaining skeletal remains, while Lin Hang worked on comparing the already extracted DNA information. Although a few bones had been compared previously, no useful leads had emerged in the office of the Criminal Investigation Team. While Lin Hang and his colleagues continued their DNA comparisons, Li Ming had already begun arranging a large-scale canvassing operation. He sat pensively before a blackboard. Yi Nanhua entered. Unnoticed by Li Ming, he approached and patted Li Ming on the shoulder, startling the latter. Director Yi, could you possibly tread a bit more quietly? Li Ming remarked in exasperation. Yi Nanhua scoffed, retorting, what do you mean I walk without sound? It is simply that you are too engrossed, Li Ming sighed without responding. Observing this, Yi Nanhua inquired, has there been no progress in the case? What of that young fellow Lin Hang? At this remark, Li Ming felt a wave of exasperation. With remains buried for over 20 years, discovered only yesterday, it would be miraculous to have made significant progress within a single day. He shook his head, replying wearily, no discoveries thus far. Lin Hang is assisting Ding Wanjiao with the DNA comparisons. DNA comparisons? He understands that sort of thing? Yi Nanhua expressed his astonishment. Initially, he had known Lin Hang to be a genius in criminal investigation, unaware that he also possessed knowledge of forensic science. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming seemed to recall something and spoke softly. By the way, Director Yi, this case likely occurred during your early years as a police officer, right? In your time, you were entirely unaware. Yi Nanhua pondered deeply. At over 50 years of age and nearly 30 years in service, this case indeed aligned with the years shortly after he had begun as a police officer. The realization struck him, and he felt a wave of dismay. Time flies, and before long, night descended. Lin Hang and Ding Wanjiao exited the forensic department together and made their way to the office of the Criminal Investigation Team. Li Ming observed the weary duo, both wearing masks, and understood that yet again, no breakthroughs had been made. Lin Hang removed his mask and sat beside Li Ming, while Ding Wanjiao did the same, revealing her frost-like visage. After working tirelessly for an entire day and night, her mask had left visible indentations on her skin. Li Ming offered them both some food, and Lin Hang eagerly devoured a piece of bread. When he pulled out his phone, he realized it had run out of battery. After charging it, he noticed several missed calls. He shivered slightly and stepped outside to return the call. Ding Wanjiao watched this unfold with a puzzled expression, while Li Ming, perceiving the situation, remarked teasingly, our deputy team leader Lin is quite the devoted boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Ding Wanjiao's expression shifted, her face adorned with curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Lin Hang returned from his call. Yi Yao had merely reminded him to take care of himself and not to overexert his health. The tone of that advice struck Lin Hang as somewhat peculiar. He too yearned for rest. Yet the gravity of this case weighed heavily on him, necessitating a swift resolution. Even though the police had promptly sealed off information, some details inevitably leaked out. Upon returning to the office, Li Ming stated, since the DNA comparisons yielded no results, we must seek alternative methods. Lin Hang continued munching on his bread. while Ding Wanjiao fell into contemplation beside him. After a moment, she glanced at the two men and slowly announced, "I have a plan." Lin Hang and Li Ming immediately cast curious glances upon hearing the words. Before either could speak, Ding Wanjiao, with an expressionless demeanor, stated, "Craniofacial reconstruction." As soon as the words left her lips, Li Ming and Lin Hang exchanged puzzled looks. However, it wasn't long before Lin Hang recalled hearing about it during his time at the police academy. Craniofacial reconstruction, as the name implies, involves reconstructing or inferring the facial features of a victim through the analysis of the skull. Each individual's skull is uniquely shaped, determining the fundamental contours of the face, as well as the positioning and morphology of the features. By measuring and analyzing the skull, it is possible to deduce the thickness and distribution of the facial soft tissues, thereby reconstructing a general likeness of the face. Nonetheless, craniofacial reconstruction is exceedingly complex, employing various methodologies. The first method is the traditional manual reconstruction technique, which utilizes materials such as clay to sculpt directly onto the skull, gradually shaping the eyes, nose, mouth, and cheeks according to specific soft tissue thickness data until the facial reconstruction is complete. The second method is the two-dimensional image reconstruction technique, which involves photographing the skull from frontal and lateral views. Based on measurement data and proportional relationships, soft tissue contours and features are gradually added using drawing software or manual illustration to create a two-dimensional representation of the face. Lin Hang searched his mind for all the information he had on forensic expertise, yet found none regarding craniofacial reconstruction. He turned his gaze toward Ding Wanjiao. If she could mention craniofacial reconstruction, surely she must possess some knowledge of it. If Ding Wanjiao were to learn of Lin Hang's internal musings, she might very well retort, "You overestimate me. Do you know how to perform craniofacial reconstruction?" Lin Hang asked, despite his reservations. Ding Wanjiao remained silent, shaking her head as she replied, "No, I heard about it during police academy and later tried to learn it myself, but I couldn't grasp it at all." Li Ming sighed upon hearing this. If even Ding Wanjiao is unable to do it, they would likely need to seek outside assistance. After receiving Ding Wanjiao's answer, Lin Hang summoned the system in his mind. System, why is there no information on craniofacial reconstruction within the forensic expertise module? Please upgrade the skill to a higher or ultimate level. Lin Hang. He had forgotten that forensic expertise was merely a mid-tier skill. This wretched system, lacking any combat energy, even categorizes skills by tier. Lin Hang turned his attention to his over 20,000 points. Should he exchange 2,000 points for a skill upgrade card? He swiftly dismissed the notion. 2,000 points would only yield 2 upgrade cards. What if he were to attempt a tenfold draw to obtain more upgrade cards? Indeed, he could win them through a lottery. It was merely a matter of probability. He understood that this system was intent on draining his points. With that in mind, Lin Hang summoned the system once more, prepared to test the waters with a tenfold draw. It had been a long time since he had experienced the sensation of a tenfold draw. System, initiate a tenfold draw. As soon as he spoke, the spinning wheel on the panel began to whirl. Soon, numerous skills appeared before Lin Hang. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a low-tier skill, gene development. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a mid-tier skill, tracking mark. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a skill upgrade card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a skill upgrade card. The rewards from the tenfold draw quickly flooded Lin Hang's mind, and he distinctly heard that he had obtained 3 skill upgrade cards. This was far more advantageous than simply exchanging for them. Thankfully, he had not been deceived by this foolish system. Lin Hang focused solely on the skill upgrade cards, neglecting the other skills. System, upgrade forensic expertise to the ultimate skill. This transaction required the expenditure of 2 skill upgrade cards. And to be honest, he felt a twinge of regret. However, for the sake of solving the case, all was worth it. After all, points could always be earned back. Congratulations, host. Skill upgrade card used successfully, forensic expertise upgraded to ultimate skill. In no time, a wealth of forensic knowledge surged into Lin Hang's consciousness once more. He swiftly located the methods for craniofacial reconstruction and felt a surge of delight within. Just as he was about to close the system interface, he unexpectedly spotted a low-tier skill. What is this? After such a lengthy draw, he was encountering a low-tier skill for the first time. He scrutinized it closely. Gene development? What could that be? Upon examining the skill attributes, his pupils dilated in shock. Gene development enhances one's strength, speed, intellect, memory, reaction time, and wound healing abilities. While some aspects seemed akin to extraordinary physique, the enhancement of intellect appeared rather outrageous. Did this imply that one day he could become the smartest person in the world? In the next instant, Lin Heng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though a formidable power was coursing into his body. However, this sensation dissipated almost immediately. He clenched his fist, suddenly realizing that his strength had significantly increased. It seemed his intelligence had also undergone a qualitative leap. Satisfied, Lin Heng closed the system interface and returned to reality. Li Ming was just about to report to Yinan Hu, requesting that higher-ups assign an expert in cranial reconstruction to assist them. Just as he prepared to step out, Lin Heng spoke slowly, boldly, "Could you please help me prepare some clay? I intend to begin craniofacial reconstruction, Li Ming. Oldly is what you call me?" Upon hearing this address, Ding Wanxiao also paused in surprise. It was only moments later that they realized what Lin Heng had just said. Craniofacial reconstruction? Wait, what did you just say? Craniofacial reconstruction? You can do it? Ding Wanxiao fired off 3 rapid questions in one breath. Lin Heng nodded, responding coolly, "Indeed." At that moment, his mind was already filled with various methods for craniofacial reconstruction. Li Ming, too, was astonished, glancing at Lin Heng in disbelief. "You really can?" He found it hard to believe that there was anything this person could not do. "Something so intricate? Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare. I'll give it a try first. If I can't manage it, then I'll resort to the 2-dimensional image reconstruction method." Traditional manual reconstruction is essentially akin to molding clay figures. Yet, while it sounds simple, the execution is exceedingly challenging. Chapter 54. The first human face takes shape. A lead emerges. 4 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lin Heng had spent nearly all his time in the forensic department working on craniofacial reconstruction. Aside from sleeping and eating, Ding Wanxiao, who did not possess the skills for craniofacial reconstruction, had been observing closely, mimicking Lin Heng's steps. Whenever she encountered difficulties, Lin Heng would teach her. Over these days, her perception of Lin Heng had transformed. Initially, she had been skeptical when he claimed to be capable of craniofacial reconstruction. However, after several days of observation, Ding Wanxiao had come to fully respect his abilities. Although the reconstruction was not yet complete, some semblance of form had already emerged. This task required not only dexterity but also considerable physical endurance. Ding Wanxiao found herself needing frequent breaks, while Lin Heng could persist indefinitely, save for meals, sleep, and bathroom breaks. Craniofacial reconstruction necessitates comprehensive and meticulous measurements of the skull, including cranial length, width, height, facial width, nasal bone length, and orbital diameter. Even the slightest error could not only waste time and effort but also significantly alter the direction of their investigation. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, the first human face had taken shape. Lin Heng gazed at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was his first attempt at craniofacial reconstruction. Setting aside the system, it was evident that he possessed considerable skill. Meanwhile, Ding Wanxiao's previously aloof demeanor had vanished, replaced by an expression of curiosity. She leaned closer to Lin Heng, her face a mask of seriousness as she observed the lifelike visage before her. As if she had discovered a new species, Ding Wanxiao recalled her earlier attempts at self-taught craniofacial reconstruction, which bore no comparison to Lin Heng's current work. After observing for a while, she could no longer contain herself and asked, "Captain Lin, may I take a look?" This was the first time she referred to Lin Heng as Captain Lin. Lin Heng nodded, gesturing for her to step forward. As she examined the vividly rendered face, she marveled, "This is astonishing, Captain Lin. Who taught you this?" Lin Heng paused momentarily, spinning a fib with ease. "I taught myself." Ding Wanxiao. But though they were both self-taught, how could the disparity be so vast? It was as if one were in the heavens while the other was in the depths of the earth. Indeed, without comparison, there can be no harm. In the next moment, Ding Wanxiao suddenly turned to Lin Heng, her eyes wide with anticipation. Though she did not speak, Lin Heng could already guess what she was thinking. Having worked alongside Ding Wanxiao on craniofacial reconstruction, he had begun to understand her character. Much like Yao, she was someone who appeared cold but was warm on the inside. Before Ding Wanxiao could voice her thoughts, Lin Heng spoke in a calm tone, "If you wish to learn, I can teach you." Upon hearing this, Ding Wanxiao's face broke into a faint smile, the first Lin Heng had ever seen her display. Thank you, Captain Lin. I will certainly learn diligently, she replied earnestly. Lin Heng waved his hand, saying softly, we are all colleagues. There's no need for thanks. Ding Wanxiao remained lost in her joy, and at that moment, Lin Heng continued, all right, finish what you started. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me. With that, Lin Heng commenced on his second reconstruction, while Ding Wanxiao, still working on her piece, nodded and continued her craniofacial reconstruction efforts. Lin Heng and his team are engaged in craniofacial reconstruction, while Li Ming remains industrious. In recent days, he has been orchestrating extensive surveys and investigations, yet has come up empty-handed. Yinan Hu is feeling the strain as well, having received numerous calls from the provincial department, and ultimately, this pressure will also bear down on Li Ming. Logically speaking, with so many deaths, there should at least be reports of missing persons, yet not a single one can be found. Li Ming is poring over documents in his office when Yinan Hu silently enters once again. Where is that rascal Lin Heng? This exclamation startles Li Ming, causing the papers in his hands to scatter. Upon recognizing the visitor, Li Ming lets out a resigned sigh. Yinan Hu's stealthy entrance is likely a result of his professional habits. After all, he has been a veteran detective for many years. During pursuits of criminals or arrest operations, detectives often need to conceal their actions, avoiding any sounds that might alert their suspects. Li Ming sets down the documents and rises to brew tea for Yinan Hu, saying, he is playing in the mud. Hearing this, Yinan Hu looks utterly perplexed. Playing in the mud? What mud? Seeing his reaction, Li Ming silently sighs before explaining, at the forensic department, they've been working on craniofacial reconstructions these past few days. Craniofacial reconstruction? Yinan Hu exclaims in astonishment. Li Ming confirms with a nod, lamenting indeed. It's a genuine technical skill. I've watched a few times, hoping to learn something myself, but I simply couldn't understand it, let alone master it. Yinan Hu's expression reveals his surprise once more. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Heng possessed such abilities. Director Yi, your son-in-law is truly exceptional. Not only is he adept at solving cases, but he can also handle forensic work. Our forensic expert, Ding, must be quite proud, right? I've been thoroughly impressed with Lin Heng these past few days, Li Ming exclaims again. Why, Yinan Hu smiles with satisfaction, acknowledging it's all thanks to Yao's keen eye. Li Ming nods in agreement indeed. That girl has a remarkable eye for talent. That talent comes from me. Yinan Hu retorts. Li Ming replies, a bit of self-praise. Don't you think? Suddenly, Yinan Hu changes the subject, continuing, let us discuss serious matters. This case won't be solved anytime soon. We cannot afford to linger on it. We must also attend to other cases. Li Ming nods seriously, stating, I understand. I've already instructed Old Chun to lead the third team to handle other cases. The criminal investigation team is responsible for all criminal cases in the city, regardless of their magnitude. Moreover, in this information age, even the smallest detail can be magnified exponentially. Some marketing accounts, for instance, never concern themselves with the facts, resorting to sensationalism and deception for the sake of traffic. Suddenly, Li Ming's phone rings, and he glances at the caller ID. Lin Heng. Recognizing the name, he promptly answers, hello? Boldly, hurry to the forensic department. We have a lead, boom. At these words, Li Ming darts out in a flash. 22 skeletons. After a week of investigation, they finally have a lead. Yinan Hu follows suit, and the two hasten to the forensic department, where they find Lin Heng and Ding Wanxiao intently examining two facial reconstructions. Just moments ago, Ding Wanxiao had completed her reconstruction, and upon seeing it, Lin Heng's face displayed immediate shock. The face she had crafted bore a striking resemblance to his own work. Chapter 55. Are these people all family? After arriving at the forensic department, Li Ming and Yinan Hu fixed their eyes on the two faces before them. After a long silence, Li Ming can no longer contain himself, gently asking, is this what you refer to as craniofacial reconstruction? Although Li Ming is a detective, this is his first encounter with such a concept, having never utilized it in his previous cases. Lin Heng nods, calmly responding, take a closer look and see if you can discern anything. Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Yinan Hu squint their eyes and commence a meticulous examination. Moments later, Yinan Hu suddenly slams his hand on the table, declaring with certainty, these are two brothers. Li Ming's eyes widen in disbelief as he scrutinizes the faces again. They indeed bear a resemblance. After Ding Wanxiao completed her reconstruction, Lin Heng was the first to examine it. The more he looked, the more he felt it resembled his own work, prompting him to call Li Ming over for confirmation. Now that Yi Nanhu and Li Ming have validated his suspicion, it further affirms his belief that among the victims, there exists a pair of brothers, a significant breakthrough in their investigation. Without hesitation, Lin Hang turns to Ding Wanxiao, instructing, "Sister Ding, I'll leave the remaining craniofacial reconstruction work to you. I must pursue the case now." Upon hearing this title, Ding Wanxiao is momentarily taken aback. After all, she is older than Lin Hang. "Leave it to me? What if I make a mistake? Wouldn't he that misdirect your investigation?" She expresses her lack of confidence. This isn't due to a lack of ability but rather an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Considering the gravity of 20 lives lost, Lin Hang, however, places great faith in her, encouraging, "Be bold in your work. I believe in you. We have a lead now, and I must investigate. Perhaps we won't even need to reconstruct all these skeletons to solve the case." Although still somewhat uncertain, Ding Wanqiao nods. Yes, he is a detective, not a forensic expert. After entrusting Ding Wanqiao with the reconstruction task, Lin Hang and the others head to the Criminal Investigation Team's office. In the large office, Chen Weihang has once again been summoned by Li Ming. With a lead now in hand, their focus must shift to this case of submerged bodies. 20 skeletons have a profound impact. Standing before the blackboard, Lin Hang begins assigning tasks. "All right, Deputy Captain, give the orders. The team leader shall execute. Now that we know there are 2 brothers among the victims, this will greatly aid our investigation. Li, it's crucial for you to look into missing persons over the past 30 years, focusing specifically on brothers." As soon as Lin Hang finishes speaking, Li Ming nods in agreement. This scene leaves everyone momentarily stunned. Although they've grown accustomed to it, they still find it hard to believe each time they witness it. Shifting gears, Lin Hang addresses Chen Weihang, saying, "Deputy Chief Chen, I need you to lead a large-scale door-to-door investigation. The deaths of these brothers occurred 9 and 12 years ago, respectively. Although the timeline is quite long, it is still a lead. While investigating the identities of the deceased, they must also look into those they interacted with during their lives. Any lead from either side could represent a significant breakthrough for them. Although such major cases may appear complex, it is not always necessary to uncover the identities of every victim. Discovering a few could very well lead them to the perpetrator. Unless, of course, the killers are not the same. But if that were the case, how could they have disposed of the bodies in the same location? Though Lin Hang's rank is lower than the other 2, neither Li Ming nor Chen Weihang expresses any dissent. After all, Lin Hang's capabilities are evident to all. His case-solving prowess is akin to having a cheat code. Moreover, given the magnitude of this case, even if it weren't for the sake of accolades, they wish to deliver justice for the victims. The comparison of missing persons is relatively simpler than door-to-door investigations, yet both are akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, attempting to find 2 individuals among millions. The difficulty is evident. An entire week has passed, and Lin Hang has not been idle, actively participating in the investigative tasks as well. However, the harshness of reality, like a cold blade, pierces the hearts of every officer. After nearly a week of investigation, they have yielded no results. Li Ming's comparison of missing persons has concluded, and like the others, he is left empty-handed. It is as if no one knows these 2 ever existed in this world. Lin Hang feels a wave of discouragement wash over him. After all, these are brothers who have perished. How could there be no reports? Did they truly have no relatives? No friends? Lying back in Li Ming's office chair, he closes his eyes and contemplates various scenarios. Soon, a bold idea emerges in his mind. Could it be? Lin Hang whispers to himself. While his mind races with thoughts, his feet are already in motion. He calls for Li Ming and Chen Weihang, and the 3 of them head to the forensic department. With a forceful push, Lin Hang flings open the door, startling Ding Wanqiao, who is engrossed in her craniofacial reconstruction work. He disregards her surprise and strides directly to the skeletons. Ding Wanqiao casts a puzzled glance at Li Ming and Chen Weihang, who merely shrug in response, indicating their own confusion. Lin Hang approaches the skeletons and reads through all the information on the labels. "Do you have a pen and paper?" he asks urgently, seeing his demeanor. Ding Wanqiao immediately hands him some. Lin Hang seizes the pen and paper and begins to write, leaving everyone bewildered. Soon, several groups of numbers appear before their eyes. 3, 9.6, 8, 13, 15.1, 2, 4, 5, 10. After listing all the numbers, Lin Hang grouped all the skeletal remains according to their identification numbers, Li Ming and Qin Weihang, upon witnessing this, immediately began to assist him, despite being unaware of his intentions. A few minutes later, the grouping of all the skeletons was complete. Observing this, Li Ming finally inquired, "What does this mean?" Lin Heng approached the skeletons numbered 3 and 9, pointing to their labels indicating their approximate ages, and slowly remarked, "These two elder ones, don't they resemble grandparents?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming quickly leaned in to glance at the information on the labels. Skeleton number 3 was male, estimated to be aged 72 to 74 years, with a death date around the year 2000. Skeleton number 9 was female, estimated to be aged 70 to 72 years, also with a death date around the year 2000. As Li Ming comprehended the information on the labels, his eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that these individuals are all part of the same family?" Behind him, Chen Weihang and Ding Wanqiao, upon hearing this statement, also approached with faces full of astonishment. If they truly were a family, it would indeed explain why no one had reported their disappearance. Chapter 56. They are indeed a family. If all are deceased, how could anyone file a report? Li Ming then directed his attention to the other 3 groups, curiously asking, "What about these 3 groups?" Lin Heng gestured towards skeletons 3 and 9, explaining, "If these 2 are indeed grandparents, then these 3 groups must represent their sons or daughters-in-law, while the remaining younger skeletons should be their grandchildren." Lin Heng then pointed to several young skeletons that had yet to be grouped, and at that moment, Ding Wanqiao began to understand. She inquired, pointing at a few child skeletons, "What about these young ones?" Lin Heng paused for a moment before slowly uttering, "If they truly are one family, then it is likely they are great-grandchildren." Ding Wanqiao was taken aback and pressed further, "Could one have great-grandchildren at the age of over 70? This time, Lin Heng remained silent, and it was Li Ming who clarified, "It's quite normal. People married at a much younger age back then." Ding Wanqiao nodded in agreement. Li Ming was indeed correct. The older generation tended to marry early. Even today, in some remote mountainous regions, individuals still marry at a young age, often disregarding legal age or marriage certificates. When the skeletons were first unearthed, they were scattered, and it was Ding Wanqiao who painstakingly pieced them together based on bone age. Merely assembling them was a daunting task, let alone considering the possibility that they were all related. They could hardly fathom the type of individual capable of silently murdering such a large family. Suddenly, Lin Heng's brow furrowed. As if a thought had struck him, he turned to Ding Wanqiao and said, "Sister Ding, we need to immediately compare the DNA information of these skeletons to ascertain whether they are indeed a family." Previously, when they compared DNA, they focused solely on missing persons and did not consider the possibility of these skeletons being related. Thus, it was imperative to reevaluate the DNA among these remains. "Leave it to me. I will conduct the comparison right away," Ding Wanqiao replied as she swiftly exited the room. Outside, Lin Heng lit a cigarette and offered one to both Li Ming and Chen Weihang. The 3 leaned against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Chen Weihang spoke softly. What kind of grudge or hatred could drive someone to slaughter an entire family, 3 households at once? Lin Heng took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "To kill so many indicates that the perpetrator must have serious psychological issues. Otherwise, one could not possibly regard human life so lightly." Chen Weihang nodded in agreement, sighing before continuing, "I wonder how Director Yi will react upon learning that these individuals were a family. This is a case of family annihilation. Family annihilation differs significantly from an ordinary homicide. It often incites greater social unrest and panic, raising public concern about social security and family safety, and becoming a focal point of societal attention and media scrutiny. In contrast, ordinary homicides garner relatively less public interest." Lin Heng shook his head, slowly stating, "Regardless of whether it is classified as family annihilation, the situation is equally grave, considering it involves not just 1 or 2 corpses but over 20. Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Chen Weihang nodded in agreement. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Heng returned to the office to rest. He did not have his own office and was utilizing Li Ming's. After days of intense work, even with his extraordinary physique, he felt exhausted. In previous cases, merely observing the suspect would reveal whether they were the perpetrator, making the resolution much simpler. However, this case was entirely different. They had yet to determine even the identity of the victims, let alone the identity of the killer. Ding Wanqiao's DNA comparison would take at least 3 to 4 days, and once all the DNA information was available, they could confirm whether they were indeed a family. Lin Heng could hardly believe that he was confronted with a family annihilation case. something typically found only in novels and television. He submitted all the reports to Li Ming, who, upon receiving them, spoke with a grave expression, "Leave it to me." The computer swiftly processed the data, yet it required the expertise of specialized technicians. Li Ming promptly summoned personnel from the technical investigation team for collaboration. Soon, names and images were meticulously cross-referenced, and a plethora of information emerged from the identity database. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock the following evening that Li Ming returned, cradling a thick stack of documents. His gaze was frigid, and his eyes seemed to betray an intent for vengeance. Upon receiving the documents, Lin Hang immediately opened them for review. Luo Guangjuan, male, date of birth 1950. Resident of Nanshan Village, Early Town, Linan County, Suzhou City, Kainan Province. Luo Guangdong, male, date of birth 1952. Resident of Nanshan Village, Early Town, Linan County, Suzhou City, Kainan Province. Luo Guangtong, male, date of birth 1953. Resident of Nanshan Village, Early Town, Linan County, Suzhou City, Kainan Province. All information had been thoroughly investigated. These individuals hailed from the same village, belonging to one family. As for the two elderly individuals, they had met their tragic fate around the year 2000, by which time they were already in their 70s. Naturally, there would be no facial recognition data for them within the public security system, but their son's identity information could still be traced. The two elderly individuals were named Luo Wenjin and Wang Hua, the biological parents of the three brothers. Upon reviewing all the identity information, Li Ming and Lin Hang exchanged a meaningful glance. The perpetrator was indeed heartless, showing no mercy even to the elderly over 70 or to innocent children. "Let's head straight to Nanshan Village in Linan County," Lin Hang commanded. Despite the late hour, everyone swiftly proceeded to the deceased's registered residence. In the vehicle, apart from the driver, nearly everyone was asleep. After nearly half a month of investigating over 20 sets of skeletal remains, they finally had a lead. Without Lin Hang's craniofacial reconstruction, they might have been searching for years without resolution, potentially leaving the case unsolved. Finding dozens of missing individuals among a population of hundreds of millions was an immense challenge. Moreover, since these victims were all part of one family, none had reported their disappearance. They had compared countless individuals and conducted extensive interviews, yet had turned up empty-handed. Li Ming could not help but glance at the sleeping Lin Hang. Without him, they might have faced demotion. While losing their jobs was uncertain, a downgrade was inevitable. After nearly 3 hours, they finally arrived within the jurisdiction of Linan County. The time was just past 3 in the morning, and the group decided to rest in the vehicle for a while. It wasn't until around 6 o'clock that they reached the Linan County Public Security Bureau. Ye Nanhua had already established contact with the Suzhou City Bureau, as this was their territory and a heads-up was necessary. Although it was just past 6, the director of Linan County Bureau was already waiting at the entrance for them. Upon arriving at the bureau, they were greeted by a police chief in his 40s, who had come personally to meet them. Li Ming approached and saluted, saying, "Director Xie, I apologize for the trouble." Director Xie Hai of Linan County Bureau returned the salute, responding, "Li Ji, not at all. We are all part of the same family." He was slightly older than Li Ming, yet both held the same rank. After briefly explaining the situation, they did not linger at the county bureau. Instead, they were escorted by the captain of the criminal investigation team, Ma Fei, to the Early Town police station. Given their unfamiliarity with the area, it was essential to have a knowledgeable colleague accompany them. Upon arriving in Early Town, Ma Fei suggested, "Li Ji, how about we have breakfast first? Afterward, we can head to the police station, where the station chief can take us to Nanshan Village." Li Ming nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." The group finished their breakfast in just over 10 minutes. Rather than a full breakfast, it was more akin to a light meal. However, for them, having any time to eat was a luxury. They had no inclination to quibble over the terminology. During the meal, Ma Fei's gaze frequently lingered on Lin Hang, who, at over 30, was only a third-level police chief. In contrast, the young man before him, seemingly just 24 or 25 years old, had already attained the rank of first-level police officer. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hang was merely 22. After arriving at the police station, they were led by Chief Shi Binwei to Nanshan Village. Shi Binwei, in his 50s, had graying hair at his temples. Though he was of similar age to Yi Nanhua, he appeared slightly older. Upon reaching Nanshan Village, Chief Shi began to inquire about individuals who might have relevant information. Initially, he sought out some middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s, but after a few inquiries, Lin Heng suddenly realized that if Luo Guangjuan's brothers had not met their demise, they would now be in their 70s. What could they possibly glean from middle-aged individuals? Coming to this realization, Lin Heng approached Chief Shi and asked, "Chief Shi, are there any elderly individuals in their 70s or 80s with good mental faculties in this village?" Shi Benwei pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, I am also from this village. My father is 103 years old and remarkably spry. He certainly knows about the Luo family you are seeking." Hearing this, Lin Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. His father is 103, and he is over 50. How could he have had him at nearly 50? However, Lin Heng dismissed these thoughts and followed Chief Shi to his home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Lin Heng saw an elderly man with completely white hair sitting in the sun. The old man appeared remarkably vigorous, seemingly far younger than his 100-plus years, more akin to someone in their 80s. "This is my father," Shi Benwei began to introduce to the group that Li Ming and Lin Heng exchanged glances, while Shi Benwei approached the elder and said, "Father, these gentlemen are colleagues from the Spring City Bureau and wish to ask you a few questions." Shi Shan nodded and replied, "Let the guests in." Though Shi Benwei's voice was soft, his father heard it clearly, indicating the elder's exceptional mental condition. Once inside, Li Ming was the first to greet Shi Shan, acknowledging the man's advanced age, given that he could easily be his grandfather. "Good sir, do you know of a family named Luo Wenjin in this village?" Li Ming inquired. He found Lin Heng's silence somewhat perplexing. Typically, Lin Heng was quite talkative during interrogations, but now he seemed to withdraw. It wasn't that Lin Heng was deliberately avoiding participation. Rather, he was simply unaccustomed to such situations, being still quite young. Shi Shan appeared puzzled and asked, "What did you say?" Li Ming's heart sank. Shi Benwei had spoken at a similar volume, yet now Shi Shan seemed unable to hear. Before Li Ming could respond further, Shi Benwei repeated the question in the local dialect. This time, Shi Shan comprehended, revealing that he wasn't hard of hearing but simply struggled with Mandarin. After a moment, Shi Shan slowly asked, "What was that name again?" Shi Benwei reiterated, and only then did the elder nod, stating, "I know Luo Wenjin. His family used to live at the eastern edge of the village. We used to go fishing together in the river." Lin Heng contemplated this. Indeed, the elder's age aligned closely with that of Luo Wenjin. Had Luo Wenjin not met his fate, he too would be nearly a centenarian by now. As the conversation continued, the elder recounted his childhood experiences, much to the bemusement of Lin Heng and Li Ming, who struggled to contain their amusement. The old man spoke with an unending flow of memories, and although Shi Benwei attempted to interject several times, he was met with sharp rebukes from his father. Lin Heng understood this sentiment. As individuals age, the number of people with whom they can converse dwindles, making it natural to seize upon any opportunity to share stories, especially with the group present. The Luo family consisted of 6 brothers, and although Shi Shan was the third-born, all 3 of his younger brothers had passed away, leaving only the 3 remaining siblings. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by noon, Shi Shan finally shared the fundamental circumstances surrounding the Luo Wenjin family. According to him, their village was relatively small, and the Luo family was considered a prominent clan. However, for reasons unknown, 30 years prior, they suddenly relocated to the city. Initially, it was Luo Wenjin's branch that moved away, followed by his 2 elder brothers' families. Unfortunately, Luo Wenjin's eldest brother, Luo Waming, passed away relatively early, leaving only his son and grandson. Luo Wansheng, the second brother, had been alive when he moved, but at over 70, it was uncertain if he still lived. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng's expression turned quizzical. Given that Luo Wenjin had 2 brothers, and one of them had been alive at that time, why had they not uncovered this information during their identity checks? Furthermore, why had the entire family moved away from the village in succession? This was no small matter. It involved 3 families, potentially numbering 60 or 70 individuals when including sons, grandsons, and even great-grandsons. It was as if the entire Luo clan had vacated the premises altogether. According to the Venerable Mr. Shi, Luo Wenjin has 3 sons, Luo Guangjuan, Luo Guangdong, and Luo Guangtong. The youngest, Luo Guangtong, has a daughter-in-law who, by all accounts, is Luo Wenjin's granddaughter. In law.it is said that she possesses some skills and has ventured into business, seemingly in the realm of export trade. However, the only source of discontent for Luo Wenjin is that his granddaughter-in-law has a physical ailment that renders her unable to bear children. Since their marriage, they have yet to welcome even a single child. Yet, Her financial acumen has proven invaluable, leading them to dismiss their concerns as inconsequential. For them, this revelation holds little significance, as the remains of Luo Wenjin's granddaughter-in-law are among the skeletal remains they have encountered. I surmise that their relocation was prompted by her newfound wealth, allowing them to enjoy a more comfortable life, Mr. Shi asserted with certainty. Lin Hang and Li Ming exchanged glances, remaining silent. After a brief pause, Mr. Shi continued, the food in the city is far less wholesome than that of our countryside. I suspect that Luo Wenjin, that old fellow, will not outlive me. If you intend to find him, it may prove difficult. Perhaps his sons might yield better results. Lin Hang interjected, you might be right. It seems he truly won't outlive you. But do you know where they have moved? Lin Hang inquired. During this time, Shi Binwei had been translating. Fortunately, Lin Hang and his companions could understand Mr. Shi, as the old man struggled with Mandarin. Had Lin Hang and his group been unable to comprehend, Shi Binwei's voice would have surely grown hoarse from the effort. Mr. Shi pondered for a moment before slowly responding, it seems they moved to the south or perhaps the west. What was it called again? None dared to speak, patiently awaiting the old man's recollection. After a while, he finally exclaimed, yes, Erching. Hearing this, Lin Hang exhaled with relief. Indeed, Erching lies in the southwestern part of Kainan province, and it is quite distant from Tuzhou. Mr. Shi had just mentioned it being either west or south. Aligning with this general direction. Having obtained the information he sought, Li Ming retrieved money to send Lu Zhe to the village shop to purchase some items for the old man. Subsequently, the group departed from Nanshan village. This trip was not entirely in vain, though the rewards were modest. Throughout the journey, Lin Hang remained silent, burdened with thoughts. This extensive family had begun relocating over 30 years ago, yet the earliest of the discovered remains dated back only 24 years. Curiously, not only Luo Wenjin's lineage had moved away, but also those of his two elder brothers. Why, then, could they find no information? It seemed a trip to Erching was imperative. The group did not return to Chunqing City but instead drove directly to Erching. On the way, Li Ming instructed Yi Nanhua to contact the municipal bureau there, relaying the identity and DNA information of Luo Wenjin and his family to their counterparts. They requested assistance in determining if any relatives remained, specifically descendants of Luo Wanming and Luo Wenqing. By the time they entered the highway, night had fallen, and based on the current time, their arrival in Erching would likely be at dawn. Given this, it would be more prudent to find a service area to rest for the night. Since leaving Nanshan village, Lin Hang had been lost in thought, his mind shrouded in mystery. Upon arriving at the service area, Lin Hang and Li Ming exited the vehicle to use the restroom. It was then that Li Ming finally broke the silence, asking, what have you been pondering throughout this journey? Lin Hang sighed deeply before responding. I am contemplating the relationship between Luo Wenjin's son and Luo Wenqing's son. They are, after all, cousins. Is it truly possible that they have not maintained contact? How could no one have noticed anyone missing for such an extended period? Chapter 59. The passing of Mr. Shi. Is it plausible that they have not interacted at all? Li Ming mused, nodding thoughtfully. Lin Hang's reasoning indeed held merit. Even if they had relocated, would they not still communicate? Might there be some underlying conflict? Observing Lin Hang's continued silence, Li Ming gently patted his shoulder and said, enough of this. Let your mind rest. Since Lin Hang had joined their bureau, this was the first time Li Ming had witnessed him in such a state. This case had proven to be the most formidable Lin Hang had encountered thus far. To date, they had not uncovered even the slightest clue regarding the perpetrator. After returning to the vehicle, Li Ming closed his eyes, preparing to take a brief respite, while Lin Hang gazed out the window, his mind racing with unease, utterly devoid of drowsiness. A family-wide relocation? The entire lineage of Luo Wenjin met with misfortune? Yet the eldest and second branches remained entirely silent. Was it all mere coincidence? A multitude of hypotheses swirled through Lin Hang's mind. Had the eldest and the youngest branches conspired to eliminate Luo Wenjin's lineage? Or had they all suffered the same fate? If they had indeed perished, that would amount to 60 or 70 lives lost. This case was becoming increasingly enigmatic. After several hours of rest at the service area, the group prepared to continue their journey to Erching. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Hang suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and calmly suggested, Li Ji, I believe we should split up. Li Ming and Qin Wei Hang exchanged glances, realizing that Lin Hang's change of heart was not arbitrary. He had undoubtedly made an important discovery. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming cautiously inquired, Have you identified an issue? Lin Hang shook his head and replied, everything remains speculative, Dio share. Li Ming encouraged. Lin Hang produced a cigarette, and the group once again exited the vehicle. Once outside, he began to articulate his thoughts. The first point of concern is that I believe there should be no discord among the three branches of Luo Wenjin's family. According to Mr. Shi, Luo Wenjin has a granddaughter-in-law who possesses considerable talent and has earned a fair amount of money. If that is indeed the case, they would surely seek to curry favor with such a capable relative. Even if not, they would certainly maintain some form of contact during holidays and festivals, would they not? Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Chen Weihang suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, it seemed implausible that such a talented relative would be disregarded entirely. Before they could delve deeper into thought, Lin Hang continued, the second point of concern. Mr. Shi indicated that they relocated to Erqing, yet we discovered the remains in the western suburbs of Chongqing. There lies a significant distance between Chongqing and Erqing, separated by Yuxing City. Is it feasible that they would bury a body across city lines, especially at such a distance? Perhaps 2 decades ago. It could have been possible, but let us not forget that the most recently discovered remains date back only a year. While Li Ming and the others had considered this previously, they had dismissed it as a possibility. However, Lin Hang's reminder prompted them to re-evaluate. One of the remains had indeed been dated to a year prior. If the transfer had occurred from Chongqing to Erqing, perhaps scrutiny had not been as stringent. Yet, moving from Erqing to Chongqing was an entirely different matter. Chongqing is the provincial capital, and Erqing borders the frontier. Carrying even a single corpse, or even a weapon, would likely attract attention. After contemplating this, Li Ming asked, are you suggesting that we forego our trip to Erqing? Lin Hang shook his head and replied, of course we must go, but not everyone needs to attend. I believe we should focus our efforts on Chongqing. My intuition tells me the perpetrator is likely within the city. Upon hearing this, Chen Weihang quickly understood the implication. If not everyone was to go, then it would fall upon Lin Hang to lead a team to Erqing. As the team leader, Li Ming could not accompany them, and Lin Hang was likewise unlikely to remain behind. With a resigned sigh, he said, then let us split up. I will take a team to Erqing while you continue your investigations here. The three came to a consensus and promptly began dividing their responsibilities. Chen Weihang's group set out for Erqing, while Lin Hang and Li Ming returned to Chongqing. The sun had yet to rise, and by the time they arrived, it would likely just be dawn. Throughout the journey, Li Ming and Lin Hang analyzed the case. The span of 30 years since the relocation to Erqing was immense, and given the technological limitations of the time, records were likely incomplete. Chen Weihang's investigation in Erqing would likely yield little. Nevertheless, they needed to follow any leads, even if it meant proceeding without immediate results. Li Ji, upon returning to the bureau, please prioritize investigating those children. Their youth means they may have attended kindergarten recently, and this could simplify our case, Lin Hang suggested. Among the skeletal remains were several belonging to children, now considered great-grandchildren of Luo Wenjin. Their relatively young age and more recent date of death made them a priority. Li Ming let out a defeated sigh, offering a wry smile as he replied, we have already conducted countless inquiries, scouring every elementary school and kindergarten in the city without uncovering a single clue. Lin Hang was well aware of this, but in the absence of leads, thoroughness was essential. They would continue searching until they found something. Given how challenging it was to investigate in the information age, one could only imagine the difficulties faced in an era devoid of surveillance. It was no wonder so many cases remained unresolved during that time. Soon after, Lin Hang and his companions returned to the bureau. Upon arrival, they wasted no time in preparing to investigate the children's information. Just as Li Ming took a sip of water, his phone rang. His first instinct was to assume it was Chen Weihang calling, yet logically, they should not have arrived yet. Upon retrieving his phone, Li Ming finally discerned the identity of the caller, Ma Fei, the captain of the criminal investigation team in Linan County. Without hesitation, Li Ming answered, his immediate thought being that the other party must have uncovered some vital clue. Hello, Captain, on the other end of the line. Ma Fei's anxious voice soon reached him. Li, we have a situation. Lin Hang, observing Li Ming as he took the call, shifted his gaze towards him. In the next moment, he noted the furrow in Li Ming's brow, indicating that he was being informed of some distressing news. After hanging up, Li Ming approached Lin Hang, his expression grave as he slowly uttered, there has been an incident. Old Master Shi has passed away. Lin Hang's face instantly registered shock. Old Master Shi? Wasn't he well when we visited yesterday? Li Ming and Lin Heng exchanged a glance, both exclaiming in unison, "Murdered?" No sooner had the words left their mouths than they dashed down the stairs, intent on heading to Nanshan village to ascertain the situation. If their presence had indeed led to the old gentleman's demise, they would be burdened with profound guilt for the rest of their lives. Chapter 60. Footprints leading into the mountains, the two hastily made their way to Nanshan village in Suzhou City. With Lin Heng at the wheel, they soon arrived at their destination, where they found the home of Shi Binwei surrounded by villagers. The village was small, and the presence of a centenarian was a cause for celebration among the residents. The news of Old Master Shi's death had prompted most of the villagers to abandon their agricultural tasks and converge at his residence. Some villagers were aware that Old Master Shi had cooperated with the police in an investigation the previous day. While there was no concrete evidence to suggest foul play, suspicions began to surface regarding the police's involvement. How could such a vibrant old man suddenly pass away? They heard that officers had visited him to gather information. Could that be connected? Isn't his son the chief of police? How could there possibly be a connection? I heard that those officers came from Chunqing, where a major case had uncovered dozens of corpses. Exactly. I've heard they're investigating the Luo family. Are there any people with the surname Luo in our village? No, the Luo family moved away over 30 years ago. As several villagers engaged in hushed discussions, Lin Heng and Li Ming arrived. The moment they approached, one villager pointed accusingly, saying, "It's them. These are the officers who came yesterday." Instantly, Lin Heng and his companions found themselves encircled by the villagers, who shouted, "Get out! You're the ones who caused Old Master Shi's death. Murderers! How dare you show your faces here?" Taken aback by the scene, Lin Heng and Li Ming felt a wave of confusion wash over them. They had just learned in the car that the forensic doctor from the Linan County Bureau had arrived at Shi Binwei's home and had preliminarily determined that Old Master Shi had died from poisoning. Bowing their heads in silence, they were overwhelmed by guilt. At that moment, an elderly man in a police uniform with graying hair emerged from the house. Shi Binwei squeezed through the crowd and stepped protectively in front of Lin Heng and Li Ming. Addressing the villagers, "Folks, this matter has nothing to do with them. They are here to assist us in solving the case. Please make way so they can enter," as the head of the family and the local police station chief. His words carried weight, and the villagers reluctantly parted to allow them passage. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Heng activated his black and white eyes ability, wary that the perpetrator might be among the crowd. Regrettably, none matched the criteria. Although a few bore dark attributes, their culpability was minimal, warranting little more than a reprimand. However, there was no time to dwell on that. Uncovering the cause of Old Master Shi's death and swiftly solving the case was paramount. With Shi Binwei's assistance, Lin Heng and his team quickly maneuvered through the throng of villagers. Upon entering a room, Lin Heng immediately spotted Old Master Shi lying on the bed, his skin and lips a disturbing shade of purple. Ma Fei and a forensic doctor were already present in the room. Lin Heng approached the body for a closer examination, while the forensic doctor casually remarked, "Preliminary judgment suggests poisoning, but we will need further autopsy to determine the specific toxin." Without responding, Lin Heng meticulously observed the body, activating his forensic mastery skill in silence. The forensic doctor rolled his eyes, clearly perceiving Lin Heng's actions as a challenge to his authority. At over 30 years of age, and with nearly 2 decades of experience at the Linan County Bureau, he felt insulted by the skepticism of a much younger detective. Under the watchful gaze of those present, Lin Heng rolled up Old Master Shi's right sleeve. Upon closer inspection, a small puncture wound came into view. Arriving at his conclusion, Lin Heng finally spoke. "This is not poisoning. He was injected with air via a syringe." The room fell silent, the gravity of his words sinking in, particularly for the forensic doctor. Injecting air into the bloodstream can lead to circulatory failure, preventing oxygen from reaching vital organs and resulting in symptoms such as breathlessness, chest pain, and cardiovascular issues, including rapid heart rate and decreased blood pressure, conditions that could be fatal, especially for a centenarian. The male forensic doctor, disbelief etched on his face, retorted, "Impossible. You can ascertain that with just a glance. What if you're mistaken and it misleads the investigation?" Lin Heng, however, was wholly focused on identifying the murderer and dismissed the forensic doctor's protest. He cast a fleeting glance at him and declared, "If you don't believe me, feel free to conduct an autopsy." Confident in his assessment, bolstered by his ultimate forensic mastery skill, Lin Heng knew his judgment was sound. The male forensic doctor glowered at Lin Hang's departing figure. Determined to uncover the true cause of Old Master Shi's death, he approached Shi Binwei, stating, "Chief Shi, I would like to take Old Master Shi's body for a more thorough autopsy." Shi Binwei hesitated, glancing at Li Ming, who quickly grasped his intent and replied, "Chief Shi, Lin Hang has some forensic knowledge. I trust his judgment. However, if you have doubts, you may allow this forensic doctor to take the old gentleman's body." The forensic doctor, named Wang Yongyan, regarded Li Ming with respect, recognizing his rank as a first-class police chief, equivalent to that of their own bureau chief. After hearing Li Ming's response, Shi Binwei spoke slowly. "Forensic Dr. Wan, perhaps it would be best to defer. I have faith in Comrade Lin's assessment." Wang Yongyan. Shi Binwei's trust in Lin Hang stemmed from his own background as a member of the police force. Albeit from a different city, he had heard of Lin Hang's swift case resolutions, and with Li Ming's unwavering support, he had no reason to hesitate. Upon exiting the room, Lin Hang immediately activated his trace identification skill to investigate the surroundings. This skill, acquired during a Tindraw session recently, was a high-level ability. Behind Shi Binwei's home lay a mountain, with the window of Old Master Shi's room facing it. If the murderer was not a familiar face from the village, they would likely flee into the mountains post-crime. Simultaneously activating his eagle eyes and trace identification skills, Lin Hang meticulously examined the area, leaving no detail overlooked. Just then, Li Ming approached, curiosity evident in his demeanor. While he realized Lin Hang was searching for clues, he wondered what kind of evidence could possibly be found. After moving past a small concrete patch behind the house, Lin Hang soon discovered distinct footprints etched into the mud. Chapter 61. The imposters. These footprints extended into the mountains behind the village. Nothing was there, and they clearly could not have been made by the villagers who had gathered in front of the house. With all the villagers occupied at the front, the rear was devoid of activity, and there were no paths leading that way. Thus, he was certain these were the footprints of the culprit. Li Ming crouched beside him upon seeing the prints. After examining them, he slowly remarked, "These are adult footprints. Do you suspect they are from the murderer?" Lin Hang nodded, responding, "It's quite possible. The footprints lead further into the mountains. They likely belong to the perpetrator fleeing after committing the crime." After scrutinizing the prints, Lin Hang continued, "Let us organize the villagers to take statements. We need to ask if anyone has ventured into the mountains recently and if they've seen any unfamiliar faces, particularly a woman aged approximately 27 to 30. Li Ming's expression shifted to one of shock as he queried, "A young woman?" He had always believed that the killer responsible for the massacre of the Luo family had also murdered Old Master Shi. However, the Luo family had been slain over 24 years ago. It seemed implausible for the perpetrator to be a young individual. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Hang pointed to the footprints on the ground and remarked, "Look, these footprints are rather short, evidently belonging to a woman. Moreover, judging by their depth, the individual must not exceed a height of 1.70 meters. The bones of a male foot are generally larger than those of a female, making it quite clear that these cannot possibly be the prints of a man." Upon hearing this, Li Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Although he could deduce certain details, he felt significantly inferior compared to Lin Hang's insights. Soon, a question arose in Li Ming's mind, prompting him to inquire further, "And how did you deduce the age?" Lin Hang chuckled lightly and explained, "Typically, a person walks by applying pressure with the ball of their foot. The smaller the pressure surface of the forefoot, the younger the age of the individual." Li Ming again raised his thumb, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." After expressing his admiration, he departed to organize the villagers for statements. If the perpetrator who harmed the old man Shi was indeed affiliated with the Luo family, then there must be more than one assailant. While Li Ming was busy gathering statements from the villagers, Lin Hang, accompanied by Lu Zhe and others, ventured into the mountains. Although uncertain if they would find any leads, it was essential to investigate. Following the traces of the footprints, they soon discovered a medical syringe beneath a tree. Lin Hang smiled faintly, donned gloves, and carefully picked up the syringe, placing it into a transparent bag. He turned to Lu Zhe and said, "Let us head back. Let us hope the perpetrator hasn't tampered with the fingerprints." The group swiftly exited the forest and returned to the village. If the culprit had not altered the fingerprints on the syringe, they would soon ascertain the identity of the offender. Should these criminals be part of the same group, the truth of the case would soon come to light. Lin Hang's intuition suggested they were indeed connected. After all, who would so inexplicably target a centenarian? The actions of the assailant could either be a provocation or an act of revenge. Since Old Man Sure had informed the police about the relocation of the Luo family, retaliation was certainly to be expected. Regardless of the motive, Lin Hang was determined to bring them to justice. After approaching Li Ming, Lin Hang produced the transparent bag. Upon seeing it, Li Ming's eyes immediately brightened with joy.is this left by the culprit? He asked excitedly. There's a high probability, Lin Hang responded. Though he felt a twinge of uncertainty, his instinct told him that this was indeed the work of the assailant. Who would carry such an item without reason? Quickly, send it for examination to check for fingerprints. Li Ming was growing increasingly impatient, as this case involved too many individuals. With the Luo family now entangled with Old Man Sure, the stakes were higher than ever. Lin Hang and his colleagues promptly delivered the syringe to the Linan County Public Security Bureau to extract fingerprints. The statements were soon completed, yet no clues emerged at that moment. All their hopes rested upon the syringe. As long as they could retrieve fingerprints, everything would fall into place. While Li Ming and Lin Hang awaited developments at the county police station, Li Ming's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Chen Wei-han and promptly answered, "Hello, what is the update? Any leads?" On the other end, Chen Wei-han quickly responded, "Li, we have investigated all the schools in Urching and found enrollment information for Luo Jiyang at a kindergarten. However, 5 years ago, someone unexpectedly processed a transfer for him, and it was his parents who arranged it. Luo Jiyang was one of the 22 corpses, having been just around 5 years old at the time of his demise." Since Li Ming's phone was on speaker, Lin Hang also heard this revelation. Lin Hang immediately probed, "Do you have details on which school he was transferred to?" "To a kindergarten in Chun City. But we previously checked and found no record of his attendance there," Chen Wei-han replied. Lin Hang fell silent for a moment. The transfer had occurred 5 years ago, coinciding with Luo Jiyang's time of death. This indicated that he had initially attended a kindergarten in Urching before being transferred to Chun City, where he met his tragic end. Suddenly, Lin Hang felt a jolt of realization and sprang up from his chair, startling Li Ming. "What's wrong? What did you think of?" Li Ming asked, his tone urgent. Lin Hang, as if having pieced together a crucial detail, slowly articulated, "Do you remember when Old Man Sure mentioned that Luo Wanzhong had a granddaughter involved in export trade?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately flipped through his notebook. His memory, having grown a bit feeble with age, often relied on written notes for accuracy. Soon, he located the details from his conversation with Old Man Sure. Narrowing his eyes, he confirmed, yes, she indeed was in the export trade. Her name is Qi Yang. Lin Hang exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Ming, who took a moment to process this information before finally reacting. "What do you mean?" Old Master Sure once mentioned that Qi Yang had a physical defect, rendering her unable to bear children, which had even led to disdain from Old Master Luo. However, after she became successful in business, the Luo family eventually shed that prejudice. Lin Hang reiterated. Li Ming still found it hard to believe, questioning, "Is that enough reason to commit murder? Is that even possible?" Lin Hang merely smiled coldly, responding, "That depends on how her husband treats her inability to conceive. If Qi Yang's husband stands by her side, perhaps nothing would happen. But if he shares the same disdain, then everything falls into place." Li Ming silently nodded. Qi Yang was engaged in export trade. She could easily exploit that, deceiving them into thinking she needed to travel abroad for a time, gradually eliminating them. Li Ming couldn't help but admire Lin Hang. But soon he was struck by a critical thought. Wait a moment, wasn't Qi Yang's corpse among those 22 skeletons? Li Ming asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang smiled wryly, stating, "DNA can be fabricated." Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, the captain of the criminal investigation team from Linan County rushed over with a report in hand. Lig, Lin team. The results are in. We extracted a fingerprint from the syringe, and after comparison, it belongs to an employee of Xinqing Export Trade Company, named Yin Moli, age 28. Li Ming immediately snatched the report from Ma Fei's hands. After reading it, his face contorted in shock as he exclaimed, "An export trade company? What a coincidence!" As he spoke, he cast an admiring glance at Lin Hang. The latter had already turned towards the exit, and Li Ming thanked him and promptly followed suit. Once in the car, Lin Hang started the engine and declared, "The Xinqing Export Trade Company is located in Chunqing. Let us apprehend them." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward with a force that left Li Ming feeling the rush. He was increasingly curious about whether Qi Yang was indeed the perpetrator. After all, the suspect they had just identified worked at an export trade company, the same field Qi Yang had previously engaged in. Also, he wondered if Luo Wenming and Luo Wenqing's lineage had been harmed. If they had truly been victimized, where were their remains? His admiration for Lin Hang grew. How did that young man even connect the dots regarding a deceased person? Throughout their journey, they drove with sirens blaring in the emergency lane. Passers-by found it baffling why Lin Hang was so certain it was Qi Yang. This was a question Lin Hang could not answer. Sometimes, a person's intuition is remarkably accurate, and as police officers, they often rely on instinct to solve cases. Furthermore, through his analysis of the case, Lin Hang concluded that Qi Yang was the only one with the means to commit the crime. Although she bore no blood relation to the Luo family, she was still their daughter-in-law. Before long, they returned to Chunqing, arriving at the foot of the Xinqing Export Trade Company building. The security guard at the entrance was startled by the sudden influx of police officers. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage to inquire. "Officers, how can I assist you?" Li Ming initially intended to fabricate an excuse, but Lin Hang straightforwardly replied, "We are conducting an investigation. Please cooperate and summon your boss." The guard hesitated but was met with Lin Hang's icy glare, compelling him to retreat to the security booth to make a phone call. Lin Hang surmised he must first contact their security manager. As a mere guard could hardly reach the boss directly, a few minutes later, a middle-aged man, approximately 6 feet tall and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, descended to meet them. He approached Lin Hang and the others, politely inquiring, "Officers, I am the security manager of this company. How can we assist you?" As he spoke, he ushered them inside. Upon entering the building, they noticed a group of people hastily exiting, alongside 3 black sedans. Among the crowd were 2 women. One appeared quite young, seemingly under 30, while the other, despite having well-maintained skin, clearly bore the marks of age, likely in her 50s. The first glance of the group. Lin Hang activated his black and white vision. He locked eyes with the affluent woman, and in an instant, all her information flooded into his mind. Qi Yang, sin value 6034, suspected of intentional homicide. This was indeed Qi Yang. Having altered her appearance, the mere sin value alone shattered Lin Hang's previous understanding, marking it as the highest he had encountered thus far, even surpassing the likes of Sang Biao and Nuo Deng from the last cleanup operation. He chose not to delve into further details, but instead drew his firearm, commanding, "Arrest her." At that moment, the young woman assisting Qi Yang also drew a gun from her waist. Lin Hang, quick on the draw, fired first. Bang! The gunshot rang out as the bullet pierced the woman's wrist, causing her firearm to clatter to the ground. The black-clad bodyguards, seemingly armed as well, chose to comply with the police presence. With several crouching down in submission, Li Ming and the others swiftly approached, guns trained on the group, shouting, "Hands on your heads, lie down!" With his weapon aimed at Qi Yang and the young woman, Lin Hang advanced, glancing at the latter. Soon, her details appeared before him. Yin Moli, sin value 2970, suspected of intentional homicide. They both realized their escape was futile, slowly kneeling down. Lin Hang's gaze remained fixed on Qi Yang. Sensing that the elderly woman would not surrender easily, as expected, Qi Yang suddenly reached into her handbag, swiftly producing a grenade and hurling it towards them. Li Ming shouted urgently, "Get down!" Yet Lin Hang's reflexes were quicker. Before she could release it, he seized her hand. With a powerful kick to Qi Yang's chest, he wrested the grenade from her grasp and tossed it aside into an open area. The grenade was a percussion type. Even after pulling the pin, as long as the safety lever was held, it would not detonate. It required being thrown for the lever to rise and trigger an explosion. When the grenade landed, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Instead, a thick plume of white smoke billowed forth. Realizing the situation, Lin Hang understood. This was no grenade, merely a smoke bomb. Qi Yang's ploy was likely intended to provoke the police into shooting her. As all the officers dropped to the ground, Qi Yang, having been kicked several meters away and now coughing up blood, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, I thought you officers were unafraid of death. Turns out, you just like the rest." Li Ming finally grasped that it was merely a smoke bomb. He stood and confronted Lin Hang, admonishing, "You reckless fool, that was bold of you to disarm a grenade with your bare hands." Lin Hang remained silent, casting another glance at the distant Qi Yang before shifting his focus to the unconscious Yin Moli on the ground. He approached her and delivered a swift kick, knocking her out. Fearing that she might attempt some trickery as well, he then strode directly to Qi Yang. Lin Heng's expression darkened as he glared at the elderly woman. In the next moment, he stomped down on Qi Yang's hand, exerting pressure until the bones in her palm shattered underfoot. Surprisingly, Qi Yang bore the agony in silence, not uttering a single word. Though cold sweat beaded on her forehead, she remained silent, as if her hand were not her own. Suddenly, a cold smile crept onto Qi Yang's lips as she remarked, "Captain Lin, if you wish to avenge the Luo family, you may as well kill me directly." Upon hearing her recognition of Lin Heng, Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine. However, Lin Heng was unfazed. From the moment Yin Moli had gone to Nanshan village to kill Old Master Shi, he had known their every move was under surveillance. "I am curious. Knowing we were coming for you, why didn't you flee?" Lin Heng inquired. Before Qi Yang could respond, he continued, "Let me guess. It has to satisfy your twisted sense of accomplishment. You want to see what we could do to you once we apprehend you. Whether it be dismemberment or dissection, it makes no difference to you. After all, you have already slaughtered 74 members of the Luo family and lived a significant portion of your life. You were destined to die sooner or later. You simply want to witness the extent of our actions as police officers. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yang's eyes revealed disbelief. She could not comprehend how this officer discerned her innermost thoughts. Indeed, she was curious to see what the police could do to her. Knowing she faced death regardless, it was merely a matter of living a few more years or a few less. She could hardly believe that these officers would truly execute her in such a gruesome manner. Behind him, Li Ming was taken aback upon hearing Qi Yang recount the massacre of the entire Luo family, comprising 74 individuals. His eyes widened in disbelief. 74 lives extinguished, the entirety of a family annihilated by her hand. What kind of enmity could drive someone to commit such an atrocity? As Li Ming absorbed Lin Heng's earlier words, a realization dawned upon him. Qi Yang likely harbored profound psychological issues. She was fully aware that the police were coming for her, yet chose to wait until they arrived at her doorstep before attempting to flee. What else could it be but a sign of mental instability? Meanwhile, Qi Yang continued to prattle on, provocatively taunting the police. Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Heng delivered a swift kick, rendering her unconscious, and Li Ming made no attempt to intervene. He felt a strong urge to deliver a few kicks of his own to such a beast. Lin Heng surveyed the group sprawled on the ground, noting that the other officers had already discovered firearms on them. He ordered his men to cuff them all and escort them back to the precinct. Chapter 64. A severely distorted psychopath, annihilation of a clan. Upon returning to the station, Yi Nanhua had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time with his team. Those who had not participated in the apprehension operation were gathered outside. Chen Weihuan was still in Urching, investigating the two suspects, and only rushed back upon learning that Lin Heng and his team had made the arrest. He was perplexed as to why he had been busy with the case while the culprits had already been apprehended. Once inside, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Observing the scene, Yi Nanhua could not help but inquire, "The case has been solved. What is going on here?" He glanced at the elderly woman lying on the ground and asked, "Is this the perpetrator?" Lin Heng was at a loss for words, fearing that if Yi Nanhua discovered that this was not merely a case of a family being wiped out, but a clan's annihilation. He could only imagine the reaction. However, Yi Nanhua had only recently been appointed as the head of the municipal bureau, so cases from 2 or 3 decades ago might not directly concern him. Lin Heng nudged Li Ming, signaling him to speak, as it was inevitable that Yi Nanhua would learn the truth. Li Ming took a few steps back and whispered in his ear, "You are the son-in-law of Director Yi." "You say it." Lin Heng sighed in resignation and slowly stated, "Director Yi, this case is not merely a family annihilation. It is a clan extermination." With a clatter, Yi Nanhua's cup dropped to the floor. "What did you say? Clan extermination?" he asked incredulously. Upon hearing this, those present wore expressions of disbelief, including Ding Wanxiao, whose demeanor shifted. Lin Heng nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, there are not just 22 victims. There are 74. The remaining bodies, however, have yet to be located." Yi Nanhua's expression shifted to one of despair upon hearing this. 74 lives lost in his jurisdiction. Would he not face dismissal? After a long sigh, he said, "Let us commence the interrogation. Regardless, we must find the victims' remains and deliver justice." With that, he strode into the observation room without looking back. Lin Heng hoisted Qi Young up, dragging her into the interrogation room like one would a dog, waking her once they arrived. The moment Qi Young regained consciousness, she shot Lin Heng and Li Ming a sinister smile. Her lips curled upward slightly, but her eyes were vacant, rendering her smile disturbingly eerie. After a moment, she provocatively remarked, "Officer Lin, I truly must thank you. Your kick allowed me to enjoy the best sleep I've had in 30 years. Lin Heng remained silent, while Li Ming scoffed and retorted, "Are you afraid of the spirits of the Luo family seeking vengeance?" Qi Yang let out a cold laugh, responding, "Those things are merely tales to scare children." Leaning forward, she revealed a grotesque expression, continuing, "I am far more terrifying than any ghost. Ha ha ha." Her eerie laughter echoed in the interrogation room, leaving Lin Heng and Li Ming speechless. Extracting the location of the buried bodies from her would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Suddenly, Qi Yang's demeanor shifted, her expression darkening as she stated, "You must be curious why I killed the Luo family, right? To be honest, I don't mind telling you. After all, they are already dead. Ha ha ha." Qi Yang's attitude was exceedingly arrogant. She understood she was destined for death, so she had nothing to fear. Her current state could only be described as deranged. Although Lin Heng could glean her thoughts through his abilities, he still required her confession. Thus, he chose to remain silent and listen intently. Soon, a fierce glint returned to Qi Yang's eyes, sending chills down one's spine. She spoke in a low tone, "Because they all deserve to die. Especially that old wretch Luo Wenjin. Because I couldn't bear children, he incited his grandson to divorce me. At first, Luo Chengwu had defended her, but after being brainwashed by his father and grandfather, he too began to disdain her and contemplated divorce. I worked frantically and earned money, all to one day rise above them and exact my revenge on that family." Upon hearing this, Li Ming began to comprehend. This woman was indeed mentally unstable. Otherwise, she could have simply chosen to divorce him. Given her capabilities, finding a better partner should not have been difficult. Why resort to such extreme measures for revenge? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Had Qi Yang been mentally sound? How could she have committed such heinous acts? After her outburst, Qi Yang regained her composure, her eyes vacant and her gaze fixed ahead. She declared, "All right, I've finished my story. You can execute me now." Suddenly, her expression turned frenzied again. A sinister smile gracing her face. "If you think shooting me won't suffice, feel free to slice me into 1,000 pieces." Haha, at this point, Li Ming genuinely believed her. Qi Yang clearly had no fear of being captured by the police. In fact, she seemed to welcome it. Lin Heng slowly approached her, circling as he scrutinized her, and calmly asked, "Is your story truly at an end?" "I don't believe it. The one who is truly incapable of bearing children has always been Luo Chengwu." "Hasn't it?" As soon as those words were uttered, Li Ming beside him immediately displayed a look of shock. Qi Yang's expression also shifted, while Lin Heng continued to speak. "You are concerned that he, as a man, values his pride too highly, which is why he told others that you were unable to conceive. However, over time, Luo Chengwu's attitude towards you has changed unexpectedly, and you never anticipated that his family would compel him to divorce you. At this point, anxiety overtakes you, and you insist that it has always been Luo Chengwu who claimed the inability to bear children, yet they refuse to believe you, subjecting you to various humiliations and insults. You begin to feel utterly despondent, contemplating ways to take revenge on the Luo family. Allow me to hazard a guess about how you earned your first pot of gold. It must have been through selling your body. Correct?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yang's expression suddenly contorted into a snarl. She struggled to rise from her seat, repeatedly exclaiming, "No, no, it's not like that." Hearing Lin Heng's words, Li Ming and Yi Nanhua in the observation room both wore expressions of confusion. They were curious about how Lin Heng acquired such knowledge. Could he truly read minds? What they were unaware of was that Lin Heng had activated his mind-reading ability from the very beginning. With someone like Qi Yang, conventional interrogation would yield no results. Lin Heng was compelled to acknowledge that mind-reading, alongside the black and white eyes, was indeed a miraculous tool for solving cases. Perhaps all police officers should be equipped with it. Luo Chengwu was indeed a despicable individual. Instead of feeling grateful for his wife's sacrifice of bearing the stigma of infertility, he chose to bite back. Lin Heng took a sip of water and continued. "As for where you buried the remaining bones, I may have been unaware before, but now I am enlightened. Qi Yang continued to struggle, her expression twisted with rage as she glared at Lin Hang, venomously declaring, "Impossible! No one knows that place. You will never find it." Qi Yang was utterly confident about her burial site, convinced that no one could ever uncover it. Lin Hang chuckled coldly to himself, silently thinking, "Indeed, an ordinary person could not know, but I am not an ordinary person." He rose once more to stand before Qi Yang, arms crossed as he spoke slowly. "Allow me to guess. There is a garden at your villa, where you have buried the remaining bones, correct?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yang's eyes widened in shock, and Lin Hang continued, "Using corpses as fertilizer, you are not afraid of their souls seeking revenge upon you, who would bury dozens of corpses in their own home, unless they were a deeply twisted pervert?" After saying this, Lin Hang patted Li Ming on the shoulder, and the two exited the interrogation room. Qi Yang's expression once more morphed into one of fury, as she exerted all her strength in an attempt to break free from the handcuffs on the table, but to no avail. Seeing Lin Hang and Li Ming leave, she finally succumbed to emotional collapse, crying out, "Tell me, how did you know? Just tell me." Lin Hang paused at the door, snorted coldly, and left the interrogation room without looking back. The room echoed with Qi Yang's almost frenzied screams. Lin Hang turned and entered the adjacent observation room, where he was met with a group of individuals regarding him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Yinanhua, Chen Weihang, Lu Zhe, and Fan Shen all stared at him in disbelief. After a long pause, Lu Zhe could no longer contain himself and asked, "Lin Gu, how did you know the burial location?" Lin Hang lit a cigarette, smiling as he replied, "It's quite simple. Individuals like Qi Yang, with severely twisted psyches, seek stimulation and gratification through extreme means to showcase their courage and capabilities, believing they can achieve the perfect crime. Thus, they bury the bodies at home to satisfy their perverse whims." Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully, while Fan Shen gasped and joked, "Lin Team, it's a good thing you became a police officer instead of a criminal." Lin Hang. Yinanhua shuddered at this comment, realizing that if Lin Hang were indeed a criminal, they would likely be at his mercy. After the interrogation of Qi Yang concluded, Chen Weihang returned from Erching. Upon seeing Lin Hang and Li Ming, he anxiously inquired, "How did it go? Has the case been solved? Did the murderer confess?" As he spoke, he poured himself a drink, clearly parched from the journey. Both Lin Hang and Li Ming wore grave expressions, remaining silent. After a long moment, Lin Hang finally spoke, "We have cracked it. As we suspected, the number of victims in this case is not limited to 22. Chen Weihang paused in his actions. Ever since they uncovered the case of the little girl named Luo Jishue, they had speculated that there were likely more than 22 victims. To their astonishment, they had indeed guessed correctly. "How many?" Chen Weihang continued to ask. 74, excluding Qi Yang herself, which should amount to 73, Lin Hang replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Weihang nearly dropped the cup he was holding. Fortunately, Lin Hang's quick reflexes saved the cup from falling. "How many?" Chen Weihang asked incredulously. Li Ming slowly rose, stating, "You heard correctly. Let's go." They were now preparing to excavate the remaining bones. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to provide the Luo family with an answer, allowing the souls of the deceased to find peace. Chen Weihang, momentarily taken aback, followed a few steps before asking, "Where to?" Li Ming and Lin Hang exchanged glances and replied in unison, "To dig up the bones." Chen Weihang felt a wave of dismay. He had missed the opportunity to apprehend the perpetrator, only to be caught up in the excavation of corpses instead. Chapter 66. Half the National Emblem, the True Big Shot. Another half-month passed. After they unearthed all the remains and conducted DNA comparisons, confirming the identities of all the deceased, the case was finally concluded. A few days later, Chen Weihang treated everyone to a meal at a restaurant, celebrating his nearing 40 years and having finally found a partner. This was also the first time everyone met Chen Weihang's significant other. Ruan Fong, a high school teacher nearing 40 herself. Sister-in-law, when do you and old Chen plan to get married? Li Ming inquired, as he was slightly older than Chen Weihang, making the address fitting. Being their first meeting, Ruan Fong immediately became flustered at the question. Chen Weihang hurriedly intervened, saying, Soon, soon. You all must come to the wedding." Laughter erupted among the group. At this moment, Lin Hang was focused on his meal when Li Ming abruptly shifted the conversation. Speaking with a hint of concern, "Let us discuss something serious." All eyes turned to Li Ming as he began to speak slowly. "This submerged corpse case might be the last one we handle together. Soon, I will be leaving. The group fell silent, quickly processing the news. Only Lin Hang, with a serious expression, asked, "What's going on? Old Li? Are you leaving the police force?" Li Ming felt a wave of frustration. Lin Hang was remarkably astute during investigations, but upon exiting the case, his intelligence seemed to falter. No, it was his emotional intelligence that lacked. Qin Weihang then explained, "Old Li is being transferred to another location. To be precise, he is being promoted." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang immediately understood. Given Li Ming's credentials, he would most likely be assigned as a district or county division chief for a period of time. Lin Hang stood up, raising his glass, and declared, "That's wonderful news. Congratulations in advance, Director Li." The others joined in the laughter, feeling bittersweet but ultimately pleased that Li Ming was being promoted. After Li Ming's departure, it was likely that Qin Weihang would take over as the team leader. He was already a second-level police supervisor with considerable experience, and the department had been short-staffed, which was why he had been acting as the team leader for so long. Unexpectedly, after taking on the role of deputy team leader, he was swiftly on the verge of being promoted to team leader. Just then, Li Ming's phone rang, the caller being Yi Nanhua. He immediately gestured for everyone to be quiet before answering. "Hello, Director Yi." On the other end, Yi Nanhua's voice soon came through. "Come back to the bureau immediately. There's something urgent." With that, Yi Nanhua hung up, and Li Ming did not press for further details. After hanging up, he briefly informed the others of the situation, and they quickly set down their chopsticks and returned to the municipal bureau. Upon arriving, Lu Zhe had been waiting outside for quite some time. As soon as he spotted Li Ming and the others, he addressed them. "Director Li, Director Yi is in the conference room." Li Ming nodded and proceeded straight to the conference room, while Lin Hang pulled Lu Zhe aside to quietly inquire, "What is going on?" Lu Zhe glanced at the group before whispering back, "A high-ranking leader is here. You'll know when you arrive." Lin Hang's expression turned curious. A high-ranking leader? Could it be Director Qi? He had no time to ponder further and quickly followed Li Ming's lead. Upon reaching the conference room, Li Ming knocked on the door, and Yi Nanhua's voice immediately rang out from within. "Come in." The group entered, and as soon as they stepped inside, they were enveloped by an aura of authority that permeated the entire conference room. Seated at the head of the grand conference table was a middle-aged man, his shoulders adorned with an olive branch and a gleaming silver national emblem shimmering at the center. His imposing presence exuded an authority that was even more formidable than that of Qi Jun and Yi Nanhua. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Hang's pupils dilated in shock. The olive branch did not entirely envelop the emblem. This man was a deputy chief superintendent, undoubtedly a figure of considerable stature, equivalent to that of a vice minister. Beside him sat Qi Jun, the esteemed head of the Kainan Provincial Department, followed by Yi Nanhua, the chief of the municipal bureau. To Lin Hang's astonishment, there was also a middle-aged woman in olive-green military attire seated nearby. Upon taking a closer look, Lin Hang's expression transformed into one of surprise as he recognized her. Unbeknownst to him, the group had already approached the leaders. At that moment, Yi Nanhua smiled and addressed the man with the emblem on his shoulder, saying, "Leader, this is Lin Hang." The prominent figure did not rise but instead lifted his gaze to scrutinize Lin Hang. Their eyes locking in the eye in a rare moment of calm. Lin Hang met the gaze of this powerful figure without a flicker of nervousness, maintaining a composed demeanor. After a brief pause, the man broke into a smile, gradually rising to stand before Lin Hang and remarking, "Good lad, impressive." He then extended his hand, casually stating, "Gao Zhan, you may call me Deputy Gao." Lin Hang, taken aback by the honor, hesitated momentarily before reaching out his hand and replying, "Greetings, Deputy Gao." He was acutely aware that such an opportunity was not afforded to everyone. How could he refuse the goodwill of such a significant figure? With those few words, their relationship was instantly strengthened. From that moment onward, he was recognized as someone of importance within the department. Who would dare to bully him now? Gao Zhan suddenly erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, young man, I have reviewed your dossier and the case files of your investigations. You are not only intelligent and capable, but also possess remarkable courage." Gao Zhan offered Lin Hang an esteemed commendation. After a brief pause, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he continued, "However, what I admire most is your performance during the undercover operation. It was nothing short of exemplary, a perfect illustration of decisiveness. We must be even more ruthless than the drug dealers. Let them understand that we have zero tolerance for narcotics." At this declaration, A resolute glimmer appeared in the eyes of those present. The nation had always maintained a stance of absolute intolerance towards drugs, making anti-drug efforts a paramount priority, especially in border regions like Kainan Province, which boasted a staggering 4,060 kilometers of border. Sharing boundaries with 3 countries, the influx of people crossing the borders was immense and the situation exceedingly complex, compounded by Kainan's rugged terrain, mountains, dense forests, and numerous ravines, making control exceedingly challenging. The border here was illuminated day and night, and children were educated from a young age about the 3 lives. It was precisely because drugs could not penetrate Kainan's border defenses that such education did not need to be disseminated nationwide. At this juncture, Gaojian abruptly shifted his tone and declared, "All right, my time is limited. Let us commence." Lin Hang, still reeling in confusion, watched as Qi Jun handed a document to Gaojian. "Lin Hang, stand up." Lin Hang immediately straightened his posture, his gaze unwavering. Gaojian opened the document, cleared his throat, and began to read. Police Department, Document Number 108, Chapter 67. Lin Hang's mother. Due to Comrade Lin Hang's outstanding performance in the 8-15 Spring University student suicide case and this year's sweeping operation, demonstrating bravery and fearlessness, enhancing our national prestige and setting a model for the police IT has been decided by the Spring City Bureau and submitted to the Provincial Department for consideration. And it is resolved by the Police Department to award Comrade Lin Hang a first-class merit, with hopes that he continues to strive for excellence. Upon the conclusion of this proclamation, Gao Zhan was the first to applaud. Meanwhile, Lin Hang remained in a state of bewilderment. A first-class merit. Had he truly been awarded a first-class merit? Yi Nanhua beside him was equally thrilled, as were the others from the Municipal Bureau, each beaming with pride. Their hands, red from applause, celebrated the recognition of a first-class merit, an honor they had never witnessed before. As Gaojian placed the Medal of Merit upon Lin Hang's chest, realization struck Lin Hang, and he promptly stood at attention, saluting. Everything fell into place. It became clear why Deputy Gao had come in person. It was to bestow upon Lin Hang this prestigious honor. The Municipal Bureau could only award third-class merits. Second-class merits required approval from the Provincial Department for issuance. First-class merits, however, could only be conferred by the Central Department. He had heard of the aftermath of that operation, in which, with the collaboration of Sang Biao and others, the police successfully apprehended numerous drug trafficking gangs within the borders of Zhejiang and Kainan Province, totaling several hundred individuals. Suddenly, Gaojian's expression grew serious as he instructed Lin Hang to lower his hand. He continued, "Do not rush. There is more to come. You can salute again later." Lin Hang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide, as did those of Li Ming and Qin Weihuan behind him. More? What kind of extraordinary being was Lin Hang? In the next moment, Gaojian's authoritative voice resonated once more. Due to Comrade Lin Hang's exceptional performance during his tenure in the Criminal Investigation Team of the Spring City Bureau, having successively solved multiple homicide cases, he has been awarded a third-class merit once, a second-class merit once, and a first-class merit once. He is hereby granted the rank of third-class police superintendent, with an administrative level equivalent to that of a deputy division chief. As the order was announced, a collective gasp echoed through the room. A third-class police superintendent at the deputy division chief level. Such rapid advancement in rank and title was astonishing. Qin Weihuan, approaching 40, had only attained the rank of second-class police superintendent. Yet Lin Hang had only been in the force for less than 6 months and was already a third-class police superintendent. However, to Yi Nanhua and others, this was entirely reasonable, as Lin Hang's capabilities undoubtedly warranted his current rank. "Come, the rank," Gaojian beckoned, and Yi Nanhua presented the rank, hands trembling as she offered it to Gaojian. He personally affixed the rank onto Lin Hang, who immediately stood at attention in salute. Gaojian returned the gesture, smiling as he said, "Young man, keep up the hard work. I will continue to monitor your progress. I look forward to you capturing more criminals and upholding justice." "Yes," Lin Hang replied emphatically. Gaojian patted Lin Hang on the shoulder before turning to Qi Jun, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." That Qi Jun promptly approached to see him off, but Gaojian gently patted his shoulder and said, "No need for that. You carry on with your work." Qi Jun, upon hearing this, saluted and replied, "Understood. Please take care, leader." Gaojian did not depart immediately, instead approaching the middle-aged woman in olive green military attire, who bore 2 bars and 2 stars on her shoulders. Everyone was left wondering who she might be. Gao Zhan, with a warm smile and gentle tone, addressed her, "Comrade Xiao Yao, I will take my leave now. Your son is indeed remarkable. He has perfectly inherited your exceptional genes." Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. Only Qi Jun and Yi Nanhua remained composed. Son? Was Deputy Gao referring to Lin Hang? Was this woman, the middle-aged colonel, Lin Hang's mother? These three questions surged in the minds of everyone present. Yao Onming smiled modestly and replied, "Deputy Gao, you flatter me." Gao Zhan erupted in hearty laughter, waving his hand dismissively as he said, "I must be off." Yao Onming saluted and said softly, "Chief, please take care, I know time." Gao Zhan's figure vanished from the office. Noticing the gazes of those around her, Yao Onming glanced at Lin Hang before turning to Qi Jun, saying, "Director Qi, if you still have matters to attend to, please do not let me hold you up." She had discerned that Qi Jun still held a document, clearly indicating he had further business. Otherwise, he would have left with Gao Zhan. Qi Jun nodded with a smile, opening the document he held and reading aloud. Order to grant the Criminal Investigation Team of the Spring City Public Security Bureau a collective second-class merit. At this announcement, joy surged among the audience. Were they being awarded a collective second-class merit? Li Ming and Chen Weihuan immediately stood tall, their expressions solemn as they faced forward. After a brief pause, Qi Jun continued, "The Criminal Investigation Team of the Spring City Public Security Bureau has demonstrated outstanding performance in the 8.15 Spring University student suicide case and the 9.23 major corpse disposal case. Therefore, the Criminal Investigation Team of Spring City is hereby awarded a collective second-class merit." Having concluded, Yi Nanhua was the first to lead the applause. Qi Jun passed the document to Li Ming, who, along with Chen Weihuan, beamed with pride. They stood at attention, saluting Qi Jun on behalf of the Criminal Investigation Team. Qi Jun gestured for calm and then approached Lin Hang, who straightened once more. Could there be more? A smile graced Qi Jun's face as he slowly began, "Comrade Xiao Lin, your contributions to this major corpse disposal case will be noted. Deputy Gao's intention is to hold off for now, allowing you to gain some experience first." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang immediately understood. He had only been in the force for less than 6 months, yet his rank was nearly matching those who had dedicated their lives to the job. Moreover, being young, a period of appropriate training would indeed be beneficial. Yi Nanhua's lips curled upward slightly. At this rate, his son-in-law would surpass him one day. Yes, Lin Hang affirmed. To him, achieving merit was of little importance. As long as he could don this police uniform and combat crime to uphold social order, he felt content. Qi Jun turned to Yi Nanhui and spoke, "I have another meeting to attend. I'll leave the remaining matters in your capable hands." Yi Nanhui nodded, not intending to see Qi Jun off, as their private relationship was quite amicable. Approaching Yao Onming, Qi Jun greeted her before departing from the municipal bureau. Subsequently, Yi Nanhui briefly announced the appointments, after which Li Ming, Chen Weihuan, and others exited the conference room. Li Ming was appointed as the director of the Tangchuan Bureau in Chongqing City, while Chen Weihuan was promoted to the rank of police supervisor. Taking charge of the criminal investigation team in Chongqing City, Lin Hang was appointed as the deputy team leader, concurrently serving as the captain of the first squad army. The deputy team leader? Lin Hang inquired. Perplexed. With all the leadership now absent, Yi Nanhui naturally assumed the highest position. He approached Lin Hang and countered, "Is there a problem?" For Yi Nanhui, he was already aware of Li Ming's transfer and that Lin Hang's role as deputy team leader had been predetermined, merely disclosed to him now. After reading the appointments, Li Ming and Chen Weihuan exited the conference room, leaving only Yi Nanhui, Yao Onming, and Lin Hang. At this moment, Lin Hang approached Yao Onming with a grin and said, "Mom, what brings you to our bureau?" Yao Onming shot him a glare and replied coolly, "What? Am I not allowed to come see my son when I have some free time?" Yi Nanhui then stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Mother-in-law, you chat with Lin Hang for a bit. I'll call Yi Yao and ask her to come back for dinner with our families tonight." When Lin Hang first arrived at the municipal bureau, his file had left the names of his parents blanked. Li Ming assumed they were also police officers working in special positions. Given Yi Nanhui's rank, he was well aware of Yao Onming's true profession. Hence, when he saw Lin Hang's mother today, both Li Ming and Chen Weihuan were quite taken aback, while Yi Nanhui remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing Yi Nanhui's words, Yao Onming quickly interjected, "Father-in-law, perhaps it's best not to. I might not be able to stay long, so let us not make the child run back and forth unnecessarily." There will be plenty of opportunities for dinner later. Wai Nanhui pondered for a moment, understanding Yao Onming's identity, and did not insist. Although Yao Onming held the rank of major, she was undoubtedly busier than he, a second-level police inspector. At that moment, Lin Hang stepped in to mediate, saying, "Director Yi, let's leave it at that. Given my mom's temperament, her visit was likely just coincidental." This remark elicited laughter from Yi Nanhui, who chuckled, "All right then, we shall wait for another opportunity to dine together. You two carry on. I have matters to attend to." With that, Yi Nanhui exited the conference room, leaving Lin Hang and Yao Onming alone. Suddenly, Yao Onming playfully kicked Lin Hang and said, "You little rascal. Is that how you speak about your mother?" Lin Hang did not flinch but instead smiled and replied, "Oh, look at that. The sun must be rising from the west if you came to see me without it being coincidental." This thought reminded him of his childhood when his mother would appear unexpectedly, only to vanish just as suddenly. Nevertheless, he had always been understanding and supportive of her choices. Abruptly, Yao Onming laughed and said, "You're quite right. It was indeed coincidental. I came for a meeting and will be leaving shortly." Lin Hang shook his head, confirming his earlier suspicion. Changing the subject, Yao Onming moved in front of Lin Hang, examining the first-class merit medal on his chest and the 2 stripes and 1-star rank on his shoulder, expressing her pride. "Well done. You've not brought shame to the Lin family. Like your father and me." As a mother, she felt immense joy witnessing her son achieve such accomplishments at a young age. Lin Hang smirked, questioning whether she was complimenting him or herself, showcasing their good genes. He chuckled and said, "All right, Mom, you've seen enough. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Our team has a plethora of cases waiting for my attention." Lin Hang had not forgotten that many cases awaited investigation after concluding the submerged corpse case. "You little rascal, are you really trying to rush me out?" Yao Onming retorted. But soon after, she wore a gentle smile and remarked, "I've seen you, but I haven't met your girlfriend yet." Seeing the inquisitive expression on Yao Onming's face, Lin Hang felt speechless. He slowly replied, "Didn't you just say you were busy?" Yao Onming pulled out her phone, waving it slightly as she said, "I may not have time for dinner, but I certainly have time for photos or videos." Lin Hang was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether to inform Yi Yao in advance to prepare herself. However, it was clear that Yao Onming would not grant him that opportunity. She was keenly watching Lin Hang, eagerly awaiting him to initiate a video call with Yi Yao. Reluctantly shaking his head, Lin Hang dialed Yi Yao's video call. After a couple of rings, it was quickly answered, revealing Yi Yao's stunning face, followed by her icy voice, "Do you still remember me? Do you know how to make a call?" Hearing this, Yao Onming, who had yet to appear on screen, felt a wave of disbelief. Internally, she thought, "Your girlfriend certainly seems a bit difficult to handle." Lin Hang remained silent, instead framing the camera to focus on Yao Onming. My mom wants to see you." As the camera turned towards Yao Onming, neither Yi Yao nor Yao Onming could react immediately. Their eyes locked, both women displayed a hint of shyness. Wai Yao, usually aloof, now appeared somewhat flustered, akin to a bashful young girl. After a moment, Yao Onming broke the silence, exclaiming, "Oh my, this girl is truly beautiful." Lin Hang was at a loss for words, while Yi Yao's face flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, Hello, Auntie." Her nervousness stemmed from the realization that she was meeting Lin Hang's mother for the first time in such an unexpected manner. Lin Hang, too, was taken aback that he hadn't informed her beforehand. Furthermore, upon noticing Yao Onming's military insignia, Yi Yao understood that Lin Hang's mother was indeed a soldier. In her mind, she silently berated Yi Nanhui for knowing this yet not mentioning it to her. Their conversation was brief and filled with the awkwardness characteristic of first encounters between a future daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. This was the first time Lin Hang witnessed Yi Yao and Yao Onming in such a manner. "Yi Yao, Auntie has some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Next time, let Lin Hang bring you home. I'll personally cook some delicious meals for you." Hearing this, Lin Hang's expression turned incredulous as he interjected, "Mom, are you sure you can cook something edible?" Yao Onming frowned, swiftly diverting the conversation back to Yi Yao, saying, "If this boy dares to bully you, just tell Auntie, and I'll handle him for you." Yi Yao, shedding her initial shyness, eagerly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Hang's face displayed disbelief at the turn of events, silently contemplating, "Perhaps you should ask who is bullying whom?" As Yao Onming ended the call, Yi Yao shot Lin Hang a sharp glare, her eyes warning him, "You're in deep trouble." After hanging up, Lin Hang escorted his mother out, seeing her off at the Municipal Bureau's entrance before returning to the criminal investigation team. Along the way, he accessed the system interface. This time, he had accumulated over 10,000 points from his tasks, while both Qi Yong and Yin Moli had garnered around 9,000 each. Adding in contributions from other bodyguards, he amassed a total of 12,000 points. Now, his points totaled over 20,000, and following his previous 10 consecutive draws, he had sufficient skills at his disposal. He decided to save these points for future needs. Considering the potential updates to the system that might allow him to exchange for something extraordinary. During the last 10 draws, Lin Hang had obtained 3 skill upgrade cards, using 2, leaving him with 1. Additionally, he had acquired several new skills, one of which was trace identification. Moreover, he obtained 3 skill duration cards, which were not particularly useful to him. Lin Hang resolved to utilize the remaining skill upgrade card, focusing on either extraordinary physique or gene development. Initially, he had desired to upgrade his extraordinary physique, but gene development presented a compelling alternative, offering enhancements in strength while also boosting his mental acuity and memory. Soon, he summoned the system in his mind. The system indicated that the skill upgrade card could not be utilized for gene development. Upgrade failed. Gene development cannot be upgraded using the skill upgrade card. Please use 10,000 points for the upgrade. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was this skill upgrade card truly incapable of facilitating an upgrade? Must he instead rely on points for the enhancement? Had he toiled for those 20,000 points in vain? Lin Hang swiftly reconsidered his options and declared, "Then I shall upgrade my extraordinary physique." Congratulations, host. The skill upgrade card has been successfully utilized, and the extraordinary physique has been upgraded to a high-tier skill. In that instant, Lin Hang felt a surge of warmth flood through his body, and he immediately sensed that he had grown considerably stronger. However, this sensation soon dissipated. With a satisfied smile, he closed the system interface and made his way toward the major office of the criminal investigation team. Upon entering the office, he noticed that Li Ming and the others were already present. As soon as Lin Hang stepped inside, Lu Zhe was the first to greet him. Standing at the door with a straight posture, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome, Vice Captain Lin." As he spoke, he led the applause. Seeing this, Fanshin joined in, and soon the entire office was filled with applause. Lin Hang's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "All right, spare me the theatrics." He then shifted his attention to Li Ming, stating, "Congratulations, Director Li." Lu Zhe quickly echoed, "Yes, congratulations, Director Li." Applause erupted once more in the office. Li Ming smiled and raised his hand to quiet them, signaling for silence. Once the room settled, he said, "All right, I am also preparing to leave. Everyone, come gather for a group photo." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone crowded toward the front of the office. Standing in the center were Lin Hang, Li Ming, and Chen Weihang. Li Ming nudged Lin Hang between the two of them, and they all held up a small plaque commemorating their collective second-class merit. Ready for the photo, it was then they realized that someone had to take the picture. That moment, a female police officer with short hair and cold eyes entered, holding a report in her hands. Upon seeing her, Li Ming immediately waved her over, saying, "Dr. Ding, come. We need your help to take a photo." Ding Wanxiao. Thus she had merely come to deliver a report, yet somehow found herself roped into this. Accepting Li Ming's phone, she expressionlessly stepped back to take the picture. Lin Hang then noticed that she too had received 2 stripes and 1 star on her shoulder. Could it be that she possessed a system as well? Quickly dismissing the thought, Lin Hang remembered that Ding Wanxiao had contributed to the case of the submerged corpse. Moreover, she had been a first-class officer even before his arrival, so her promotion to third-class police inspector was not surprising. After the photo was taken, Ding Wanxiao returned the phone to Li Ming and approached Chen Weihang, saying, "Vice Captain Chun, here is the DNA report you requested." Clearly, she had not noticed the 2 stripes and 3 stars on Chen Weihang's shoulder, nor had she registered that he had been promoted to captain. Chen Weihang, however, paid it no mind and politely thanked her as he accepted the report. It was only then that Ding Wanxiao noticed Lin Hang. Seeing the same rank insignia on his shoulder, she sighed inwardly. Comparisons to others could be infuriating, yet she felt no envy, for Lin Hang truly had the capability. Indeed, she had learned much about craniofacial reconstruction from him. Reflecting on this, Ding Wanxiao felt a wave of frustration and promptly exited the criminal investigation team. Lin Hang's attention remained fixed on the DNA report, and he leaned closer to inquire, "Old Chen, what does the DNA report entail?" Chen Weihang. This kid had previously been somewhat polite, but now he was truly blunt. Without dwelling on that, Chen Weiheng waved his hand dismissively and said, "We'll discuss it later. Let us see off oldly." Li Ming was set to take up his post at the Tangchuan County Bureau, a positive development. If fortune favored him, he might soon be appointed as the deputy director of the Spring City Bureau. However, the leap from police inspector to police commissioner was a challenging one. Most individuals reached a plateau at first-class inspector. Within the police system, as long as one did not commit grave errors, a normal person could ascend to first-class inspector upon reaching a certain age, although rank and position did not necessarily correlate. As the group escorted Li Ming downstairs, he waved his hand and said, "All right, go back to your duties. We will have opportunities to meet again in the future." With that, his vehicle started, and he soon vanished from their sight. After Li Ming's departure, Chen Weiheng clapped Lin Heng on the shoulder and said, "Let us head back. We need to discuss that case." As they walked, Lin Heng asked, "What case?" Chen Weiheng's expression grew serious, but the thought of Lin Heng made him feel that there was no case that this young man could not solve. After a moment, he replied, "An alligator attack." Lin Heng's face contorted in confusion. An alligator attack? Was this even within their purview? Moreover, did alligators even exist in a place like Spring City? He quickly realized that Chen Weiheng was likely referring to a farm or a zoo. After all, he could not fathom where else in Spring City one might encounter alligators. Upon returning to the Criminal Investigation Team's office, Chen Weiheng elaborated on the case to Lin Heng on October 18th. Just days before the submerged corpse case concluded, a chef at a restaurant specializing in alligator meat in the Guanjin district discovered a finger among the undigested food remnants in an alligator's stomach. Chapter 70. The Cannibal. Alligator Farm. The chef at the alligator meat restaurant in the Guanjin district found a finger among the undigested food remnants in an alligator's stomach. As soon as Chen Weiheng finished speaking, Lin Heng's eyes widened in shock. A finger found in the undigested remains of an alligator. Did this mean the alligator had consumed a person, who in turn had eaten the alligator? However, all of this was mere speculation. As they were still unaware of how many victims there had been, Jiu Xingfa approached Lin Heng and Chen Weihan, and upon their first meeting, he promptly offered them 2 cigarettes, stating, "Officer Chen, you finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, these crocodiles would have starved to death." Lin Heng displayed a look of puzzlement, which was quickly clarified by Chen Weihan. It turned out that after discovering human fingers among the remnants of crocodile food, Chen had brought a team to investigate. Fearing that there might be more human remains among the crocodiles, he had instructed the owner to refrain from feeding them for the time being, in order to observe if any human tissue would be found in the crocodile excrement. Although some adult crocodiles can survive without food or water for months, the owner relied on the sale of crocodile meat for his livelihood. Whether the animals starved or simply lost weight would be a financial loss for him. Lin Heng cast a glance at the owner and asked nonchalantly, "Gu, how many employees do you have at this crocodile farm?" After examining the premises, Lin Heng estimated that the farm housed at least 5,000 crocodiles. Jiu Xingfa pondered for a moment before responding, "There are a total of 14 staff members, including those responsible for feeding, cleaning, specialized technicians for disease prevention, and a few salespeople." Lin Heng nodded and continued, "Are they all present today? Please have them come over." Yu Xingfa immediately replied, "They are all here. We have been awaiting your investigation, so I didn't grant them any time off. They've been here at the farm these past few days." After he finished speaking, he turned to summon the other employees, while Lin Heng shook his head at Chen Weihan. The latter quickly grasped the implication. There was likely no issue with the farm, at least not with the owner. Before long, all the employees gathered together. Lin Heng activated his black and white ocular device. Discovering that all the names appeared in white text, none of these individuals seemed problematic. So how did the corpse end up in the crocodile's stomach? With a sigh, Lin Heng slowly inquired, "Do you work night shifts? Have you noticed any suspicious individuals around the farm recently?" Gu Xingfa thought carefully before shaking his head, saying, "No, our farm is surrounded by high walls, and there's electric fencing on top, which is powered on at night." Lin Heng observed the walls, which appeared to be over 3 meters high, topped with an additional meter of electric fencing. Together, they nearly reached 4 meters, making it indeed improbable for anyone to scale the walls and enter. Yet, this raised an intriguing question. If it wasn't someone from the farm, and no outsiders could gain access, then who had fed the corpse to the crocodiles? Moreover, the individual identified through DNA. Jiang Mingzhi, was unfamiliar to all present. This was puzzling. How could seemingly unrelated individuals suddenly end up in the stomachs of crocodiles? Lin Hang and Qin Wei Han reviewed the buyers of crocodiles over the past month, discovering that most were restaurant owners specializing in crocodile meat, with virtually no individual purchases. Among this information, they found no connections to Jiang Mingzhi. Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Hang fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 71. Discovery of 4 DNA samples. Lin Hang and Qin Wei Han toured the crocodile farm but found no new leads. Shortly after, Ding Wanqiao arrived with personnel from the forensics department. The farm still had crocodile excrement from the past few days, and Lin Hang hoped to uncover some human tissue to determine whether Jiang Mingzhi was the sole victim or if there were others. Ding Wanqiao approached Lin Hang, her expression neutral as she asked, "Deputy Lin, what is going on?" Qin Wei Han had merely called her to bring people over without specifying the purpose. Lin Hang turned to Qin Wei Han, seeking an explanation, only to find that he had vanished. Frustrated, Lin Hang mustered the courage to explain. Recently, a report was made indicating that fingers were found among undigested crocodile remains. We are here to investigate whether any other human tissue can be found or if there are additional victims. Ding Wanqiao responded with a calm demeanor. "What do you need us to do?" Lin Hang gestured toward a large pile of crocodile excrement, saying, "Please check that pile for any human tissue." Upon following his gesture, Ding Wanqiao froze in place. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, Qin Wei Han let out a sigh and then turned to Ding Wanqiao, saying, "Thank you, Forensic Dr. Ding. You may return to rest now. We will handle the remaining matters." Ding Wanqiao nodded and left the criminal investigation team without looking back. After Qin Wei Han sat down in front of Lin Hang, he heard the latter speak in a calm tone. "Chief Chun, please bring all the missing persons files from recent years. We need to see if any of these individuals are among them." Qin Wei Han nodded and immediately turned to retrieve the files. Jiang Mingzhi had already confirmed that he was among the missing persons. As for the 4 individuals discovered now, they would have to wait for a thorough examination to ascertain their identities. Chapter 72. Identity Confirmation and Investigation. Qin Wei Han did not keep Lin Hang waiting for long. Soon, he entered with a thick stack of files in his arms. When he placed the files in front of Lin Hang, the latter was clearly taken aback. The stack was at least several centimeters thick, and Lin Hang had not anticipated there would be so many missing persons. However, Qin Wei Han quickly handed him a few more sheets. These were the reports of the 4 individuals who had gone missing. Lin Hang began to examine those files while Qin Wei Han distributed the remaining documents to others, although he had no idea what Lin Hang intended to do. The next moment, Lin Hang slowly rose and said, "Everyone, please review these files. Tomorrow, we will conduct a series of interviews to see if there are any commonalities among them." The group acknowledged with a murmur and began perusing the files. Lin Hang, on the other hand, focused on the reports of the 4 individuals. Tian Yu, a resident of Yuxing City, a senior at Kainan University, went missing 2 months ago. After reviewing Tian Yu's information, Lin Hang's brow gradually furrowed. Why were there both students and workers among these missing persons? Tian Yu and Jiang Mingzhi shared a commonality. They were both exemplary students, with Tian Yu having just applied for graduate studies at Kainan University. Such individuals, in the eyes of parents, are regarded as the golden children of others. Could their disappearances be related to their educational backgrounds? However, as Lin Hang glanced at the next missing person's details, his doubts were swiftly dispelled. Zhang Daqing, a resident of Tuzhou City, a delivery worker for a lean company, went missing 6 months ago. The first 2, Jiang Mingzhi and Tian Yu, were highly educated and quite young, while Zhang Daqing was already 36 and had a relatively low level of education. What connection could there be among these 3? In modern society, it is quite common for individuals to leave due to pressure. Not only students but even middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s might choose to disappear when overwhelmed by life's burdens. This is not surprising. However, such individuals are typically easy for the police to locate. Those who vanish without a trace are rare. Qin Wei Han prepared a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lin Hang. Lin Hang looked at him with a puzzled expression, to which Qin Wei Han slowly said, "Old Lin, this case rests on your shoulders. From now on, I shall be your loyal assistant. Do not hesitate to inform me of any needs, Lin Hang." Qin Wei Han did not give him a chance to respond and turned back to his own office. Lin Hang shook his head helplessly and continued to examine the next file. Huang Wei, a resident of Chunqing City, an employee at a factory, went missing 8 months ago. Lan Jiejia, a resident of Beilizu, a middle school teacher, went missing a year ago. Lin Hang quickly finished reviewing all the files. The remains of these 5 individuals had been discovered in the crocodile feces at the East Suburb breeding farm. It was nearly certain that they were no longer among the living. Of the 5, the shortest time missing was Tianyu, only about 2 months, while the longest was Lan Jejia, who had been missing for a year. On the surface, they seemed completely unrelated. Yet why did their remains end up together in crocodile feces? Who could have killed them and fed their bodies to the crocodiles? Lin Hang downed his tea and then walked straight into Chen Weihan's office. Upon seeing Lin Hang enter, Chen Weihan immediately asked, "Have you finished? Any discoveries?" Lin Hang, while filling his cup, replied slowly, "I have only reviewed those 5 individuals. There isn't much to report yet. If there were any quick findings, I would be a miracle worker." Chen Weihan felt a headache coming on but realized he was correct. These individuals had been missing for so long that the police had already investigated without yielding results. If Lin Hang found something just by looking at the files, then what was the point of their investigation? After finishing with the water, Lin Hang plopped down on the sofa and calmly stated, "Tomorrow, we will dispatch personnel for interviews to explore any connections among these missing persons, with a focus on those 5 whose remains were discovered." Chen Weihan nodded in agreement while Lin Hang sipped his tea. Troubled by thoughts, he felt strongly that this case was far from an ordinary missing persons case. At tea that moment, Chen Weihan approached Lin Hang and handed him a cigarette, asking, could it be a robbery gone wrong, leading to murder to silence them? Chen Weihan posed this question because 2 of the 5 had gone missing from suburban areas, where surveillance cameras are scarce, making robberies more plausible. However, Lin Hang shook his head, responding, "That seems unlikely. What money could an ordinary university student like Tianyu possibly have?" Before Chen Weihan could reply, Lin Hang continued, "Moreover, aside from Huang Wei and Lan Jejia, who were missing from the outskirts, the other 3 disappeared from urban areas, making robbery less realistic." Upon hearing this, Chen Weihan nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, everyone in the criminal investigation team, sporting dark circles under their eyes, set out. There were over 100 missing persons, and while only 5 had been confirmed as victims, if they shared commonalities, broadening the investigation scope might yield further insights. Although this would increase their workload, there was no alternative. Everyone in the criminal investigation team participated in the interviews, except for Lin Hang. He planned to revisit the breeding farm, the original scene where the remains were found. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Nanhua appeared silently behind him, startling Lin Hang with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Director Yi, do you know that scaring someone can be deadly?" Lin Hang exclaimed. Yi Nanhua did not respond but glanced toward the criminal investigation team, asking, "Where's Chen Weihan?" Lin Hang replied nonchalantly, "Old Shun took a team to investigate the missing persons." He felt rather exasperated, realizing that he had become the target of Yi Nanhua's fright after Li Ming's departure. To be honest, even with his enhanced hearing from gene therapy, he had not heard Yi Nanhua approach. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. "Then why aren't you joining them?" Yi Nanhua inquired. Lin Hang adjusted his police cap and replied, "I intend to revisit the breeding farm. I'm curious about how the murderer managed to stealthily dispose of the bodies there." Yi Nanhua nodded, stating, "Hasten to solve this case. Its ramifications are considerable and comparable to the ostrich meat incident of yesteryears." Lin Hang nodded in acknowledgement and then left the criminal investigation team with Shen Hongjie and another young officer. Given Yi Nanhua's age, he must have been involved in the ostrich meat incident, Lin Hang pondered, though he kept this thought to himself. Chapter 73. The murderer's methods are indeed ingenious. Before long, Lin Hang and his team arrived at the breeding farm, where Gu Xingfa was already waiting at the entrance, having been informed of their arrival. Upon meeting, he offered cigarettes to Lin Hang and the others, asking, "Officers, any progress? Have you found the murderer?" Lin Hang waved his hand, declining the cigarette, and replied coolly, "You only need to cooperate with us. Refrain from asking anything beyond that." Gu Xingfa nodded, and then led them through the breeding farm for their inspection. Lin Hang pointed toward another crocodile pool and instructed Shen Hongjie, "You two go over there and examine it closely for any anomalies." "Understood," Shen Hongjie replied, heading toward the other crocodile pool with another officer. Upon his previous visit, Lin Hang had noted that the breeding farm had 12 crocodile pools. As each phase of a crocodile's growth necessitated different living spaces, overcrowding could hinder their growth. Lin Hang meticulously circled the crocodile pool, pondering how the murderer had managed to introduce the bodies. The farm was surrounded by mountains, with nothing but trees in sight. Standing at the edge of the pool, Lin Hang gazed toward the nearby woods, when suddenly, he spotted a patch of bamboo forest behind the crocodile pool. He immediately summoned the farm's owner and pointed at the bamboo grove, asking, "Boss, is that bamboo forest wild?" Gu Xingfa looked in the direction Lin Heng indicated and confidently replied, "Yes, it's wild. That bamboo grove has been here since I opened the breeding farm. Who would come out here to plant bamboo?" Upon receiving the affirmation from Gu Xingfa, Lin Heng immediately summoned Shen Hongjie and the officer named Lu Han. The trio departed from the aquaculture farm, making their way towards the bamboo forest situated at the rear of the facility. Although Shen Hongjie was unaware of Lin Heng's intentions, his instincts told him that following Lin Heng would undoubtedly yield positive results. After all, the previous experiences of Lu Zhe and Fan Shen served as a testament to this. Both had advanced to the rank of deputy team leaders after a period of collaboration with Lin Heng. Thus, Shen Hongjie concluded that engaging in investigations alongside Lin Heng required little cerebral effort. One merely needed to follow his directives. The aquaculture farm spanned a considerable area, with only a single entrance available. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the bamboo grove behind the farm. Both Shen Hongjie and Lu Han followed Lin Heng with expressions of bewilderment. Leading the way, Lin Heng soon reached the midpoint of a small hill, where he paused to survey the surroundings, noting that the view allowed him to see the aquaculture farm below. Continuing forward, he soon discovered a clearing within the bamboo grove, where a rudimentary catapult had been constructed by human hands. At the sight of this contraption, the pupils of the three men dilated in shock. The mechanism resembled the ancient trebuchets commonly found on battlefields, albeit far less intricate. Before them stood a simple catapult fashioned from several bamboo poles, partially shaved and bound together, relying on the inherent elasticity of bamboo. The cellular structure of bamboo comprises cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, with cellulose providing a robust and resilient network that imparts fundamental strength and flexibility to the material. Observing the makeshift device crafted from bamboo, Lin Heng could not help but smile ruefully and shake his head. The perpetrator demonstrated a remarkable level of intelligence, devising such a method. With such intellect, one might wonder why they would resort to criminal activities. Noticing the bloodstains at the ends of the bamboo, Shen Hongjie could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Deputy Lin, did the killer use this device to launch the body into the farm?" The two men could not help but scrutinize the apparatus while Lin Heng cautiously removed the bloodied bamboo. As he did so, he remarked, "A whole corpse could never be launched in this manner, and the noise would be considerable. However, if the body were dismembered, it could easily be projected into the aquaculture farm with minimal disturbance." Shen Hongjie stared in disbelief, while Lu Han suppressed a gag. "What did the murderer use to transport the body here?" Lu Han asked again. Having completed the evidence collection, Lin Heng prepared to take the bloodied bamboo back for examination, lighting a cigarette as he casually stated. The transportation of the corpse likely relied on some form of vehicle, probably a car. However, any traces would likely be obscured by vehicles coming to the farm to purchase crocodiles, making it futile to search for vehicle tracks. This bamboo grove lay behind the aquaculture farm, allowing the perpetrator to park at a considerable distance before proceeding on foot to dispose of the body. Initially, Lin Heng had suspected the use of drones or similar devices, only to be astonished that the murderer had managed to accomplish the task. Lin Heng smiled lightly. Since the leadership had issued orders, they naturally had to investigate thoroughly. He clapped his hands, preparing to organize the subsequent tasks. Now that they had confirmed the need for an investigation, they would conduct it diligently, albeit discreetly. Chen Weiheng nodded in agreement. They all trusted Lin Heng. After all, his background was impressive. While some only knew Lin Heng as the prospective son-in-law of Yinan Hu, believing that this connection was significant enough, they were unaware that it might be one of the least noteworthy aspects of his background. Even if others were oblivious, Chen Weiheng was well aware of the real power players behind Lin Heng, such as Chief Qi and Deputy Gao. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Heng, who slowly spoke. "As usual, investigations require time. However, we cannot halt our other cases. Team 1 will accompany me to investigate the Xinhua Health Examination Center, while the rest will temporarily handle other cases." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, aside from Team 1, all others returned to their respective posts. At this moment, Chen Weiheng cautiously inquired, "Where do you intend to start?" Lin Heng pondered for a moment before replying, "Since we are investigating the examination center, we shall start directly from there." Chen Weiheng quickly grasped the implication and asked, "You mean, disguise ourselves as citizens going for an examination?" Lin Heng lit a cigarette, smiling as he replied, This is the simplest and most straightforward method. While alternative approaches are possible, they would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, with little chance of yielding results. Disguising ourselves as individuals needing an examination is the most effective solution. Chen Weiheng took a puff from his cigarette, shaking his head as he cautioned. You can't go. Your identity is too distinctive, and many people know you. What if you are recognized? Lin Hang, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he reassured. Don't worry, old Chen. I have my ways. Even my mother wouldn't recognize me. Chen Weiheng was taken aback. The skill of disguise had not been utilized since his last undercover assignment, and he never expected it would come into play again. Suddenly, Lin Hang shifted the conversation, speaking earnestly. This time, I will bring along Shan Hongjie from Team 2. He is less familiar to people, while the rest of you are easily recognizable. He gestured towards Chen Weiheng and Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Shan Hongjie broke into a broad grin, revealing his bright white teeth. Lin Hang, witnessing this, quickly admonished, Don't get too excited, you brat. If you mess this up, you'll regret it. Shan Hongjie, undeterred, grinned wider and replied, Rest assured, Deputy Lin. Knowing he would be executing a mission alongside Lin Hang had made him beam with joy at this moment. Chen Weiheng expressed concern. Perhaps we should consider a male-female pairing. We do have female colleagues in our team. Hearing this, the few female colleagues cast eager glances. Lin Hang waved his hand dismissively. Let's skip the couple disguise. It's 2 Klitsch D.2 burly men will suffice. It's more convenient for fighting or fleeing. Chen Weiheng was left speechless. Chapter 75. A living hell. After a brief visit to the restroom, Lin Hang emerged transformed. Upon entering the main office of the criminal investigation team, Chen Weiheng and the others displayed expressions of bewilderment. Approaching the unfamiliar Lin Hang, Chen Weiheng asked, Comrade, who are you looking for? Lin Hang remained silent, confident that his police uniform would reveal his identity. Chen Weiheng scrutinized the individual before him. While uncertain at first, he immediately recognized Lin Hang upon seeing his unique police badge. Taking a step back, Chen Weiheng exclaimed, Holy cow, you are Lin Hang? At this, all eyes turned curiously towards Lin Hang. His impressive transformation had even startled their composed captain into exclaiming a profanity. Lu Zhe and Fan Chen stared at Lin Hang, tentatively asking, Are you really Brother Lin? Lin Hang playfully tapped Lu Zhe's hat and replied, Who else could it be? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Weiheng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They encircled Lin Hang, examining him as if he were a rare specimen at a zoo. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Chen Weiheng finally broke the silence. Is this the method you spoke of? This is incredible. Who taught you makeup? Lin Hang was momentarily at a loss for words. His transformation was beyond mere makeup. However, makeup could also be a factor, though not to such an extraordinary extent. After all, his skill in disguise was an ultimate technique, enabling him to alter his appearance significantly. He had self-taught during police academy. Lin Hang fabricated a story effortlessly. Chen Weiheng, hearing this, immediately cast a longing glance. As if to say, Teach me, please. Lin Hang waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll teach you when I have time. But for now, let's focus on the case. With that, he grabbed Shan Hongjie and headed for the door. Making their way to the Xinyue Health Examination Center, the two changed into plainclothes in the car before driving to the examination center. Located in the Linglong district of Chunqing City, this was Lin Hang's first encounter with this health examination center despite being a local. Upon arriving, he was taken aback by its grandeur. Is this really a health examination center? Lin Hang marveled. Astonished by the opulence and towering architecture, reminiscent of a school but even more lavish, I passed by here before and thought it was a school. Turns out it's a health examination center? Shan Hongjie, not being from Chunqing and having only worked here for a short time, was equally unaware. Upon arriving at the entrance, the security guard did not stop them. After checking their license plate, he allowed them entry. Lin Hang remained puzzled. Was there truly nothing amiss here? If there were issues, why were they granted access so easily? If there were no problems, could it be mere coincidence that Jiang Mingzhi and others came here for examinations? Moreover, according to Chen Weiheng, the Xinyue Health Examination Center provided free annual checkups for all citizens in the city. Could it really just be a coincidence? After parking, Lin Hang and Shan Hongjie approached a building numbered 3. Upon reaching the entrance, they were promptly intercepted by 2 burly security guards. Rather than wearing uniforms, these guards were dressed in black suits. Lin Hang had activated his black and white vision upon entering the examination center, and the information on the two guards was now visible before him. Hu Yiba, sin value 567, suspected of murder, intentional injury, and public disturbance. Chai Gue, sin value 478, suspected of murder, intentional injury, and public disturbance. Seeing these ominous details, Lin Hang smirked coldly. He had indeed believed the health examination center was legitimate. It turned out to be a well-concealed FAAD. After stopping them, the guard named Hu Yiba inquired, "Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you here?" Lin Hang internally scoffed at the guard's politeness. He glanced inside and replied, "We are here for a health examination." Upon understanding their purpose, Hu Yiba smiled and said politely, "Gentlemen, examinations are conducted in buildings 1 and 2. This is the medical treatment area. Moreover, appointments are required for examinations." Lin Hang displayed further astonishment. The examination center had a medical area, and appointments were necessary. Before either could respond, Chai Gue pointed to a QR code at the entrance, explaining, "You can scan the code to make an appointment and then wait in building 1 for your number to be called." Lin Hang exchanged a glance with Shen Hongjia, who promptly pulled out his phone to scan the code. Watching them exit building 3, the guards exchanged sinister glances. Hu Yiba watched Lin Hang and Shen Hongjia depart, stating, "Keep an eye on those two. I'll report to the boss." He then turned and ascended the stairs, while Chai Gue followed closely behind Lin Hang and Shen Hongjia. Lin Hang sensed the tailing presence and leaned closer to Shen Hongjia, whispering, "Don't look back. We're being followed." Shen Hongjia remained silent, focused on entering the appointment details on his phone, then handed it to Lin Hang. With a sly grin, Lin Hang declared loudly, "Is that all it takes to make an appointment? Let us head to building 1 and wait." As he spoke, Lin Hang draped an arm around Shen Hongjia's shoulder and strolled towards building 1. The guard Chai Gue, upon hearing this, revealed a sinister smiled eye in their eyes. Lin Hang and Shen Hongjia, robust young men, had already become their next targets. Meanwhile, Lin Hang had formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. Lin Hang and Shen Hongjia waited in the lobby of building 1 for over 10 minutes. While outside, he made a preliminary estimate of the building's area. Just this one building is estimated to cover around 3,000 square meters. The standard size for a FIFA soccer field ranges from 7,140 to 10,800 square meters, meaning this building is roughly equivalent to 1/3 of a soccer field's area. Soon, an announcement echoed through the speakers, calling out their names. Following the broadcast guidance, they made their way to the 3rd floor, where the rooms appeared to be identical. This entire building seemed to be dedicated to health examinations, with no other activities taking place. While waiting in the lobby, they noticed the overwhelming number of people at the health examination center, surpassing that of some Tier 3 hospitals. Moreover, they had 2 entire buildings like this, each approximately 10 stories tall, with numerous rooms on each floor. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 100 rooms. If Lin Hang's suspicions were correct, one could only imagine the countless unethical deeds this health examination center might be involved in. Chapter 76. The mysterious woman at the health examination center. Lin Hang and Shen Hongjia were soon ushered into separate rooms. Before parting ways, Shen Hongjia gave Lin Hang a meaningful glance, to which Lin Hang nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Shen Hongjia followed the attendant into his room, while Lin Hang was taken to another chamber. As he entered, he was immediately greeted by an array of medical examination equipment. Lin Hang surveyed the room. Indeed, it was fully equipped. What would require multiple departments in a hospital could be accomplished in just this one room. Upon entering, he realized the space was much larger than he had anticipated from outside. Before long, a doctor in a white coat approached him. Lin Hang's black and white pupils remained wide open. Instantly, the doctor's information materialized before Lin Hang's eyes. Deng Dongkai, sin value 547, suspected of illegal organ transplantation, etc. This health examination center was indeed suspect. At that moment, Deng Dongkai stood before Lin Hang and said, "Let us begin by measuring your height and weight." Followed by a blood pressure check, and then an X-ray. Lin Hang complied, first measuring his height and weight. As he prepared for the blood pressure check, he could not help but ask, "Doctor, is it really possible to conduct such extensive examinations for just a 20 yuan appointment fee?" Deng Dongkai smiled and replied, "Our health examination center is a non-profit institution. As long as you are a registered resident of Spring City, you can enjoy one free examination each year." Lin Hang nodded, thinking to himself, this health examination is likely just a means for you to select targets. After a brief pause, He continued, that must cost a lot of money. I see that the equipment is quite advanced. Deng Dongkai, while preparing the X-ray equipment, chuckled, who knows? I'm just a worker here, doing what I'm told. When Lin Heng heard this, he took off his coat, discreetly removing his firearm and wrapping it in the coat. Placing it to the side, during the X-ray, Lin Heng summoned the system interface in his mind. Earlier, in Building 3, he had placed a tracking marker on Hu Yiba. This skill was something he had obtained during his last 10 consecutive draws. Although it was a mid-tier skill, it was sufficient for ether can permeate the skin and enter the body, and within mere seconds, Shen Hongjie found himself weak and collapsed on the ground. Before losing consciousness, he only caught a glimpse of Lin Heng striding towards him. In that fleeting moment before he closed his eyes, a singular thought consumed his mind. It was over. Given the ruthless nature of those individuals, they would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures against him. Upon witnessing Shen Hongjie succumb to complete unconsciousness, Lin Heng extracted a handgun from his waist. The next instant, a group of individuals clad in gas masks entered the room. Upon their arrival, they regarded Lin Heng as if he were some monstrous entity. Lin Heng stood resolutely at the doorway, his gun already aimed at them. The intruders dared not move, their eyes visible through the masks. Filled with terror in a swift motion, Lin Heng pulled them inside and forcefully removed their gas masks. Within seconds, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Heng hoisted Shen Hongjie and exited the room, locking the door behind him. As he rounded a corner, he encountered Hu Yiba and Chai Gui, who were on guard. Their eyes widened in horror as they exchanged glances with Lin Heng. How is this possible? You're unharmed, Hu Yiba stammered. Lin Heng lowered Shen Hongjie and glared fiercely at Hu Yiba and Chai Gui. In their astonished gaze, Lin Heng charged towards them. With a powerful push from his left foot, his right knee struck Hu Yiba like a blade. Before Hu Yiba could react, he was sent flying several meters away. Lin Heng's knee collided harshly with Hu Yiba's waist, leaving the latter writhing in pain on the ground. Seeing this, Chai Gui swung his fist at Lin Heng. Lin Heng stepped back a pace and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided in midair, the sound of shattering bones reverberating clearly. Chai Gui soon retreated in agony. Clutching his injured hand, Lin Heng drew his gun, aiming it at Chai Gui's head, prompting the latter to slowly raise his hands and surrender. While he might have dared to fight back in a fair match, facing a gun left him immobilized by fear. That moment, the sound of sirens echoed from downstairs. Lin Heng understood that Qin Weihuan had arrived with reinforcements. The text message he had sent was directed to Qin Weihuan. Without hesitation, Lin Heng raised his gun to the ceiling and decisively pulled the trigger. This was a warning shot, a signal to Qin Weihuan regarding his precise location. After all, he still had 2 wanted criminals before him and an unconscious Shen Hongjie behind. Upon hearing the gunshot, Qin Weihuan exclaimed anxiously, "Hurry!" The criminal investigation unit rushed towards the building where Lin Heng was located, while the remaining SWAT members surrounded the entire health examination center. Qin Weihuan quickly reached Lin Heng's floor and, upon seeing the scene before him, urgently inquired, "What happened? What's wrong with Shen Hongjie?" Relieved to see his comrades, Lin Heng holstered his weapon and replied calmly, "These 2 are wanted criminals. Shen Hongjie is merely unconscious. He is not gravely harmed." Upon hearing this, Qin Weihuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was fortunate that Shen Hongjie was just unconscious. Had anything more serious occurred, it would have been disastrous. Just as he prepared to take the 2 criminals into custody, Lin Heng suddenly interjected, "Wait, there are a few more in the back room. I'll go retrieve them." Upon hearing this, Qin Weihuan gestured to Lu Zhe and the others behind him, saying, "You all, go assist him." Lin Heng immediately interrupted, urging, "Do not move. There is ether inside." "Ether?" Qin Weihuan gulped at the mention. As Lin Heng stepped into the room, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. "Wait, are you really going in there with ether present?" The next moment, Lin Heng emerged carrying a burly man. He then re-entered the room and returned with 2 more hefty individuals. Everyone stared at him in astonishment as he brought them all out. Finally, Qin Weihuan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "You said there was ether inside?" Lin Heng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. And you just waltzed in and out unscathed?" Qin Weihuan exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Heng shrugged nonchalantly. "What's wrong with that?" At this, everyone, including Qin Weihuan, looked at Lin Heng with puzzled expressions. After a moment of silence, Chen Wei-Huan approached Lin Heng, scrutinizing him closely. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Heng asked, "Old Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Wei-Huan waved his hand dismissively, then finally spoke. "I'm just trying to comprehend what kind of enigma you are." "Ether has no effect on you," Lin Heng sighed helplessly and replied. "All right, let us head down. We still have a mission to complete." With that, they escorted Hu Yiba and the others downstairs. As they exited Building 1, Lin Heng spotted a familiar figure at the entrance, Deng Dongkai. He swiftly drew his handgun and aimed it at Deng Dongkai. "Arrest him!" Lu Zhe reacted quickly, stepping forward to restrain Deng Dongkai. Realizing what was happening, Deng Dongkai exclaimed, "Wait, officer, what have I done? Is watching a spectacle a crime?" Lin Heng shook his head, knowing that this man still believed his identity remained undisclosed. He stated coldly, "Deng Dongkai, you are suspected of illegal organ transplantation. You are under arrest." Chapter 78. How far are you watching a ghost? Upon hearing this, Deng Dongkai's eyes widened in disbelief. His identity was highly concealed. Even Hu Yiba and Chai Gue, who had been apprehended, were unaware of it. He couldn't fathom how this officer had discovered the truth. Lin Heng, of course, kept the secret to himself, aware that he was merely an informant. After securing Deng Dongkai, Lin Heng turned his attention to a middle-aged man nearby. The man wore glasses and was elegantly dressed in a suit. Exuding an air of sophistication, he approached Lin Heng politely and inquired, "Officer, may I ask what offenses these employees have committed?" Lin Heng forced a smile while internally cursing, these individuals, so well disguised yet devoid of humanity. As soon as he saw the man, Lin Heng activated his black and white eyes. Shi Weihua, Sin Value, 1189 points, suspected of murder and illegal organ transplantation, trafficking. He glanced back at the burly men who were unconscious from the ether. Then at Shi Weihua, if all went as expected, they were likely the ones disposing of bodies at the breeding farm. However, he chose to remain discreet, knowing these individuals were not the masterminds. Their target was the true orchestrator behind the scenes. Silently, Lin Heng tagged Shi Weihua with a tracking marker before stating, "They are suspected of assaulting law enforcement officers, and we are arresting them in accordance with the LAW.is. There a problem?" Upon hearing this, Shi Weihua adjusted his glasses and smiled, "Officer, they were unaware you were police. Isn't there a misunderstanding here?" At that moment, Deng Dongkai, still restrained, chimed in, "Dean Shi, I haven't done anything, just standing here watching the excitement." "And they arrest me?" Lin Heng turned to Deng Dongkai and replied coldly, "You should be fully aware of what you've done. Otherwise, we wouldn't have apprehended you." When Deng Dongkai heard his real name called out, he froze in shock. The name tag on his chest bore a false identity. How did this officer know his true name? Then, Lin Heng turned back to Shi Weihua with a smile and asked, "Dean Shi, are you certain you wish to vouch for them?" Faced with Lin Heng's icy gaze, Shi Weihua's confidence faltered. Lin Heng smiled, gestured, and Chen Weihuan prepared to leave with Hu Yiba and the others. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed behind them. Lin Heng turned to see the enticing figure of Hong Jie, whom he had seen in the tracking marker. She was still clad in a bathrobe. Revealing her long legs and hinting at her alluring curves, Lin Heng activated his black and white eyes once more, and black text appeared before him. Tian Hong, Sin Value, 2,145 points, suspected of intentional murder and organ trafficking. Lin Heng felt a surge of excitement. Her surname was Tian. Could she be Tian Xinyue's daughter? Tian Hong cast a meaningful glance at Lin Heng, biting her lip and throwing him a flirtatious look. Lin Heng chuckled inwardly and tagged her with a tracking marker. This marker could only be used 3 times a day. The first was for Hu Yiba, the second for Shi Weihua, and now the third was for this femme fatale. After escorting everyone to the vehicle, Lin Heng entered Chen Weihuan's car. Once inside, Chen Weihuan could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked, "Since we confirmed that there's something amiss at this health examination center, why haven't we conducted a search?" Lin Heng shook his head, lighting a cigarette before responding, "There's no evidence, and these individuals are not the masterminds." Chen Weihuan accepted the cigarette, nodding thoughtfully. As if recalling something. He added, "So you arrest these people without evidence?" Chen Weihan was referring to Hu Yiba and his group, while Lin Heng chuckled and remarked, "They assaulted the police. Why aren't they being apprehended?" Chen Weihan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, though upon reflection he found some merit in Lin Heng's words. Moments later, Lin Heng continued, "We've already stirred the hornet's nest today. We should let them create chaos among themselves, and then it will be much simpler for us." As he spoke, he patted Chen Wei-han on the shoulder and added, "Did you notice the woman who appeared just as we were leaving?" Chen Wei-han took a drag from his cigarette and inquired, "The one in the bathrobe?" After years in criminal investigation, he would have been remiss not to notice such details. Lin Heng smiled at his response, and Chen Wei-han pressed on, "Are you suggesting that woman is the mastermind?" Lin Heng shook his head and replied, "No, I suspect she is actually Tian Xinyue's daughter." Chen Wei-han's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Soon after, Lin Heng gave Chen Wei-han another reassuring pat on the shoulder and instructed, "Pull over to the side." Chen Wei-han's brow furrowed with confusion, yet he complied and parked the car. Just as they came to a halt, Lin Heng casually remarked, "Leave the car to me. You all head back first." It was evident that Lin Heng couldn't stray far, as the range of his meager skill was limited to 10 kilometers. He needed to keep a watchful eye in the vicinity. As Chen Wei-han and Lu Zhe exited the vehicle. Still bewildered, Lin Heng took the driver's seat. After disembarking, Chen Wei-han could not contain his curiosity any longer and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Keep an eye on them," Lin Heng replied earnestly. Chen Wei-han's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "At this distance? You must be joking." Lin Heng shot him a glare and calmly said, "Enough. You all should hurry back and see if you can extract any valuable information from Hu Yiba's gang." With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Wei-han admonished, "Just be careful." Lin Heng waved him off nonchalantly. Chen Wei-han reiterated, "I'm not worried about you. I'm concerned about my car." At that moment, Lin Heng realized the car belonged to Chen Wei-han and not the police department. Subsequently, Chen Wei-han and the others hailed a taxi to leave the area, while Lin Heng reclined the seat and lay back. As he settled in, he opened the system interface in his mind. The tracking markers for Tianhong and Shi Weihua appeared instantly on the screen. When Lin Heng accessed Tianhong's tracking marker, he was surprised to find her still lingering at the same spot. Puzzled, he observed as Tianhong pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mom. The police have left. The one leading them is indeed Lin Heng." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng's eyes widened in shock. He had not yet reverted to his original appearance. How did she know it was him? On the other end of the line, a somewhat elderly woman's voice soon came through. "I understand. Hu Yiba and Deng Dongkai have been captured." A fierce expression crossed Tianhong's face as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Should we find someone to eliminate them?" She was referring to Hu Yiba and Deng Dongkai, as they were privy to their secrets. If either of them divulged their information, it could spell disaster for them. After a brief silence, Tian Xinyue on the other end replied, "No need. They are not foolish and know what actions to take." Chapter 79, Suspension and Investigation. Old Chen faces humiliation. Tianhong nodded silently at this. Although Lin Heng was unaware of who was on the other end of the line, he could surmise it was likely Tian Xinyue. Nonetheless, he remained curious about how she had discerned his identity and where the exposure had occurred. Moreover, the number of individuals aware of this operation was limited. Could there be an internal leak? He quickly dismissed these thoughts, understanding the root of the issue. It was likely Chen Wei-han's demeanor that had raised suspicions, particularly since he had been in uniform. A first-level police chief, standing silently while Lin Heng, a young officer, made crucial decisions would indeed invite scrutiny. Lin Heng was somewhat of a celebrity within the police force of Chongqing and the entire Kainan province, while ordinary citizens might be oblivious. Individuals like Tianhong were far from ordinary. Their capabilities and influence were beyond the imagination of the average person. Realizing this, Lin Heng shook his head in resignation. He continued to monitor Tianhong on the system interface. Listening as the voice on the phone continued in a low tone, "You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters. I will find a way to create some trouble for them. Also, find a target quickly. The buyer is becoming impatient." "Understood." With that, Tianhong ended the call and headed straight back upstairs. Lin Heng couldn't help but marvel at her composure. Two of her subordinates had been apprehended. Yet she remained so unfazed, he instantly felt that making any breakthroughs with those individuals was likely impossible. Furthermore, without sufficient evidence, their testimonies alone could not incriminate Tian Xinyue. And what of this buyer? Who could it possibly be? Lin Heng then opened Shi Weihua's tracking marker to see what he was up to, hoping to glean some insights. To his dismay, he found Shi Weihua sprawled across his desk, fast asleep. Were these individuals truly so brazen? Clearly, they had immense confidence in their backing. Just as he was about to close the system interface, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Yi Nanhua. What could his father-in-law want at this hour? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Hang answered the call. Hello, Director Yi. On the other end, Yi Nanhua's voice was filled with ire. Lin Hang, where the hell are you? Get back here immediately! Lin Hang was taken aback. What could possibly be so urgent? After a brief pause, he replied, I'm on a surveillance mission. Bang. A dull thud resonated from the phone, akin to a cup being forcefully placed on a table. Yi Nanhua's authoritative voice returned. Surveillance my foot. Chen Weihan has already stated you are several kilometers away from the health inspection center. Hurry back. You've been suspended. Lin Hang's mind reeled at this news. Suspended. Was it happening so soon? Just as the call ended, he received notification of his suspension. However, he had anticipated this outcome and remained composed as he asked, Director Yi, how much illicit money have I taken? Yi Nanhua replied, frustrated. He slammed his hand on the table before exclaiming, the higher-ups have discovered 30 million in unexplained assets in your account. You must be suspended for an investigation. Lin Hang nodded slowly. 30 million was quite a sum. Then, as if struck by a thought, he pressed on, Director Yi, what about Chen? He should be in the clear, right? Yi Nanhua sighed inwardly and said, he has also been suspended. Now hurry back with that. Yi Nanhua abruptly hung up, leaving Lin Hang no opportunity to respond. Resigned, he shook his head and drove back to the police station. Before long, Lin Hang arrived at the municipal bureau. As he parked, a vehicle from the Anti-Corruption Bureau followed closely behind. He couldn't help but chuckle. These folks were quite swift. As soon as he exited the car, Yi Nanhua and Chen Weihan approached, clearly having waited for some time. Members of the Anti-Corruption Bureau also made their way over, but Lin Hang chose to ignore them. Instead, he walked straight up to Chen Weihan and asked, Old Chen, how much illicit money have you taken? Chen Weihan's face was ashen, his sharp gaze fixed on the approaching members of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. After a long pause, Yi Nanhua replied, Chen Weihan has been found with 1 million in unexplained assets. That's not even a fraction of what you have. Upon hearing this, Lin Hang burst into laughter. By this time, the Anti-Corruption Bureau personnel had reached them. A bald, middle-aged man in an anti-corruption uniform spoke up. Chen Weihan, head of the criminal investigation team of Chunqing Municipal Bureau. Lin Hang, deputy head of the same team. I am Chen Xingchuan, deputy director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. We are here to formally inform you that someone has filed a complaint against you both for accepting bribes. And the amounts involved are substantial. Please cooperate with our investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Weihan let out a slow exhale and muttered, What bad luck? Chen Xingchuan seemed to have not heard him clearly. Asking, What did you say? I said, Why do you share the surname Chen? After a brief pause, Chen Weihan continued, Also, have you confirmed your findings? Are you certain I accepted 1 million in bribes, not 10 million? Chen Weihan was already quite displeased upon learning he was accused of accepting 1 million. Why should Lin Hang, a deputy head and third-level police chief, have received 3 million, while he, a head and first-level police chief, was only accused of 1 million? They really held him in low regard. Chen Xingchuan did not respond to his question, instead addressing Lin Hang and Chen Weihan, You two, please accompany us. As soon as he finished, 4 bailiffs moved forward, ready to take them away. Wait. A somber voice resonated as Yi Nanhua approached the 2 individuals, pointing a finger at Chen Xingchuan's nose, and declared, Chen, I warn you, if you fail to uncover any evidence today, I shall leave no stone unturned in investigating you tomorrow. I refuse to believe you are innocent. Upon hearing these words, Lin Hang and Chen Weihan immediately straightened their spines, crossing their arms and regarding Chen Xingchuan through flared nostrils. The latter, however, was rendered so speechless by Yi Nanhua's words that he scarcely dared to draw breath. Yi Nanhua had once been a formidable figure in the police force of Kainan province, and Chen Xingchuan genuinely could not afford to offend him. Casting a disdainful glance at Lin Hang and Chen Weihan, Yi Nanhua moved to confront the ashen-faced Chen Xingchuan, speaking in a chilling tone. Let me make this clear. Lin Hang is my son-in-law. Should you wish to investigate him, it must be done under the oversight of our municipal bureau. I must keep watch over you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingchuan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Very well, Chief Yi, I shall heed your advice and conduct the investigation at your municipal bureau. At that moment, Chen Weihan suddenly interjected, asking, May I inquire, have you clarified the amount? Am I to receive 1 million or 10 million? I can accept receiving less than Lin Hang, but isn't 1 million a bit too degrading? Lin Hang, Yi Nanhua. Chapter 80. Thank you for your patronage. Lin Heng was bewildered. At this utterance, everyone wore expressions of incredulity. So, you are not concerned about whether you are being investigated, but rather that the sum you received is too meager. Chen Qingchuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. While Yi Nanhua had already prepared a room for them, they were to conduct the interrogation of Lin Heng and Qin Weihan within the premises of the Spring City Bureau, where Yi Nanhua could observe their every move through the surveillance cameras. It was evident that Qin Weihan possessed experience, suggesting that he had previously been framed. He either feigned ignorance or would assert, perhaps you should conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain whether it is 1 million or 10 million. Meanwhile, Lin Heng sat idly in an adjacent room, awaiting Chen Qingchuan's inquiries. Unable to resist the urge, he opened the system interface, hoping to glimpse the tracking markers for Tianhong and Shi Weihua. Unfortunately, the distance exceeded 10 kilometers, rendering him unable to view them. His gaze shifted to the points panel, where he noted the accumulation of over 20,000 points, contemplating whether to initiate an upgrade. After all, he was currently suspended and under investigation, unable to venture anywhere. Utilizing tracking markers to monitor their every move seemed the simplest course of action. He lamented his earlier decision to expend the remaining skill upgrade cards, realizing how advantageous it would have been to retain them for the present situation. Regardless, should this case be resolved, it would yield around 10,000 points, allowing him to indulge in a brief moment of extravagance. Lin Heng murmured softly, simultaneously summoning the system. System, let's proceed with another 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 skill upgrade cards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a high-level skill, God of Cars. After waiting a while longer, the system fell silent. He scrutinized the skills he had obtained. 4 upgrade cards and 1 high-level skill. Moreover, what was this thank you for your patronage? His eyes widened in disbelief. And he called upon the system once more, demanding an explanation. 3 surname house slave. Elucidate the meaning of thank you for your patronage. The system's voice soon echoed in his mind. Thank you for your patronage simply means you did not draw anything. Lin Heng, this foolish system, not only devoid of fighting spirit, but it also managed to come up empty in a lottery. With 10,000 points, he had drawn 5 items and exhausted them all. Lin Heng felt an immense rage boiling within him. Had this system been present before him, he might have torn it to shreds. Nevertheless, he had obtained the skill upgrade cards he desired, and losing 5,000 points was merely an unfortunate cost. Quickly, he summoned the system again in his mind. System, use 2 skill upgrade cards to enhance the tracking marker. Congratulations, host. Skill upgrade card successfully utilized. Tracking marker upgraded to ultimate skill. Tracking marker. Ultimate skill. No longer limited by frequency, time, or distance. The host may cancel it at will, or it will dissipate upon the death of the tracked individual. Lin Heng stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Without distance limitations, this was nothing short of invincibility. Henceforth, he could conduct surveillance from the comfort of his home. Moreover, this tool not only captured sound but also video. If he were to use it on Yao, how would that turn out? No, that was not its intended purpose. He swiftly opened the tracking marker interface for Tianhong and Shi Weihua, discovering that Shi Weihua remained at the health examination center, while Tianhong had arrived at another location. Before Tianhong stood an office, where a young-looking woman sat at a desk. Her skin was fair and delicate, smooth as jade, devoid of any blemish. Tianhong appeared somewhat restrained in her presence, leaving Lin Heng puzzled. Tianhong was indeed the daughter of Tian Xinyue, the wealthiest individual in Spring City. Who could possibly make her daughter feel so uneasy? Before long, he heard Tianhong speaking softly. Mother, Deputy Director Li from the Anti-Corruption Bureau has already initiated an investigation into Lin Heng and the others. This should buy us some time. This revelation? Lin Heng's mind momentarily short-circuited. The young woman before Tianhong was her mother? In other words, Tian Xinyue. She appeared scarcely older than Tianhong. Lin Heng was aware that Tian Xinyue was nearly 60 years old. How could she possibly look so youthful? Yet, he quickly realized that for the affluent, maintaining such appearances was hardly a challenge. Why couldn't his mother be wealthy too? Lin Heng mused silently, before he could further contemplate. Tian Xinyue continued, we never intended to take any drastic actions against Lin Heng. Stalling for time is our true objective. Mobilize all available personnel to seek out the next target. The buyer can no longer wait. Understood, Tianhong replied, gradually retreating from the office. Lin Hang, now filled with confusion, noted that this was the second occasion he had heard them mention the buyer. An organ should hold little value to Tian Xinhua. What manner of buyer could possibly incite such urgency? A cascade of questions flooded Lin Hang's mind, but before he could delve deeper into thought, Chen Qingchuan entered with his entourage. Lin Hang closed the system interface, casting a cold gaze at Chen Qingchuan, who flinched at the intensity of his stare, fully aware of Lin Hang's identity as Yi Nanhua's son-in-law and the powerful figures rumored to be behind him. Chen Qingchuan felt utterly helpless. He was merely a pawn executing someone else's orders, and he genuinely wished to avoid provoking Lin Hang. Once seated, Chen Qingchuan spoke in a dispassionate tone. Let us discuss the source of the 30 million in your bank account. Who provided it, and for what purpose? Lin Hang let out a cold laugh, casually propping his right foot upon the table and crossing his left foot over it. Chen Qingchuan's forehead darkened at this display. Before he could utter a word, Lin Hang remarked nonchalantly, Deputy Director Chen, have you not already conducted your investigation? Surely you know who provided that money? If you possess evidence, why bother questioning me? If you lack evidence, then continue your investigation. What purpose does questioning me serve? Should I simply declare who provided it? What if I claim it was you? Would you not investigate yourself? Chen Qingchuan's face turned a shade of deep crimson. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin Hang, struggling to articulate a response. Lin Hang brushed aside his hand, slowly stating, let us dispense with the pleasantries. We are all in this together. If you persist in this manner, be wary that I might expose your extracurricular language studies. At this proclamation, Chen Qingchuan's expression shifted to one of panic. Lin Hang had long since used his black and white pupils to scrutinize him. It was evident that this man not only frequented brothels but also sought the company of foreign women, conveniently disguised as language tutoring. The two law enforcement officers beside Chen Qingchuan exchanged glances, their expressions becoming increasingly complex. Meanwhile, Yi Nanhua observed this scene through the surveillance footage, chuckling heartily. Ha, this lad has evidently struck a nerve with Chen Qingchuan. Could it be that this old scoundrel truly engaged in misconduct? Beside him, Lu Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. Director Yi, Lin Ji's eyes are akin to the fiery gaze of Sun Wukong. If he claims there are issues, there are indeed issues. Chapter 81. Finally, the wheels are in motion. The show begins. The interrogation of Chen Qingchuan and his associates continued until dinner time. After a long day, the group was exhausted and prepared to head to the municipal bureau's cafeteria for a meal. However, upon their arrival, the staff brusquely informed them, no meal cards, no service. Chen Qingchuan and his companions felt a wave of frustration wash over them. He knew the municipal bureau was deliberately obstructing them. Yet they had no recourse. Meanwhile, Yi Nanhua entered the room where Lin Hang was being questioned, personally delivering his dinner. Lin Hang accepted the meal and began to eat heartily. Why Yi Nanhua couldn't help but comment. You rascal, even under investigation, you remain so unfazed. With a clear conscience, I fear no shadows, Lin Hang replied, continuing to devour his food. Yi Nanhua chuckled and seated himself beside one of the law enforcement officers. Despite the disparity in their ranks, having such a prominent figure beside him made the officer uneasy. Yi Nanhua disregarded his discomfort and inquired casually, so, have you reached any conclusions in your investigation? He naturally inquired about the investigation of the Xinhua Health Check Center. Lin Hang did not pause his meal. Instead, he continued to eat while speaking, stating, there are significant issues. Hu Yiba and Chai Gui are both involved in matters of life and death. And that doctor named Deng Dongkai, he must be thoroughly interrogated. We need to extract information from them. Upon hearing these words, Yi Nanhua shook his head in resignation and remarked, we've been questioning them for an entire afternoon without any results. They are rather tight-lipped, however. We have confirmed the identities of Hu Yiba and Chai Gui. Both are affiliated with Bitong. Having finished his meal, Lin Hang wiped his mouth and said, Director Yi, I cannot leave at this moment, so I must trouble you to conduct the investigation. You can start from these several angles. As he spoke, Lin Hang seized the notebook from the judicial police officer, tore off a sheet of paper, and began to write, First, investigate Deng Dongkai. He has significant issues and undoubtedly knows some inside information. Second, look into Chen Qingchuan. He has been involved in illicit activities at the Chunchang Grand Hotel. Upon hearing this, the judicial police officer across from him grew anxious, rushing to Lin Hang to see what he was writing. Yi Nanhua, quicker to act, firmly pushed the judicial officer back and shot him a warning glance. Lin Hang smiled and continued to write. Third, investigate the director of the health check center, Shi Weihua. He is likely one of the key players. Once he finished, Lin Hang handed the paper to Yi Nanhua, who took it and exited the room. Lin Hang then leaned back in his chair and began to hum a tune. After returning to his office, Yi Nanhua opened the note and realized that what was written differed entirely from what had been said. Keep a close watch on the health check center. They are making significant moves. Find a way to get me out. Yi Nanhua chuckled softly and immediately summoned Lu Zhe. With the two mainstays of the criminal investigation team under scrutiny, Lu Zhe was one of the few captains he could rely upon. Upon Lu Zhe's arrival, Yi Nanhua urgently instructed him, take your team and keep a close watch on the health check center. Understood, Lu Zhe replied, smiling as he dashed out. After Lu Zhe departed, Yi Nanhua took out his phone and directly reported Chen Qingchuan's illicit activities to the prosecutor's office. He also instructed them to assign other colleagues to investigate the bribery allegations against Lin Hang and Chen Weihuan. He could not believe that such a rudimentary tactic would allow Chen Qingchuan to evade scrutiny for so long. As night fell, Chen Qingchuan continued his interrogation of Lin Hang and Chen Weihuan. At that moment, several vehicles from the prosecutor's office drove into the city bureau. Yi Nanhua, witnessing this scene from above, smiled subtly. Soon, a few uniformed personnel arrived at Chen Weihuan's room. At that time, Chen Qingchuan was questioning Chen Weihuan when suddenly, the door was flung open from the outside. Didn't I say no entry unless necessary? Upon recognizing the intruder, Chen Qingchuan's eyes widened in shock. Before he could utter a word, the leading middle-aged man spoke. Chen Qingchuan, you are suspected of official misconduct. Please cooperate with our investigation. After the prosecutor's office intervened, they discovered that this individual not only engaged in illicit activities, but was also implicated in bribery. Upon hearing this news, Chen Qingchuan shut his eyes. He knew his fate was sealed. Yet he still clung to a glimmer of hope, believing someone would come to his rescue. After taking Chen Qingchuan away, the middle-aged man approached Chen Weihuan and stated, Captain Chen, we have clarified your situation. You have been maliciously framed. Chen Weihuan nodded, then directly made his way to Lin Hang's room. At that moment, Lin Hang appeared to be meditating with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was keenly observing the movements of Tian Hong and others. Suddenly, he noticed the markers for Tian Hong and Shi Weihua moving simultaneously. He couldn't help but exclaim, they're moving, they're moving. Just then, Chen Weihuan entered and, seeing this, asked, what's moving? Lin Hang quickly stood and approached him, saying, Old Chen, Tian Hong and the others are on the move. We must hurry. Hearing this, the two judicial police officers became anxious. At that moment, they were still unaware that the investigations into Lin Hang and Chen Weihuan had already concluded. Upon reaching the door, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Director Liang. Liang Wenle interrupted the two, speaking in a measured tone. You may return. The issues concerning Captain Chen and Deputy Captain Lin have been clarified. Understood, the two judicial officers responded. As they dared not inquire further about their superiors' matters, as Lin Hang exited, he collided with Yi Nanhua, who, noticing his flustered demeanor, promptly asked, what's wrong? Tian Hong and the others are on the move. Lin Hang replied anxiously. While speaking, he pulled Chen Weihuan along, preparing to depart. Yi Nanhua had no time for more questions and urgently reminded them. Wait, your firearms. As he spoke, an officer behind handed two guns to Lin Hang and Chen Weihuan. Armed, the two hurriedly drove away from the city bureau. Yi Nanhua exchanged a brief greeting with Liang Wenle before returning to the command center. Although he was unsure how Lin Hang had learned of Tian Hong's movements, his instincts told him that the real drama was about to unfold. In the vehicle, Lin Hang opened the system panel and saw that Tian Hong and Shi Weihua had already left the health check center. He quickly called Lu Zhe. Hey, Lu Zhe, follow Tian Hong and the others, on the other end of the line. Lu Zhe's puzzled voice quickly responded, Brother Lin, they haven't left. They are still inside the health check center. Lin Hang's expression shifted to one of confusion. The tracking markers indicated they had exited. How could Lu Zhe not see them? Could it be that they weren't leaving through the ground? Perhaps they were taking to the skies. With this thought, Lin Hang immediately inquired, has there been any sighting of helicopters near the health check center? It wouldn't be surprising for wealthy individuals to possess two helicopters. Lu Zhe soon replied, no, not even a single bird. Lin Hang felt a sense of foreboding. The tracking markers clearly indicated they had departed the health check center. Why, then, Had Lu Zhe, who was surveilling outside, not spotted them? Could it be? Lin Heng whispered. Qin Huan, noticing his demeanor, couldn't he help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lin Heng slapped his thigh and urgently said, "Old Chun, quickly call Director Yi and ask him to check if there are any tunnels beneath the Xinhua Health Check Center." TSK. As Qin Huan dialed the number, he grumbled, "Why do you have to slap my thigh? Can't you do it to yourself?" Lin Heng had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Since Tianhong and her group were neither departing through the ground nor the air, there was only one possibility. They were likely headed underground. Shortly, Qin Huan reached Yi Nanhua on the line. "Hello, Director Yi. We've encountered a problem. Please consider checking if there are any tunnels beneath the health check center." On the other end, Yi Nanhua quickly responded, "All right, I'll check right away." After hanging up, Lin Heng drove straight to the entrance of the health check center. Upon meeting up with Lu Zhe and the others, Lin Heng received a call from Yi Nanhua. "Hello, Director Yi, have you found anything?" On the line, Yi Nanhua's voice was grave. "Yes, we've discovered that there are civil defense tunnels beneath the health check center." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat, and Yi Nanhua continued, "The civil defense tunnels are extensive, making it difficult to ascertain their exact whereabouts." Lin Heng calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, Director Yi, I have a plan." After saying this, Lin Heng hung up. The civil defense tunnels, constructed to safeguard personnel and materials during wartime, are intricate underground structures designed for air defense, medical aid, and command. The passages within are extensive, capable of reaching nearly any location in the city. Searching for someone within would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Heng, being resourceful, turned to Qin Huan and instructed, "Old Chun, take your team to search the health check center, focusing on building 3 to see if there are any basements or underground passages." Qin Huan nodded, a bit puzzled, and asked, "And what about you?" Lin Heng smiled and replied, "I'll lead a team to pursue Tianhong and her group." With that, Lin Heng gathered Lu Zhe and the others and set off. Confident in his tracking capabilities on the way, he called Yi Nanhua again, requesting the mobilization of armed police and special forces for support. Lin Heng drove towards the direction where Tianhong had exited the city, all the while monitoring her movements in his mind. After approximately 2 hours, Tianhong stopped in a suburban area outside the city. Lin Heng felt puzzled and quickly opened the tracking marker in his mind. The scene before Tianhong immediately materialized in Lin Heng's mind, revealing a solitary villa. However, it was the dead of night, and this European-style villa in a desolate area certainly appeared eerie. He watched as Tianhong opened the door and stepped inside. While her subordinates stood guard at the entrance in her grasp, she held a suitcase that Lin Heng had seen on television. This very suitcase was designated for the storage of organs. Upon entering the villa, Tianhong made her way directly to the basement. The area was brilliantly illuminated, with the seams of the wall tiles clearly visible. She entered a room reminiscent of a sterile environment, where a plethora of surgical instruments greeted her gaze. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair lay upon the central operating table. Lin Heng scrutinized him closely, yet failed to recognize the individual. Could this person be the buyer they spoke of? What sort of individual could command such attention from a business magnate like Tian Xinhua? With no time for further contemplation, Lin Heng pressed the accelerator and sped towards the villa. Meanwhile, Qin Huan, accompanied by Shin Hongjie and others, entered the health examination center to conduct a search. Due to their limited manpower, they proceeded as a group. They made their way directly to building number 3, searching each room on the first floor. Yet found no leads at that juncture. Qin Huan approached the elevator, wondering if it could lead them to the basement. After a thorough inspection of the elevator, he was still met with disappointment that it was peculiar. How could such a large health examination center lack a basement? Perhaps there was an underground parking lot. Qin Huan murmured, his companions Shin Hongjie and the others equally perplexed. After a moment's reflection, Shin Hongjie seemed to recall something and quickly spoke up, "Qian, when Lin and I were here investigating, we were taken to a particular room. After Lin entered, he began to look around. Oh, you think that room could hold clues?" Upon hearing this, Qin Huan immediately recalled the incident and hurriedly led his team towards that floor. "Let us go upstairs." Soon, they arrived at the room where Shin Hongjie and Lin Heng had been taken. Just as Qin Huan was about to open the door, Shin Hongjie reached out to stop him, cautioning, "Qin, there's ether inside." After pondering the situation, Qin Huan confidently replied, "No, their people should have already left." With that, he opened the door and stepped into the room. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and the group utilized their weak flashlight beams to survey their surroundings. Shen Hongjia approached the wall Lin Heng had examined earlier. Prompting Qin Wei Huan to join him, gently tapping the wall, he excitedly exclaimed, "It's hollow inside." Qin Wei Huan chuckled, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Now I understand why Lin Heng left you with me." Hearing this, Shen Hongjia appeared puzzled. Noticing his bewildered expression, Qin Wei Huan elaborated, "Lin had already sensed something was amiss with this wall, but he didn't have time to investigate further before you were incapacitated by the ether. He believed you would surely notice his unusual behavior, thus leaving you in my care." Upon hearing this, Shen Hongjia suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Had he been entrusted with a significant role by Lin Heng? Chen Wei Huan resumed his examination of the wall, discovering it to be a concealed door. However, wary of potential traps, he cautiously pushed it open. Fortunately, the individuals behind this operation were overly confident in their connections, believing they would not be implicated, so no traps had been set. As Chen Wei Huan opened the door, he was met with a dimly lit passageway, reminiscent of a corridor, though smaller than the one outside. The moment he opened the door, the lights in the passageway illuminated instantly. Chen Wei Huan smiled and stepped inside. After only a few strides, the passage came to an end. Revealing an elevator, he grinned, convinced that this room concealed further secrets. Just as he was about to press the elevator button and investigate, his phone rang. It was a call from Lin Heng, and Chen Wei Huan answered promptly. "Hello, how are things on your end? Have you caught up?" Lin Heng chuckled and replied, "I'm still in pursuit." "What about you? Have you found anything?" Chen Wei Huan's smile widened. Indeed, Shen Hongjia was purposely left for him. Regardless of whether Shen Hongjia discovered anything, Lin Heng would call to provide a reminder. Chen Wei Huan composed himself, responding in a measured tone, "We found something, and we're preparing to go down now." Chapter 83. If all else fails, call the traffic police. "Yes, we found something, and we're preparing to go down now." Lin Heng nodded and replied, "Good, stay safe. Our evidence is still incomplete. Whether or not we can pin the crime on Tian Xinyue depends on you." Chen Wei Huan acknowledged this and hung up. The group entered the elevator, pressing the only button available. After approximately half a minute, the elevator came to a gradual halt, ding, with the sound of the chime. Chen Wei Huan immediately chambered a round into his handgun, his eyes gleaming with intent. The officers behind him followed suit, their firearms also readied, as they remained uncertain of who awaited them below. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by the same wine-red walls and dim lighting. Chen Wei Huan produced a flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. Exiting the elevator revealed a narrow corridor, and after walking for about 10 seconds, they soon entered a spacious area. Chen Wei Huan surveyed his surroundings and noticed a switch on one of the walls. Cautiously, he approached, and at that moment, Lin Heng's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, recognized the name, and promptly answered, "Hello, Director Yi. Where are the armed police and special police? Why haven't they arrived yet?" On the other end, Yi Nanhua sighed, expressing his helplessness. The armed police received orders to return immediately from their headquarters. Only the special police team is coming to assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng felt an immediate chill run down his spine. It was as if invisible hands were orchestrating everything behind the scenes. After a brief pause, Yi Nanhua continued. "The special police team has also received orders from the provincial special police headquarters, but I instructed Lei how to disregard them and continue to support you. He should be arriving shortly." Lin Heng nodded silently, stating calmly, "That's enough. We will act once they arrive." Yi Nanhua remained silent for a moment before speaking gravely. "Go ahead. Qi Ting will soon arrive at the command center. If anything happens, we'll both take responsibility for you. Also, Chen Wei Huan is on his way to your location." "Understood." After acknowledging, Lin Heng hung up the phone. A few minutes later, he saw the special police vehicles approaching their location. Leading the convoy was a first-class inspector in a special police uniform, of the same rank as Chen Wei Huan. Upon seeing this, Lin Heng immediately exited the vehicle to greet him, saluting as he spoke. "Captain Lei." Lei Hao returned the salute, stating flatly, "Deputy Captain Lin, Director Yi instructed us to cooperate with you and follow your commands unconditionally." Lin Heng nodded and briefly apprised Lei Hao of the situation. Their vehicles were parked a kilometer away from the villa, and there seemed to be no other means of entry. They could only launch a direct assault. After a brief deployment, Lin Heng and Lei Hao led their team to launch an assault on the villa. The criminal investigation team, traveling in the special police vehicles, charged straight to the villa's entrance. The bodyguards at the door reacted immediately, opening fire. The two groups quickly engaged in a fierce firefight, while the special police utilized explosives to breach the villa's interior. Once inside, the special police team took charge of neutralizing the remaining adversaries, while Lin Hang led his team directly into the basement, navigating the area with ease as if he had been there before. Along the way, members of Tian Xinyu, upon hearing these words, Lin Hang immediately exhaled in relief. It turned out to be a former official. So there was nothing to worry about. However, the situation still seemed quite severe. No matter how one viewed it, Old Huang had once been a significant figure. Even though he had stepped down, many of his former subordinates still occupied high positions. A mere word from them could easily sweep away these ordinary police officers. Realizing this, Lin Hang coldly chuckled and addressed Tian Xinyu beside the hospital bed. What you are doing is not merely organ trafficking, is it? These organs are intended for transplants for those individuals, correct? While speaking, Lin Hang gestured towards the bedridden Old Huang. Tian Xinyu smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Officer Lin, even if you know now, what difference does it make? Those individuals are beyond your reach. Even if you manage to apprehend me today, do you believe that tomorrow I could walk out of your precinct unscathed, escorted by your chief himself? Tian Xinyue's words were not mere hyperbole. Lin Hang was well aware that the individuals behind her were indeed capable of such feats. Yet, Lin Hang remained undaunted, for his own background was not insignificant. He let out a cold laugh and replied, I believe in your bubble teapot. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Hang raised his gun and aimed it at Tian Xinyue, slowly stating, Put down the gun. Even if you wish to die, you must first face judgment, and only after that can you think of dying. Beside them, Lei Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Was this truly how one persuaded a suspect to surrender? The next moment, Tian Xinyue revealed a bitter smile and slowly said, It's futile. I have indeed committed numerous heinous acts, but I was coerced. Today, I will pay with my life. As she spoke, Tian Xinyue prepared to pull the trigger. But Lin Hang was quicker. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced Tian Xinyue's wrist. Lin Hang had anticipated her attempt at suicide and immediately fired to prevent it. Lei Hao rushed forward and swiftly restrained Tian Xinyue. At that moment, she broke down in tears, wailing uncontrollably. Why? Why won't you let me die? Lin Hang glanced at the bedridden Old Huang before turning his impassive gaze back to Tian Xinyue. He stated flatly, If you wish to die, it is easy, but such a death would be too lenient for you. He then turned to Lei Hao and instructed, Lei, keep a close watch on Tian Xinyue. She is a crucial witness. Lei Hao nodded firmly, understanding that following Lin Hang would undoubtedly be the right choice. After all, he too was part of the police system in Chun City and had heard of Lin Hang's illustrious reputation. Moreover, he and Li Ming were of similar age, and the latter had been appointed chief under Lin Hang's influence. Naturally, Lei Hao wished to benefit from Lin Hang's prowess as well. This was precisely why he defied the orders of the task force and heeded Yi Nanhua's command to support Lin Hang. After giving his orders, Lin Hang was about to leave the villa to pursue Tian Hong when he unexpectedly collided with Qin Weihuan at the entrance. The battle had concluded quite some time ago, and Qin Weihuan had hurried over. Upon reaching the doorway, he complained, Missed it again. Previously, during the capture of Qiyang, Qin Weihuan had been investigating in Air City and had missed the opportunity. He never imagined he would miss capturing Tian Xinyue this time as well. Lin Hang patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, You didn't miss it. We're going to chase Tian Hong now. Upon hearing this, Qin Weihuan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He solemnly nodded and then glanced at the surgical bed behind Lin Hang. Upon recognizing the person lying there, Qin Weihuan's expression turned to one of shock. Old Huang. Noticing his reaction, Lin Hang quickly inquired, You know him too? Qin Weihuan nodded, and Lin Hang, having no time to delve deeper, turned to Lei Hao and said, Lei, I leave this place in your capable hands. Lei Hao nodded and replied coolly, Rest assured. Qin Weihuan waved his hand casually, saying, Let us go, old Lei. After leaving the villa, Lin Hang, Qin Weihuan, and Lu Zhe quickly drove in the direction where Tian Hong had fled. As he sat in the driver's seat, Lin Hang couldn't help but rub his hands together, muttering, It's time for Lin God of Cars Hang to make his entrance. Qin Weihuan. Lin Hang silently activated his driving skills in his mind, then pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Qin Weihuan was pressed hard against the seat back. gripping the overhead handle tightly, while nervously exclaiming, "Slow down? Slow down." At the Chun City Public Security Bureau's command center, Chi-jun had already arrived. Meanwhile, the video of Lin Hang's capture was being transmitted live back to the command center. Watching the scene unfold, Chi-jun couldn't help but want to applaud, but after a moment's thought, he turned to Yi Nanhua and remarked, "Old Yi, your son-in-law truly possesses remarkable courage." Yi Nanhua chuckled, then revealed a wry smile, saying helplessly, "Indeed, but I'm afraid the troubles are only just beginning." Chi-jun sighed and sipped his tea before speaking. Who could argue otherwise? At that moment, Yi Nanhua's phone on the table suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, then showed it to Chi-jun. Upon recognizing the name, both men shook their heads in resignation, sharing a bitter smile. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Nanhua picked up the phone. "Hello, Secretary Zhang, what can I do for you?" On the other end, an accusatory voice quickly resounded. "Why, Yi Nanhua? What are you doing? Release Tian Xinyue immediately. She is a representative of the province's private entrepreneurs and a public representative. Absolutely nothing must happen to her. Hurry and let her go, and withdraw your people." The voice belonged to the chief secretary of the provincial governor, but he addressed Yi Nanhua by his full name, which was unexpected. Normally, one would expect some level of courtesy, yet such directness was rare. It was clear that he had received permission from higher-ups. Yi Nanhua maintained a smile as he responded, "Secretary Zhang, they haven't reported this matter to me yet. I'll instruct them to withdraw right away." Once more, an angry voice erupted from the phone. "You'd better not know anything about this. Command them to withdraw immediately." With that, the call abruptly ended. Yi Nanhua looked at Chi-jun, a helpless smile gracing his lips. After a moment, Chi-jun asked coolly, "Are you really going to let Lin Hang release her?" Yi Nanhua chuckled, unabashedly replying, "Whether to make a call or not, isn't that up to me?" Upon hearing this, both men smiled. After a moment, Yi Nanhua asked, "By the way, why didn't he call you?" Chi-jun shook his phone and replied, "It's turned off." Chapter 86. Reinforcements? It's turned off. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanhua couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Old fox." Chi-jun remained unfazed, chuckling softly as he observed Yi Nanhua dialing Lin Hang's number. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't make the call?" Yi Nanhua smiled and then spoke in a low tone, "I still need to remind them to prepare psychologically. After all, Lin Hang is my son-in-law, and if anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." Chi-jun nodded in agreement. When the call connected, Lin Hang's voice quickly came through. "Hello, Director Yi." Yi Nanhua replied calmly. "You rascal, you've stirred up the entire Kainan province this time. Just now, Secretary Ho's secretary called me, demanding that you release Tian Xinyue immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang's expression changed slightly, but he quickly broke into a grin. "So, Director Yi, should we let her go?" "Let go? After capturing her, do you think we can just release her? That would be a slap in our faces." Yi Nanhua scolded furiously from the other end. Lin Hang chuckled lightly and replied, "I understand." Lin Hang did not know the bedridden old Huang, but he was well aware of Secretary Ho. This was a genuine heavyweight, a figure overseeing political and legal affairs, and concurrently serving as the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. However, Lin Hang never expected that such a prominent figure would stand up to protect Tian Xinyue at this time. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If he didn't protect her, and she implicated them, they would all be in grave trouble. There was a flicker of hope if he intervened. Following that, Yi Nanhua continued on the phone. "Ive said all that needs to be said. You better go find some reinforcements." With that, Yi Nanhua hung up the phone. Lin Hang was left bewildered. While Qin Weihuan's expression turned pale, he couldn't help but curse. "Driving so fast while on the phone, I'm going to report you to the traffic police." Lin Hang continued to mutter to himself, "Find reinforcements? What reinforcements? What does Yi Nanhua mean by that?" Lin Hang couldn't figure it out for the moment, and he had no time to ponder further. Shaking his head, he pulled up the tracking interface in his mind, discovering that Tian Hong and the others were about a kilometer ahead of them, apparently preparing to enter the highway. Observing this, Lin Hang pressed down hard on the accelerator, allowing Qin Weihuan to experience a powerful push against his seat. To be fair, this driving skill was indeed quite effective. If he ever stopped being a police officer, perhaps he could venture into the racing scene. Before long, Lin Hang and his companions caught up with Tian Hong and her group at the expressway toll station. They had 2 vehicles in total, and it appeared that there were quite a few people with them. Chen Huan chambered his own handgun while simultaneously doing the same for Lin Hang's. Observing that Tian Hong and her group were passing through the toll booth, Lin Hang pressed the accelerator and surged through the manual lane. He forcefully broke the barrier arm and then swiftly maneuvered into the lane occupied by Tian Hong and her companions. Executing an American-style stop, Chen Huan tossed Lin Hang his firearm, which Lin Hang deftly caught. Exiting the vehicle in one seamless motion, he immediately aimed his gun at their car. Hands on your heads. Get out of the vehicle. At that moment, Lu Zhe and others arrived, surrounding them from behind Tian Hong's vehicle. However, no one advanced. Everyone kept shouting, "Get out of the vehicle. Hands on your heads. Get out." After several minutes of standoff, Tian Hong inside the car finally made a move. She lowered the window and extended her right hand, allowing her gun to droop as she said, "Don't shoot. We will disembark now." Witnessing this, Lin Hang felt an immediate sense of relief. Yet he still did not lower his weapon. Although there were not many cars around, he remained concerned about the possibility of harming innocent bystanders. In the next instant, Tian Hong abruptly raised her firearm again. Preparing to shoot at them, Lin Hang reacted swiftly, firing a shot that knocked the gun from her grasp. The gunfire rang out, prompting Tian Hong's people to return fire. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the toll station erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. Fortunately, Tian Hong's group was small, and they were soon subdued by the police, with a few frightened individuals surrendering by dropping their weapons. Seeing this, Lin Hang approached with his gun raised. He reached the front of Tian Hong's vehicle, opened the door, and yanked her out by her hair. Tian Hong shot him a fierce glare, but Lin Hang pulled out handcuffs and secured her wrists. Lu Zhe then approached Lin Hang, stating, "Deputy Lin, this old fellow attempted to flee, and I broke his leg." Lin Hang turned to look at Shi Weihua, who lay on the ground, then glanced at Lu Zhe, who wore a broad smile, and remarked, "Good shooting." Before long, everyone was under control. They apprehended the individuals but did not return to the city bureau immediately. Instead, Lin Hang and his team first went to the villa, as Tian Xinyue and Elder Huang were still there. However, upon arriving at the villa, they discovered that Yinan Hu and Qi Jun were also present. As soon as Lin Hang stepped out of the vehicle and recognized the two, he promptly saluted and said, "Director Qi, Chief Yi." Yinan Hu gestured for him to lower his hand and then handed his phone to Lin Hang, his expression laden with complexity as he spoke. A call from the provincial office. "It's for you?" Lin Hang pointed to his own nose, incredulous. "For me?" Yinan Hu thrust the phone into his hand, and just as Lin Hang received it, he heard a voice on the other end say, "Hello, is this Lin Hang? I am Secretary Ho's secretary. I don't care why you arrested Tian Xinyue, but you must release them immediately, or you will bear the consequences." This statement left Lin Hang utterly bewildered. With so many lives at stake, they dared to demand her release so brazenly? He brought the phone to his mouth and angrily retorted, "I don't care who you are. I have already apprehended Tian Xinyue. Not even the King of Heaven can compel me to release her." With that, Lin Hang hung up the phone. Beside him, Yinan Hu was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this young man could be so audacious. After a brief pause, Yinan Hu approached Lin Hang and said in a low tone, "You've stirred up quite a mess this time. Where's your backup?" Lin Hang scratched his head in confusion, asking, "What backup?" Clearly, he did not grasp the meaning of Yinan Hu's words. Suddenly, Lin Hang turned to Qi Jun and calmly said, "Isn't Director Qi here? What is there to fear?" Qi Jun quickly waved his hand and whispered, "My rank isn't sufficient. That person is my superior. You should seek other assistance." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang was momentarily stunned. However, after a moment of contemplation, he quickly realized that the individual in question was in charge of political affairs, while Qi Jun, as the provincial director, was likely subordinate to him. Who, then, was the backup they referred to? After a moment of reflection, Lin Hang finally pieced it together. He leaned closer to Yinan Hu and whispered, "You mean I should contact Deputy Gao?" Suddenly recalling that Gao had left him a phone number, Lin Hang realized that Yinan Hu and Qi Jun were hinting at bringing in Gao's assistance. At that moment, Qi Jun also leaned in and urged, "If you figured it out, make the call quickly." Lin Hang, grinning, took out his phone and was about to dial when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to Qi Jun and asked, "Director Qi, since Deputy Gao is your direct superior, why aren't you the one calling him?" Qi Jun shot Lin Hang a bemused glance and replied coolly, "You caused this trouble. Why should I make the call?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hang was momentarily speechless. After saying this, Qi Jun turned to walk toward the villa but then paused halfway and turned back to Lin Hang, saying, "But you did provoke quite a situation. Once this case concludes, I expect your investigative team will not escape with less than a first-class merit." The previous conversation among the three had been in hushed tones, but Qi Jun's last remark was not so discreet. Every member of the criminal investigation team perked up at this news, excitement coursing through them. After Qi Jun entered the villa, Lin Heng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. In the vice minister's office at the police department in the capital, Gao Zhen was reviewing documents on his desk when his phone suddenly rang. Instinctively reaching for the nearby landline, he then realized it was his personal mobile phone. Checking the screen, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. However, since ordinary people would not possess his personal number, Gao Zhen did not hesitate and answered the call. "Hello?" Hearing Gao Zhen's authoritative voice, Lin Heng immediately began to speak in a plaintive tone. "Deputy Gao, it's me. I've been bullied. You must stand up for me." Gao Zhen initially frowned at this but quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. "Is it you? Go on, what happened?" Lin Heng proceeded to recount the case involving Tian Xinyue, detailing the gruesome discovery of over 50 corpses. Upon hearing this shocking account, Gao Zhen could not contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "These brutes!" Regaining his composure, he continued speaking to Lin Heng. Who threatened you?" On the other end of the line, Lin Heng chuckled at Gao Zhen's reaction and replied earnestly, "It was Secretary Ho's secretary who called me." Just then, 2 vehicles approached them, although they were still several hundred meters away. Lin Heng, with his keen eyesight, could clearly read the numbers on the license plates. A smile crept across his face as he realized that this prominent figure was personally intervening. However, after a moment's consideration, he deemed it fitting. As this individual had been promoted by Elder Huang in the past, as the vehicles slowly drew nearer, Lin Heng wore a sly smile and spoke into the phone. "Deputy Gao, they are coming. I want you to hear how they are threatening me." Lin Heng had no doubts about Gao Zhen's influence. In fact, he felt quite confident in it. Although he and the provincial deputy were both at the vice ministerial level, Gao Zhen, hailing from the capital, held a higher status. With this in mind, Lin Heng quietly tucked his phone away, preparing to greet another powerful figure at IT this moment. Chen Weihuan approached and inquired, "Did you really call Deputy Gao?" Lin Heng chuckled lightly and replied, "What else would I do?" Chen Weihuan felt a surge of joy, realizing that with such a formidable ally, there was little to fear. Just then, Yinan, who also noticed the vehicles approaching and stepped up to Lin Heng and Chen Weihuan, speaking in a grave tone, "Trouble is coming." In the next moment, the lead black Audi came to a halt in front of them. Yinan Hu remained composed, knowing his son-in-law had the backing of Deputy Gao. He was curious to see what Secretary Ho would do to Lin Heng. Once the vehicle stopped, Secretary Zhang exited from the passenger seat, casting a fierce glare at Lin Heng and the others. Unable to suppress a laugh at the sight, Lin Heng watched as Secretary Zhang opened the rear door, allowing an imposing elder with an aura of authority to step out. A middle-aged man in a police uniform, adorned with olive branches and 2 four-pointed stars, also emerged from the accompanying police vehicle. It was only then that Yinan Hu stepped forward, mustering a smile as he addressed them. "Secretary Ho, Deputy Wang." "What brings you here?" Secretary Ho Weidong remained silent, while Deputy Wang Lihua quickly approached Yinan Hu and pointed a finger accusingly at him, saying, "Yinan Hu, what are you doing? Release the individuals at once." At this moment, Yinan Hu feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who is it?" Wang Lihao replied coldly, "Who is it? I demand to know what crime Tian Xinyue has committed." Yinan Hu, disregarding any notions of hierarchy, smirked and stated, "Deputy Director Wang, Tian Xinyue cannot be released. Her situation is quite severe, and we have already gathered some evidence." Upon hearing this, Wang Lihao seized upon the critical point, exclaiming, "Some evidence? So, the evidence is incomplete? If the evidence is incomplete, then release her at once." At that moment, Lin Heng could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, coldly asserting, "She cannot be released. Your word is not enough, but you may accompany her inside." The statement left Wang Lihao momentarily speechless as he pointed a finger at Lin Heng, unable to utter a single word. "Does my word not count?" A voice filled with authority resonated from behind Wang Lihao. Ho Weidong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, but Lin Heng merely smiled coolly at the remark. He did not acknowledge Ho Weidong's position and coldly responded, "Are you certain you wish to protect Tian Xinyue?" The moment he finished speaking, Lin Hang retrieved his phone from his pocket and switched it to speaker mode. Addressing the person on the other end, Deputy Gao, "Did you hear that? Our province's San Gu and Deputy Director Wang are here threatening me, claiming that even if Tian Xinyue is implicated in the murder of over 50 individuals, I must release her. Please come and intervene on my behalf." As soon as he finished, both Ho Weidong and Wang Lihao stood frozen in shock. Lin Hang was intentional. Without a doubt, he was deliberate. At this moment, he fixed his icy gaze upon the two men, his expression seemingly saying, "I did this on purpose." Although they were unsure whom Lin Hang had called, both men's faces darkened considerably. The mention of Deputy Gao immediately conjured up a singular figure in their minds, particularly for Wang Lihao, who was entrenched in the same system and held the esteemed position of deputy director. He quickly realized the implications. Understanding this, Wang Lihao shut his eyes in despair. Meanwhile, Lin Hang continued to twist the knife, cheerfully asking Chen Weihuan beside him, "Old Chun, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Chapter 88. Meeting the mother-in-law, an incident involving over 50 lives, would certainly not be overlooked by the higher-ups. Moreover, Lin Hang had directly contacted Deputy Gao, so it was only a matter of time before the authorities were informed. It might even rouse the interest of certain influential figures in the small courtyard. Ho Weidong shook his head, sensing that his political career was drawing to a close. Yinan, who, now resolute, approached the two men and coolly remarked, "Gentlemen, we have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please, make yourselves comfortable." With that, Lin Hang and his companions entered the villa, the entrance. Qi Jun observed the scene, and upon noticing him, Wang Lihao sighed heavily. They had attempted to contact Qi Jun previously, but to no avail. Little did they expect him to be present after all. Once inside the villa, Qi Jun slowly remarked, "Deputy Wang must be here to rescue his father-in-law." Lin Hang looked on in confusion, while Yinan, who casually responded, "The elder Huang inside is not only Ho Weidong's former superior, but also Wang Lihao's father-in-law." Upon hearing this, Lin Hang's eyes widened in realization. No wonder these two were so desperate to protect Tian Xinyue. It was all connected by family ties. Yet even without this relationship, Lin Hang believed they would still strive to safeguard her. They had not anticipated that Tian Xinyue would fail in her suicide attempt. Had she succeeded and Tian Hong managed to escape, Ho Weidong and Wang Lihao might have faced no repercussions at all. It was precisely because Tian Xinyue's attempt had failed that they were willing to go to such lengths to protect her. Qi Jun and Yinan, who exchanged discreet glances at Lin Hang, both recognizing his remarkable capabilities. Not only was he adept at solving cases, but he also had influential support behind him. It seemed that the provincial department and the Chun City Bureau were truly on the rise this time. In the following week, the Chun City Bureau conducted a thorough investigation into the entire XINU Health Center, as well as the elderly care facilities and schools established under its name, apprehending all individuals connected to the case, including those they led to. Subsequently, interrogations commenced. Initially, the elderly Tian Xinyue remained obstinate, clamoring to see Lin Hang. Just as he had planned to take a vacation, Lin Hang returned. The moment she saw him, she finally relented. Every individual implicated in her matters was apprehended without exception. After concluding the interrogations, Lin Hang requested a week off from Yinan, who promptly returned home. Sleeping for 2 consecutive days, the strain from 2 significant cases had exhausted him, and upon lying down, he succumbed to sleep for an entire 2 days. On this day, while Lin Hang was indulging in instant noodles and watching an animated film on his phone, one based on traditional Huagua mythological tales, featuring a protagonist humorously dubbed 98 Jean Fangu, he found himself chuckling at the rap sung by the 3-year-old lead character. Just then, Yinan, who unexpectedly called him. Lin Hang's expression shifted as he slowly set down his noodles and answered the phone. "Hello, Director Yi." On the other end, Yinan, who was clearly in a vehicle, as Lin Hang could hear the tires rolling. Thinking there might be an urgent matter, he was taken aback when Yinan, who casually remarked, "You little rascal, are you just going to laze around at home all week? I thought you were off to see Yi Yao." Hearing this, Lin Hang's mouth twitched. He indeed wished to see Yi Yao. But his time off did not coincide with her schedule. Moreover, with his mother stationed in the military, he had no relatives nearby. Where else could he possibly go? Before Lin Hang could respond, Yinan, who interjected, "You need to head out immediately to my house. I'll have Aunt Zhao prepare some delicious dishes for you." Taken aback, Lin Hang pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Director Yi, if I remember correctly, Your home is in Tangchuan County, which is quite a distance from here. Yinan Hu retorted impatiently, enough with the nonsense. Just come when I say so. I'll send you the location with that. He hung up the phone and promptly sent Lin Heng the address. Realizing that refusal was not an option, Lin Heng hurriedly tidied himself up, changed his clothes, and made his way to the city bureau. Upon arrival, he borrowed Chen Weihuan's car and set off for Tangchuan County to IT. Is worth noting that Lin Heng had grown up in Tangchuan County. During his childhood, his parents were often absent, and he was raised by his grandparents. After their passing, he moved to Chun City to pursue his education and began living independently, having just entered junior high at the time. It wasn't long before he arrived at Yinan Hu's home. Having bought some gifts in advance, after all, it was his first visit to his future in-laws. He couldn't arrive empty-handed, could he? Lin Heng shook his head, dismissing any odd thoughts about bribery. How could bringing gifts to his future mother-in-law and father-in-law be considered a bribe? Upon reaching the door, Lin Heng knocked, and Yinan Hu personally answered. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of Yinan Hu wearing an apron, wielding a spatula. This scene left Lin Heng utterly perplexed. Director Yi? Yinan Hu grinned and said, "You're here. Come in. Today, you'll get to taste my culinary skills. Wasn't it supposed to be Aunt Zhao preparing a few delectable dishes for me?" Lin Heng refrained from voicing this question, as it was evident from Yinan Hu's family dynamics. Upon entering, he was approached by a middle-aged woman in a floral dress. Although he did not yet know her identity, Lin Heng had already guessed. This must be Yi Yao's mother, as the resemblance between the two was striking. Lin Heng placed down his belongings and nervously greeted, "Hello, Aunt Zhao." Zhao Yaqiu eagerly took his hand and led him to the living room sofa. Her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Little Lin, I've heard so much about you from Yao Yao. If I hadn't asked old Yi to invite you, I wouldn't have known when we would meet." Zhao Yaqiu's warm hospitality made Lin Heng feel somewhat bashful. He glanced towards Yinan Hu, still lingering at the door, his expression pleading for help. Just then, Zhao Yaqiu turned her icy gaze towards Yinan Hu and scolded, "Why are you just standing there? Get cooking." Seeing this, Yinan Hu helplessly shook his head and retreated into the kitchen, realizing that his standing in the household was once again diminishing. Lin Heng observed this exchange, swallowing hard. With Yinan Hu preoccupied, he knew he could hardly expect any attention from him. Just as he turned back, Zhao Yaqiu continued, "I've already called Yao Yao. She's on her way. Now that you're here, there's no rush to leave. Stay a few more days." At that moment, Zhao Yaqiu was peeling an orange for Lin Heng, who fidgeted and said, "Auntie, my holiday is coming to an end soon. I still have to go back to work." Zhao Yaqiu waved her hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. Let Lao Yi give you a few more days." Chapter 89. Director Li's visit for no good reason. After a moment, Lin Heng shed the initial awkwardness he had felt. At that moment, Yinan Hua was still busy in the kitchen, while Lin Heng and Ziyaqiu engaged in conversation. The latter recounted some amusing anecdotes from Yi Yao's childhood, causing Lin Heng to struggle to suppress his laughter. Before long, Yinan Hua completed the meal, and Lin Heng assisted in bringing the dishes to the dining table. Just as the three of them had started their meal, a series of knocks echoed from the doorway. Knock, knock, knock. Upon noticing this, Zhao Yaqiu exclaimed, "That must be Yao Yao." Hearing her words, Lin Heng stood and said, "I'll go answer the door." However, upon opening the door, he was met not by Yi Yao, but by a man clad in a police uniform, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his shoulders. Oldly, the visitor was none other than Li Ming, and upon hearing the commotion, Yinan Hua stepped out as well. Li Ming immediately greeted with a smile. "Director Yi." Both Lin Heng and Yinan Hua exchanged a knowing glance at Li Ming, aware that he never came without a specific purpose. Yinan Hua turned back to the table, picked up his bowl, and said, "Come over, let's discuss whatever it is while we eat." Li Ming, seeing no reason to be polite, walked over and took a seat. Zhao Yaqiu returned to the kitchen to fetch an extra set of chopsticks for Li Ming. After expressing his gratitude, they quickly transitioned into discussing official matters. Li Ming glanced at Lin Heng and remarked lightly, "I heard that after the submerged body case, you and old Chun solved another major case?" Lin Heng chuckled and replied, "Not exactly major. Not exactly." Li Ming frowned slightly. The entire official system in Kainan province had undergone significant upheaval, yet Lin Heng downplayed it. Yinan Hua rapped his chopsticks against his bowl and spoke sternly, "Get to the point. What business do you have with Lin Heng?" At this, Li Ming smiled and Lin Heng began to catch on. Soon, Li Ming's expression turned serious again as he stated, there's a case I would like Lin Hang's assistance with. Having heard that they were discussing work, Zhao Yaqiu had already retreated to her room. Upon learning that Li Ming sought Lin Hang's help for a case, Yi Nanhua slammed the table, his tone grave. You've been in criminal investigation long enough. Have you forgotten how to solve cases just because you became a director? Li Ming felt a surge of frustration at this comment. That it wasn't that he wanted to trouble Lin Hang. It was just that this case was exceedingly bizarre. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Director Yi, this case is indeed quite peculiar. Since I took office, I've been investigating it, but there has been no lead whatsoever. Yi Nanhua's interest was piqued. He knew Li Ming's capabilities, and if even he deemed it strange, the case must indeed be complex. Li Ming continued, Director Yi, we are all your subordinates. If this case remains unsolved, it will reflect poorly on you, won't it? Upon hearing this, Yi Nanhua felt a weight on his mind. Though Tangchuan County was a small town, the repercussions might not be as severe as a murder case in the city. However, in this information age, if the case remained unresolved, the impact would be considerable. Lin Hang hastily finished a few bites of food before standing and addressing Li Ming. Let us go, Lao Li, to the county bureau. Yi Nanhua waved his hand dismissively, and the two men set down their utensils and left his home, heading toward the county bureau. Along the way, Li Ming briefed Lin Hang on the situation. This case dated back to before Li Ming's tenure. A victim had already been found prior to his arrival. However, at that time, there were few leads and only one victim, so no one suspected a serial killer. It was only after Li Ming's appointment that the second and third victims emerged. Preliminary autopsies revealed that all three victims had suffered identical fatal wounds, prompting the classification of these incidents as a serial murder case. Throughout the journey, Lin Hang listened with his eyes closed, while also opening the system interface in his mind. He noticed that he had over 30,000 points, and a smile crept onto his lips. After a series of 10 draws, his points had dwindled to just over 10,000, but following the Tian Xinyue case, he had gained an additional 20,000 points. He was now, quite frankly, affluent. Lin Hang's gaze fell upon the skill for genetic development. Recalling that it could only be upgraded with points, he promptly decided to spend 10,000 points on an upgrade. After all, he still had over 20,000 points remaining, and genetic development was indeed a valuable skill. System, spend 10,000 points to upgrade genetic development. Congratulations, host. Points successfully used, genetic development upgraded to an intermediate skill. In an instant, Lin Hang felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Upon opening his eyes, he realized his mind had become significantly clearer, and his strength appeared to have increased. Just as Lin Hang and Li Ming had left for a short while, the door to Yi Nanhua's home echoed once more. Yi Nanhua approached the door, and upon opening it, he was startled to find Yi Yao standing there with her arms crossed, her gaze piercing as she stared at him. Taken aback, Yi Nanhua was at a loss, especially since Lin Hang was no longer present, leaving him unsure how to explain the situation to Yi Yao. She pushed past him and entered the room, scanning for Lin Hang but finding no trace of him. After a brief silence, Yi Yao asked flatly, "Where is he?" Feigning ignorance, Yi Nanhua replied, "What person?" At that moment, Zhao Yaqiu emerged from the room and, upon spotting Yi Yao, approached her immediately. "Yao Yao, Lin Hang went to the county bureau. He said he was helping them investigate a case." Yi Nanhua clenched his eyes shut, already pondering what to have for dinner. Wai Yao shot him a fierce glare and said coolly, "He is not here." "And you didn't he give me a call?" Yi Nanhua responded, "Was that call for me? It was clearly your mother who called." With a helpless shake of his head, Yi Nanhua sighed, while Zhao Yaqiu interjected, "All right, they need to focus on the case. You stay here for a couple of days, and let Xiao Lin come by tonight." Wai Yao said nothing, instead heading straight to the sofa and sitting down. Yi Nanhua donned his coat and left the house, returning to the city bureau. He could not bear to stay in that home for another moment. Before long, Lin Hang and Li Ming arrived at the county bureau. Upon entering, they were met with curious and respectful gazes from all around. As they were all part of the same system, they had certainly heard of Lin Hang's esteemed reputation. Moreover, since Li Ming had previously collaborated with Lin Hang on a case, they had heard much about him from Li Ming today. Upon learning that Li Ming sought this esteemed figure, everyone felt a renewed hope for the case. As soon as they returned to the bureau, Li Ming organized a meeting with the criminal investigation team. In the conference room, Li Ming took the head seat, with Lin Hang seated beside him. Although Lin Hang was not in uniform, no one dared to underestimate him. Sitting across from Lin Hang was a slightly younger third-level police officer. Once everyone was seated, Li Ming casually introduced, "Allow me to present. This is our Spring City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team's Deputy Team Leader, Comrade Lin Hang, Chapter 90. Another serial murder case." Lin Hang stood and saluted everyone, realizing that he was now, in essence, a leader among them. Li Ming then pointed to the third-level officer beside him and said, "This is our Tangchuan County Criminal Investigation Team Leader, Zhang Yingsheng." Zhang Yingsheng quickly rose and saluted Lin Hang, saying, "Deputy Team Leader Lin, greetings." Li Ming gestured for Zhang Yingsheng to sit down. Once seated, Zhang provided a brief report to Lin Hang. "Deputy Team Leader, the first victim was discovered on October 20, which is why we have dubbed this case the 1020 serial murder case." Lin Hang pondered this. The case likely unfolded just 2 days after the crocodile attack incident. Back then, they were still investigating Qi Yang's submerged body case, and time had truly flown by. Zhang Yingsheng handed Lin Hang several case files, and Lin Hang began to read through them. The first victim, Yang Yuning, was a 33-year-old human resources manager at a company in Tangchuan County. According to their findings, Yang Yuning was a graduate student who had worked in Shu Province for a few years before returning to her hometown to work at a small firm due to overwhelming pressure. While her income was modest, it sufficed for her needs, and life in a small town was not as fast-paced or expensive as in larger cities. After 2 years of work, Yang Yuning met a man through a blind date, and shortly thereafter, they wed. Investigations revealed that their married life was harmonious, with infrequent quarrels. The second victim, Qin Wenjia, was a 31-year-old housewife with a 7-year-old child. According to the investigation, Qin Wenjia had resigned from her job to become a homemaker after marriage, having little social interaction outside of a few college friends. Her daily routine revolved around taking care of her child, grocery shopping, and cooking, leading Li Ming and the team to rule out any motives for revenge. Lin Hang furrowed his brow upon seeing this, oblivious to the departure of the people in the conference room. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he hardly noticed anything around him. The first 2 victims had no apparent commonalities aside from being married. One was a human resources manager, while the other was a housewife, making it impossible to draw any connections between them. At that moment, Li Ming offered him a cup of tea, which Lin Hang glanced at before returning to the case files. The third victim, named Zhang Mei, was also in her early 30s and worked as a kindergarten teacher in Tangchuan County. Like the others, she was married, followed a strict routine of commuting to work, and had virtually no social life. As he absorbed this information, Lin Hang's frown deepened. Aside from their marital status, there seemed to be no links among the 3 individuals. Qin Wenjia had a 7-year-old child who was already in elementary school, which did not provide any connection to Zhang Mei. Lin Hang turned to the subsequent pages of the case file and discovered a series of photographs tucked within. These images were taken by the police at the crime scenes where the 3 victims were found. All 3 bodies were discovered in secluded areas, disheveled and bare from the waist up, as if they had suffered some form of violation. However, the autopsy reports indicated no signs of sexual assault. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation, with clear ligature marks around the neck. Aside from this, the crime scenes yielded no useful evidence, and there were no surveillance cameras or eyewitnesses in the vicinity. Just then, Li Ming approached slowly and asked in a subdued tone, "What do you think? Any discoveries?" Lin Hang sipped his tea and shook his head. "None." Li Ming took the photographs from Lin Hang's hands and spread them out on the table. He pointed to the images and spoke thoughtfully. "Look, all 3 victims were found bare from the waist up, with their own lingerie beside them. According to the forensic expert, the weapon used to strangle them was likely the straps of their undergarments." Lin Hang glanced at Li Ming and replied nonchalantly, "I noticed." "Oh, what?" Li Ming, feeling exasperated, replied urgently, "Don't you find it strange? If the murderer used the lingerie to strangle them, it implies he had already removed their clothes. Why then was there no attempt at violation?" Lin Hang surveyed Li Ming with a detached expression and responded, "Perhaps he was frightened. The assailant may have intended to assault them, but when the victims resisted, he panicked and strangled them instead." Li Ming shook his head, saying, "That explanation seems implausible. The first victim might have resisted, but the second and third victims? Isn't that a bit too coincidental?" After careful consideration, Lin Hang recognized the validity of Li Ming's point. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. If the killer was driven by lust and capable of committing murder, it seemed entirely plausible that he would also engage in necrophilia, a scenario they had encountered before numerous times. Yet, there were no signs of sexual assault on the 3 victims. Lin Hang felt strongly that the assailant did not act out of lust or a desire to violate. His instincts told him there must have been some connection between the three victims and the murderer. Yet, the investigation yielded no leads, and the victims had minimal social interactions. Aside from the day of the incident, they typically returned home early. This was the most perplexing aspect of the case. How had the three victims offended the assailant? Noticing Lin Heng lost in thought, Li Ming refrained from interrupting him. After a few minutes, Lin Heng rose and suggested, "Let us go to the crime scene. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." Li Ming nodded in agreement. Although they had thoroughly examined the scene multiple times, he trusted Lin Heng's instincts, having witnessed the accuracy of his keen observations. Soon, accompanied by Jing Yingcheng, they arrived at the site of the first murder, where Yang Yuning had met her fate. This location was rather secluded. Situated on the outskirts of the county, it seemed improbable for a human resources manager like Yang Yuning to venture to such a place in the dead of night. There had to be more to the story. A sentiment Li Ming had initially shared, albeit without any clues to support it. Lin Heng activated his keen observational skills and forensic analysis, meticulously examining his surroundings. He even scrutinized the flora along the roadside, yet found no traces of evidence. The narrow road, though paved with concrete, was incredibly isolated. The nearest house was 500 or 600 meters away, making it nearly impossible for anyone to witness events during the night. Even if the victim had called for help, the nearby residents would not have heard her. After completing his examination of the scene, Lin Heng shook his head in resignation at Li Ming.